Glad you're here. If you love our content, don't forget to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's jump into the story of World of Reincarnation right here on GMT Recap. This young man was originally someone who harbored dreams of becoming a ruler in the apocalypse. However, before he could shine, he tragically died an untimely death, all because his teammates struck him with a sneak attack that hurt like hell. 10 years ago, the Earth underwent a strange transformation, and countless so-called reward wheels fell from the sky. 90% of humanity turned into extremely aggressive zombies, but above these monsters' heads, there was a type of gemstone called a demon core. Collecting a certain number of demon cores would activate the reward wheel, from which one could draw various items like food, medicine, and even weapons. The world then resembled a vast, brutal survival game. The remaining humans had to fend off zombies while desperately competing for the demon cores, leading to fierce clashes. As for Yi Zhongming, in search of a way to survive, he could only choose to obey and join the military. He fought from the east to the west, abandoning his personal principles. For 10 long years, he endured the rain of bombs and bullets on the battlefield. From a mere soldier, he finally carved out a place for himself in the military, but life was far from simple. He thought things had calmed down, but unexpectedly, during a battle, he was bitten by his teammates, even being abandoned to serve as bait for the zombies. Yi Zhongming, consumed by rage and despair, screamed helplessly. In his final moments, his heavy eyelids gradually closed. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself cramped in a small space on a bed, next to a pale, naked girl, as bare as a dumpling in water. Looking at the surroundings and his current appearance, Yi Zhongming couldn't help but believe that he had truly been resurrected 10 years ago, at the very moment he had just finished what he had done with someone else's daughter. After slowly accepting the truth, although he didn't want to plunge back into that hellish cycle again, fate had given him a second chance at life, and he absolutely couldn't let it slip away. According to the memories of his previous life, these were also the final moments of the human world. The apocalypse was about to break out. Thinking this way, Yi Zhongming immediately jumped out of bed, hurriedly put on his coat, and left, accidentally waking up his girlfriend by TT. No matter how much she screamed, Yi Zhongming remained cold, directly suggesting they break up. In my previous life, I gave my all to protect her safety, yet she ended up cheating on me with a man whose antlers were longer than Santa Claus's, falling into the arms of some rich bastard just to enjoy a life of luxury. But her fate turned out to be just as bad, played around with by others for free, and used as a trade for 3 cans of beer. Clearly, she was nothing more than an object to be discarded when no longer needed. Yi Zhongming wasn't in the mood for any more arguments. Luckily, although his parents had passed away, they had left him a black card as capital. With 10 years of monster hunting experience, he knew exactly what he needed to prepare for the upcoming apocalypse. First and foremost, weapons and medicine. He rushed out onto the street, flagged down a taxi, and slapped a thick wad of dollars onto the driver's face, demanding that he take him to the nearest hospital as quickly as possible. After that, he directly stormed into the pharmacy, rummaged through the shelves, grabbing the most essential items, which would later become incredibly scarce resources during the apocalypse. He was so reckless that even when people shouted and tried to chase him, he didn't care at all. Next, he went to a military supplies store, quickly bought some armor, and even casually grabbed a cheap clear blade sword for 880 coins. In the eyes of the store owners and the old driver, Yi Zhongming was truly a once-in-a-lifetime easy target, but only he knew how significant these seemingly mindless actions were. Thus, Yi Zhongming gathered all the essentials, then ordered the driver to speed off, as fast as possible, heading toward Prosperity Peak Villas. According to his memories, the first reward wheel of the apocalypse would appear there. They say money can buy anything, even immortality, for just a few hundred coins. Yi Zhongming even managed to make the driver follow his orders and drove straight into the villa area, ignoring the security guards shouting and attempts to chase them away. The security guards were too loud, but before they could do anything, they turned around to see a massive spaceship looming ahead, exuding an overwhelming presence. This was a warship, the Golden Holy Light, looking exactly like the script from 10 years ago. The apocalypse survival scenario was about to begin again. The security guards, who had been terrified just a moment ago, immediately pulled out their phones to livestream. Except for Yi Zhongming, no one could have imagined that the apocalypse was about to descend. Only 5 minutes remained until the outbreak of the apocalypse. Taking advantage of the chaos of the crowd, Yi Zhongming swiftly moved to the door of a villa, using the excuse of being a delivery person to gain easy access inside. According to his memory, this was the very location where the first reward wheel had fallen. As soon as he stepped inside, he was immediately confronted by a girl who came down from the upper floor and began questioning him. She was dressed lightly and was extremely beautiful, though a bit weak and incapable of posing any threat or inflicting harm. Yi Zhongming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a series of explosions echoed outside, successfully drawing the girl's attention. Yi Zhongming broke into a cold sweat. Finally, the fateful moment had arrived. Outside, the warships began their assault, launching countless missiles at the ground. However, the real power of these missiles did not lie in their firepower, but rather in the toxic gas they would release upon impact. Anyone exposed to it would immediately turn into a zombie. The sound of tearing echoed from all around. Along with Yi Zhongming's strange behavior, the girl inside the house also began to feel afraid. Just then, Yi Zhongming heard movement from the kitchen. Sure enough, the first reward wheel of the apocalypse had appeared. Although it was only a level 1 reward wheel, the rewards obtainable from it included enhancement drugs and even incredibly rare lucky cards. However, in order to activate it, at least 7 crystal stones from zombie heads were required, 2 more than usual. Yi Zhongming calmly assessed the situation while trying to explain a little about these strange events to the girl beside him. But no matter how he explained, she still didn't believe him, even thinking that he was either high or had played too hard last night and wasn't fully awake this morning. She was so stubborn that she insisted on going outside to check for herself. To her surprise, as soon as the door opened, a grotesque zombie appeared right in front of her, even attacking her, nearly sending her to the afterlife. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Yi Zhongming swung a horizontal slash at the creature's forehead, then skillfully extracted the crystal from its head. What happened next was truly beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Before the girl could even catch her breath, 2 more zombies rushed into the house, but they both quickly fell under Yi Zhongming's decisive blade. By now, the girl was terrified to the point of trembling, barely able to believe what had just happened. She had only woken up from a nap, and the beautiful world she had been living in suddenly turned into a brutal hell. Seeing that Yi Zhongming had no intention of harming her, she gradually relaxed her guard and introduced herself as the owner of the villa, Mo Xingfei. Upon hearing her name, Yi Zhongming was completely startled. Although she looked like a helpless rabbit on the verge of being slaughtered, weak and defenseless to the point where even a zombie could overpower her, the name Mo Xingfei was a legendary one from his past life. She was an idol in every household, a 9-star female powerhouse of incredible strength. This girl must have some unique qualities, and if properly utilized, she could be very useful in the future. Yi Zhongming then began to explain the current situation to Xingfei. No one knew exactly what had happened, but in general, they were isolated now. The military and the government were in complete chaos. Outside, it could be said that every square meter had at least 10 monsters. Xingfei's face paled with each word Yi Zhongming said, but she quickly regained her composure. Yi Zhongming, feeling quite satisfied, continued to explain to her the rules of survival in the apocalypse. It turns out that most of the weapons, food, and supplies in this world come from the reward wheel. In order to draw items from it, you need to fill all the empty slots with demon cores. The reward wheel is also divided into several tiers, and the lowest tier, like the one in front of us, requires 7 crystals. Since the human world has collapsed, there will be no other sources of food or medicine apart from these reward wheels. Xingfei indeed had a natural talent, her mind was quick and sharp, and she understood everything as soon as it was explained. To avoid any deeper questions from her, Yi Zhongming immediately diverted her attention by volunteering to go outside and deal with the zombies to collect demon cores. With just a few basic moves, he had already taken down a series of zombies. It seemed that this task wasn't too difficult for him. Even when ambushed by a female zombie from behind, Yi Zhongming was able to handle it effortlessly. By the end of the day, he had collected 11 crystals, and with the 3 he had previously obtained, he could draw from the reward wheel twice. Xingfei was also very excited about this new knowledge, but when it came time to draw for the first time, amidst the vast array of valuable items, the boss Yi directly landed on a can of pickled vegetables, with a side of salt and shrimp paste. You really are out of luck. Where did the main character's aura go? Even after being reborn, your bad luck still refuses to let go. Yi Zhongming was at a loss with his own lowly luck and decided to let Xingfei take the remaining turn. Although she had been a 9-star powerhouse in her previous life, now she was just an ordinary girl. Who knows, maybe the saint would favor the clueless one. Everyone has their first time, but this girl's first time was truly something to behold, leaving people wide-eyed in astonishment. Her hand smelled so fragrant that on her very first turn, she landed on an incredibly rare and precious card. This made the unfortunate young man freeze in shock, his tongue stiff. It must be said, this girl definitely had to be the adopted daughter of some god of luck, because no ordinary person would continuously win like this, even when casually sipping soda. Playing the golden egg smashing game and hitting the jackpot right away. Playing gacha and always winning the grand prize, even when buying sausages, you end up with a cow as a bonus. As someone who's always familiar with the line "better luck next time," I must refuse to understand this situation. At this point, Yi Zhongming's gaze began to turn more cunning. If you're really the goddess of luck, then let me take a little of your good fortune too. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, he rushed out to hunt more zombies and steal demon cores to try his luck at spinning for rewards. Yi Zhongming's goal for the day was to collect 100 demon cores. Xingfei had no idea that his eagerness was actually fueled by her extraordinary luck. She only thought that this young man was surprisingly diligent and someone she could rely on. In order for Yi Zhongming's efforts to be worth the money, Xingfei decided to storm into the kitchen, perform her martial arts, and fight her way through the vegetables in the house. However, it wasn't long before the guy returned with both good news and bad news. The good news was that, in this area, aside from them, everyone else had turned into zombies. The bad news was that Yi Zhongming had turned the place upside down, wiped out all the zombies, but had only gathered a little glass, not enough to meet the KPI target he had set earlier in the morning. To make matters worse, what awaited him at home wasn't the lavish meal he had imagined but bland soup, slippery tofu, and fried fish glowing in the dark. Each dish clearly reflected the owner's helplessness with cooking. But still, it was better than nothing. For someone who had once been so hungry that he nearly ate a corpse, this was as good as a feast. Seeing Yi Zhongming eating heartily, Xingfei couldn't help but feel deeply moved. After eating their fill, the two of them began their main task. As for Xingfei, there was no need to elaborate. She drew twice, both times landing on military equipment weapons, but on the final turn, she suddenly changed her mind and decided not to draw anymore. Although Yi Zhongming refused due to his bad luck, before he could finish his sentence, Xingfei took his hand, gently blew on it, and said she was transferring a little good fortune to him. Although he wasn't a virgin, having a pretty girl get that close to him made Yi Zhongming blush, flustered, and completely thrown off. Once a reward item had been drawn, it would not be repeated. Now, there were only 6 items left on the reward wheel. He just hoped what he spun wouldn't be a bunch of worthless cookie crates, or else the girls would laugh at him again. At this moment, Xingfei suddenly took out the banishment card and asked if he needed to use it. Unexpectedly, before he could make a decision, the card touched the reward wheel and suddenly caught fire, as if it had already been used. Yi Zhongming wanted to cry but couldn't even shed a tear. The most valuable card had evaporated foolishly, leaving him completely bewildered. But Xingfei didn't know, so she couldn't be blamed. This time, the odds of getting the best item were reduced to only 1 in 5. He began to pray to heaven and earth, hoping that he wouldn't end up with some worthless trash. But to his surprise, that black, hefty hand was on fire this time. The wheel stopped perfectly on the strength-enhancing potion. A dog biting a fly. It was like hitting the jackpot. He had obtained a valuable item, but Yi Zhongming didn't rush to drink it right away. Instead, he started mixing the potion with heparin that he had secretly taken from the hospital. His skill was such that even the ladies who made creams would call him a master. That magical incantation transformed one rare potion into two. It's worth mentioning that in an era where money had no value, only items like these could be used for trade. He also took the opportunity to remind Xing Fei to remember these little tricks carefully, because in the future, she would be the one doing such tasks if she didn't want to perish early in this world. Suddenly, there were deafening noises coming from outside. Yi Zhongming had a bad feeling, and without hesitation, he grabbed Xing Fei's hand and ran up to the second floor. Something more terrifying than zombies was starting to approach. The door of the house was broken, and in the blink of an eye, a swarm of bedbugs rushed in from outside, sending chills down the spine. DP was like someone mutated by a virus, evolving into a carnivorous insect. Although each bedbug's combat power was negligible, the real problem was that they always came in swarms. Yi Zhongming and Xing Fei barely managed to escape into an empty room upstairs, struggling to block the door with a cabinet. But the destructive power of the bedbugs was truly immense. Xing Fei, terrified, lunged and clung to her cousin Yi. To reduce the entanglement of limbs, he suggested, "Xing Fei, hide in the wardrobe, and I'll prepare to fight off these disgusting insects." Seeing that the bedbugs had already pushed their heads through the door, Yi Zhongming didn't hesitate and quickly drank the strength-enhancing potion in his hand. Immediately, he felt discomfort all over his body, kneeling on the floor as the bedbugs rushed over and began to bite and tear at him. But at the crucial moment, Yi Zhongming, with the sharp clear blade sword in his hand, beheaded the first bedbug. Then he proceeded to do the same to its companions. The side effect of the strengthening potion was that it caused excruciating pain, as if he were on the verge of death. The more Yi Zhongming chopped, the more fierce he became. After dealing with them, the remaining bedbugs tried to continue their rampage, aiming to clean out their nest and eliminate every last relative. But to their surprise, they had already handed over their lives. With 10 years of monster slaying experience, Yi Zhongming knew that their weak point was along the spine. He gathered his legs and leapt onto the creature's body, directly driving his blade down to end its life. Under the cold blade of Yi Zhongming, the corpses of monsters were scattered everywhere. At this moment, the side effects of the enhancement drugs became increasingly apparent. The harder he pushed, the sharper the pain pierced through his heart. Yi Zhongming calmly pushed open the door and called out, "Xing Fei, come out." Before he could even finish his sentence, she rushed over, pressed herself close, and hugged him tightly. "Using flesh to crush someone, do you want me to die?" Seeing Xing Fei, terrified to the point of crying, he couldn't help but feel amused. In this post-apocalyptic world, the least valuable thing was tears. No matter how beautiful, soul-stirring, or pitiful her cries were, they wouldn't save her life. This was a fundamental lesson that Xing Fei had to learn. To clean up the pile of monster corpses that seemed to stretch for miles, Yi Zhongming quickly came up with a solution. In this time of famine, food was an extreme luxury. If there was no more stored food and they couldn't extract anything from the reward wheel, the only option left was to consume these valuable goods. Although Xing Fei felt nauseous at the thought, just as Yi Zhongming had said, eating insects didn't seem as terrifying as starving to death or having to eat the flesh of their own kind. Following Yi Zhongming's instructions, Xing Fei began to use her one-star cooking skills to turn the wriggling mass of insects into enough dried food to last them for a year. Meanwhile, he prepared to head out. This time, their range of activities would need to be expanded. They not only needed the demon core to spin the reward wheel but also had to gather some intelligence about the situation in the area. Xing Fei reluctantly stood in the corner of the house, watching the back of Yi Zhongming quickly disappear into the distance. Soon enough, he had circled the entire city. Everywhere he looked, zombies could be seen. Suddenly, from around the corner, the heartbreaking scream of a girl echoed, causing Yi Zhongming to shiver down his spine. "Really stupid, screaming like that. Are you trying to lure all the zombies in the city here?" As he turned the corner, sure enough, he saw a useless, delicate girl. She was quite pretty and plump. Yi Zhongming immediately rushed over and covered her mouth. He couldn't let her get herself killed here. But then, the real danger came. In less than 3 seconds, the zombies began to swarm the area. Really, dying because of a girl is the most painful death. With no other choice, he struggled to fend them off while trying to escort her out of the place. The girl managed to run to a nearby house, trembling and on the verge of tears, but she didn't forget to close the door, calling for Yi Zhongming to join her inside. However, the number of zombies was overwhelming, and their strength was too much. A simple door couldn't stop them. The two of them quickly ran up the stairs, but the young lady was caught by the zombies midway, giving Yi Zhongming a chance to save her life once again. In the midst of the crisis, a sudden flash of light appeared outside, causing the zombies below to become extremely agitated. A massive beam of light streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Yi Zhongming immediately recognized what it was, something incredibly precious in the apocalypse, the key to a secret realm. It contains the only way for one to reach the secret realm of dust. In these troubled times, possessing it is no different from mastering the demon garden. In his previous life, all the high-level powerhouses fought fiercely for it, to the point of exhaustion, and even dreamed about it at night. Back then, he was just an insignificant soldier. This time, he was determined to get his hands on it and become the master of the apocalypse. Just as he was lost in thought, the girl beside him suddenly screamed, startling him. It turned out that the unruly zombies were directly attacking his lower body. Yi Zhongming was furious, his mouth muttering, "I almost became extinct." He roared like a beast, thinking they were just Hello Kitty, but he wasn't about to let these zombies get away with it. He wouldn't deserve the name Yi Zhongming otherwise. The girl standing on the stairs, watching Yi Zhongming below as he repeatedly swung his sword, causing zombie blood to splatter everywhere, was shocked. Just a few days ago, she was a young lady of noble birth, a person whose admirers were all idols with huge followings on TikTok livestreams, capable of causing a widespread network crash with just one post. In short, she had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, born at the finish line. Suddenly, the zombie apocalypse occurred, taking everything from her, and now she had ended up in this horrifying place. Just thinking about it was enough to make her feel completely hopeless. But Yi Zhongming below had already screamed to awaken her, and on his own, he dealt with all the zombies. If she didn't want to sit there and wait for death, she at least needed to gather the strength to get up and keep moving forward. The two of them quickly moved up to the upper floor. At that moment, Yi Zhongming's mind was solely focused on how to find the location of the secret key as quickly as possible, but in front of them appeared a strange cluster of vines, which were even moving. They targeted the girl, and just as she was still struggling, she was tightly bound, the vines constricting so much that it seemed like they were about to burst out from her body. Such a nuisance. Walking around with these delicate women is such a burden. Yi Zhongming casually saved the woman, yet she mistakenly thought it was a sign of love, believing that someone as charismatic as her must be well matched with a hero like him. But unfortunately, the very next moment, she was sent sprawling to the ground with a single push from him, and her illusory dream shattered. He maneuvered through the mutated plants and reached the door, but it wouldn't budge, as if it had been locked from the outside. With blood rushing to his head, Yi Zhongming kicked the door with all his might, causing it to burst open. To his surprise, a group of people stood behind, armed and ready to rush at him. Seeing that the newcomer wasn't a zombie, both sides breathed a sigh of relief. They were also human, hiding here from the zombies. However, Yi Zhongming had just broken down the door, and this place no longer seemed safe. The blonde leader was furious, giving orders to his subordinates to barricade the door with iron while turning to question Yi Zhongming. But once he realized they were all in the same situation, he became more conciliatory. When Yi Zhongming learned that he was heading to the high school because the coordinates of the falling meteorite were there, the blonde guy found it incredibly interesting. The roads are full of zombies everywhere. Only an idiot would rush into that to die. If not, the only way is to jump over the nearby buildings. But if you're not a pro at this, at best you'll break your arms and legs, at worst. Well, your corpse probably won't be in one piece. Yi Zhongming was determined, no matter how difficult it was, he could handle it. The girl, that delicate little thing, insisted on tagging along, but he didn't mind stopping her. The blonde guy scoffed, "You're dragging a dead weight around with you, and you still have that huge backpack. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" He offered, with a very friendly face, to carry the backpack for her, but she immediately rejected the offer. Yi Zhongming instructed the girl to sling the backpack over her shoulder while he found a large rope, hoisted her up, and securely tied her to his own body. The blonde guy, sensing a juicy target, immediately threatened Yi Zhongming to drop the backpack. But Yi Zhongming only sneered at these idiots before jumping straight down, causing the onlookers to gasp in horror. This leap sent everyone into a panic, and the girl was so frightened that her heart raced, her legs trembling. Their actions caught the attention of another group of people. They were a gang of real thugs, taking advantage of the chaos to capture some young, pretty girls to use for their own pleasure, even killing people for their belongings. Nothing was spared, not even a cigarette. They even imprisoned a group of students, waiting for the boss's orders to throw the boys into the zombie-infested sea and keep the girls for their entertainment. The world changed. Just after one night, zombies appeared everywhere. Even in this apocalypse, the underworld had become crazier than ever. Now, whoever is stronger wins. This was truly the paradise of crime and hooliganism. As for Yi Zhongming, at this moment, he realized he had made a very basic mistake. This girl was exactly a burden. Not only was she useless but also constantly crying. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself. Just because he was momentarily charmed by her face, softened a little, it led him to bring trouble upon himself. The two of them maintained a slow pace, finally arriving at the school. The surroundings were quiet, with no zombies in sight, but Yi Zhongming knew very well that they were surely gathering elsewhere. Sure enough, they were fiercely attacking a classroom where a group of students was trapped. They were already in despair. If they weren't bitten to death, under these circumstances, they wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. But when the girl looked out the window, she saw Yi Zhongming and the other person. They were extremely excited, as if they had seen a lifeline, immediately rushing to the window and shouting. Yi Zhongming had seen them, but pretended to be temporarily deaf, coldly lowering his gaze and walking straight ahead, ignoring the girl who was feeling extremely guilty. The suffering of the weak was meddling in other people's business. Not only did they have their own problems to worry about, but they also wanted to take on more. Yi Zhongming sternly reminded her, "This is the apocalypse. Be a bit more practical. If not, you'll be the next one on the death list." The two of them silently passed through the night. The girl watched Yi Zhongming's back, and in her heart, she couldn't help but sigh. At first, she thought that the heroic act of saving a damsel in distress was definitely because he had been overwhelmed by her fiery beauty. But when she heard the words coming out of his mouth, she felt like she was about to choke on her own blood. "Thank me? I just saved your life, girl. Of course, I had to use you as bait for the zombies. Don't delude yourself into thinking you're some kind of noble person. In this apocalypse, sometimes you're more useless than the backpack on my back." These words directly shattered the last remaining wall of arrogance in her heart. A little introduction: this vengeful girl was named Liang Chuyin. A few days ago, she was still a graceful, beautiful young lady, with her side job as a TikTok idol admired by everyone. Unfortunately, now all she had left was her past life as a beggar, with her life having been saved by Yi Zhongming from the jaws of death. So, it was easy to understand why, even in such a life and death situation, she could still feel his handsomeness, even though he had already been so cold to her many times. At this moment, a sudden scream came from the upper floor. Yi Zhongming didn't care who it was at first, but then he immediately realized that the angle from up there was the perfect spot to find the key's point of impact. So, he tossed Liang Chuyin aside, using his monkey climbing the beetle nut tree technique to quickly scale the building, following the water pipes and, at the same time, using physics to push away the zombies that were blocking his way. In no time, he had reached the classroom. In the room, there were still a few lives left, seemingly a teacher and two female students. Since the zombies in the room had been sent to their deaths by Yi Zhongming, they were temporarily out of danger. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. These people still wanted Yi Zhongming to escort them outside, even setting a condition: if he succeeded, they would tell him exactly where the bright object had fallen earlier. Yi Zhongming had lived through 2 lifetimes. Although he was indifferent to life, he feared causing more trouble by making a scene. So, after a tense negotiation, he finally nodded in agreement, but added a note that human strength had its limits. No matter how strong he was, carrying too many burdens might break his back. So, at most, he could only escort the two of them out. By this point, it was clear what was coming next: a tearful and emotional farewell. Although the group was visibly displeased, they were in an unfavorable position and had no choice. The teacher quickly decided to let her two students go, but she didn't immediately reveal the location of the key. She would wait until Yi Zhongming and the two students reached safety before writing it down on paper and tossing it to him as an exchange. The male protagonist chuckled upon hearing this, his words carrying deep meaning. This lady really lives up to her title as a teacher. Even with death hanging over her, she still calculates things so carefully. Unfortunately, in a time where people communicate with their fists, kindness has become a truly frivolous thing. Yi Zhongming suddenly felt a bit helpless and could only give her one last piece of advice. If you want to live a little longer, it's best to block the door after they leave. As expected, the moment they stepped outside, they were immediately confronted by a group of zombies charging towards them. Yi Zhongming casually kicked them aside, quickly clearing a path for the two girls to escape with him. When the teacher saw this scene, her soul nearly flew out of her body. Helplessly, she pulled the door shut tightly and collapsed, gasping for breath. She was clearly terrified, but because of the title teacher, she had still decided to sacrifice herself. Her appearance and personality were truly a perfect example of the typical anime character. Things weren't easy for Yi Zhongming either. When he played solo, he could easily dart around like a bird, but that was just his luck, always carrying one burden after another. His back must be beyond repair at this point. Relying on his acute drama sensing skills, Yi Zhongming led the group towards the stairs. He was certain that the brainless zombies were still working tirelessly upstairs. Taking advantage of this, running straight down below seemed like the safest option. However, for some reason, the closer they got to the stairs, the more his skin began to prickle with unease. The unsettling feeling grew stronger. Though there were no zombies in sight ahead, Yi Zhongming's mind was spinning with countless questions. Living in the apocalypse, every step taken was a matter of life and death. The two schoolgirls following behind were still naive and inexperienced, so when they saw Yi Zhongming stop every few steps, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. But what could they do? As attachments, they had no choice but to rely on others. The group was still cautiously stepping down the stairs, unaware that a pair of bright eyes had been watching them from the evening, following their every move. The female student suddenly felt something slimy brush past the back of her neck. To her surprise, as soon as she turned her head, she was face to face with a jaw wide open by at least a foot, sharp fangs protruding. She nearly got bitten to death right there. Fortunately, Yi Zhongming's 880 coin sword arrived just in time, slicing through the monster's gaping mouth like a bowl of instant noodles, causing the creature to release its prey in agony. In the next 3 seconds, the protagonist had just managed to regain his composure when sweat started pouring down his back. "Grandpa, this is intense. Zombies typically don't speak, but this one was a mutated zombie. In his memory, they hadn't even appeared at this stage in his previous life." Yi Zhongming blamed himself for being too careless, unprepared to face such a disgusting thing, and was pinned to the floor by it. A few punches or kicks aimed directly at it were as ineffective as a cow shedding its fur or a tamarind tree losing its leaves. Mutated zombies had far more power than regular ones, and their blows were faster and more accurate. The main character was gradually beaten into a pulp, almost turning into mush. Seeing the two frail female students who were now terrified to the point of fainting, Yi Zhongming had no expectations left. He was left with no choice but to rely on himself. In that critical moment, he pulled out his trump card from his pocket, the gun that Xing Fei had won the other day from the reward wheel. He squeezed off one more shot, gently sending the monster to the land of bliss. Indeed, compared to close combat, using better equipment was definitely more effective, but honestly, if it weren't for the desperate circumstances, Yi Zhongming wouldn't have wanted to resort to it. At this moment, the male protagonist had a dislocated arm but still managed to force himself to stand up and reflex, urging the two girls to get revenge. "If you don't want to inhale incense smoke, then hurry up and leave with me." Suddenly, from below the stairs, there came the sound of hurried footsteps, like the sound of someone walking. The male protagonist clenched his fists, his teeth grinding, fearing that the gunshot just now would attract a horde of zombies. Although I've been blessed by my ancestors, I can handle it once, but if it happens again, I'll have to run, leaving you guys behind. In that brief moment of helplessness from Yi Zhongming, the two girls turned pale, terrified to the point of freezing up, their legs as if glued to the floor, unable to move. Fortunately, the one who appeared at the bottom wasn't a zombie, but Liang Chuyin. As soon as she saw Yi Zhongming, she rushed up like a starving person, throwing herself into his arms. She then whined in a tone that was both coquettish and reproachful. "I've been waiting for you down here forever, but you didn't show up. I was so scared, I took a risk and came in to find you, and finally, I did." Seeing her like this, even though her chest hit him directly, Yi Zhongming didn't feel anything. On the contrary, the two young female students felt goosebumps all over their skin, wondering why she was still acting like that at such a time. What kind of nonsense was this? To keep his mind sharp and avoid being clouded by lust, Yi Zhongming calmly pushed Liang Chuyin away. When she told him about the zombies on the lower floor suddenly being drawn to some strange light source, the male lead immediately had a lightbulb moment. With such power, it could only be that another reward wheel had appeared. Yi Zhongming quickly retrieved the saber that was still lodged at an odd angle in the wall, and with that, he ushered everyone down to the yard. As previously agreed upon, Pa Teacher had been watching from the window. When she saw that her two students had actually made it out of the building, she felt an immense sense of relief. Although she felt a bit reluctant, she quickly suppressed any other thoughts and kept her promise, tossing the paper with the location of the keys fall down to him. Now, Yi Zhongming had two leads pointing to where the bait might be. One was the location where the extremely rare key to the secret realm had fallen, and the other, with a high probability, was the second reward wheel of the apocalypse that Liang Chuyin had mentioned earlier. Since he still had some heavy burdens to carry, Yi Zhongming decided to first scout the area with the reward wheel. As for the key, it was only useful for a small snack. Even though the male lead had saved their lives multiple times, the two girls still seemed wary. Upon hearing that there were a lot of zombies ahead, they immediately suggested to Yi Zhongming that they use their lives as bait to lure them out. If I wanted to do that, I would have done it a long time ago. Why waste my energy saving your insignificant lives? Besides, this is the apocalypse. Just show me a place without zombies, Yi Zhongming thought to himself. With the action of pulling out his makeshift knife, Yi Zhongming confidently signaled to the group waiting outside, while he alone ventured into the zombie nest before him. The three girls watched his figure disappear, each with their own thoughts. Liang Chuyin silently thought, there must be something extremely important inside, that's why Yi Zhongming took the risk to go in. The girl in the yellow shirt, Xiao Xiao, sighed with relief, her shy nature preventing her from speaking up. Only Lily, the other girl, wore a sour expression, thinking to herself, this guy must be brainless, right? No sane person would willingly walk into a death trap like that. But it seemed she had already begun to accept his cold, pragmatic attitude. Taking advantage of the moment Yi Zhongming disappeared from view, she hurriedly grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand, suggesting that the two of them quietly escape and find somewhere safer. Let's wait here for a while, who knows, some zombies might wander out and we could get caught too, she said. Despite Xiao Xiao's hesitation, thinking that Yi Zhongming had just saved them, Lily remained firm in her decision. The two of them planned to use the excuse of going to the bathroom, leaving Liang Chuyin behind, and quickly make their exit. Inside, Yi Zhongming had barely entered when he was immediately forced to face off with zombies. These were just regular zombies. Fortunately, there were no mutated ones among them, so even though he had a broken arm, he was still able to handle them just fine. Yi Zhongming gritted his teeth, tightened his right arm, unable to suppress the pain as he let out a painful groan. Although in the previous life, after struggling for 10 years and having to mend bones countless times, the feeling each time was still blissfully overwhelming. The male lead, with a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, single-handedly dealt with the group of zombies. At that moment, the girls outside all simultaneously heard the gunshots ringing out. Lily became even more anxious, hurriedly trying to convince her classmate Xiao Xiao to leave with her. But unexpectedly, Xiao Xiao broke free and ran to Liang Chuyin's side. She began to panic, fearing that Yi Zhongming might have perished, and thought that if they were to leave, they should all go together. Seeing this foolish act, the female student Lily regretted not fleeing on her own earlier. She gritted her teeth, her expression turning even more sinister. Among all these people, only Liang Chuyin completely trusted Yi Zhongming. She knew full well that, at this moment, Yi Zhongming was more reliable and stronger than anyone else. Therefore, choosing to leave would be equivalent to jumping into a burning pit. But no matter what, these naive students refused to believe it. As for Yi Zhongming, after causing a commotion and stirring up the zombie nest inside, he finally discovered another apocalypse reward wheel had actually fallen there. More importantly, this time, it was a limited edition. The 3-colored reward wheel, a genuine article. Compared to the normal reward wheel he had seen previously at Xing Fei's house, it was worlds apart. The reward wheel normally only offers food, weapons, equipment, and medicine. However, this one grants important professions to people. With a stroke of luck, one could land the skills of a swordsman or an archer. A bit more fortunate, and you might become a chef or a medic. In general, it's a special career section in the apocalypse. In fact, if one already has a good sword in hand, and is lucky enough to acquire swordsmanship skills from this particular reward wheel, it's like leveling up to become a supreme expert. It's worth noting that this special reward wheel is extremely rare. This time, a person as unlucky as Yi Zhongming finding it was like hitting the jackpot. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at his hands, which seemed to be glowing. When fortune comes, nothing can stop it. Could it be that girl, Xing Fei, really only needs to blow a little and turn herself into the golden hand of the lottery world? While the senior inside was struggling diligently, the younger girls outside, with too much free time, argued loudly about whether to go or not. Lily, with her sharp tongue and arrogance, forgot who had just saved her and only wanted to run away. She even slapped Liang Chuyin in the face and hurriedly pulled Xiao Xiao away. This scene immediately caught the attention of the thugs lurking upstairs. The leader and his subordinates laughed heartily as they watched the drama unfold. With that, he ordered his men to quickly go downstairs and grab the girls, bringing them up here to put on a show for their entertainment. Although Liang Chuyin felt aggrieved for being falsely accused, she told herself not to argue with those children whose mouths still smelled of milk. Besides, the fact that they left like that was nothing less than heading straight for their own doom. She stood alone, muttering to herself for a while, and just as she finished speaking, she heard the frantic screams of 2 female students from a distance. It seemed that trouble was more likely than not. Before she could even react, Liang Chuyin was grabbed from behind by 2 thugs. Looking at her extremely seductive figure, her chest seemingly ready to burst out, the 2 thugs were immediately filled with lustful intentions. Of course, they wanted to take advantage of the delicious opportunity right then and there. At that moment, Liang Chuyin was in utter despair. However, when she heard them whisper in her ear, "Yi Zhongming is dead," a chill ran down her spine, and it felt as though her body had fallen into an ice cellar. In reality, the male lead, Yi Zhongming, was still tirelessly hunting for spirit stones inside, but these thugs were spreading rumors that he was dead, and that was the most painful part. The way they spoke was so absurd. As for the 2 schoolgirls, after their quarrel and fight, they hadn't taken more than a few steps before zombies jumped out to chase them. The female student Xiao Xiao, who usually ran faster, saw her friend trip and fall. Without a second thought, she immediately stopped to help her up. But the virtuous often have a hard life, while the vicious tend to live on. To her surprise, the female student named Lily, who had limited intelligence but unlimited cunning, took advantage of Xiao Xiao's approach. She shoved her straight toward the zombie behind them as a sacrifice, and then, in a cowardly manner, ran away without daring to look back. She had just turned the corner when she came across the scene of the 2 thugs pulling at Liang Chuyin. Being a woman herself, she quickly became their target as well. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the commotion, Liang Chuyin smartly bit the hand of the thug who was pinning her down and made a run for it. But such clumsy tricks didn't last long. She was immediately caught and pinned down again, this time with the thug using his weight to crush her. This time, it was even worse. What's Yi Zhongming anyway? He had been dead for a long time. Before the words even fully left his mouth, his hand was sliced clean off by a clear blade sword, causing him to scream in pain like a pig being slaughtered. It turned out that Boss Yi had returned, stronger than ever. "I've been gone for just a little while, and everything's turned upside down. Whoever dares to touch my woman, consider yourself dead." Yi Zhongming had just finished warming up with the zombies inside. The two thugs outside were nothing more than a light snack for him. With a few swift kicks, they were on the ground, foaming at the mouth. After Xiao Xiao's tragic death, her scheming classmate Lily, seeing Yi Zhongming return, immediately put on a pitiful act. She performed the classic trick, sitting in the rain crying, hoping for others' pity. What a stubborn little wench. She was never so obedient when arguing, but now that death was near, she couldn't help but keep her mouth shut. Once she realized that Yi Zhongming had taken care of the zombies, her eyes lit up. She promised herself to cling to him like a shadow, refusing to leave no matter how much he tried to shake her off. At this moment, on the upper floor, Pa Teacher was still sitting huddled in a corner. Hearing noises from the hallway, she trembled in fear. She tightly gripped a shard of glass in her hand, intending to end her life before becoming a tasty morsel for the zombies to tear apart. Even when the shard was pressed to her neck, she was still filled with resentment, tears streaming down her face. She had yet to lose her innocence. A pair of beautiful buns like that, clearly a good person had to die here before experiencing the full essence of life. But unfortunately, her movements were no match for the speed with which the door burst open. Yi Zhongming kicked away the obstacles and immediately stormed in like a god. Upon seeing the lifeline finally appear, the woman broke down into tears like a child, rushing to press her hot chest against his body. Poor thing, she was already virtuous and yet had to carry two massive lumps of flesh bestowed by the heavens. It must have been so exhausting. Having beautiful girls continuously shove their mountainous chest into you would make even the male lead dazed like an owl. Yi Zhongming's face turned bright red, and he hurriedly pushed her away, regaining his composure before his little brother could speak for him. In the end, teacher and student were reunited, but it was a pity for Xiao Xiao, who had tragically lost her life for trusting this fake innocent girl. That woman was still arguing, shamelessly turning around to criticize those who had just saved her life. It wasn't until Yi Zhongming couldn't hold himself back anymore and slapped her across the face that she finally shut her mouth. Compared to the teacher sister and the understanding classmate, she fit perfectly with the image of the most irritating character. Not only was she ugly and stupid, but she was also cruel. After the group had gathered the demon cores from the zombie corpses, Yi Zhongming led them to the reward wheel. It was the first time the girls had seen such a strange contraption, and they couldn't hide their confusion, but they could only follow instructions and hand over all the demon cores. Count them again, and they ended up with 26 cores, Yi Zhongming said as he used them to activate the reward wheel, hoping that this number would be enough for one spin of the special reward wheel. The massive wheel slowly began to turn, spinning around before finally stopping at the red section. Yi Zhongming secretly rejoiced, feeling like he'd hit the jackpot. The bright red color seemed to indicate some kind of advanced combat skill or something similar. But as soon as he saw the words on the slip of paper, his face immediately turned into one of the most disappointed expressions imaginable. Craftsman Ing Zhao, and as an intern at that, wasting over 20 demon cores, Yi Zhongming sighed. Out of the countless powerful professions from high to low, he had pulled out the support class, and the lowest tier one at that. This is unbelievable. Yi Zhongming shook his head in dismay, letting out a long sigh as he thought about his bad luck. He tossed the notification aside, treating it as if it were garbage. But when the girls crowded around to look and started excitedly chattering about how this profession came with some kind of enchanting crafting skill, Yi Zhongming seemed to have a sudden realization. He looked again at the profession badge in his hand, and upon noticing the 5 colors, he immediately understood. This wasn't just any ordinary class, in fact, it was more like winning a special lottery. Yi Zhongming suddenly became very alert and immediately called out to the girls to join him in looking for stones to play with, spinning a few more times to earn the most advantageous reward. The group worked tirelessly, each of them exhausted and hungry, their bodies drained. Yi Zhongming casually tossed a pack of ration food to Chuyin, gave her a few necessary instructions, and handed over the backpack he considered a prized possession for her to hold on to. Once everything was neatly organized, Yi Zhongming planned to leave them behind to avoid any hindrances while he set off alone to search for the key. Before leaving, he didn't forget to use his newly acquired artisan skill to craft a wooden spear for them to defend themselves with. In this world, only the strong survive, and no one is obligated to protect anyone. These fragile women had reached the point where they could no longer play the role of burdens. They needed to learn to be stronger and take control of their own survival. According to Pa Teacher's suggestion, the key to the secret realm had fallen onto the construction site of the new classroom building. Yi Zhongming immediately headed towards it. A second ago, he was telling himself that this desolate, remote place was unlikely to attract any attention, not even from zombies. The next second, a heavy object, weighing around several dozen kilograms, fell straight into his arms from the sky. Oddly enough, he had never seen a muscular, battle-ready guy before, only pretty, vibrant girls. Maybe this series should be renamed I Build a Harem in the Apocalypse. As expected, the object that fell this time was indeed a woman with a fiery figure, someone he recognized, except that her reflexes were incredibly quick. Before she even landed, she immediately launched several punches at Yi Zhongming. For some reason, even though she was pretty, she acted completely irrational. It wasn't until he grabbed her by the throat and pinned her against the wall that she hurriedly introduced herself as a guard. Seeing Yi Zhongming's quick reflexes and how he had just saved her from a certain loss, she probably felt a bit moved inside. As they were talking, suddenly dozens of bullets rained down on them. The fact that they opened fire immediately upon arrival meant they were either robbers or some sort of criminal group. Just as Yi Zhongming had predicted, the situation these days was completely chaotic. This guard lady had gotten lost after being pursued by a group of death row criminals who had just escaped. They had raided a weapons cache, making them even more dangerous. In this fight, anyone who tried to engage in close combat was definitely going to lose. These criminals treated human life like dirt, shooting for fun, playing with their prey, and satisfying their twisted desires. This one criminal, feeling cocky, was planning to charge in and give the guard a scare, but before he could finish his sentence, a bullet pierced his head, and he dropped dead before he could even blink. The other two, enraged by the death of their comrade, went berserk, running around with guns, firing at anything that moved. But as one of them looked up, he only had time to see the figure of a young man in a red shirt standing there. The next moment, a bullet hit him square in the chest, and he collapsed before he could even gasp. The last one didn't fare any better. He was hit several times in the jaw by that guard sister, immediately reacting like a dog terrified of death, wagging his tail in a flurry. Unfortunately for him, Yi Zhongming, who was behind, didn't let that slide. 2 consecutive shots turned him from a man into a ghost, sending him off to meet his companions for an early bark. Living in an apocalypse, where the law no longer reigns supreme, it was beyond comprehension that this guard sister still believed in the foolishly lenient theory. Yi Zhongming found this line of questioning incredibly bothersome and coldly reminded her to remember the saying, being merciful to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Moreover, these people weren't exactly good. As death row inmates, they would eventually meet their end. Sending them off wasn't unusual, was it? Seeing his decisive actions, the guard sister quickly swallowed her saliva, viewing the man in front of her as nothing short of a cold-hearted and ruthless person. Speaking of scum, she suddenly remembered there was still a gang of thugs hanging around on the upper floors, waiting to watch the show. By this time, they had realized that the 2 underlings sent earlier had been killed. Despite knowing their opponent wasn't to be underestimated, the leader was still hungry for blood. Thinking of the money, women, and equipment they could steal, he immediately gathered his men and began brainwashing them with a tone that sounded like he was carrying out divine justice. Anyone who disagrees will get a beating right away, no need for more words. This group of close-knit brothers consisted of street rats from the depths of society, who had lived in the shadows, constantly looked down upon. Now, whenever they caught a whiff of an opportunity to expand, they immediately wanted to rise up. It wasn't long before dusk arrived. At this moment, the male lead was still in desperate need of MN's help to find the key. The guard lady wasn't in a hurry to leave, standing off to the side watching Yi Zhongming. She suddenly felt an itch in her hands and feet, wanting to dive in and help search. But unfortunately, even the person involved didn't know what the key looked like, whether it was round or flat, so the search seemed to be quite a challenge. Here, there were keys to Domon, but as for the key to that mysterious realm, it was beyond them. The two of them picked up a few things when, suddenly, from the darkness, an unusual figure appeared. At first glance, it looked like a dog, but this dog was extraordinary. Not only did it have a mane like a lion, but its temperament was also fiercer, charging at them as soon as it spotted them. Yi Zhongming, upon following the direction of the guard lady's finger, was startled. "What kind of dog is this? It's clearly a second-tier mutated dog." The golden dog with sharp fangs immediately lunged, charging straight at Yi Zhongming. Before he could even gather his thoughts, he found himself pinned to the ground. He thought to himself, "Well, I'm done for now, might as well start praying." But then, the vicious dog suddenly seemed to have bitten into something and adopted a cheerful expression, rubbing its head and wagging its tail at Yi Zhongming. This unexpected turn of events from the dog almost left the two humans there in disbelief. They were now both stunned, not knowing how to react. Yi Zhongming regained his composure, observed it carefully, and soon noticed a golden tuft of fur actively swaying on its tail. After rummaging through his memories, he suddenly recalled that when he was younger, he had once saved a little black stray dog's life. That year, it acted out of hunger and recklessness, charging into a stall to steal from someone, nearly getting beaten to death. Fortunately, Yi Zhongming appeared just in time, skillfully negotiating, and had managed to escape with its life. Eating a piece of bread, it remembered it for a lifetime. Dogs truly possess such loyalty. So, even though Yi Zhongming couldn't keep it because his grandparents at home forbade him, it still remembered him to this day. The stray dog, Di Huanghuan, which had once been so small, had grown into a massive creature, even mutating into a wild beast, but in the end, the gratitude within it was still stronger. The guard lady watched Yi Zhongming playing with the dog, unexpectedly finding that this guy was quite gentle. Although just a moment ago, he had shown his cold, ruthless expression. In contrast to the somewhat warm scene on this side, the atmosphere in the main base, where Liang Chuyin and the two students were staying, was somewhat tense. The student was being ungrateful. After a brief moment of softness, she started getting cocky again. As the saying goes, food is a petty thing. In an apocalypse, it's hard enough to keep your life, yet she demanded that Liang Chuyin give her food. She even wanted to snatch the backpack that Yi Zhongming had left behind, knowing it must contain something good. Such a character truly made people feel unbearable frustration. She had become so mean-spirited that no advice could reach her. She even blamed her teacher for being so weak, only knowing how to be a stumbling block to her survival. From beginning to end, it was only Yi Zhongming who bent his back to carry everyone, and now he was even being cursed, sneezing in the dark as he groped around. The sky had completely darkened by now, and the surrounding space was engulfed in a silent night. However, it was precisely because of this that Yi Zhongming quickly spotted the light emanating from the key to the secret realm and, in the end, managed to hold it in his hands. He could not hide his joy, smiling broadly. But then, there was the guard behind him, and before he could fully relish that joy, a long, slimy tongue coiled tightly around his body. It turned out to be a mutated centipede larger than a house pillar, with dozens of blood-red eyes. Thanks to the supporting skills he had just acquired, Yi Zhongming's auxiliary sword was enhanced, becoming a weapon as sharp as cutting sugarcane. With his 10 years of experience in the wilderness, this monster was not yet considered a match for him. However, its massive size and high damage output made the process of subduing it more taxing. After Yi Zhongming slashed the centipede's body a few times, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his feet as well. It turns out the Di Huanghuan dog had run out to support him. Now, this kind of teammate was really worth the money. But compared to the massive snake, Di Huanghuan's bite was nothing more than a tiny ant sting. The centipede twisted its body, letting out several savage shrieks. Di Huanghuan was slammed by the creature multiple times, like a ball being tossed up and then dropping heavily back to the ground. Though in pain, it did not forget to reward the centipede with a few more bites. This uneven battle left Di Huanghuan with a few broken ribs. Fortunately, in the end, Yi Zhongming managed to upgrade his saber into a long blade. Taking advantage of the moment when the snake focused its attention on him, the dog, lying underneath, leapt up and delivered a slash to its sharp claws. Adding to that, the older sister guard somehow found a long metal rod and jabbed it from the mouth all the way to the top of the head. At that moment, the snake truly transformed into an enormous, super-sized protein source, losing its life in the blink of an eye. This time, they obtained a secret realm key along with a monster demon core. After considering it, the reward seemed to match the effort put in. Yi Zhongming had to keep suppressing his emotions since Huang Huan was overly excited, while also explaining to the older sister guard the rules of this world. He thought that was the end of it, that they'd become friends from here on. However, he didn't expect her to be so tough, completely different from the girls like Xingfei or Chuyin he'd met before. It was the first time Boss Yi encountered a situation like this, and he had to almost dry out his throat just to persuade her to join their group. He even felt that she might be cooler than him. From then on, his harem officially gained a new member. Still a girl, but at least she seemed less useless than the previous girls. She had a background as a guard, named Mo Yi. Just then, the group of thugs arrived at the scene. Taking advantage of the situation, they picked up weapons scattered all over the ground and rushed forward to threaten the two cornered people. This time, their target was Yi Zhongming. According to their boss, he was the one who had pushed their two brothers into the mouths of the zombies. With a weapon in hand, the thug's confidence doubled. However, in reality, he was just a small-time thug who had no idea how to use a gun. Even the thugs standing beside him and the person opposite him had to give up in the face of this level of stupidity. It must have been a miserable childhood, never having seen a gunfight movie. A villain this dumb is a blessing for the main character. These people are out here trying to shoot someone, and their yelling is louder than a radio broadcast. After struggling for a while, they still can't load their guns. Even a dog, like Di Huang Huan, upon seeing this, had to give up. Frustrated, it leaped forward, biting his hand, causing the hot gun in his hand to fall to the ground. Realizing that what just bit him wasn't just a dog, but a rabid, mutated superdog. The thugs were so scared they almost pissed themselves, their legs unable to support them. Before Yi Zhongming could charge in, Mo Yi had already chased down all the spotlight. She was swift and agile, delivering a few basic punches that made the two young men in front of her foam at the mouth. As for Yi Zhongming, his face was clearly marked with black lines. Too terrifying, too terrifying. This lady is not someone to mess with. It looks like life is going to be tough from now on. The two big guys, though large, had fragile hearts, and after Mo Yi kindly adjusted their jaws, they hurriedly begged for mercy. Yi Zhongming also took the opportunity to extract a bit more information. It turns out the mastermind behind this group was known as the Fifth Brother, a real thug leading a gang of local hooligans. He was currently busy gathering demon cores with his subordinates. Although they weren't sure what these cores were for, based on Yi Zhongming's group's actions, he could somewhat guess that it was a key lead to something important. Amid the chaos outside, the headquarters remained eerily quiet, a rare calmness. Liang Chuyin and the two girls were exhausted and had fallen asleep, but no one expected that the scheming student, Lily, was still awake with her eyes wide open. Recalling the two slaps earlier from Yi Zhongming and Liang Chuyin, combined with her naturally selfish nature, she was burning with resentment, and the blood of revenge surged through her veins. After confirming that the two were deep asleep, she stealthily grabbed a sharp-edged piece of glass and approached Liang Chuyin, her face increasingly twisted with malice. In her heart, hatred raged like fire, and she intended to use this opportunity to kill and plunder, but unexpectedly, Miss Pa woke up and noticed her actions midway. She had no choice but to make up an excuse about going to relieve herself to cover up. She rushed into the bathroom, splashed water on her face to sober up, and then gritted her teeth, cursing at her reflection in the mirror. Damn it, how can they all be so naive? Don't they fear death? I don't understand this at all. Having witnessed her close friend die in front of her, Lily, once just a naive little girl, had now realized the brutal survival rules of this world. Moreover, with Yi Zhongming and Liang Chuyin showing signs of wanting to expel her, she had begun to formulate her own plans. Just then, a deafening sound came from outside the door, making everyone break into a cold sweat. The knocking grew louder and louder, but because they were certain that this place was secure and no zombies could enter, they forced themselves to stay calm, cautiously moving closer to observe. Immediately, the door, which had been carefully barricaded, was suddenly kicked open. The thugs outside poured in like a flood, their smiles gradually twisting into grotesque expressions as if they had never been taught any morals. "Ha, as expected, there's a girl inside," they said, resembling rats who had found a grain store, laughing uproariously in gleeful satisfaction. "Wow, look at these young boys, the moment they see a girl, their eyes light up, and they pounce like hungry tigers on prey, wanting to devour her right then and there. The soft skin of these girls is so captivating, touching them feels blissful, looking at them is mesmerizing. It makes the thugs dizzy with lust, even forgetting the boss's instructions back home to capture them alive, no rough handling." Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Lily had already managed to slip away. Comparing the three women, she was the least attractive, so for the thugs, her absence was not a significant loss. However, the leader, still reluctant to let go, sent someone to chase after her. Among them was a former student of Pa, who once attended her lectures. But on that day, all his attention had been focused on her oversized chest, and it was no wonder that he had remained ignorant and wandering the streets, a lost soul. A few others, sharp-eyed, recognized that Liang Chuyin was actually a famous young idol with many fans, even they themselves fantasized about her, secretly admiring her photos countless times. This time, capturing her was like winning the lottery. Let's talk about Yi Zhongming again. After taking down those two brainless thugs, he casually hung them up on a tree branch. The two old men were tied up tightly like sticky rice cakes, barely able to move. They could only watch as the dog Di Huan below bared its teeth and swiped at the air, almost making them cry out in frustration. It was rumored that the older brother of these thugs wanted to deal with him, so Yi Zhongming, following his motto of if you like it, move closer, if you touch it, engage, came up with the idea to meet them face to face and figure out who the real boss was here. Mo Yi, standing nearby, suggested that Yi Zhongming come with him to the police station, but once he had made up his mind, no amount of persuasion could change it. In the end, the guard lady had no choice but to follow along, and in the process, Yi Zhongming also shared some additional details about the key to the secret realm and the situation of the apocalypse. At that moment, Lily, a female student, was happily playing a game of tag with a bald thug. She was running her heart out, trying to escape with a slim chance of survival, but in the end, she ran straight into a dead end. The door in front of her wouldn't open, and as she turned around, she found the thug standing right there. At first, she struggled and screamed loudly, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from his tight grip. Quick-witted as she was, she changed her approach, sweetly and gently taking the thug's hand, her voice trembling with weak submission. "Big brother, I'll never leave you. As long as you agree to let me go, I'll do anything for you." Accompanying this was the action of pulling his filthy hands directly onto her chest, hoping to trade her looks for her life. But this name partly insults her ordinary looks, partly because of her cowardice, unwilling to betray the boss, so she had the intention to bring her back to present herself. Lily tried to hide a sharp weapon in her hand, and as soon as she was dragged back, she saw a truly horrifying scene. Pa Teacher was lying sprawled on the floor, his mouth bleeding, and his body was battered and bruised. It was clear without needing to be said that these animals had done this, though fortunately, she managed to bite one of them in the mouth, temporarily causing them to lose their direction and stop. The leader of this group, upon hearing there was a new recruit who believed in ghosts, found this girl very interesting. Like attracts like, and eventually, all the scum gathered together. After shedding a few crocodile tears, Lily immediately turned hostile and put on a submissive appearance, kneeling at the feet of these thugs. To prove her loyalty, she followed their provocation, rushed to slap Liang Chuyin until she was dizzy. Despite Liang Chuyin's curses, Lily did not stop. Liang Chuyin's beautiful face made men go crazy, but for women, especially the ugly ones like Lily, the more they looked, the more they hated her. Thanks to this ruthless display, she was officially recognized and became a part of their group, or rather, she became the woman of the fat man. At this point, the leader, Dong Zigu, spoke up. It turned out that their internal relations were not very harmonious. Previously, this group followed another boss, but after that man died, they reluctantly submitted to the current fifth brother. The group had a surface-level agreement but were not happy, and although they had plundered many goods, everything was monopolized by fifth brother. Over time, resentment grew, and they were just waiting for an opportunity to overturn the situation. The sharpness of this boss's attitude is something that has always existed in every era. With a salary of 5 million, he forces people to work like dogs and oxen. No wonder his subordinates don't respect him, it's only natural. After manipulating the group of troublemakers, Dong Zge's face also showed a few traces of malice. Ah, fifth brother, today is your day to die. Following Dong Zge's orders, his subordinates carefully entered the dining hall, which was also their usual gathering spot. They quickly scanned the area and noticed that fifth brother wasn't there. The group felt a sense of glee, eager to seize the opportunity to take control of the place. But as soon as he entered, it was as if a dog had been hit in the head with a bone. As he regained his composure, he found himself face to face with Yi Zhongming and Moe. More importantly, these two were leisurely enjoying the chicken they had spent so long stockpiling. Dong Zge's blood rushed to his head, but when he realized that the young man in front of him was Yi Zhongming, he became surprisingly calm. He instructed his men to bring the hostage forward, planning to use her to assert his dominance as a warning. However, to his surprise, Yi Zhongming merely smiled lightly after glancing at Liang Chuyin and then spoke to correct him. "Sorry, my friend, but this girl and I don't have that kind of relationship. Between us, it's all about mutual exploitation. I wouldn't care if I lost her. But have you ever heard the saying, a moment of impulsiveness, a lifetime of regret? I've been disgusted by you guys for quite a while now." The expression on Yi Zhongming's face slowly shifted. He lunged forward and, using a sharp bone he had sharpened, thrust it directly into Dong Zge's arm. He handed Liang Chuyin over to Moe for care, while he himself was free to engage in a fight with these small-time punks just to blow off some steam. One of them had his teeth knocked out by his punch, but they kept coming, growing in number. It was clear that they wouldn't stop until they had him in the ground. Another one charged at him fiercely, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Zhongming swiftly grabbed his arm, twisting his body and sending him crashing to the ground, howling in pain. A third one attacked from behind, but such petty tricks couldn't fool him. What was supposed to be a one-on-one match had quickly escalated. Seeing things weren't going in his favor, one more guy cleverly pulled out a knife and charged. His large, bloated frame resembled a bloated fish bag, and Fred Yi Zhongming dispatched him with just a few basic moves. That was enough to send the remaining punks into a panic. Only the leader, Dong Zgu, remained stubborn and defiant. He decided to play his trump card, Pa Teacher. "Kid, so what if you're good at fighting? This woman here is yours, right? If you move a muscle, I'll smash her head in like cracking an egg." The heavens had other plans, though. He had managed to save Liang Chuyin earlier, but Yi Zhongming had forgotten that his vendetta against him was still far from over. Henry had been absent all this time. Dong Zgu had now become more cautious, realizing that taking another hostage wouldn't be so easy. Dong Zgu grinned wickedly, clutching Miss Pa's hair. The more she suffered, the more frenzied he became. He was convinced that by doing this, he could control Yi Zhongming. But there were two things he could never have imagined, even if he died. The first was that the male protagonist simply stood there, coldly watching the scene with an emotionless face. The second was that, in less than a few seconds, the muscles in his face and jaw were painfully adjusted by a large brick. It turned out that Lily had been standing behind him the whole time. Thinking she had surrendered, he let his guard down, only to be knocked out by her in one swift strike to the head. Whether anyone else was hurt or not didn't matter, but Miss Pa was completely blameless from beginning to end. Lily seemed to still have a bit of conscience. Thanks to her precise strike, the group of thugs were handcuffed together. Miss Pa was successfully rescued. At that moment, Lily even shed a few tears while untying her. Of course, Miss Pa was deeply grateful, but Liang Chuyin was determined not to let this go. Liang Chuyin continuously cursed Lily as a traitor, someone who would abandon others to save her own miserable life, shamelessly tagging along with those people. But no matter how much she ranted, Moe and Yi Zhongming both believed she did this to endure and strike back. A timid girl like Liang Chuyin didn't know how to argue properly. Moreover, as soon as she saw Boss Yi, she immediately lost her mind, rushing over to him, throwing herself into his arms, and whining sweetly. While the group was performing their melodramatic reunion act, over here, fifth brother and his underlings had already found the three-colored reward wheel. With just one glance, he immediately understood how it worked. He also understood why Yi Zhongming, despite the risks, was so determined to gather the crystals on top of the zombies' heads. Already holding a handful of demon cores, fifth brother decided to test his luck. The reward wheel spun and landed on the black section, then returned the result of winning the beginner apothecary profession. At first, he was quite dissatisfied with the profession he had received. After all the effort, to end up with something that sounded utterly useless was enough to drive anyone mad. Thinking about it, this was the base that Yi Zhongming and his group had once defended, so fifth brother immediately kicked his underling to search around for anything useful. He sighed heavily, lamenting how he had just managed to collect 20 demon cores, only for them to vanish in the blink of an eye. In reality, at that time, he didn't know that the number of demon cores he had put into the reward wheel had exceeded the required amount for a single draw. The leftover demon cores would not be returned by the wheel but instead be deducted from the next draw. After wandering around for a while, one of his underlings found Yi Zhongming's abandoned backpack. Inside, there were mostly miscellaneous items like ropes, cakes, and even some medical supplies. However, in the process, fifth brother unearthed a strange jar. He wasn't sure why, but as soon as he looked at it, he knew it was a strengthening potion designed to enhance physical strength. However, it also had the side effect of causing excruciating pain, enough to kill anyone weak of heart. What was particularly strange was that the jar, which had no label, had no name for the potion on it. The average person, like his underling, wouldn't have a clue about it. But fifth brother could read it clearly, without a single mistake. With a few basic deductions, he immediately realized that it was because he had just leveled up with the profession earlier. Now, he was far different from an ordinary person. Fifth brother is starting to find it interesting, he thought, ignoring the side effects of the medicine. He only focused on the fact that someone as frail as Yi Zhongming could become so powerful from this drug. I'm a muscle merchant, so I'm bound to be better in some way. Without hesitation, he unscrewed the cap and took a deep gulp. Ah, whatever, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The ancestors said to do it, so I'll just follow their advice. In the blink of an eye, his entire body twisted in excruciating pain, and even his face contorted into an ugly, unrecognizable mess. He collapsed onto the floor, propping himself up with his hands, panting heavily like a dog. His underling, seeing this, was frightened and tried to run to find help. But to his shock, as soon as he reached the door, he was blocked by a gigantic mutated creature with a punch of 1,000 pounds. The underling was so terrified his soul seemed to fly out of his body, and he could only sit on the ground, clutching his head, waiting to reunite with his ancestors. After several seconds passed, with no impact on him, he slowly opened his eyes to find fifth brother standing in front of him. With one hand, he easily stopped the heavy punch. He felt both relieved and anxious. At this rate, I'm sure he won't dare to anger the boss again. If he gets upset and lands a punch, it's game over for me. As for Yi Zhongming, perhaps feeling that his life wasn't miserable enough, he decided to bring the weights along, even leading the whole group back to the first base Mo Xingfei's house with an incredibly excited attitude. Yi Zhongming spun around the villa, but he couldn't see a trace of Xingfei anywhere. Finally, after hearing Liang Chuyin's taunt, he discovered the kitchen was now in chaos, resembling a battlefield. On the refrigerator door, a piece of paper was pinned, with crooked handwriting that seemed to be left by her. There's a reward wheel at the supermarket. I'm going there first, she had written. At that moment, at the school, fifth brother had already knocked out the mutated zombie under the cheers of his younger underling. He had realized the full extent of his own strength, which boosted his confidence 100-fold, like a primary school student about to take an advanced exam. Zombie? Mutated zombie? Just show up and I'll take you all on myself. He shouted. Yeah. Fifth brother is the best, second place is no match for him. His underling chimed in. With this fiery spirit, he returned to his base. However, upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his underlings, tied up like bundles, all showing mutual care for each other. Nearby was the lifeless body of Dong Zigu, who seemed to have passed away at some unknown point. As soon as they saw the lifeline arrive, they burst into tears, snot flowing. But fifth brother's attention was solely on the fact that his Ko Liang had been completely looted by the enemy. Seeing the empty scene, the rage within him flared up, making him grit his teeth and swear to make Yi Zhongming pay, even if it meant he'd be left in ruin. In that very moment, Yi Zhongming over here suddenly shuddered in confusion. After continuously stretching and moving his body, it was only natural that he'd feel a bit fatigued and mentally drained. But it only took a moment for the name to be solely attributed to someone like him. At that moment, he was treated with great respect by the younger girls. Looking at him, even a fortune teller would probably say that he was blessed with good fortune, surrounded by beautiful girls who would pamper him, with meals served and drinks brought right to his lips. The important thing was that each of the girls in the group was quite dim and unremarkable, neither alluring nor impressive. It's just a pity that he was currently holding the script of a righteous male lead, and his mind was preoccupied with figuring out where his teammate, Mo Xingfei, had gone at that moment. Even with all the delicious food laid out in front of him, he didn't even bother to touch it, making his older sister, Liang Chuyin, a little jealous. But after hearing Yi Zhongming clarify that Xingfei was just a teammate, she immediately brightened up. As for Ying, she only needed to stick close to him, and one day, she would become the main wife. In their current team, Liang Chuyin, though a bit of a fool, was still loyal to the core and often quick-witted when least expected. Mo Yi was a skilled fighter, with a guard background, calm and courageous. If you were to pick a teammate, she would be an excellent choice. Then there was the teacher named Pa Jiying, who seemed utterly useless. But following the rules of the anime world, since she appeared to be a good person, all she needed to do was whine a little, and she was immediately taken in by Boss Yi. This time, they were out searching for Xingfei and the reward wheel, and no one knew when they would be back. The supplies they brought along had to be selected with utmost care. Yi Zhongming was calculating, feeling a little overwhelmed, but luckily, Mo Yi quickly came up with a solution. She led Yi Zhongming to the guard station and immediately gifted him a top-tier warhorse. This supercar was a treasure equipped with an outer protective armor. The four-wheel system could traverse any terrain, only missing a ballistic missile at this point. A teammate like this is truly worth the money and effort. Unlike those useless, brainless people who have big chests but small minds. At this moment, the fifth brother's side had also begun to take action. He abandoned the group of traitors and, bringing only his most trusted underlings, decided to go after Yi Zhongming to settle the score. After obtaining the warhorse, Yi Zhongming's group immediately set out. There were countless zombies outside, but they sat comfortably in the vehicle, as if the chaos outside had no effect on them. Thanks to Mo Yi, everyone was kept safe, saving them a lot of effort. Yi Zhongming and Pa Teacher were both excited, endlessly praising her remarkable skills. However, this only made the now obsolete idol, Liang Chuyin, feel her blood rise in anger. Not only did she feel Mo Yi was stealing the spotlight, but she also realized that, at this moment, she was completely useless. Gaining Yi Zhongming's favor would require much more effort from her. The note left by Xingfei was brief, just a few lines with no clear address, so it seemed they would have to search through each supermarket one by one. Yi Zhongming was deep in thought when his contemplation was interrupted by a panicked shout. "Look outside! Where did all these zombies come from? The scene in front of us is enough to scare anyone out of their wits." At first, everyone thought the zombies had detected their presence, which was why they swarmed to surround them. But after carefully observing, they realized it seemed like the zombies were actually running away from something. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly appeared from the distance, leaping across buildings as fast as lightning. It turned out to be a mutated white ape, more precisely, a deformed gibbon. The normally aggressive zombies that once threatened them were now nothing more than mere food to fill the beast's teeth. This was the end for them. With Yi Zhongming's current strength of 1 star, it was already hard enough to keep his own life, let alone the fact that he was carrying extra baggage on his vehicle. All that remained from his previous life was the knowledge of the creature's critical weakness, though he wasn't sure how useful that would be at this moment. At this point, the ape had started to notice the vehicle. Yi Zhongming immediately turned the steering wheel, but to his surprise, the car had only reversed a few meters before it slammed into a streetlight. Before he could react any further, the enormous ape swiftly hurled itself towards them. The impact of its attack caused the car to shake violently, and the women inside screamed non-stop. Only Yi Zhongming remained calm, carefully steering the wheel and revving the engine to move forward. But that was all he could do. There was no way to outrun the monster. Yi Zhongming clicked his tongue, quickly handing over the driving task to Mo Yi while he opened the door. He hung out of the car and, with all his strength, kicked the monstrous face in front of him. Though the ape's face was disfigured from the blow, it still managed to use its bushy tail to wrap tightly around Yi Zhongming. It meant that when it fell off the car, it also dragged Yi Zhongming down with it. The direct landing on its back seemed to cause the male protagonist quite a bit of pain. In contrast, the monkey still appeared to have plenty of energy left. It let out a savage scream and thumped its chest in a display of fierce anger. Next, it put all its strength into a punch, intending to send Yi Zhongming off to the afterlife with this blow. Unexpectedly, a series of stray bullets suddenly came flying toward it, interrupting the attack. It turned out that it was the lady guard who fired the shots. The monkey wasn't injured, but as a descendant of many generations of Son Goku, how could it swallow its fury? Immediately, it pounced at Mo Yi like a starving tiger leaping for its prey. Lady Jing didn't have time to fire another shot. She could only jump off the car and run for her life. A human's speed could never match that of a monster. Within just a few minutes, Mo Yi had been cornered against a wall. Taking another punch like this and not meeting your ancestors would be such a waste. The monkey was completely enraged. It grabbed the car, shaking it as if it had been drugged, making the two sisters sit in fear, almost losing their personality. And then Pa teacher Jiying proved herself to be the dead weight of the team. Immediately, her heart fell out of the car. But where did it fall? Right in front of the newly dead monkey, of course. Naturally, right after that, she got a loving scratch on her back, nearly getting her throat crushed. But as they say, the wise protect the foolish, letting the others bear the burden while she stays clueless. Just when everyone thought she was probably off to sell salt, Yi Zhongming, from afar, quickly had the presence of mind to summon the dog, Di Huanghuan. Although compared to the gigantic monster in front of them, the dog was only as big as a finger, its bloodthirsty nature and aggression were undiminished. Thanks to its small size, Di Huanghuan easily climbed up the monkey's body via its arm, then bit its shoulder with a full set of teeth. The gym-trained, six-pack monkey appeared strong, but now its limbs were flailing, utterly uncomfortable. While it struggled with the dog's bite, Yi Zhongming rushed forward, shouting, "Tell Mo Yi to hand me the gun." He grabbed the hot weapon from his hand, activating the enhancement skill, trying to raise the gun's power just a bit. Di Huanghuan could only distract the monster for a moment, and a few minutes later, it was tossed off and silenced, in a flash of dazzling sparks. The dog, powerless, fell down, and Ti-Chi lost strength, only able to rise to the butcher's block that year. But at that moment, Yi Zhongming shouted from afar to stop it. He gripped the gun tightly in his hand, aiming directly at its most vulnerable spot and fired. Yi Zhongming still remembered clearly that for this type of monster, the exposed spine, due to overly enhanced muscles, was the key to bringing it down. Luckily, in this lifetime, his luck was better. On his very first spin of the three-colored reward wheel, he got the enhancement skill. Otherwise, the small gun would be nothing more than an ant bite compared to the ape, and the whole group would probably be wiped out. At this moment, inside the vehicle, Liang Chuyin was helping Pa teacher Jiying treat a wound. Every light touch caused the queen to scream, so much so that even Yi Zhongming was startled, rushing in to see what was going on. The scene before him really tested the young man's composure. Pa teacher's body was incredibly smooth and shapely, with curves that could ignite flames, and she was currently naked as she applied medicine. Any man looking at her would immediately feel energized. Although he had been through life and death many times, as the one being relied on, the male lead still couldn't help but feel a little flustered. To make matters worse, he was questioned by Sister Mo Yi like a father grilling him, and he almost exposed his true nature. To relieve the awkwardness quickly, he immediately slammed the door shut and circled around to the back of the car. Seriously, he's into girls and only thinks about his closest friends after satisfying his own desires. Di Huan, after the intense battle, had suffered quite a few wounds. At this moment, he was lying motionless on the floor, groaning in pain. Fortunately, although there were many injuries, most of them weren't serious, but because of the mutations, recovery would be slower. Pa Teacher's wound was quite deep. Even though it had been treated, blood was still flowing continuously. Normally, such large wounds would need stitches to heal properly. But this was the apocalypse, and food was hard to come by, let alone medical tools and anesthesia. The so-called princess surely wouldn't be able to bear the pain of stitching it up while awake. To resolve this, Yi Zhongming directly suggested that the group head to the nearest hospital to find medical tools and supplies. Originally, the purpose of this trip was to find Mo Xingfei. These girls really couldn't be trusted. Luckily, in her previous life, Mo Xingfei had reached the level of a 9-star expert. Furthermore, this girl was quick, intelligent, and incredibly lucky, so delaying a little while wouldn't be a problem for now. Seeing Yi Zhongming's decision, Liang Chuyin secretly rejoiced. For her, the fewer people around Yi Zhongming, the better, otherwise, there would be no spotlight left for her. But Mo Yi was the opposite. This sister seemed to have a better sense of the bigger picture. Mo Yi directly suggested that Yi Zhongming take Miss Pa and Liang Chuyin to the hospital first, while she would go to a nearby supermarket to investigate on her own. Who knows, she might find that girl Mo Xingfei as quickly as possible. At first, Yi Zhongming disagreed. She was the only one in the team who was reliable, and if something happened to her, how would he manage his life and the whole situation? But seeing how determined Mo Yi was, he had no choice but to give a few more instructions before letting her go. At this moment, Fifth Brother and his subordinate Bien had also set off. This was exactly the most brutal scene of a lowly wage earner, struggling to carry his boss on a broken-down bicycle, with no idea where the hell this big guy found the strength to carry his boss like that. I definitely couldn't do it. This thug, Fifth Brother, wasn't just brawn, he had some brains as well. With some kind of supernatural instinct, he guessed that Yi Zhongming would definitely be heading to a few supermarkets in the city to loot. So, he immediately ordered his subordinate Bien to hunch over and pedal his bike to the supermarket. Before long, they had arrived at the biggest supermarket in the area, the Keihua supermarket. While the subordinate's name timidly stepped through the door, extremely cautious, Fifth Brother strode straight ahead. He had now been enhanced, no longer afraid of those zombies. The situation was beyond their expectations. Although this was the largest supermarket, the shelves were practically empty, not even a pack of cigarettes remained. Just as he finished complaining, a packet of instant noodles unexpectedly fell from the sky. The subordinate eagerly bent down to pick it up, but then he heard a strange growl from above. When he looked up, he saw a ferocious-looking zombie squatting on the upper floor. The zombie twisted its body before crashing down to the ground with a loud thud. Fifth Brother and the subordinate instinctively raised their hands in front of them, but immediately realized something was wrong. This zombie seemed to be blind, or perhaps its flesh didn't smell appealing. Could zombies actually be picky eaters? After observing more closely, they realized that the zombie's unusual behavior was due to being drawn to a larger energy source. Fifth Brother and Bien immediately followed, only to discover that deeper inside the supermarket, there was a group of zombies. They were all contorting their bodies, surrounding a massive machine covered with a scarf. But as soon as Fifth Brother glanced at it, he realized that his luck had arrived. As for Mo Yi, after parting ways with Yi Zhongming and his group, she was now cautiously trying to find her way to the supermarket. She wandered around in circles, stopping at various places, but couldn't find anything other than some empty shelves. Remembering Yi Zhongming's advice, the reward wheel is highly attractive to zombies, and there is bound to be a nest there. Mo Yi swallowed nervously. It seems like this is the only place left that might be possible. The largest supermarket in the city, Shuehua Supermarket, was where Yi Zhongming and the others were also racing against time. Pa Teacher's condition was getting worse by the minute, and the excessive bleeding caused her to lose consciousness. As the car arrived at the gate, Yi Zhongming immediately jumped out and ran inside to find medicine. He sprinted down the hallway leading to the warehouse, his mind racing with what to do first, but midway, out of nowhere, a tail as thick as a utility pole struck directly at him, attacking with ferocity. Although Yi Zhongming was quick enough to dodge, when he regained his composure and looked carefully, he felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, even in a major city's hospital, how did a giant mutated crocodile like this show up? This is just mocking me. The moment he saw it, the protagonist felt a chill run down his spine. Because encountering this creature meant the chances of becoming a zombie were higher than the chances of his crush ignoring him. In his previous life, unlike other mutated creatures like his brother Di Huanghuan or the white ape Son Goku, this type of crocodile, after being zombified, became significantly stronger. Some even theorized that these creatures didn't belong to Earth at all, but were extraterrestrial beings. Wait a minute, hold on, aren't there no crocodiles on Earth? How did it get imported from somewhere else? This is so surreal. This group was given a pretty fancy name by the underworld, Beast Guardians. Wherever they appear, you can bet that there's a good chance of finding some tasty loot. As for this crocodile, it looks like a second-tier Beast Guardian. If it were my past life, I would have sent it off to the drinking table long ago. But with my current level, even if I tried to smack it, it would probably feel like a mosquito bite on stainless steel. But in order to get the medicine for Pa Teacher, the first thing I need to do is chain this boss up. Necessity is the mother of invention, so I immediately ran back to the car, completely ignoring Liang Chuyan's questions, and focused on finding a bow and arrow set along with some tools before charging straight back in. Right now, Yi Zhongming had nothing in his hands except for these basic weapons, but fortunately, he could still use his crafting skill to perform a material enhancement technique. Although his skill was still at a beginner level, it required materials of the same type and a reasonable amount to work, but hey, having something is better than nothing. The good thing was that whatever he enhanced could not only change its state but also improve its quality, making it surprisingly sturdy. In short, it was pretty much like having the secret to a magical technique in his hands. First, Yi Zhongming decided to enhance the bow and arrow set from junk to a dazzling 24K gold shine. Next, he created a huge metal net specifically designed to deal with aquatic monsters. This time, he even applied his knowledge of the art of inlaying, meaning he combined two types of materials and kept the most prominent features of each. It might sound a bit complicated, so if you didn't score 10 points in physics, you can feel free to skip this part. As for me, I'm just going to leave it at that. Everything was prepared properly, yet people still say success or failure depends on skill. Yi Zhongming, with a murderous expression on his face, raised his hand and drew the bowstring, aiming straight at the plump crocodile in front of him. 3 arrows shot out at once, flying directly toward it. But the main goal wasn't to take the crocodile's life, but to stretch the net and trap the gigantic creature. Honestly, I have no idea where this guy learned such a tactic, it just seems a bit ridiculous to me. But for the protagonist Yi Zhongming, this alone was enough to be called a success. He immediately sprinted to the storage room. Bandages, syringes, anesthetics, sutures for wounds. As long as he gathered these few things, he would be gone in a flash. However, things didn't stop there. The enormous crocodile refused to stay still in the steel net and nearly got its head stabbed by a fool. It was absolutely furious. And of course, with its razor-sharp claws and terrifying physique, the net couldn't hold it for more than a few seconds. On the other side, the ground was piled high with zombie corpses. Just by looking at these muscles, it was clear. Fifth Brother, after some stretching and breaking a sweat, had almost cleared the zombies that were swarming around the reward wheel. He didn't even spare a glance at his subordinate, who was so scared he was sniffling and crawling on the ground. Instead, he joyfully pulled the tarp off. A brand new reward wheel appeared right before his eyes. He couldn't hide his excitement and quickly kicked his subordinate, telling him to go collect the demon cores. Carefully observing, he noticed that this reward wheel was different from the previous 3-colored one. On it, instead of cards, there were supplies, food, and medicine. However, frustratingly, despite searching thoroughly around, he could only find 9 demon cores, while the reward will require 10 to activate. Fifth brother gritted his teeth. Damn it, we've come all the way here, and we still have to wait like fools. We need more zombies to show up. The subordinate beside him quickly chimed in, agreeing. Yes, the reward wheel can attract zombies, waiting for a bit should be fine. But these words directly enraged fifth brother, who immediately slapped his subordinate loudly. I thought picking up someone would help, but all you've done is flatter me. From start to finish, all you've done is suck up, leaving me to carry the entire burden. Useless. Outside the Keihua supermarket, Moe had also arrived. She carefully observed her surroundings. There should have been a large group of zombies gathered here, but now it was eerily quiet. It seemed like the zombies had all been dealt with. Something felt off. As for Yi Zhongming's team, Liang Chuyin had been taking care of Miss Pa outside the car. Suddenly, she heard a terrifying shriek coming from inside the hospital. Fearing something had happened to her idol, she immediately draped her coat over Miss Pa, jumped out of the car, and without a second thought, rushed into the hospital. The only thing visible was the monster putting all its strength into breaking down the storage room door, its sharp claws scraping against the door, producing a chilling screech that sent shivers down the spine. Liang Chuyin, who had spent her entire youth shaking her hips on TikTok, almost had a heart attack the moment she saw this terrifying creature. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming was holding a bag of items, standing guard inside the storage room. He had accidentally provoked the creature earlier, and never expected this crocodile to have a temper as hot as boiling water. Now, it seemed like it was out for his life. In the most desperate moment, unsure of what to do, the crocodile's tail suddenly swept through the glass on the door, just in time for Yi Zhongming to spot Liang Chuyin huddled in a corner outside. He nearly cursed aloud. These idiots are already weak, yet they still think they can show off. I warned them, but they still came in. What's the difference between that and walking straight into death? These unlucky fools are hopeless at everything, except for being experts at being idiots. But Sister Liang from the Liang family, with her big chest and flat brain, wasn't thinking that deeply. All she could think about was, oh no, Yi Zhongming is trapped. And she couldn't sit still. Who knew where she found the courage, but she desperately ran toward the crocodile eggs in a nearby nest, even yelling loudly as if afraid the crocodile wouldn't hear her. The monster glanced this way, and it turned out that the aggressive crocodile had been attacking earlier because it was trying to protect its territory and its eggs. But seeing Liang Chuyin over there now, it didn't even care about the delicious prey in front of it. Instead, it quickly turned its sharp-toothed mouth toward the new enemy. With no obstacles left outside, Yi Zhongming quickly opened the door and rushed out, just in time to witness this terrifying scene. He helplessly shouted loudly, "You idiot, Liang Chuyin, run fast!" But in reality, this girl, despite seeing the huge monster charging straight towards her, still stood frozen like a statue. It wasn't until the sharp, jagged teeth of the crocodile were almost at her face that she took the risk, turned her back, and pushed the 3 eggs in the nest to roll away. This move was truly unexpected, even the crocodile couldn't handle it. In the blink of an eye, the situation shifted dramatically. The crocodile, just a moment ago intent on sending Liang Chuyin to the altar, was now in complete confusion. The 3 eggs were pushed in 3 different directions, causing even a mother like the crocodile to break into a sweat. Immediately, it tucked its tail and scrambled after them. Seizing the moment, Liang Chuyin hastily ran away, but along the way, she tripped over a large rock, nearly falling flat on her face. Luckily, Yi Zhongming managed to catch her just in time and quickly pulled her along, running straight out. Once they had exited the hospital gates, they were temporarily safe. It was only then that Liang Chuyin dared to let out a long, relieved sigh. In the face of Yi Zhongming's sharp questioning, she only showed an extremely aggrieved expression, explaining that she had acted impulsively to save him, which was why she dared to take such a risk. As for men, no matter how angry the male lead might be, when he sees his younger sister, whose chest attacks and rear defends, shedding a few tears, all the anger vanishes in an instant. Well, she may be foolish, but at least both of their lives are still intact. He could still tolerate this foolishness. The reward wheel at the Manhwa supermarket, after a while, attracted a fair number of zombies. Moe carefully examined the area outside, but when she entered, she discovered that the ground was littered with zombie corpses. At this moment, the fifth brother and his gang also appeared from behind the reward wheel. He had been waiting for a zombie to show up, but instead, a hapless one came charging in to meet its doom. Seeing Moe's cool demeanor, he guessed she was probably from the police department, not someone to be trifled with. Still, he wanted to toy with her a little. After all, in this apocalypse, even if they ended up punching each other in the face, there was no fear of going to jail. If they felt like it, they could just go ahead and get dirty, no need to hold back. While a lopsided battle was about to break out on one side, Yi Zhongming had already managed to use medicine and the supplies he buried from the hospital to stitch up Pa Zhiying's wounds. Though there was anesthesia, she still suffered, her face turning red from the pain. But the only thing this woman cared about was whether the stitches would leave an ugly scar. Killing so many was exhausting. But given the situation, it was a miracle they were still alive. Whether beautiful or ugly, being a burden like a lump of stone was unacceptable. Handling both of these sisters alone was tiring for Yi Zhongming. Just after treating one of them, the other's stomach started to growl. In the name of the youth of the 21st century, I am deeply concerned about this situation. In his heart, only Moe seemed like she wasn't a burden. Unfortunately, she had separated from the group and was currently engaged in a one-on-one battle with the fifth brother, skipping all the back and forth blows and counterattacks. If the fifth brother wasn't so filthy, Moe would probably be able to take him on alone. But he had taken enhancement drugs, which essentially made every punch several times stronger. The more he fought, the more aggressive he became, especially when his opponent was a hot girl. Then the fight became even more interesting. At first, he used moves that seemed like just sparring, but after Moe landed a direct punch to his face, making him taste blood from his nose, he became even more twisted. No matter how hard Moe tried, she couldn't even leave a scratch on him. By now, she started to sense something was off. A normal person couldn't be that resilient, but clearly, he wasn't mutated either. No matter how much she struggled, every strike she threw was easily neutralized. The scene of the two fighting fiercely was like a battle of beasts, and it wasn't uncommon for them to get injured. So, the lackey knew his place and just stayed to watch the show. He thought, even though the opponent was a woman, she fought so well that it took his fifth brother, who had taken enhancement drugs, quite a while to handle her. Could it be that there was no clear winner? The reward wheel was right in front of him. How could he let it go? He thought to himself that if he could get something from the reward wheel, maybe he could turn into a superhuman and help his fifth brother. In order to speed things up, he risked everything and charged at Moe, using his head to ram straight into her, while conveniently allowing fifth brother to land a painful punch to her stomach. His appearance did indeed have some effect on changing the situation. Fifth brother sneered as he looked at Moe, who had collapsed onto the ground. He kicked her a few times with his foot, then grabbed her up by the arm. What's this about the police upholding justice? Only fists hold true justice. At that moment, he raised his hand, ready to finish the fight with a final blow. But at that very moment, a strange, satisfied smile appeared on Moe's blood-streaked face. It turns out Yi Zhongming had appeared from behind, just in time to deliver a blow to fifth brother's shoulder. "Haha, kid, I was just about to come find you, but you decided to come offer your life to me instead." Ignoring fifth brother's satisfied expression, Yi Zhongming quickly made his way toward Moe, who was now gasping in pain. After confirming she was still alive and not seriously injured, he finally threw a glance at the thug behind him, a look that couldn't have been less friendly. Fifth brother was still holding a grudge over Yi Zhongming stealing his girl and the supplies, but before he could even introduce himself, Yi Zhongming rushed forward and landed a punch at him with astonishing speed. "I don't care who you are, if you touch my people, you're dead." The first punch came flying, but fifth brother skillfully dodged it. He immediately countered with a punch of his own, only for Yi Zhongming to grab his hand. As their hands made contact, Yi Zhongming instantly realized that the reason this guy was so confident was because he had taken some enhancement drugs. Now, he too was at the same level 1 star as Yi Zhongming. He might have some luck, but his claw-like fighting skills were utterly pathetic. With just a few basic moves, Yi Zhongming sent him flying tens of meters away, leaving fifth brother in stunned disbelief. "Did you think popping some pills would make you invincible? Come on, try again." Fifth brother, embarrassed by the unexpected setback, grimaced and stubbornly charged forward, ready to strike back. He cursed loudly while flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to overpower the other, hoping to use brute force to take control. However, the next moment, Yi Zhongming landed a precise blow to his body. "Your ribs are broken, doesn't feel too good, does it?" Fifth brother grimaced in pain, his face contorted. If he couldn't get revenge, he wouldn't be a man. But despite numerous attempts to strike Zhongming, every blow missed, and the frustration mounted. Although both were first-rate fighters, with similar physical abilities and reflexes, what fifth brother didn't know was that the real difference came from the protagonist's 10 years of life-or-death experience from his previous life. As for fifth brother, bad luck struck again. He had always been the one to dominate others, but after taking a punch to the face and crashing to the ground, he finally realized he had lost this time. Even his underlings were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. "Who exactly are you? A soldier, special forces, or an assassin?" "I'm just a blind man who accidentally disturbed a hornet's nest." He seemed so terrified that he lost all composure, throwing away his dignity as if he no longer cared, and kneeled desperately begging for mercy. But in reality, he had secretly gripped a weapon in his hand, while his mouth mumbled apologies. In a split second, he charged forward, intending to sneakily stab Yi Zhongming. However, it was a pity that his opponent this time was a person with the protagonist's aura. Without even needing to turn around, Zhongming easily dodged the strike and, using the momentum, twisted fifth brother's arm until it snapped with a sickening crack. "I've seen plenty of people like you vicious and wicked, but your strength is pitifully weak." Fifth brother took a beating, his body nearly broken, and finally collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. With a desperate look, he could only turn his eyes toward his subordinates in the distance, silently begging for help. At this point, only this underling didn't abandon him, and he was even affectionately called good brother by him. Moe watched the figures of the two punks leave, still feeling frustrated and questioning Yi Zhongming about why he didn't take action. He just smiled with an ambiguous grin. "These two good brothers are about to meet their end, why get involved and get your hands dirty?" Once a person develops scheming ways, their nature never truly changes. The law of the jungle spares no one, sooner or later, they won't survive. This time, Moe played the game of confrontation with the thug with great satisfaction, and luckily the injuries weren't severe. When Yi Zhongming mocked him, his sister couldn't help but burst out laughing. How could a guard's strength be broken just like that? In the end, their spoils were the reward wheel before them, which was also the item Mo Xingfei had mentioned in his letter. After the two thugs left in embarrassment, their unity seemed to have decreased somewhat. The fifth brother never expected that this day would come for him. In the end, it was only Bien who stayed by his side. He felt a bit down, realizing that he was useless now, so he quickly used a polite and respectful tone to address him. But he didn't expect that his underling no longer had the same feelings as before. When they reached a dark, desolate alley, Bien suddenly switched his tone to confront him. "Why is it that all the brothers have to suffer together, but only you get to eat the meat? The fool treats you honestly, are you really going to live your life as his master and make him your slave forever?" Hearing the tone of the subordinate who had never dared to lift his head in front of me, fifth brother knows he's done for now. "I'll help you keep the crystal safe, you just focus on recovering here." Along with Bien's bloodthirsty gaze, a large number of zombies suddenly appeared behind fifth brother. A cripple like him couldn't move quickly, and in the end, he had to bury himself among the sea of corpses. The screams were so horrific that even Liang Chuyin, sitting in the truck parked far off, could still hear them. She was restless, constantly fearing that something would happen to her appa, but just in time, she saw Yi Zhongming carrying Moe out of the supermarket. After hearing the full story about those two thugs, this sister, who usually kept her composure, became infuriated. She regretted not ramming them with the car earlier. The whole group found a safe spot nearby, built a fire, and settled in for the night. The reward wheel was a fixed item, and there was no way to hide it, so before leaving, Yi Zhongming quickly took all the rewards from it. There were enhancement pills, immunity pills, enhancement necklaces, and round shields. They looked like children's toys, but each one was advertised as being incredibly powerful. Liang Chuyin picked up one of the necklaces and put it on. She had proudly admired its beauty earlier, but the next moment, she was mocked. It wasn't jewelry, it was an important prop. Even if it were jewelry, wearing it would be useless. Was she supposed to dress up for the zombies to admire? Looking around, this team was really unstable. Aside from Moe being somewhat useful, the teacher and the idol girl were like two deadweights. Yet, Yi Zhongming once again placed his trust in these girls, telling them that as long as they proved their abilities, he would show them what true strength from the future meant. Among the items drawn from the reward wheel, the primary enhancement potion is the one that can boost physical strength. A normal person using it can increase their strength by up to 30%, which is more than enough to handle zombies. Hearing this, Liang Chuyin could only regret not working harder on physical training in the past. This idol can't even tie a chicken, yet she's already swinging the cleaver. What's the point of gaining a few dozen% more strength? Moe, sitting beside her, noticed a few important details. The enhancement potion can only amplify physical strength. Without combat skills and experience, it's useless. If Yi Zhongming is so powerful because of all the potions, then where did he get his knowledge and experience about the apocalypse? Even a guard like her doesn't know as much as he does, let alone someone like him, who comes from an ordinary background. To avoid these probing questions, Yi Zhongming quickly shifted the topic. Haha, the information I know comes from Mo Xingfei. If you want to know the full details, you'd have to ask her. I can't believe you'd trust someone like that to come back to life. Some secrets must be kept in the belly and taken to the grave. Thankfully, your experience with women is vast, and with just a little, you can get the girls to say whatever you want. Now, speaking of the enhancement potion, while it's a useful item, it also carries risks. If you're lucky, nothing happens, but if you're not, it can cause intense pain or even lead to death. Just hearing that, Liang Chuyin's face turned pale, her hands and legs trembling like a dog drying in the sun. But Mo Yi, sitting next to her, resolutely accepted the vial from Yi Zhongming's hand. This action struck a heavy blow to Liang Chuyin. She had always been haunted by the idea that in Yi Appa's eyes, she was useless, so she finally gathered all her courage and took the vial. The next scene really left me speechless. From the beginning, just seeing how Sister Liang dressed short on top and bare-legged at the bottom was already irritating me. Fortunately, at this point, the male lead noticed the discomfort and reached out to pull her colorful jacket to cover her plump chest. Hopefully, in the future, she'll dress more appropriately. How can you fight like this if you dress like that? Sister Guard Moe was also starting to get heated. Typical young people, if they want affection, they should find a private place. People are trying to sleep, and then they start doing these things that just give you a headache. Thanks to this reminder, the two finally separated. That night, Yi Zhongming was quietly sitting beside his brother Di Huan, who was fast asleep, when he suddenly heard a sound. He quickly drew out his weapon, only to realize it was none other than Liang family's big-chested, flat-brained girl. Whenever she was around him, she always got close, and this time was no exception. As soon as she saw Yi Zhongming open his mouth, she rushed to him, hugged him, and started crying. I'm just afraid that after taking the medicine tomorrow, if something goes wrong, I might never see you again. Just thinking about that kept me awake. Being a man, it's frustrating when a girl keeps pushing herself on you at the slightest opportunity. To handle this situation, you can only use your brain. Being colder and cutting off her intentions as decisively as possible is the best approach. What are you afraid of? If you were strong, I wouldn't let you go so easily. I'd ask you to stay and fight alongside me. Clearly, there were abundant hills in front of him, but he managed to transform the situation into one of brotherly camaraderie. Liang Chuyin also stopped whining. Initially, her network was something Yi Zhongming had picked up. A few twists and turns around it were enough to understand how special he was. Of course, if given the chance, one must cling and never let go in order to survive. But for someone like Mo Yi, the situation was completely different. Although Yi Zhongming had saved her life several times and possessed extraordinary strength, every step she took required careful consideration. After learning that Yi Zhongming's next move would be to head to the hospital first and then straight to Pearl Lake in South City, Mo Yi clicked her tongue in regret and said she might have to leave. As soon as Yi Zhongming heard this, he felt extremely uneasy. Over the past few days, Mo Yi had been like his right hand. Her leaving this time felt like letting a good seed slip through his fingers. However, Mo Yi quickly reassured him and even casually left him a few bullets, saying, "There are still a few things I'm not at ease about. If everything goes smoothly, I'll head straight to Pearl Lake to find you." Quickly, a night passed. As dawn broke, everyone gathered together. The girls calmly held the vial of enhancement medicine in their hands and took a dose. Except for Mo Yi, who continued to hold on with determination, everyone else immediately collapsed in pain. Today, Yi Zhongming decided to go solo for a round to the hospital they had visited last time. Before leaving, he carefully reminded Liang Chuyin and Fa Shu. He tried to rest, saying, "If you see that things aren't too bad later, you can go hunt a few zombies to test your skills. Just remember not to be foolish and charge into a sea of zombies. Seeing zombies with white fur or mutated monsters, you must run immediately. If not, even if your grandfathers and grandmothers have been to the gym, they won't be able to handle it. In a past life, when I was still struggling on the battlefield, there was a very famous urban legend that was passed around. Someone had discovered 3 beast guardians in some hospital. Not only were they incredibly strong, but they also had an insatiable thirst for blood and destruction. Later, a 6-star powerhouse from the military took action and managed to deal with them, and by chance, received a map and an egg of a monster. The issue was that the map was actually a guide to crafting an extremely sharp blade. Whoever possessed it was like a game hacker. In this life, the map and the egg, all of them, are mine now. Yi Zhongming thought to himself, smiling with immense satisfaction. Last time, using a bow and arrow didn't seem right, and the pistol was too ordinary. Luckily, he had the quick thinking to loot a few bullets from Mo Yi, using his skills to enhance them along with the spoils from the battle with the termite monster. In the end, the result was a few armor-piercing bullets, with greatly increased penetration power and damage. Before taking action, he carefully patted the head of his comrade Di Huanghuan. "I'll stay here and keep watch. If there's any nosy person or a zombie approaching, remind me, okay?" The mother crocodile, lying next to the car tire nest, was in a deep sleep. As soon as it heard a sound, it immediately woke up, alert, and saw the red cloak flickering from a distance. This time, it was determined that he would go all the way. In reality, Yi Zhongming had removed his red jacket and hung it loosely on a tree branch. Using this as bait to catch a big fish was absolutely perfect. According to his memory from his past life, this creature had a bit of a resemblance to a wild bull, and whenever it saw the color red, it would go into a frenzy. No wonder the last time they met, it immediately locked onto him as its target and relentlessly pursued him without letting go. While the crocodile was distracted chasing the bait, Yi Zhongming swiftly twisted his body, leaping high into the air, aiming with precision at its body and shooting towards it. Caught off guard by the ambush, the crocodile was a bit confused, but its ferocity remained unchanged. The two began to fight, with the boss playing his part while Yi Zhongming was ready with his knife, neither of them willing to give in. After an intense 7,749 exchanges with no clear winner, the opportunity for a reversal finally arrived. Yi Zhongming waited until the crocodile swung its tail, which was as thick as a pillar, towards him. Seizing the moment, he jumped up and used the force of the tail strike to propel himself directly into its mouth. This time, he drove his clear blade sword into its mouth, stopping its jaws from closing. Then, with a sly grin, he pulled the trigger straight into its throat, sending it straight to the underworld in one shot. The mother crocodile was defeated. Afterward, Yi Zhongming walked triumphantly towards its nest. Just as expected, he found a guide for crafting high-level weapons. It's hard to believe that this thing, which has reached the final stage, is at the extremely rare purple tier, and it even comes with 2 skills, one passive and one active. In this apocalypse, an active attack skill is incredibly valuable, with no lows, only highs. This time, receiving the crafting blueprint for such an item is even more unimaginable. However, to forge something so special, just the demon core materials alone would require thousands of pieces. For an individual with limited strength, it's truly quite difficult. If things get too stuck, then forget it, no need to overthink, just take it one step at a time and see where it leads. I almost forgot about a great find I just picked up. These monster eggs are actually quite good, their use is comparable to that of chest-level items, basic enhancement potions. Eating them won't turn you into Superman, but they do give a slight boost to the body. The beasts that eat them have even more impressive effects, with a bit of luck, they might even evolve. You need food to build strength, and that's no lie. After a long stretch of grinding monsters, the 2 comrades are now a bit more relaxed, sitting down to enjoy some grilled crocodile eggs. This dish really lives up to its reputation. After just a sip, Yi Zhongming felt like his body had been buffed with 200% power, his muscle strength surpassing even the effect of a 1-star evolution drug. Seems like my buddy Di Huahuan here really enjoys this snack as well. Other people's dogs are rich, eating PT and drinking strawberry wine. My family's poor, so we can only let the dog nibble on the boss for now. This time, Di Huahuan seemed different from before. After snacking on the delicious food, his beard and hair were fuller, and his eyes glinted sharply as if they could cut through a pig with just a glance. Yi Zhongming was very pleased and casually asked his brother to test his innate skills. He only saw Dog stand up, his fur bristling. The next moment, he crouched his body, and each of his fur strands turned into sharp throwing weapons, all of them launching swiftly forward. After that professional shake of his body, Di Huanghuan also temporarily lost all his fur. Yi Zhongming was sweating profusely as he looked at the array of throwing weapons embedded in the wall behind him. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated by Dog's goofy appearance. Well, at least there's no need to bother with the fur display anymore. It may look bad, but strength is what matters. After a satisfying meal, Yi Zhongming didn't forget to remind his brother to leave the 2 remaining eggs for him. He then found a secluded corner and began his process of refining hot items. Holding the clear blade sword worth 800 coins, along with the claws and fangs of the unlucky mother fish and a second-level demon core, he gathered everything together and carefully used his crafting skills to refine them. This time, no one would dare to call his weapons trash. He slashed once at a wooden pillar, and the pillar was cleanly cut through, leaving no trace. If a boss foolishly appeared right now, he'd probably be able to squeeze some blood out of them. Once done, Yi Zhongming leisurely carried the bowl of crocodile egg soup back to the base where the 2 sisters were staying. By this time, Mo Yi had already left. Liang Chuyin and Pa Jiying looked as if they had been through experiences multiplied by hundreds. As soon as Liang Chuyin saw him return, she immediately showed off her spoils, a few dozen demon cores that she had gathered. I thought it would be harder. This time, they've been enhanced, and these crippled zombies can be killed with just one hit. Seeing the 2 girls excited about their first achievement, Yi Zhongming couldn't help but laugh a little. Compared to the amount of demon cores he needed, this was just a grain of sand in the desert, but they had adapted so quickly. For now, it could be seen as a worthwhile investment, and they hadn't wasted their effort. Yi Zhongming casually prepared some alligator egg soup for them. Once everything was ready, they could proceed with the next step of the plan. The 3 of them, along with the dog, had only eaten 2 alligator eggs. There was still one left to keep in reserve. Yi Zhongming thought to himself, something as precious as this had to be kept safe. If it fell into the hands of scoundrels like the 5th brother from before, it would be a disaster. He glanced over at Liang Chuyin, Pa Jiying, and Di Huanghuan, who were happily gathered in a corner, and felt a bit more at ease. He had to admit that these 2 women were really useless in the past, but after some training, they had improved quite a bit. Pa Jiying took a sip of the egg soup and felt a pleasant warmth inside her, her physical condition noticeably improved. Moreover, in the midst of an apocalypse, having someone as beautiful as the person beside her was a real treat. Who wouldn't like being surrounded by eye candy every day? Therefore, for Yi Zhongming, meeting these girls wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As for the group of Liang Chuyin, meeting Boss Yi was undoubtedly a blessing that could only be earned by their ancestors. After they had their fill, they were called by Yi Zhongming to a corner to prepare for weapon distribution. Liang Chuyin's weapon was an authentic crocodile leather whip, and judging by its color, it certainly seemed to be a part of the blood and bones of that unfortunate boss. Liang Chuyin felt a mixture of joy and worry as she took the weapon from Yi Zhongming. As soon as she held it, she felt as though the whip tightened against her skin, and holding it made her feel an unusual energy flowing into her blood. She tried to wield it, and the power she exerted left others in awe. According to Liang Chuyin, the whip seemed as if it had been made just for her. It fit her hand perfectly, with a hot streak and an enhanced handle, so from now on, whenever she felt like it, she could just use it without hesitation. Pa Jiying, who was more timid, stood nearby and, seeing this, could only smile weakly in admiration. After hearing Yi Zhongming ask what kind of weapon she liked, she dared to speak but admitted that she really didn't know. It made sense, though. Apart from using a knife to peel mangosteen and mix chicken salad, how could these girls ever think about other kinds of weapons? Yi Zhongming wasn't in a hurry and gave Pa Jiying time to think for herself. Next, they would move on to a new stop, a place called Pearl Lake. This journey would not only require facing mutated monsters and a huge number of zombies but also returning to the base, possibly having to fight their own kind directly. The fifth brother and the group of thugs are the most typical example. It was just a formality to ask, but even though the two girls didn't want to, they had no choice but to follow Yi Zhongming there. Danger was always lurking, but who knows, maybe there was a mystic mechanism there. The war chariot of the team started its engine and began to leave. On the way, Yi Zhongming gazed into the distance, reflecting on some memories from his previous life. Back when the apocalypse broke out, someone as unlucky as him could only try to hold up in his house, locking the doors tightly. After consuming all the stored food, he finally ventured out into the world. The desolate scene around him almost frightened him to death. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from afar. Then, thousands of zombies appeared, and Yi Zhongming almost thought he was done for right then and there. But this time, they seemed to ignore him, a mere chunk of meat, and were entirely focused on moving toward the source of the light. After that narrow escape, Yi Zhongming later heard from a lucky survivor about what had happened. In Pearl Lake, a strange reward wheel had appeared. There were no categories to choose from, just an image of a golden coin. To activate the reward wheel, only a level 1 demon core was needed. It was rumored that its function was to open a secret realm, and the person who spun the wheel would receive a mission along with instructions. If they were lucky enough to complete the mission, the rewards would be truly impressive. Evolutionary drugs, silver-tier weapons, job scrolls, and even a mysterious elixir that could help someone transform from a duck into a swan, becoming the system's favorite. These were the tantalizing pieces of information that surfaced. But the details stopped there, with no one knowing what actually happened after that. Those who hunted for that special reward will either failed the game from the very beginning or disappeared without a trace, some even speculating that they had become so powerful that they couldn't be touched. This time, Yi Zhongming was determined to seize the initiative with that reward wheel, as it would be the key to his path of becoming the ruler of the apocalypse. Returning to 10 hours earlier, in a different street corner, a group of people was surrounded. The scar-faced man in military uniform was trying to convince someone called Mr. Lee to join his faction, or at least agree to cooperate and share the benefits. Otherwise, the scar-faced man would unleash a barrage of gunfire, sending them straight to the Luan mansion. This somewhat forced invitation left Mr. Lee highly displeased. Though they had 3 people who had evolved to 1 star and 11 guns, whenever they encountered soldiers, they had no choice but to act submissive, or rather, they were in a significantly weaker position. Seeing the arrogance of the other side, the young soldier next to Commander Yi also seemed to have evolved at least to 2 stars. Despite Mr. Lee's frustration, he dared not retort. Noticing that Mr. Lee seemed hesitant, Commander Yi directly stated, "If Mr. Lee's group refuses to join, then the military will have to eliminate them first to prevent any unforeseen problems. If they keep drifting aimlessly in this apocalypse, why not join forces with the military to accomplish something big, where everyone benefits?" Commander Yi pointed to the insignia on his shoulder, taking it off to vouch for his words. After listening to the carefully crafted brainwashing from the other side, Mr. Li started to relent and eventually lowered himself to shake hands as a sign of cooperation. The young soldier next to Commander Yi was Wang Ning. He seemed to be very experienced in combat and also had his fair share of arrogance. After confirming that the man was on his side, Commander Yi carefully explained the truth to Mr. Li. The reason he needs manpower like this is because the military has received intelligence that a special reward wheel has appeared near Pearl Lake, outside the city. Not long after this information spread, countless rebels began to rise up, eager to fight for it. The military has stationed an undercover agent named Qin Xiaoba nearby to observe. He dresses like Sherlock Holmes, and although young, the cunning in his face is unmistakable. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming's team had arrived at the location. He was sitting on the roof of a vehicle, using binoculars to carefully survey the area. Wherever there was something valuable, he would zoom in to capture it. Watching the strong military forces made him envious. His own team was small and made up of people like this, untrained and inexperienced. How could they possibly withstand a combat situation? He had no choice but to rely on other methods. Following orders, Liang Chuyin was in charge of close observation. Yi Zhongming handed her a walkie-talkie and gave her strict instructions. If you see a monster about 1 meter tall, completely yellow, hiding by the lake, let me know immediately. Pa Jiying, older but the weakest among them, was assigned to a more distant observation post. It's best to hold the radio and binoculars, hiding in a safe building somewhere, and just report back the situation on the battlefield to him. As for Yi Zhongming, he is already ready to shoulder the responsibility, just hoping these two sisters can keep themselves safe, and that's enough for him. He doesn't expect anything more. He also took the time to carefully remind. The monster this time may not be very strong, but it is extremely cunning, and moreover, it can summon a large number of its kin, so you must never act alone. At that moment, a massive column of light descended from the sky. The waiting moment had arrived, and everyone quickly returned to their positions. The soldiers, led by Qin Xiaoba, were still lingering around the reward wheel at a close distance. At that moment, they felt dizzy to the point of being unable to stand. A few seconds later, a strange little monster appeared on top of the reward wheel in front of them. It had all 4 limbs with sharp claws but only 1 eye. It was sitting in a disheveled position, resting its chin in a way that looked no different from a wine bottle decoration. Seeing the humans in a flurry, it didn't waste time talking. Holding a conch shell in its hand, it pressed it to its mouth and began producing an ear-piercing sound. Immediately, all the zombies in the city went into a frenzy. The military group that was gathering not far away had a bad premonition upon hearing it, and instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Commander Yi stood from a high vantage point, carefully observing with binoculars. A few seconds later, a young soldier rushed in to report. Team leader at 2 o'clock, Mr. Li Shujun's team has reached the designated position. At 10 o'clock, the High Lakes team has reached their position. The teams at 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock are also ready. Seeing the young soldier hesitating, Commander Yi ordered him to continue. Qin Xiaoba's team has disappeared, at the 9 o'clock and 4 o'clock directions, and our rear is also under threat by an unknown force, with numbers ranging from dozens to several hundred. Furthermore, Captain, we are surrounded by zombies. After the strange sound echoed, all the zombies in the city seemed to fall under some kind of spell, becoming both aggressive and leading their entire families eagerly out into the streets, their numbers countless. Commander Yi, a seasoned veteran, remained calm after hearing this. What was there to be afraid of? As long as they were still in this city, they were already surrounded by zombies on all sides, weren't they? To boost the morale of his troops, Commander Yi stood on top of a vehicle, loudly offering both encouragement and resolve. This is the apocalypse. Everyone has to face the death sentence hanging over their heads. Many of them were young and felt lost, unsure of why they were even trying. In times like this, family was the best motivator. After receiving several motivational doses from Commander Yi, the soldiers of the army regained their spirit, ready to engage in physical combat with anything that stood in their way. Yi Zhongming, at this moment, stood in a high corner of a building, observing the heroic scene. Although in his past life he had been betrayed by his own comrades on the battlefield, witnessing this unity truly made him admire them, to the point of goosebumps. As for Liang Chuyin, she was still carefully hiding in a corner near a lake. As soon as the little monster blew the horn, a time-space tunnel suddenly appeared in the air, as if opening a connection between humanity and hell. This time, what the King of Hell shipped over was a second-level monster, a crimson steel gale beast. It made its debut by charging straight at Qin Xiaoba, the contact guy, who was standing frozen right in front of it. But that wasn't all. Following this monster, another second-level beast named Kong Yang emerged. At the same time, hundreds of first-level monsters, warrior clouds, flooded into Yi Zhongming's hiding spot. Truly a golden hand in the candle-blowing industry. Just a tiny little demon, and in the blink of an eye, it could summon an army of big shots from another world to join the fray. What level of the underworld did the time-space tunnel just open to? Yi Zhongming carefully recalled from his past life that when the apocalypse began, what fell from the sky wasn't just the reward wheel, but countless meteors as well. They brought extraterrestrial life to Earth, with monsters running rampant and flames everywhere. Humanity was thrown into a desperate situation. But at the same time, countless rare species and extraordinary plants or minerals appeared, even things that a lifetime on Earth wouldn't have allowed anyone to see. Suddenly, a gigantic arm emerged from the time-space tunnel, cutting through Yi Zhongming's train of thought. What appeared next was even more horrifying than anything he had imagined. It was a celestial being, not a monster, but classified as a level 3 zombie. Its appearance resembled a giant, primitive ape, holding a hot weapon. It was hard to comprehend, especially since this was still early on, and this thing shouldn't have appeared yet. Or perhaps because Yi Zhongming had outgamed once, the difficulty was raised this time. Thinking about it made him feel quite frustrated. The male lead couldn't hold himself back and cursed out loud. Clearly, in his past life, the record for the fastest evolution had taken at least 3 weeks to reach 3 stars. Who the hell reprogrammed this survival game? If it's like this, then just play it yourself, why bother anyone else? As soon as the celestial being emerged, Mr. Lee's group was immediately thrown into chaos. The toy-sized guns in their hands were actually useless, barely even enough to scratch it. The level 3 zombie reached out and grabbed one of the group members, and without any effort, crushed him like a piece of tofu. Mr. Lee's face went ashen, while F.A. Shu, who was several hundred meters away, was so disgusted by the sight through his binoculars that he collapsed and vomited. Hearing Yi Zhongming's reminder, Miss Pa immediately calmed herself and reported the situation over the radio. The little demoness, the root cause of everything, was still leisurely strolling around the lake. Meanwhile, the Kong Yang monster had already closed in on the credit building, which was also where Yi Zhongming was hiding. The male lead began to act. There was no time to hesitate anymore. While instructing Jiying to continue observing cautiously, he signaled for Liang Chuyin to follow him. Yi Zhongming took a few light jumps and swiftly passed over several buildings. Logically, the little demoness should only be able to summon once, and the time-space rift should only open once, bringing all the monsters she had summoned here. But why was there no sign of the time-space portal disappearing this time? Could they have hacked the game too? Yi Zhongming took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the clear blade sword. On the way, every time he encountered a zombie, Yi Zhongming would skillfully chop it down, while conveniently picking up the demon cores on top of them, planning to accumulate power bit by bit. In the midst of this, he heard some noise and guessed that Kong Yang had arrived, but to his surprise, it was still chasing after a few unfortunate youths who were passing by. Although Kong Yang was a level 2 monster, one rank higher than him, in reality, Kong Yang was the easiest target among the debutantes this time. Moreover, it was rumored that inside its body, there was a valuable object called the treasure. Meeting him here was a classic case of first day brings misfortune, second day offends the Grand Duke. Taking advantage of the monster's focus on the bait ahead, Yi Zhongming swiftly leaped and landed on its head. Poor Kong Yang, already muscular but with short legs, found itself facing an opponent like Yi Zhongming, who cleverly chose to land behind its neck, temporarily blinding it. Thanks to this, the people who had been running for their lives managed to escape, terrified, and hid in a corner. The soldier saw the incredible speed and agility of the person in front of him, who knew exactly where to strike the monster's blind spots, and felt a sense of frustration. Why was there such a vast difference between two people at the same rank? Unable to bear the sensation of being pinned down, Kong Yang growled angrily, shaking its body incessantly as if it were dancing to EDM in a club. Yi Zhongming, well aware that it wanted to throw him off, wore a smug smile and jabbed his gamxi knife into its back. Kong Yang, pierced by the blade, let out a piercing scream, its eyes turning red with fury. The group of lowly soldiers by the roadside were utterly bewildered upon witnessing this scene. The entire squad rushed in, yet they couldn't even pluck a single hair from it. Meanwhile, one person seemed intent on cooking it right then and there. The Kong Yang began to thrash wildly, jumping incessantly as though under the influence of drugs, its massive body soaring into the air. Every time it landed, it left a giant elephant-sized crater in its wake. Yi Zhongming, on one hand, pressed the dagger deeper into its flesh, while on the other, he gripped the long horn on its back. It felt like riding a roller coaster. He had planned to rip out the calcium lump to build a doghouse, but midway, the Kong Yang suddenly froze, trying to turn its head back to look at Yi Zhongming with eyes that shot bullets. "Ha, I get it now, you want me to get off, don't you? Alright, let's do this mano a mano." With that, he leapt off its back, only to be met instantly by its giant thighs. The Kong Yang fumed, its eyes bloodshot like a demon rising from the grave. But Yi Zhongming wasn't backing down either. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, blocking every blow it threw at him, and retaliated with a lethal slash in return. Before long, the giant creature's body was covered in countless wounds. It clutched its stomach in agony and collapsed to the ground, finally too exhausted to continue fighting. "What, you thought you had a chance? It'll be a long time before you can outshine the main character's glory." After schooling the Kong Yang, Yi Zhongming, grimacing from his sore arm, moved in closer to examine it, while cheers and applause erupted from behind. "Oh my god, they've actually dealt with that monster." The protagonist glanced over and saw that the group who had been hiding in the corner earlier had now stuck their heads out. It was obvious that they thought highly of him and wanted to stick around to enjoy the spoils of victory. "If you don't have the ability, it's best to leave quickly. I'm not waiting for you, so don't hang around here." Hearing these words, the shameless group immediately started to stir. What's with the greeting and all that? They acknowledged that Yi Zhongming had taken down the monster, but they believed they had contributed as well, so they thought they deserved a share of the rewards. Yi Zhongming almost burst out laughing after hearing this. "The so-called contribution you're talking about is just running away with your pants down, almost ending up in the afterlife. People like these freeloaders are found in every era, and that just makes them more confident in showing off their obnoxious personalities. But based on my experience in the grind of storytelling, these types are either dogs or loudmouths. If they don't die soon, it'll be a huge injustice to humanity." Yi Zhongming didn't want to waste more breath. If they knew their place, that would be one thing, but now they seemed intent on resorting to hooliganism and trying to steal from him. The man with the black hair was already pissed off, and with the stick in his hand, it only made him more eager to play the hero. The older man with the silver hair seemed to be trying to play a smooth talker. "Young man, let's talk things through. You need to think carefully before you act. If you're too impulsive, it'll only harm yourself." He looked at Yi Zhongming's aching right arm, thinking that he was at a disadvantage, and the fat guy with blonde hair took the opportunity to add a little more fuel to the fire. He pointed at the guy holding a baton next to him and said, "That's right, my brother here is pretty ruthless too. Just yesterday, he handled a few people, no hesitation. The world has changed, it's time to bow your head." However, these words did not actually reach Yi Zhongming's ears. They looked up, only to see him holding a walkie-talkie pressed to his ear. On the other end of the line, Pa Jiying reported that a group of zombies was heading towards him. The small monster, wearing a yellow bag on its back, was riding on Warrior Cloud and charging into a fruit store. The main goal this time was to get the bag the little demon was wearing. Therefore, Yi Zhongming wanted to quickly get the treasure and head over there to regroup. But these thugs charged out to block his way, clearly unaware of what they were doing. The young man with black hair was the loudest among them. He waited for Yi Zhongming to finish his call, then began to raise his sharp voice. "Kid, you can go, but the lute and the walkie-talkie have to stay." Yi Zhongming truly regretted not letting the monster take care of these idiots earlier. His moment of mercy had led to this headache now. "You guys really have an insatiable greed." The young man with black hair flashed a sinister smile and immediately charged forward, taking the first strike. He used to be an office worker, earning a pitiful salary of 5,000 a month that couldn't even cover instant noodles, all while suffering under the oppressive rule of a boss from hell. This had caused him to harbor a great deal of resentment toward life. Ever since the apocalypse began, everything had changed. Old King, the neighbor, who used to make a racket carrying his mother around on weekends, had finally turned into a ghost at his hands. The female colleague who had criticized his confession, even though she had all the utilities, had also been dealt with. Even the boss who had once looked down on him had been taught a brutal lesson, and his daughter had ended up with a broken leg. All these memories led him to believe that as long as he acted tough, he could easily defeat Yi Zhongming. But the next moment, a crushing pain shot through his wrist. Before the mace could even swing down, his arm was severed by Yi Zhongming's strike. It was only then that he regained his senses, just in time to see Yi Zhongming standing before him with a cold, sharp gaze. "Bro, I forgot to tell you something," Yi Zhongming said. "In this apocalypse, if you can eat someone else can eat you too." With that, Yi Zhongming kicked him with his leg extended, sending his body soaring high and crashing directly into the group of his thuggish companions standing at a distance. In the end, some lost their fingers, while others broke their legs. It was a pitiful, miserable sight. As for these gangsters, their reign of terror came to a definite end here. At this moment, in a building at the corner of the street, several soldiers from the military faction were standing guard. They were equipped with full firepower, and mutated rats were swarming from all directions, surrounding them. It turns out that after Moe parted ways with Yi Zhongming, she went to find her comrades. They were accustomed to the chaos of war, so they were not afraid of death, they only carried the worry for their loved ones. After Moe returned to the team, the first thing she mentioned to the captain was her desire to leave the organization. Before they could even ask her anything, the third-level mutated zombie had already arrived at the door. The group immediately started preparing their weapons to deal with this creature. Sure, Yuan was large in size and moved quickly. In no time, it had charged like an arrow to the outside of the building's window. The soldiers immediately put on their helmets and readied themselves, but the bullets fired from their rifles caused no physical harm to it whatsoever. At this point, it would be lucky to borrow a few rockets from the Emperor, but as things stood, they were bound to fail soon. On one side, the sky was tightening its grip, and on the other, the mutated rats continued to multiply and charge forward. The pincers of this situation had truly left them in a deadlock. While the captain was busy firing, a zombie suddenly appeared behind them, emerging out of nowhere. Fortunately, Moe spotted it in time. She lunged forward and pushed the captain aside, but was scratched deeply in the process. With 10 years of zombie movie experience, I can tell that at this point, it won't be long before Moe also turns into a zombie. The captain was furious and shot the zombie with a fatal bullet. Everyone looked at the wound on Moe's hand, their faces filled with concern. Although she insisted that she was fine, they still insisted on using force to amputate the injured part. Losing a hand was better than getting infected. Seeing the elder sister holding 5 knives in her hands, Moe broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, at the critical moment, she managed to break free from the person who was holding her tightly. "You don't need to go to such lengths. Actually, I've already taken the evolution medicine." Upon hearing those 3 words, everyone frowned in confusion, question marks floating above their heads. To prove her words, Moe immediately threw a light punch, shattering the concrete wall in front of her. If that demonstration isn't enough, I can also realign a few people's jaws, and they'll know right away. Seeing the group getting uncomfortable, Moe smiled, then immediately returned to a battle-ready stance. "Still standing there? Want to get counted out early? Focus a little." After saying that, she casually loaded a bullet that Yi Zhongming had given her earlier into the gun, raised it, and took a shot directly at the window to the monster's soul. The dozen or so people who had been shooting before might as well have been throwing salt into the sea, but with just this simple shot, it actually had an effect. The Shi Yuan monster, in sudden pain, grabbed its eyes, howling as if stabbed. He angrily grabbed a car below and threw it up to the upper floor. Moe immediately bent down with the group, nearly becoming a headless ghost. On this side, Yi Zhongming was trying to contact Liang Chuyin. She had been interrupted midway by a group of brainless thugs. Although with her current strength, there was no need to worry, she was still late to meet up with him. Yi Zhongming listened attentively to Shi Yuan's screams from afar. Judging by the octave he reached, he must have been injured. After his solo with Kong Yang, Yi Zhongming himself encountered a small issue and, for now, couldn't recover in a short time. It was in moments like this that he wished there was a doctor or healer in the team. In the apocalypse, many don't die immediately from attacks but instead slowly perish because of untreated injuries. Medicine is already scarce, and those who know how to use it are as rare as fallen leaves in autumn. So it can be said that a doctor is the most sought-after profession. Having a doctor in the team means you can rest easy, letting loose without worrying about a little dirt or injury. As Yi Zhongming walked and thought, he soon arrived at the street leading straight to Pearl Lake. At that moment, Liang Chuyin was facing off against a group of old goats. Seeing the delicious prey running around, the man in the down jacket once again decided to play some tricks. "Little sister, it's not that we're stopping you, but there's real danger ahead. Wouldn't it be better to stay here and have some fun?" This name seems to have some connection with Commander Yi from the military faction. He provided him with weapons, ammunition, and evolution drugs, even sent people to protect him closely. But he also buried a token taken from the reward wheel. Yi had intended to take advantage of him, and he didn't want to entrust his life to these people without hesitation. He carefully assessed Liang Chuyin from head to toe. Her sharp eyes, ideal figure, and the aura around her suggested she had evolved. The weapon in her hand was also quite peculiar. There was also the call she had made earlier, which showed that she belonged to some group. Furthermore, for someone as strong as her to not be the final boss meant the person behind her must be even more exceptional. "Here's the deal, if you don't want to stay, fine, but you must tell me how you evolved. Where did you get that weapon?" He had thought it through carefully and finally decided on a subtle approach to extract information. In the apocalypse, strength is everything, women are just fleeting distractions. Liang Chuyin didn't mind sharing some information with him. She recounted her journey briefly, long enough to make him tired of listening, before finishing with a decisive flick of her whip. "My benefactor needs help, and yet you assholes are standing in the way here. Then your time has come." Yi Zhongming finally arrived at the area that Pa Jiying had pointed out. It turned out that Commander Ye's military unit was also stationed here. He tucked himself behind a corner and carefully observed the movements around him. When the swarm of mutated flies charged forward, Commander Yi immediately ordered to open fire. Initially, the bullets from their rifles did indeed knock down the flies before they even had a chance to react. However, Yi Zhongming, witnessing this scene, could only click his tongue in regret. That was too reckless. If mutated creatures were that easy to handle, how could he have died in his past life? Sure enough, a few seconds later, a thick, highly corrosive liquid spurted out from the bullet wounds on their bodies. Anyone who got hit screamed in pain, and even metals that came in contact with it began to melt, with weapons distorting as well. Seeing this, for reasons unknown, Yi Zhongming couldn't restrain himself. He decided to step forward and offer his help. He jumped out from his hiding place, dashed straight past the panicked eyes of Commander Yi, and headed directly for the mass of swarming insects. "So this fruit stand that Miss Pa mentioned is right here." From a distance, Yi Zhongming could already see the mutated ants and flies swarming across the ground around the house. But as he got closer, he suddenly felt a wave of panic. The sound of a horn coming from inside made the hairs on his body stand on end. Is that not possible? Clearly, the horn can only be blown once. Where did it go wrong? With an ominous feeling and sweat running down his spine, Yi Zhongming felt the path to hell opening right behind him. From the endless darkness, something terrifying was about to come. Just as Zhongming feared, a bolt of lightning struck right in front of him, leaving him dumbfounded. It created a space like the Milky Way, with heavy footsteps and chains wrapped tightly around its thighs, giving a sense of foreboding. It's coming, something really terrifying is approaching. The monster continued to move forward, showing no mercy to anyone, expanding wherever it went. Its body was also covered in chains. On its head was a long horn, but it was insignificant compared to its obese body. Zhongming froze like a statue, his mind racing, realizing that this was a powerful chained criminal who had broken free from its sealed prison shortly after the apocalypse began. Its head now held a green demon core, meaning it was an evolved being of the 4th level. The monster had 2 long, sharp tusks protruding from its mouth. Zhongming narrowed his eyes, observing soon enough, this creature would advance to level 5, 6, or even 7, and within a year after the apocalypse began, it would become one of the first level 9 beasts that humanity would encounter. Back when humans didn't have 9-star experts, chained criminals were already unbeatable beings. It has no purpose at all, simply wandering on the ground, destroying everything it touches. The base where 90 fortunate survivors once lived was also destroyed in its hands. Only much later, when humans had 9-star experts and had come to realize the immense power of this creature, did they gather 3 powerful individuals to kill it? That battle became the one that established the reputation of the assassin Mo Xingfei. The more he thought about it, the worse the expression on his face became, as if he were enduring some great discomfort. Although he still only had 1 star, the medicine he had taken was an evolution drug that had been enhanced, and he had even eaten the meat of Yan Junyi. His strength was far greater than that of a normal 1 star. With this in mind, Zhongming shot forward like a rocket, the warrior cloud ant flying out, making use of his current professional advantage and his rudimentary understanding of the apocalypse. Taking on a 2nd-tier monster was still manageable. He made a few basic moves, and the monster shattered into 100 pieces. A level 4 monster should still be doable, right? Zhongming, with a bit of blood on his face, sat down and awkwardly picked up the gemstone from the small creature he had just killed, his face expressionless. He placed it into his bag, his facial muscles still not relaxing. Zhongming looked at the giant monster before him, which was several times his size, and thought to himself. The most important thing now was still the precious monster. Capture it, steal the bag behind it. He kicked the door so hard that it cracked open. Zhongming stepped into the chaotic room. Inside, several people had already lost their lives. He used the radio to contact his team. "Miss Pa, I've found the candy shop. The precious monster isn't here." Strange sounds came from the other end of the line. On average, people realized that Pa Jiying and Liang Chuyin could not be contacted. What happened? A loud noise made him even more confused, as he turned to glance over in that direction. At the back door, a person with a group of soldiers in military uniforms was firing loudly. The leader shouted into the walkie-talkie as if he had never shouted before. "Captain Yi, please provide support. I've discovered a monster with a yellow bag on its back. Just now, it took a bottle of medicine from the bag and threw it at us. It turned out to be an evolution potion, and it might be the biggest target of the day. Its bag is full of good stuff." A green-skinned monster with a faint greenish hue was flying towards them, but unfortunately, it was shot in the shoulder before it could do anything, screaming in pain. The leader grinned savagely, his mouth wide open. "It's injured, let's chase it down. Find a way to hit it off that ant's body." Zhongming, who was running, had to slam on the brakes when he saw them pass by. The soldiers in military uniforms changed their target and aimed their guns at him. He kept asking, "Who? Who is it? Don't move." Zhongming clenched his fist, moving swiftly. He knocked one soldier aside, and the man disappeared from sight. Turning to the other side, another soldier couldn't escape the same fate. The leader, whose grip on his gun had weakened, gritted his teeth and tried to resist. Before he could make a move, Zhong Ming kicked him hard in the stomach. The gun in his hand was taken away in bewilderment. It ended up in the hands of someone everyone knew. Zhong Ming looked down, inspecting the weapon. It was indeed a military-grade gun, and it seemed that, because of this operation, that person the team leader had spent quite a bit of money. Having resolved the matter, he quickly left under the astonished gaze of the fans. Zhong Ming squinted. The secret of the treasure beast wouldn't be kept hidden much longer. In a moment, everyone who participated in the fight today would know the news. I must get that bag before these people do. That man barely managed to sit up, pulled out his walkie-talkie, and coughed. Blood trickled from his mouth, veins bulging in his eyes, yet he still had to complete the mission. Captain Yi, the treasure is here. If you don't hurry, someone will snatch it away. Zhong Ming scanned around, searching for where the treasure beast had gone. Suddenly, a growl broke the silence, causing him to freeze. Right behind him, two monsters were lounging on a rock, one still gnawing on a chicken leg. As if waiting for that moment, Zhong Ming rushed forward, determined to disrupt them. I found it. One thing made him stop to think. The monster had clearly been shot earlier. How could it recover so quickly? A human and a four-eyed monster stared at each other. The monster seemed just as surprised to be interrupted. It emitted an SOS signal to its companions, pointing and shouting. The purple ant, as if its switch had been flipped, leaped forward. Zhong Ming quickly turned to the side to dodge. Ha! This warrior cloud ant is actually a level 2 soldier ant? What? He brandished his blade, and the ant raised its pincers to block. As far as he knew, under normal circumstances, warrior cloud ants were rank 1 monsters, but within this colony, there were higher ranked ones as well. The soldier ant was level 2, the king ant was level 3, and as for the queen ant, it was nowhere to be seen, probably level 4, or even higher. From its mouth, it spewed out a blue light in resistance. Fortunately, he was quick enough to notice it before getting hit. Zhong Ming gave a slight flick, sending it straight up into the sky, his heart filled with frustration. To think it would even try to sneak attack. He lay flat on the stone, motionless for a moment, holding a knife in his hand. It was his time now. Zhong Ming seemed to have regained his former standing. If you wanted to fly, dream on. With a swish, the blade cut through, severing 2 of the wings. The purple ant ran for its life, half alive, as it was under attack. He was determined not to let this beast ride on top of him. He drove the knife into its head. His hands swiftly searched back and forth. In just a few minutes, he could retrieve the precious gem. Zhong Ming returned to his previous spot. The kid was chewing on some food. At this moment, it couldn't just sit and enjoy the meal. Sweat was dripping down its face. The monster, in a panic, dropped its food, speechless. It looked around, not seeing its companions, growing even more frantic. This turn of events made Zhong Ming smile, already planning his next move. He would give it one more strike, sever its head. That golden bag would be his. The bag he had been eyeing was now on the monster's back. It held onto it tightly, its eyes fixed on his position. Despite being drenched in cold sweat, it was determined to fight until the end. You're planning to sneak attack, huh? A detail caught Zhong Ming's eye, his expression lighting up. Wait, it's a scroll. He grabbed it, but then froze, confused. He ordered his basic skill to stop. When it came to this, he had some doubts, unable to stop the curse words that were about to slip out of his mouth. To think it's a skill scroll, and not just any skill, but a summoning type, which is incredibly common in the apocalypse. Zhong Ming tightly held the scroll with his eyes, a fleeting smile crossing his face. Good stuff. There's another one in the hands of the monster, and it doesn't know what to do with it. The monster threw several scrolls toward him one after another, but he still couldn't understand its intention. One scroll landed firmly in his hand, his face expressionless. Despite that, the scroll in his hand was actually a professional advancement scroll. In his previous life, he had paid a high price for something like this, yet now it was being treated like a mere trinket and tossed at him. Zhong Ming looked like a demon under the gaze of the timid monster, which seemed to be getting more and more comfortable with him.
Is there more? I want more. If not, I'll kill you.
It threw more scrolls without hesitation. Although he hadn't done anything to threaten it so far, everything was just a projection in its mind. Zhong Ming glanced at a vial of evolution medicine, a normal 1-star evolution drug. But what truly made him blink in surprise was another item of professional certification. Congratulations, you have obtained the profession of gardening. He opened his mouth in shock as he imagined himself as an optimistic farmer. Mo Yi had arrived at the room, and her face clearly displayed her displeasure. Cheng Long, in a panic, stammered and asked,
Mo Yi, what was that gun? How could it have an effect on the monster?
Once again, the sound of bullets flying rang out, leaving the team members stunned.
This gun. Chang's eyes widened as he looked worried. Did you and the Grand Master want to leave because of this?
Mo Yi remained silent, her focus unwavering as she aimed at her target, but in her heart, she already had the answer. She had thought that evolution drugs, bullets, and weapons were the kind of rewards she deserved. But in reality, the things she had done didn't merit such a high salary.
However,
she kept her eyes still, not moving.
Mo Yi whispered, there are many things that are miraculous, far more miraculous than we can imagine. The enormous beast, its muscles rippling, appeared.
As soon as it spotted the gun from a distance, it hesitated in its steps. She squinted one eye, replying coldly, if I get the chance, I'll explain it in detail to everyone later. Another shot rang out, the sparks from the bullet grazing the beast's thigh, tearing through a chunk of flesh. But the wound was nothing compared to its massive form, it seemed completely unaffected, like a ticking time bomb. She stood, firing at it from a window of a tall building, and the creature roared in pain. The sound of it made the people around her start talking.
It's coming. It's wounded. Keep shooting at its injury.
It was shot in the knee.
It won't be able to run fast. Keep shooting. Don't stop. A man in a neatly pressed suit adjusted his glasses as he stood behind Mo Yi, speaking with authority. Who fired that shot just now? Come with me. Lu Ju wants that person to join his team.
The crowd looked at her, but they chose to remain silent.
She was too busy hunting the beast to pay them any attention. Suddenly, Mo Yi shouted, help me attack its right knee. Hurry up.
The crowd seemed to be waiting for this, charging forward with weapons in hand.
The man, unaware of the urgent situation, cleared his throat and arrogantly said, hey, didn't you hear me? This is an order.
He was ignored again as Mo Yi focused once more on her target.
A hand reached out with a rather naive question, hey, is something different about this gun?
He hadn't even touched her yet when he was immediately hit with a kick to the stomach, along with the fury of the beautiful Mo Yi. The man clutched his chest, his weakened state showing, yet he still had to put on an air of power.
Mo Yi, what are you doing? Is there something suspicious about your gun? Why are you stopping me from checking it?
She widened her eyes and coldly replied, I'm saving a life, you should stay away from me. Her next words made her teammates feel a twinge of unease, I'm staying right here, not going to wherever Lu Ju is.
Keep bothering me, and I'll kill you.
He reached the limit of his patience, trembling with rage, pointing a finger at Mo Yi's face and saying, you are resisting orders.
You'll be dealt with. Discipline will be restored.
He was immediately pinned to the wall by a bullet just inches from his head.
His anger turned into fear, his body trembling, sweat pouring down. Mo Yi was tense, responding with action as if she were directly challenging him.
Once again, her teammates, at that very moment, felt a pang of unease mixed with admiration for her bravery.
He patiently asked her, are you going to shoot me? Mo Yi didn't hesitate.
She shouted loudly without any hesitation, get lost, or I'll smash your head in.
The cowardice was immediately evident. He, as if guided, hurriedly retreated, trying to save himself. Chengzhe, Xiaolei, and Dongqing, with wide eyes, asked, Xiaoyi, you're too emotional. How is this going to work in the team going forward? Moe smiled brightly, her large, gentle dove-like eyes returning to their usual calm expression. It's okay, aside from my comrades, there's nothing here that I'm particularly attached to. When Chengzhe heard her say that, he became displeased. How can you say that? She wasn't one to back down easily, and responded sharply. Master, this place is actually not as good as you think. Do you know why we're risking our lives? What will we actually get out of it? He grew even more worried. What's going on? What did you talk about with Grand Master when you came back yesterday? She didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. I accidentally overheard an internal call between Head Chief and Captain Yi. We are being used as cannon fodder for Duan Yi, so that he can obtain better treasures than just guns and bullets. The cost of this is hundreds, if not thousands of times greater than what we're risking. We have nothing to gain except for sacrifice, while our commander manages to get him and his family evolutionary medicine and a chance to enter the military to seek asylum. Upon hearing this, everyone was thrown into confusion and fear, unable to believe their own ears. Xiaohu spoke up, asking, Captain, is this true? Moe lowered her voice, trying to reassure them. If you're lucky enough to survive, congratulations, you'll see Grand Master and his family evolve. Returning to Zhong Ming's side, he received the certificate in disbelief. He kept thinking about his second career, which was gardening. Gardening was somewhat similar to the craftwork of glory artisans, not just a single professional skill. However, compared to the glory artisan, which carried a prefix, gardening had only two types of skills, nurturing and activating. Horticulture, as the name suggested, was about starting a plant from a seed, nurturing and caring for it as it sprouted and grew. Since it was a profession skill, the speed, efficiency, and natural growth would vary, with higher efficiency and the possibility of some outstanding abilities. Activating was a way to control plants, bringing about strange effects. But one thing was certain, it was something that could help gardeners accomplish anything. In his past life, Zhong Ming had seen a catalpa tree, the evolutionary level of which was unknown. Whether it was a 9-star human expert, a monstrous beast that dominated the world, or even a mutant king, all would avoid the range of power of this tree. It was called the Sky Tree, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Zhong Ming was determined. Moreover, even if there were no mutated plants, even if he could only grow a few food crops, vegetables, fruits, and so on, those would be very valuable in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet, greed had no bottom. Zhong Ming was determined to chase the foolish monster to the end. As for the goods, he still wanted them. It trembled in fear, its hand moving closer to the backpack. He kept his eyes locked on it. A second later, the monster threw something out and shouted, as usual, you're not being cautious, and reach out to grab it. However, the sixth sense quickly pulled his mind back. Zhong Ming realized it was a trap, so he jumped aside to avoid it. As expected, the object exploded upon hitting the ground, filling the air with smoke and dust. He covered his nose and muttered, "Indeed, it's a trap." As the smoke cleared, an uninvited guest appeared, like a genie from Aladdin. This creature was entirely green from head to toe, and Zhong Ming became slightly cautious, raising his knife to defend himself in an incredibly weary manner. What kind of monster is this? Looking closely at its head, Zhong Ming noticed there was no demon core. The slime from its body dissipated the moment it touched the ground. The fluorescent green light on its body was highly corrosive. The monster didn't give Zhong Ming a chance to breathe, charging at him like a missile, threatening him with its speed. He swiftly spun to dodge, but it wasn't easy. If I swing blindly at it and it manages to corrode the wind of the moon on my hand, that would be a real loss. The kid who had caused this disaster sat in one place, feeling pleased to have escaped danger, and roared as he rushed towards the pond. Zhong Ming was just faster, luckily holding onto this thing tightly. He dipped the object in his hand into the water, staring challengingly at the monster. "Let's see if I can stop the switching spell with this beginner's technique," the water around his hand began to bubble furiously. All the scripts had been planned. The water monster rose under Zhongming's command, and he silently rejoiced. It worked. This name, as soon as it appeared, demonstrated its martial arts by spraying a stream of cool water at its opponent. The bright green monster, unable to counterattack in time, was completely drenched by the water, which felt like it was burning its skin. It growled in response. The two monsters clashed head-on, neither willing to back down. Zhongming stepped back, giving the stage to the two young ones who were calculating in their minds. The stability of the water elements he summoned was 30/30, and the time limit was only 1 minute. A quick victory was necessary. At some point, he had returned to the side of the small but mighty monster. It was terrified when it saw him, and the monster could only clutch its head and flee for its life. Just as it reached the other side, it was surrounded by a group of people. They overwhelmed it with their numbers, gaining the upper hand. What belonged to him was still his. The sound of gunfire rang out repeatedly, killing them all. Even Zhongming was shocked. He hurriedly took cover behind a large rock to avoid the shots. Swiftly, he drew the gun from his jacket pocket, his brow furrowed in deep frustration. Damn it, after just a slight delay, these people have already caught up. What should I do now? I can't even load the gun yet? Am I just supposed to watch as my precious monster and the bag fall into their hands? His actions were faster than his thoughts. Zhongming risked it all and charged out. One of them was hit by a bullet square in the forehead. The rest of them were not much luckier, taking shot after shot, unable to keep hold of their weapons. With his swift movements, he reached the precious monster. Zhongming lifted it effortlessly, his face expressionless, aiming the gun at the group. The monster, unable to resist, could only let out strange sounds in its helplessness. Zhongming lifted the monster's neck, its eyes wide with panic, clearly caught in the trap. In his past life, every time he participated in an operation to seize or hunt treasure, the battles against the monsters were always brutal, with a death rate exceeding 60%. He stared vacantly, uncertain of what was running through his mind, his grip tightening on the beast. Zhongming didn't act immediately but instead questioned himself. Am I the winner today? Something flickered with a greenish glow, reflecting in his eyes, almost comparable to the speed of light racing towards him. It pierced right through, separating Zhongming's hand from the monster. His expression became serious, filled with fear. Who did that? The demon fell into freefall, its face as panicked as usual, having narrowly escaped death. He looked toward the group in the distance, deep in thought. If he hadn't sensed something was off and reacted in time, his hand would have been severed by now. It was probably not just this monster treasure either. Through the dust, 3 people emerged, 2 men and 1 woman, each exuding an unappealing presence. The woman spoke up in a tone of mockery. Get lost, and we'll spare your life. Zhongming hesitated for a moment when he realized all 3 of them were evolved humans. Moreover, their brutal actions clearly showed they had adapted well to the apocalypse. He remained silent, reaching for the gear behind him, his gaze fixed on them with a sharp intensity. Without a word, Zhongming casually threw his weapon, spinning it in a familiar arc. The blade immediately returned to its master's hand, and the masked figure charged at him, holding a sharp weapon that was dangerously close. Zhongming did his best to dodge the thrust of the knife, gritting his teeth in pain, feeling lost. What should he do now? If his right arm were still in good condition, he might still have a chance to fight back, but his strength had been severely depleted. On top of that, he had to face 3 evolved beings. There was no choice but to temporarily retreat. However, while dodging the attack, he kicked the precious monster away. At this action, the 3 evolved beings paused in confusion, not understanding why they had stopped. The monster flew far toward the group who were lying in ambush, and one of them quickly noticed that Wang Dingying was the very creature they had been after and snatched the bag from it. The precious monster landed with little grace on the stone before them. Wang Dingying furrowed his brow slightly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. What a coincidence! The masked man, realizing the situation, cursed under his breath. Damn it! He ordered his companions, forget about that kid, grab the bag first. Yes. Wang Dingying adjusted his wrist, preparing for battle. I'll go stop them. The others quickly seized the moment. One person responded, understood. He charged toward the three evolved beings, both sides brimming with momentum. Zhong Ming stood once more on the sidelines, observing the unfolding battle. The waters had already been stirred. The next step was how to catch the fish. In another, quieter space, the sunset descended over the ruined city. Moe remained hidden inside a house, remaining vigilant every second. The giant monster outside had not yet been eradicated and was growing larger, with its minions surrounding the area. She gripped the gun tightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Was this monster still this way? Taking out the special ammunition, there was only one shot left. Clearly, changing targets was no longer effective. Had all the previous efforts been in vain? Her eyes shimmered, as if she were on the verge of tears. Ha! From a distance, a familiar figure was struggling to run amidst the perilous hail of bullets. Miss Pa! A series of thoughts flashed through Moya's mind. When she left, she and Yi Zhongming had still been together. Now, Miss Pa appeared here. Yi Zhongming must be close by. Xiao Wu, seeing Moyi jump down, was startled. Are you crazy? That's right. The moment she saw Pa teacher, she jumped down without thinking much. Moyi landed softly on a rock and quickly called out, Miss Pa. As soon as the teacher saw Moyi, she smiled kindly, as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Moyi, thank goodness, you're here. She then asked, how did you get here? Where are Yi Zhongming and Liang Chuyin? Before she could respond, a tremor shook the ground, causing both of them to lose their balance. They both looked in the same direction and saw the massive monster, which had fallen motionless at some point. Xia Lei and Shangja had witnessed everything. Each of them stood silently, neither speaking to the other. Xiao Wu glanced at the man, and it seemed as though they shared a silent understanding. They nodded in unison, then both jumped down from the frame and shouted together. We're going to find Captain Yi. Shangja found this action even more unsettling, his face contorting with discomfort. That fool of a kid. Xia Lei beside him immediately grabbed his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Let it go, let them be. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the door. The two of them exchanged a look, both knowing what was about to happen. The man who had left earlier returned, this time bringing his allies with him, looking as fierce as if nothing had happened earlier. Where is Moe? She violated the rules, she needs to take responsibility. Xia Lei gave a cold smile, her voice icy without effort. What is this game now, at a time like this? The situation suddenly became chaotic, as if someone had deliberately provoked it. What was needed now was not to fight and assign blame. In the next moment, he jumped out of the window, leaving only one last sentence behind. I'm going to find Moe. The group was displeased by this but did nothing about it. Xia Lei was quite surprised. She stared with wide eyes, unsure of what to think. Then, out of nowhere, she smiled, her eyes glistening as if she were about to cry. She admired them so much. She realized that, in the end, she was not the same as them. After reuniting with Moe, Xiang quickly assessed the situation. The last time she saw Yi Zhongming was when he was with that monster. Moe's eyes followed with a troubled look. Yi Zhongming was going to find that monster. Could he handle it? Was something going to happen? Teacher Pa was trembling in fear, holding Moe's hand, trying to reassure herself, but she said, we need to save Liang Chuyin first. She's in danger right now. Just now, I saw her fighting with someone. Moe was confused, but what about Yi Zhongming? Jiang shook her head, replying, I think he's prepared, like he's looking for something. He probably won't provoke that monster. She continued, it's best if we rescue Liang Chuyin first and then go meet him. You know, a lot of times when we follow him, we just get in the way. Moe looked at the confused monster but still gave in to her. Alright, let's go rescue Liang Chuyin first, you lead the way. Before they could leave, a voice came from behind, Captain Yi, wait for us. Her team had managed to catch up and was ready to help at any moment. Cheng Long, Xiao Hu, and even the drill instructor, why are you all here? Cheng Long replied, but what can we do here? I see clearly. The world is in chaos now, we don't need to stay there. Xiao Hu shook his head, looking unconcerned. That's right, Captain. We'll follow you, wherever you go, we'll go. Chang Jia lowered his head slightly. Alright, maybe it still applies to different rules. In this era, it might still be right. Although Moe didn't say anything, she felt much more at ease. The drill instructor, Chang Long, and Xiao Hu were all elite soldiers. With them, that idiot would surely be very happy. She patted Jiying on the shoulder and said, alright, let's go. Let's rescue a companion first. Xiao Hu looked puzzled, Captain, who are we rescuing? She glanced meaningfully at your idol as the sunset slowly descended. Reaching Chuyin, she was alone, fighting against the whole group. The ground was littered with corpses. Chuyin herself was stained with blood, clearly exhausted, breathing heavily. Ugh, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, thinking to herself that it turned out killing people was just like this. The leader on the other side appeared to be badly injured. Grimacing, he muttered, damn it, you're staying here today. As he pulled his hand away from the wound, blood immediately began to pour out. Break its legs for me, I just want it alive now, missing an arm or a leg is fine. The continuous gunfire made even the one pulling the trigger tremble. Calmly, Chuyin used her vines to tightly bind each of them, one by one. With strength, she lifted one of them and threw him back. This is really too dangerous. In a life or death situation, someone called out Liang Chuyin's name. The group from Moe arrived just in time to help her. With their military strength, these thugs were no more than mosquitoes, continuously falling without much effort. The leader, seeing his prey slipping away, shouted, Who are you people? Moe didn't waste time and delivered a decisive blow to him. After one forceful strike, his teeth parted ways with his gums, unable to speak a word. Why are there evolved people again? Back on Yi Zhongming's side, he was witnessing the group tearing into each other with fiery intensity. He looked at the man with a mask, scars all over his body, muscles bulging, and guessed that the tall, bulky guy was definitely someone with a class, and moreover, a very specific, dominant class, one of a powerful athlete. Zhongming shifted his gaze to another person, who appeared to be in better condition, with smooth, fair skin. The man holding the spear was also someone with a class. The only other person was the lone girl, with striking red hair and sharp eyes. It seemed these three not only happened to encounter the reward wheel and became one-star evolvers, but also got incredibly lucky, encountering at least 3 reward wheels. Wang Dingying delivered a powerful blow to the scarred man. Zhongming frowned, focusing intensely, as danger loomed close. If anyone had become an evolver, or even gained a class, he wouldn't have found it strange at all, because no one could clarify the total number of reward wheels in the apocalypse. There might be one hidden somewhere in some bizarre place. Furthermore, once someone encountered a reward wheel, sooner or later, they'd figure out how to use it. As long as one was brave and meticulous, the chances of rapidly growing stronger in a short period were very high. Wang Dingying had already moved to the second person, but the soldier who had suddenly appeared turned out to be a 2-star evolver? The thought made him even more worried, and he rushed towards the treasure pouch as quickly as he could. Zhongming gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing, I'm a reborn person. Right now, I'm just a 1-star evolver. If it wasn't for luck, I might not even have a class. On Wang Dingying's side, both he and the masked man were stunned by the opponent's skills and became more cautious. Could he have activated the second-level wheel? But even though he knew the position of the second-tier wheel, are there really that many second-tier mutated creatures killing people like this? Even if there are so many mutated creatures, can I even kill them? Wang Dingying wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the other party. After resting for a while, the spear-wielding man rushed toward him, startling him. He threw the spear with the speed of a rocket. Wang Dingying was momentarily shocked but also knew deep down that it was not good. He couldn't directly engage with that thing. Two spears shot past him, one grazing his shoulder and the other stabbing into his body, the wound dangerously close to his heart, causing blood to seep through and stain his outer clothes. He calmly pulled the spear out. The one who threw the weapon, seeing that Wang Dingying dodged, couldn't believe his eyes and froze. He regained the upper hand and swung a punch, knocking the man off balance. Go to hell. The scar-faced man, seeing his comrade defeated, widened his eyes in shock as if struck by lightning. Wang Dingying examined the spear in his hand. If it's not yours, then you shouldn't be here trying to take it. Then he threw the spear forcefully, sending it flying past the man and straight toward the red-haired woman. He turned around hastily and shouted, "Xiao Dong, run!" But it was too late. The spear pierced her chest. Her face darkened, and she screamed in horror. "Xiao Dong!" Wang Dingying regained his composure, furrowing his brows as he sneered at the group of fools. The treasure pouch would be his. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, and his expression turned unpleasant again. Zhong Ming, holding the treasure pouch, smiled lightly. He turned around and walked away, waving his hand provocatively. "Thanks for stopping those three." Wang Dingying, of course, was not one to back down after putting in so much effort, so he immediately gave chase. "Don't even think about running." The two of them continued their chase along Zhongming Street, running while trying to come up with a plan. How should he shake off this guy? Up ahead, there was a mess. He arrived, stopped, and stared blankly at what lay before him. A massive monster was rampaging, destroying the city, with dust and debris flying everywhere. This somehow gave him a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he charged straight into the thickest cloud of dust. When Wang Dingying caught up, it was just as Zhong Ming was disappearing into the fog, his figure growing more and more elusive. He attacked with great force, but Zhong Ming was quick to draw his knife in defense, not backing down either. The two clashed, neither willing to give in. Zhong Ming seized the opportunity to sprint and cut across, taking advantage of the smoke that obscured his opponent's vision. Their eyes locked, for eyes meeting, both faces bearing the marks of injury. Wang Dingying looked down at the rip in his shirt, thinking calmly, this brat is clearly just a one-star evolved. If I hadn't reacted quickly earlier, that silver knife of his could have really hurt me. A moment later, he surged forward, his muscles bulging as his outer layer of clothing tore apart, revealing a tattoo on his chest, a black skull tattoo. When Zhong Ming noticed this detail, he thought, now I think I understand why he's a 2-star evolved. It's the black soul that's consuming him. At the scene, Commander Yi was also in complete chaos. He kept firing his gun, facing a horde of monsters charging at him like a pack of hungry beasts, ready to take a life at any moment. A soldier, walking by, noticed the group and immediately braked. He reacted quickly, but he still couldn't defend against so many of them. Someone reported to Commander Yi while he was busy, unable to pay attention to his surroundings. "Commander, the zombies are multiplying the more we fight, and our men can't hold on much longer," a young man reported hastily. "We've set up teams in all 4 directions, but we've lost contact with 2 of them." Director Lu over there called, saying they couldn't stop the gigantic mutated zombie, and they also have to retreat now. Commander Yi seemed to age by several decades. Frowning, he said, "Relay my orders." The other person raised his hand to salute. "Yes, sir," he shouted, breaking through the encirclement on the left front. The young man glanced over, seeing the massive monster rampaging, hesitating. "Commander, there's..." Before he could finish, Commander Yi interrupted him. "I know, but that's the only way out for us." Commander Yi spoke solemnly, focusing all his mind. "It's all right, every effort is worth it. As long as Wang Dingying succeeds, I can assist him, even if it costs more lives." Over at Wang Dingying and Zhong Ming's side, things were still relatively calm as they needed time to scout the enemy.
He clenched his lips, refusing to let his guard down. In his past life, he had heard of a special black card on some reward wheels. Unlike other cards that had usage instructions, this one only had a skull pattern on it. This card, once used, has only one possibility: within a certain limited time, it can devour a life form of the same evolutionary level to achieve a level up in evolution. In other words, if a 1-star evolved person uses the black card and then devours a level 1 mutated life form, they will become a 2-star evolved person. Similarly, if a 2-star evolved person devours a level 2 mutated life form, they will become a 3-star evolved person. He furrowed his brows tightly, as tense as a bowstring. However, the black soul skill can only be used once to devour, and it can only be used by someone with the highest evolution level of 2 stars. It is said that there are serious side effects, and after use, the person may have less than 10 years of lifespan remaining. Wang Dingying spoke first, pointing directly at Zhong Ming's face and commanding, "Put the bag down, and I'll let you go." He didn't answer immediately, his eyes narrowing even further. No wonder, in such a short time, 2-star evolved individuals had appeared. It almost dealt a blow to the confidence of someone like him who had been reborn. Zhong Ming calmly drew his Qingdao as a threat, slowly saying, "You're quite the unexpected variable, ruining my plans, but that doesn't mean I'll give up just because of this." Wang Dingying, having been threatened with only a few words, darkened his face, grinding his teeth. Does this guy still have any trump cards? Is this a trap? He clenched his fists. After all, in the face of absolute power, all calculations are just child's play. Zhong Ming tightly clenched the bag of treasures and pointed into the distance. "Look, the giant monster is chasing the soldiers towards us." Wang Dingying jumped in shock, flustered. "Aren't you going to look? Can't we just keep going?" Meanwhile, the 3 people he had just defeated were coming after him in a fit of rage. It seemed like everyone who had survived yesterday was now rushing to this place. Zhong Ming, as if under immense pressure, continued to threaten him. "Do you know? I just heard your men call your name. Your name is Wang Dingying, someone I used to admire, but now I absolutely loathe you." He continued, "They deserve respect. Even during the disaster, they still insisted on upholding their own honor. But you're not like that. Your captain isn't like that either." The more Wang Dingying listened, the darker his face became. Zhong Ming, now overly agitated, raised his voice. "The hearts of you people changed during the disaster. Everything you do today is for personal gain." Wang Dingying angrily dismissed his accusations. "You're talking nonsense." At that moment, Zhong Ming shifted his tone to a more normal one, sneering lightly. "Am I wrong?" The sound of tanks rumbled, with Commander Yi sitting in the tank, arms crossed, surrounded by his soldiers. Zhong Ming continued his interrogation. "When the disaster started, you were the only construction force in this town. What did you do? Did you organize any rescue efforts? Did you help the refugees? Did you clean up the zombies?" The more he spoke, the darker Wang Dingying's expression became, as if the words had struck a nerve. "No, you did nothing. Even killing zombies was just to harvest demon cores, not for the purpose of saving people. Not only did you fail to help the civilians, but you even exploited the evolved people to serve you. The ones who protected you in all directions were just cannon fodder. They were the true soldiers, following orders unconditionally, having to leave their families behind, and bravely fighting." The soldiers who heard the sound were all startled. The monster still existed far away. He took a step forward. Zhong Ming, holding the bag of treasures, quickly leapt to a higher position as best as he could. He raised the bag of treasures, challenging the group below. "Wang Dingying, and all of you who wear medals and military ranks. Your souls are already tainted. If you want to seize the treasure, come up and try." The treasure bag tore open, spilling all the treasures. Zhong Ming laughed in satisfaction. "Today, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Let me see how much a 2-star evolved person can steal." Above, a huge glowing sphere hovered. It was the treasure he had just dropped, and Zhong Ming's figure had disappeared.
Wang Dingying was astonished, his eyes wide. Commander Yi narrowed his eyes as he watched the group of people he had just fought against, now rushing toward the treasure. They moved with incredible speed. The masked man thought to himself, that soldier's speed is truly remarkable. Wang Dingying, being the closest to the treasure, was just an arm's length away. He felt victorious, saying, "Got it." At that moment, a tail shot toward the treasure, aiming for it. Wang Dingying could only helplessly watch as someone else snatched the treasure right from under his nose, unable to do anything. A woman had used vines to claim the treasure for herself, and he watched in disbelief. The group of MOE had also arrived, moving swiftly. She jumped, gaining momentum. At the same time, the treasure sphere flew towards her. She wrapped both arms around it, clutching it as though it were her very life. Another orb grazed her back. MOE turned her head and shouted loudly, "Miss Pa." It flew right in front of Pa Teacher, as if it was falling directly towards Pa Jiying. The three of them, each successfully holding a precious orb in their hands, looked at each other and laughed foolishly. Chang Long quickly realized there was still one left. He happily rushed to grab the last one, but Wang Dingying managed to notice in time. He lunged forward like a tiger pouncing, using his strength to shove the rock aside and shouted loudly, "Get out!" Cheng Long, caught off guard, was hit directly and flew several meters away. He was struck in the abdomen, blood spurting from his mouth. Chang Zhe, fumbling from behind, sensed something was wrong. He stepped forward, watching Cheng Long as he couldn't stop himself. The person who had been sent flying panicked. Chang Zhe, looking at his teammate, anxiously asked, "How's De Long?" He had been ambushed, drenched in sweat, unable to hold back a curse. "Damn it, this is crazy." On the other side, Wang Dingying had once again stood right next to the precious gem, joyfully and excitedly, just like when he first obtained it. However, before he could savor his happiness, a chill ran down his spine. He tightly pressed his lips together. With his agility and experience, Wang Dingying managed to dodge the series of bullets aimed at him. It was Xiaohu. He couldn't stand by and let this guy run rampant, so he fired relentlessly, releasing his pent-up frustration. Wang Dingying fell with a crash, the unexpected gunshot causing even the shooter to be caught off guard. The precious gem flew toward Commander Yi and MOE, leaving both of them surprised. They reached out at the same time to catch the treasure. The situation was such that one had to support it, but Cheng Long still did not forget to remind his teammate. "Move aside, Xiao Yi, you're in more of a hurry." Commander Yi acted immediately, looking at her with no trace of empathy. Both their faces were taut, like stretched strings, each of them determined to take what they wanted, and neither willing to give way. The jade was nestled under the rock, and Commander Yi was about to reach for it. At that moment, the man holding the spear flicked it, sending the treasure rolling away, preventing him from touching it. The two of them were engaged in a fierce physical struggle, while the three evolved men cheered as they seized the precious item. "It's ours now." Ha ha. Commander Yi was sent flying by a kick. Nearby, the atmosphere was relatively calm. The two commanders sat ahead, observing the situation. The man squinted and looked into the distance before giving the order. "Fire." The man next to him looked confused. "Who are we shooting at?" This nonsensical question deserved a slap, and the situation unfolded dramatically with 5 people involved, delivering their lines. "Who else? Is anyone from our side over there?" "Of course, we're just firing blindly." In this tangled mess, Xia Lei suddenly felt puzzled. In this situation, the commanding officer was ordering his own team to shoot at their comrades. She felt momentarily confused, sitting there, curled up as she thought about her teammates. Moyi and Shangja were still out there, after all. Suddenly, a loud noise drew everyone's attention. The two commanding men turned back, their faces not looking good. The monster was drawing closer to them more than ever. Zhong Ming, from some corner, seemed satisfied with the situation, smiling lightly. The giant monster kept advancing towards them. He raised his gun, aimed carefully, and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck a chain link on its body, ricocheting back. As they took a closer look at the shot, the friction with the chain created a loud noise. Commander Yi looked at him, puzzled. Is that kid out of his mind? The chubby man, seeing this, was so furious that his veins nearly popped, grinding his teeth in anger. Does he want to lead the giant monster to us for mutual destruction? Only he understood clearly. With his current strength, not to mention killing the chained prisoner, even a fake level 4 monster, no matter how severely wounded, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. But compared to the monster's treasures, he could gain something far more valuable from the chained prisoner. Zhongming's hand kept clutching the grass, his target unchanged. Yes, it was the metal locks wrapped around the entire body of the demon gold chained prisoner. The chains were shaking violently from the impact. This metal would be extremely valuable in the post-apocalyptic future, forged using special techniques, and every gram would be worth a fortune. It was said that adding a bit of demon gold during the smelting process could greatly enhance the quality of weapons and equipment, possibly even granting some extraordinary abilities. He kept firing at a specific point on the chain link around the monster's thigh. It was like a glimmer of hope had appeared. Zhongming's eyes lit up finally, it cracked. The chubby man seemed to have noticed too and yelled at the Cloud soldiers. Why are you all just standing there? Go and grab it. Commander Yi stood up, solitary and resolute. He pulled out his gun and fired mercilessly at the crowd. The fat old man was sweating profusely, but he could only stand there, pointing with all 5 fingers, launching a counterattack. In contrast to the commotion, the place where Mo Yi and Pai Jiying were remained relatively peaceful. The teacher tightly clutched the gemstone to her chest and asked, What should we do next? Mo Yi checked her gun. She just smiled lightly and replied calmly, Let them slaughter each other. We'll find an opportunity to see if we can grab the 2 treasures that Yi Zhongming dropped. Pa teacher was extremely anxious, unable to stay still. What is he doing? Will he be all right? At this moment, Zhongming was standing directly in front of the monster, aiming his gun at its face. The monster raised its club, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. He decisively threw the gun aside, staring at it defiantly. Then he ran, and just as he moved from his spot, a huge explosion occurred at that very spot. Zhongming leaped forward with his familiar knife. The monster made its move, but with his agility, he managed to dodge in time. Zhongming caught hold of a chain link, his heart was both firm and uneasy, cursing inwardly, unsure if he could hold on. Suspended in midair, he desperately clung to the lifeline of his life at that moment, mentally reassuring himself, Hang in there, I must hang in there. If I want to get the demon gold, I can only rely on this uninjured left hand. A slash cut through the air sharply, and the chain showed signs of slight cracking. Could it be enough to harm the monster? Wherever he went, it drew attention. Little did it know, Zhongming was wreaking havoc on its body. He had found an effective solution and was slashing away at it. But it wasn't long before he was struck again, unable to even stand firm. Zhongming gripped the chain with all his might, beads of sweat forming on his face, his right hand growing more and more painful. If he didn't have the physique of an evolved human, his fingers would have likely been broken by now. The crack showed no signs of progressing further, but this damned demon gold was too tough, and it would take a long time to chop through. He had to strain his entire body just to hold it together. Having come this far, could he really give up? While he was thinking, something appeared before his eyes that distracted him from the physical pain. He fell into a state of stillness, his eyes wide open. It was a crack. Zhongming gripped the chain with one hand and began to dig with the other. At the opening he had just created, a young plant sprouted. Zhongming skillfully maneuvered the machete with one hand, bringing the blade close to the chain he had been hacking at, commanding his gardening skills to activate with his will. Zhongming used his index finger to initiate the process smoothly, a green light surrounded him. Right at the spot he had just cleared, the plant sprouted rapidly under his gardening skill. Small tendrils began to grow slowly, reaching out from the tiny space. Within just a few seconds, the plant grew large, its branches and leaves sprawling. Zhou Ming's face lit up with joy as he applied his skill in the right moment. He had succeeded man-eating flowers. In his previous life, this was an incredibly powerful type of plant. These carnivorous plants were brought out by monsters from the wastelands, spreading across the globe on a massive scale, with bloodwood being the ancestor of these man-eating plants. The chain he was holding suddenly loosened. Zhou Ming suddenly let it go. He grabbed his sword, trying to summon all his deep internal power, and struck a powerful blow right at the spot where the flesh-eating flower had just started to sprout. Everyone below was watching his every move, but they were also puzzled. None of them spoke, simply standing silently, watching. As soon as the chain snapped, Wang Dingying excitedly ran forward as if the accomplishment was his. Ha ha ha, thank you, he thought to himself, grinning ear to ear. Although he didn't know exactly what it was clear that whatever that person wanted to get must be something valuable. Even a fool could tell that. The group of Xia Lei could tell from the situation as well. Yi Zhongming is risking his life to take back what was stolen from him. How will this play out? At this moment, Zhongming was in freefall, shouting loudly, "Di Huan Huan!" As soon as the dog heard his call, it leapt toward him like a bullet, soaring over Wang Dingying's head. He stared at Di Huan Huan with wide eyes, filled with excitement. He crashed onto the stone with a deafening thud, his eyes unable to open again. From a distance, Liang Chuyin and the others anxiously chased after Yi Zhongming. She looked so small when standing next to the chained monster, which was beginning to rage. The horn on its head was gathering more and more electricity, showing the monster's growing fury. When its anger reached its peak, beams of green light shot out from the horn, scattering all around. Shuyin and the group of Moe had arrived. She was very worried. Zhou Ming, at this moment, seemed to have no strength left, only able to weakly whisper, "Run, if you want to live, run quickly." He then lowered his eyes tiredly. A loud, panicked cry. "Yi Zhongming, when you wake up, sometimes I find you really annoying, cold as ice all day. Looking at others as if you want to see through them, always putting on that indifferent face. Everyone has wronged you." His eyes slowly opened, and the voice continued to echo. "Humph, you're not that impressive. Isn't it just being a little more capable and having better reflexes? So can you wake up and keep getting angry at me? I've been worrying about you too much these past few days." At this moment, Zhou Ming had woken up, trying not to breathe too loudly. It was Pa Teacher bustling around beside him, grumbling. "I've never done this for anyone else at my age." He was utterly confused, his face scrunched up. "I thought if I were in a coma, Liang Chuyin or Moe would be the ones taking care of me, but how come it's Pa Jiying? That unreliable person?" She didn't know he was awake and kept talking to herself. Humph, clearly still young, yet always putting on a dead man's face for others to see? She brought a warm towel to where Zhou Ming was pretending to sleep, constantly mumbling. "When you first appeared in front of me, I thought you were a hero, but then you had to set conditions and force me to choose." His face was covered in sweat, unsure whether it was from the hot towel or from the fear of this woman's fiery temper. He could only think to himself. "Sis, come on, get a grip. I'm facing reality here, and I even turned back to save you. This silly sister still thinks I'm not awake. It's a little embarrassing. Should I wake up right now?" The massive chest of Jiying was exposed right in front of him. "But Yi Zhongming, let me tell you, don't think that just because you saved my life, you can act all mature. I am a teacher, you know." She winked and puckered her lips, trying to act cute and lovable. "You are clearly younger than me, so what should you call me?" No, that feels weird. Just call me sister." Jiying didn't let go of Zhongming and even pinched his cheek. "That's right, little brother Yi Zhongming, you should call me sister." Suddenly, she switched back to a serious tone. "Also, you should wake up already. Our situation is really bad right now. Every day we're short on food and water. It's dangerous. We're hunted every day, fighting zombies, monsters, and even our own kind. Even I, with your knife, have killed people. Zhong Ming listened, processing what she said. He could understand fighting zombies over food and supplies, but being hunted? What did that mean?
Jiang continued, rubbing the towel in her hands.
There's no peace in the team either.
Those people are all colleagues of Miss Mo, who helped us during the retreat a few days ago. All day, she had been thinking about how to divide those precious resources. Shuyin and them have clashed multiple times. Every time, Miss Mo suppressed them, but I know she's in a difficult position, caught in the middle.
She glanced over at the bed where he lay, then continued. Especially since her drill instructor seems to have other intentions, which really hurts Miss Mo.
There's also Sister Ha, who isn't bad, fair in her speech, but she doesn't have any effect.
No one listens to her. Even I'm exhausted, and Moe, Shuyin must be even more tired.
Little brother, please wake up. Then Jiang took a step and said, Wait, I'll go get another bowl of porridge for you. At that moment, Zhong Ming spoke up, causing her to jump in surprise.
How long have I been asleep?
Even the basin of water in my hand has fallen to the ground.
Jiang stammered, when did you wake up?
He then sat up fully, rubbing his head, and the blanket fell off, revealing his strong physique. In a building in the apocalypse, the scorching heat surrounded them. At this moment, Yi Zhongming and the others were gathered in a room. Liang Chuyin and Pa Jiying were laughing and joking with each other. Seeing this, he smiled slightly and thought, the three of them Liang Chuyin must be very happy. He glanced over toward the group on the other side, observing the person talking to Moe, probably Xiaolei. The woman whom Park said acted very fairly and had a strong sense of justice. At this moment, two men following behind Xiaolei, looking gloomy, were also staring in his direction. Then, he looked at the man with a chubby face, high cheekbones, upward slanted eyes, and thick lips.
His inner voice shouted, that man.
According to what Park said, Deputy Director Yang Jin had been calling this person a talented treasure these past few days. At that moment, Di Huanghuan saw him and happily ran over, barking twice, woof woof.
He sat down happily and scratched its chin, asking, where's the stuff?
The dog happily wagged its tail, placing its paws on his legs, allowing him to pet it. Then, from its mouth, it pulled out a hard iron rod. He picked it up and examined the object in his hand, feeling a little pleased. At this moment, the man with thick lips approached and said to him, this guy, if you're awake now, I think we should talk about the reward. He looked at the object in his hand and calmly replied, go ahead. The man said, earlier, when you all were stopped by that scoundrel Wang Dingying, it was I who brought my people to rescue you. That's correct, right?
At this, he glanced at Moe.
Upon receiving his gaze, Moe returned it with a slightly sad look, lowered his head, and replied, after Chang Long sacrificed himself to help us, Deputy Bureau Chief Yang and the others indeed put in a lot of effort as well.
The man shouted, in the past few days, we've been out looking for food, finding water, killing zombies, fighting Wang Dingying, and Old Ji has never backed down.
That's also correct, right?
Liang Chuyin responded, yes, he never backed down, but he was cowardly and deceitful, doing dirty work.
The man, hearing this, shouted at her face, you little bitch, shut up. If it weren't for Moe, I'd kill you easily.
Hearing his insults, she angrily swung her whip, gritting her teeth and saying, you.
Seeing her anger, he placed a hand on her shoulder and stepped in front of her. She looked at him in confusion, and the man, seeing this, pressed forward even more, saying, so, you see, I've saved your life a few times now.
It wouldn't be too much to ask for some reward, would it? He nodded and replied, not too much.
I know that you guys found a lot of good things at Pearl Lake that day.
How about this, we divide those things and share them? What do you think? Consider it a reward for a life-saving benefactor. He immediately extended his hand toward the Moe group and asked, where are the items?
Upon hearing this, Moe took out her bag and replied, that day, we obtained a total of 3 treasures. She rummaged through her bag and then pulled out a scroll of paper and a hard, transparent white object.
He asked, what about the other one? She turned her head and looked at the bald man.
Cheng Jin nodded at him.
Then, Changja took out a small square piece of white paper and looked at them with a cold expression. He was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Let's examine these two first." At this point, he unrolled the white scroll and quickly skimmed through it. He was astonished to discover that it was actually a pharmacist's formula. While it wasn't a top-tier formula, it was very useful. Unfortunately, there was no pharmacist profession within their team at the moment. The scroll stated that the formula was for a long-distance hiking medicine. A specialized pharmacist's formula that increases endurance for 2 hours after consumption. The degree of increase was related to both the pharmacist's level and the quality of the materials. The second item was the hard, transparent object, a crystal space with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. This was also considered a top-tier equipment in the apocalypse. While it couldn't enhance the owner's strength, spatial equipment was much more convenient. This crystal space was only the size of an egg, making it easy to carry. Even though the space was only 1 cubic meter, it was enough to store some commonly used items, like demon cores, avoiding the hassle of carrying a backpack. Exposed items could also attract unwanted attention. He looked toward Cheng Zhao and asked, "What's that card?" He replied, "A summoning card." Moe looked at him with a sad expression and said, "He's my drill instructor. When we withdrew, I handed it over to him to keep, but I didn't think things would turn out like this." Hearing this, he nodded slightly without responding. He glanced at the man and said that these things couldn't be divided. The man angrily retorted, "Kid, I don't understand what you're saying." At the same time, the soldiers behind him also aimed their guns at him. He crossed his arms and said, "Are you trying to troll me?" He raised both hands as if to show he had no intention of fighting. He said, "You saved our lives, and I'm very grateful. But these things existed before you saved us, they have nothing to do with you." After saying this, he made another suggestion, "So, can I offer something else in exchange?" The man gave a sinister laugh and looked at him, "Sure, I'd like to see what you can offer." "Chuin, get my backpack." The backpack was not tightly sealed, and the pair of monster legs were exposed. He picked up a green bottle and said to the man, "This is an immunity drug that can prevent you from turning into zombies." The man sneered, licking his lips, and responded, "Tasty, but not enough." He took out a blue bottle and said, "This is a 1-star evolution drug. After using it, you'll become a 1-star evolved human." As for what an evolved human is, I think you already know. The man continued with a mocking tone, "Still not enough." He looked at the man and asked, "Not enough?" Liang Chuin H at this point, seeing the man's constant demands, shouted, "Aren't you ashamed? Do you even know how much a 1-star evolution drug costs outside? Don't you know that?" The more she spoke, the more passionate she became. She stepped forward, pointing outside, and said to him, "Yesterday, we ran into 2 groups of people fighting over a bottle of evolutionary medicine. Dozens of people died. There should be a limit to greed, don't you think?" Moe was now staring at him intently, and then spoke up, "Yang Ju, I feel that it's very fair. The immunity and evolutionary medicines we have, we've exchanged them with our lives." Upon hearing this, he looked at her with disdain and said, "I don't think your lives are worth that much." With that, he reached inside his suit jacket. Hearing his words, he also spoke, "I also have a type of egg called the Wang Guaya, a level 2 mutated life form. Although the first time you eat this egg it doesn't have the same effect as the evolutionary medicine, it can still improve the body's constitution. Depending on the individual's physical condition, it can double the enhancement." Yang Ju's group quickly shouted and asked, "Does it work for evolved people?" He gave a serious look and said, "It does. For a 1-star planner, the effect is even better after eating it, but for a 2-star evolved person, the improvement is less." Upon hearing this, he became interested and said, "I want it." However, his eyes were full of cunning as he added, "But that's still not enough. You, my friend, I know you're very capable. You lead a group of women to conquer the world and still live quite comfortably." He then pulled out the gun from his side, aimed the muzzle at the sky, and said, "You can even make Wang Dinging so angry he jumps up and down. Yangjin, I admire your abilities. Once you recover from your injuries, you'll be as strong as an ox again. Aren't these things easy to acquire? Don't you agree? He asked him, then continued, now pay a little more, so that later you can gain a little more. This is something I've come to understand after half a lifetime of struggle. I'll let you off the hook for free this time. Upon hearing this, he pointed his thumb at Changzhe, signaling to give him the card, and that would be enough. Both Yangzhen and Changzhe stood frozen for a few seconds. Yangzhen's gun was still aimed at him. Changzhe then reacted, also aiming his gun at them, saying, "Don't force me to use this card." Yangzhen responded, "Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough for that." His demeanor turned dark as he shouted, "Now throw your backpack and the black metal block over here, or damn it, I'll kill you." He looked at him and said, "So, you're finally revealing your true intentions?" He knelt down on one knee, saying, "From the very beginning, you wanted everything. You didn't act earlier because you weren't sure of Chief Officer Chang's attitude, and you were still wary of me. Back then, you didn't know how much I'd recover after waking up, and you were worried Moe might be forced to act against you. But after I woke up, you saw that I was severely ill, clearly not recovered to my previous state. Your concerns about me disappeared." He stared at him. Just then, he had seen Chang's attitude, knowing that the chief officer had chosen a different path from theirs, and any remaining caution towards him was gone. As for the other three, although they were all evolved, their hearts weren't ruthless enough, their hands weren't cruel enough. Now, even though he himself was an evolved being, he still allowed them to gain absolute advantage. But he was too greedy, he wanted everything, everything that we had. At that moment, he made a hand gesture resembling a gun and said, "Just now, you said that this is the apocalypse." This was very true, because there was a popular saying in the apocalypse, "I'll also teach you for free," which is that you pause for a few seconds, and then say, "Greed can only be indulged if one has the strength to back it up." Upon hearing this, he became furious, grinding his teeth and furrowing his brows. Suddenly, a bullet pierced through his right chest. The soldiers who were with him were shocked and shouted, "Yang Ju!" They soon realized that Lu Riang was the one who had shot, so they turned their guns toward her and shouted, "Damn it, kill her, avenge Yang Ju!" At that moment, Di Huang, who was beside Lu Riang, lunged forward with lightning speed, sinking her teeth deep into the neck of one of Yang Ju's soldiers. Blood splattered everywhere, and the others, seeing this, screamed in panic, "Ah, monster!" At that point, he glanced at Chengzhen and said, "I've won. Hand over the card, and I'll let you go." Chengzhen, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. If it were his past life, he would have certainly chosen to kill anyone who dared touch his interests. But in this life, his status was completely different. The sun shone through the windows of the high-rise buildings in the Apocalypse City. At this moment, Moe and Xiao Hu were standing on an upper floor, observing. He approached Moe and said, "He probably hasn't gone far yet. You can take this meat and the immunity potions to him." Moe looked at him with some confusion upon hearing this. He thought killing Changzhe was simple, but Moe would definitely distance herself from him. It would be better to take a step back and win her over. Thinking this, he continued, "Although he didn't do his job well, he was still once a mentor and student. There's an immunity pill that can improve one's physical condition. I believe he can survive." At that moment, Moe looked at him with a grateful expression. She stepped forward to take it and thanked him. Truly, thank you so much." After receiving it, she immediately turned and rushed out the door. While running, she called, "Xiao Hu, let's go." The person called Xiao Hu immediately responded, "Yes, Miss Yi," and then ran off. Lu Riang saw this and crossed his arms, watching him, and asked him, "Aren't you being hypocritical by sending everyone away like this?" He threw the blue pill bottle towards her and said, "You're the hypocrite, not me." She caught the bottle and then asked, confused, "What's this? A consolation prize for me killing a colleague?" "No, this is an advance payment. I always keep my promises. After I recover, I'll definitely escort you to find your husband." He left, walking while calculating. Next, he needed to assess the profits and losses from this Pearl Lake operation. After returning to his room,
he sat on the bed, laid out a piece of leather, and began inspecting the items he had collected. Looking at the objects, he started thinking. The losses this time were mainly due to that sword wound, along with some second-level demon cores and the medicine as payment for others. At that moment, he picked up a yellow card. He looked at it and thought, this was the thing that the drill instructor tried to swallow. So it's a summoning card for the Hellhound? Then, he picked up the crystal space, and the card was sucked into it. He looked at the card that was already inside the crystal space and smiled with delight. This action had resulted in more profit than loss. The most useful thing was this crystal space. After that, he used it to draw in other items. He opened his backpack, preparing to place it inside, but suddenly his hand froze. He was astonished to discover. "Ha!" The voice that came out was full of doubt. That piece of cloth. He picked up the golden shimmering fabric and examined it. Isn't this the golden bag? He recalled the day they had stolen the treasure. In order to create chaos among the forces and to temporarily weaken Wang Dinging so that he wouldn't cause trouble, the image of that day appeared in his mind. Items from the golden bag had scattered all over the place. He had purposely torn the bag so that they would fight over the scattered treasures, making it easier for him to kill the demon gold. He remembered that he had indeed torn the bag that day, right? He placed it on his lap and examined it carefully. His hand ran over the fabric, starting to feel each area he passed through, the soft, delicate, and smooth sensation. But this was definitely not silk, nor any type of fabric he knew. At this moment, he drew his dagger from his waist and made a cut. However, no incision appeared, and the fabric remained completely intact. He shouted in astonishment. How is this possible? Can the wind of the moon cut through demon gold and cause damage, but this fabric remains unharmed? He placed it down, aimed his dagger at the fabric, and then slowly cut down a line. Wait a minute, did the previous mark close up on its own? He was stunned by this terrifying thought of his. He quickly threw the piece of cloth far away, shouting, "Is it possessed? What's wrong with this piece of cloth?" The cloth covering the egg gradually emitted streams of golden light. He looked at the scene before him, and it slowly became more confusing. Then, he used the tip of his dagger to lift the cloth, but nothing changed. However, at that moment, he noticed the color on the egg was gradually changing. It seemed like the life force of the egg was being drained. I get it now, this golden cloth can absorb life energy to restore the damage it has taken, right? What a great find! Now I understand, the monster was wounded by the shot, and at the same time, it was carrying this bag. The wound has healed in a very short time. That wasn't its own ability, but rather, it took advantage of the properties of this golden cloth. But I don't know how to use it. This thing is too special. After a series of investigations, he took out the crystal space and sucked it inside. Then, a purple egg appeared in his hand. The Sun Treasure Cube was the only thing from this haul that could directly increase his strength. So, he placed the Sun Treasure Cube in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. His throat moved up and down several times. After that, his strength completely increased, and his body emitted a bright red light. His eyes also turned red, with veins of blood appearing from his eyes to his face. After receiving a large amount of power, his breathing became rapid. Huff, 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 his whole body was drenched in sweat, and suddenly, his eyes widened. Ha! Why doesn't it hurt anymore? He looked at his arm, then jumped off the bed and landed heavily on the floor. He stood up, stretched, and flexed his biceps. I feel like my body has fully healed. I can feel that my physical condition and strength have been enhanced. Right now, I'm probably 8 or 9 times stronger than an average person. I'm a 1-star evolved being, with secondary grade in Hung protection. Indeed, the gains are significant. Not only that, but I also feel that my mental power has greatly increased. He grabbed a metal bar in his hand, then used his crystal space to absorb it. The increase in mental power should also boost the effectiveness of this skill. Moreover, I now have enough mental power to use the craftsmanship skill to handle a large demon gold. He tossed the item in his hand into the air, then shouted. Refinement skill perfect. The demon gold, once he used his power, broke apart into small fragments, which were then absorbed into the crystal space. He held the crystal space in his hand and observed, there were 100 parts of demon gold, each weighing about 10 grams, starting with 1. At this moment, he was standing in the basement, holding his blade. A black car was parked in front of him. He looked quite angry. He drove the blade forcefully into a nearby pillar, and a surge of energy radiated from his body. He began chanting spell forging. The blade now hovered in mid-air, and his entire body exuded power. A liquid resembling molten lava appeared before him, bubbling. Inside the yellow liquid were 10 ounces of demon gold, several second-level demon cores, and even the claws of Yuan Gueya. Suddenly, a strong burst of golden light spread out in all directions. After the golden light emanated powerfully, it gradually faded, revealing the sharp sword that had been forged. It's a success, he said, holding the sword in his hand, named Wind of the Moon, also known as Chicken. Demon Gold has an auxiliary skill called Full Force Chi Membrane. The user channels all their strength into the weapon, causing a sword aura to appear, with a length equal to 1/3 of the sword's body. He looked at the sword in his hand, deep in thought. Wind of the Moon had previously been a weapon capable of contending with lifeforms at the 2nd, or even 3rd, evolution level. This time, after being infused with demon gold, it not only had better quality but also carried an additional skill. He swung the sword through the air to test it. This sword aura is a professional skill of the Swordmaster class after reaching the master level, he thought to himself. Is this a sign that the occupation's mastery has reached an extremely high level? Professions must go through a development process, including practice, beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. During the apocalypse, the vast majority of survivors' professional levels are concentrated in these stages. Beyond this, master level, high master level, and supreme level are rare existences. Those who reach the supreme level are given the title of divine. A divine blade master is a sword master of the extraordinary grade. A divine artisan is an extraordinary craftsman. Thus, the master level and high master level are commonly referred to as god thieves. The auxiliary skill of demon gold is precisely this kind of iconic ability. He held the sword in his hand, and his reflection was visible on the blade, filled with ambition. With it, he felt as if he could cut through the 4th-tier master's storage chest. He gripped the sword, making a light movement, calm and collected. At this moment, he was still just an apprentice craftsman, without better materials, and the original couldn't truly bring out the full potential of demon gold, so continuing to forge would be a waste of the precious demon gold. He took a step forward, contemplating that he needed to strengthen his abilities, gather more materials, and acquire better originals. At this moment, in a room, Moe and Liang Chuyin were sitting on the sofa, chatting. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening and closing echoed. Xiaohu was the first to notice him coming back. He slowly stepped through the door, holding 2 newly forged swords, walking in with a calm demeanor. When Xiaohu saw the 2 swords, he excitedly shouted. Hey, did you get another sword? Let me see it. Seeing him reach out to touch his sword, he quickly pulled it back behind him and asked. Want to see the sword? Then he added. Alright, let's see if you can take it. The boy looked at him like a child, signaling that it was his own fault if he got hurt later. Then he reached out to him, balancing himself on his toes, leaping forward, and aimed his elbow at him. However, he missed. Just as his elbow was about to make contact with him, he suddenly vanished from sight, swiftly moving behind the boy. Then, the saber was placed against his neck, causing him to be startled. He said, both my speed and strength are inferior to yours, it's just not fair. Hearing this, he laughed and lightly tapped the top of his head with the hand holding the saber, saying, nothing in this world is fair. Whoever is stronger makes the rules. Besides, even if you're an evolved person, you're still no match for me. Xiaohu, hearing this, stubbornly replied, I don't believe it.
He closed his eyes, ignoring his words, and responded, "When you fight not to suppress your enemy but to kill them, only then will you be qualified to fight me." He walked towards Mo, asking, "Do you have a map?" "Find one." After a while, they found a map of the city they were in. He pointed at the map, saying, "We are here now." He then pointed in the opposite direction, where the city was divided by a river, and said, "We will go here." Lu Riang, upon seeing where he pointed, was stunned and asked, "That's the new area where my husband works. Is this person planning to fulfill his promise so quickly?" At this moment, Liang Chuin, standing beside him, thought for a moment and then said, "Even if we go straight, it's still too far." He replied, "Right now, we can't drive, and this has been going on for a long time. The outside has been completely overrun by zombies and mutated creatures. Even the slightest noise will attract zombies from nearby areas. That would be too dangerous, so we have no choice but to walk." Then, he pointed to another location on the map and said, "In addition, the city center is here, this old neighborhood, and here, no matter what, it's very difficult." Moe then spoke up and asked, "I can understand other places, but is the last location you mentioned an integrated healthcare organization for rehabilitation and treatment?" Upon hearing her question, he replied, "Apocalypse hospitals are all very strange, we need to pay attention to that place as well." He knew the reason better than anyone, but he couldn't speak about it for now, because even he wasn't entirely sure. At this point, Liang Chuin spoke up to call for everyone's trust in him. "Zhong Ming has proven to us many times, listening to him is not wrong." He took a red pen and drew the route they would need to take. "Now that I have identified the target, I've decided to go this way." Lu Riang looked at the path he drew and said, "You want to avoid the densely populated old neighborhood, I understand. But why go around in a different way? If we go like this, even if it's smooth, we'll still need more than 15 hours, wasting double the time for what?" He looked at her seriously and replied, "I promise to take you to see your husband, but that doesn't mean I'll risk my life and the lives of my companions. I can't guarantee that everything will go perfectly, but at least I'll try my best to make sure we're safer." She heard this and started to grasp the issue, saying, "So your detour is to strengthen the chances, to increase the chances of successfully escorting her." Moe didn't say much and immediately asked, "So, are we starting right now?" He looked at her and replied, "No, everyone has already been suffering these past few days. We haven't even found anything in this round yet." In a ruined residential area, outside the door of an apartment, a man with silver hair, holding a spear in his left hand, knocked on the door. "Ing Dang, it's me." Inside the room, a woman with red hair was having her wrist bandaged by a muscular man with a buzz cut and a scar over his eye. When the silver-haired man entered, he raised a large bag in his hand and called out to the scarred man, "Ing Dang, here are 35 more, this should be enough this time." The man called Ing Dang lit a cigarette and glanced at the silver-haired man, asking, "How many crystals do we have?" The man lowered his hand and replied, "More than 300, that should be enough." "Did you forget about the last time we failed?" Ing Dang retorted. "The 260 demon cores we exchanged for the silver shoes ended up being wasted." Hearing this, the silver-haired man's gaze grew a bit deeper as he answered, "Who knew that every time we spin it, it would require more demon cores?" His hand clenched tightly around the bag. At this moment, Xiaodong got up from the bed and said, "There's nothing to blame. It's lucky enough that we even encountered that wheel. Otherwise, the three of us would already be dead." She turned and pulled the window curtain shut. The silver-haired man spoke again, "Xiaodong's luck is really incredible. She spun 5 times, got 3 evolution potions, a skill scroll, and only one not-so-good result. This efficiency is truly amazing, and that colorful reward wheel. She spun it twice and got a professional scroll. That's amazing. Actually, Xiaodong, it's her." The man called Ing Dang glanced at her, not finishing his sentence, as a hand holding a knife shattered the glass and pierced through. Yi Zhongming was tightly holding Xiaodong, with a knife pressed against her neck as she squatted by the windowsill. Seeing this, the man called Ing Dang shouted, "Is it you?" He smiled and replied, "It's me." His hand still held the knife against Xiaodong's neck.
At this moment, the main door was also kicked open by Moe and Xiaowu, who rushed in, crouched down, and ordered, "Don't move." Xiaowu pointed a gun at Xiaodong's group, smiling as he said, "Aren't you the ones who chased me the other day? Are you going to continue now?" He observed the scene in front of him and thought, each time the simplest ambush has controlled two professionals and one evolved person. This kind of thing can only happen in the early stages. Over time, all the survivors have learned how to carefully set up countless traps and alarms around their dwellings. Xiaodong gritted her teeth, glaring at him, and shouted, "If you want to kill us, then do it, but don't think we'll surrender." Upon hearing this, he glanced at her disdainfully and replied, "Do you think it's that troublesome to kill you people? With your level of vigilance, I have at least 10 ways to make you die quietly." He turned to the man named Ding Dang and asked, "I'll ask you one question. If you answer, I'll let you go. If you don't answer, I'll kill you." Ing Dang, under his intense gaze, answered, "Ask." He looked at him sharply and asked, "Where is the colorful tray?" Ing Dang remained silent, staring back at him without responding. Seeing this, he pressed the blade of the knife closer to Xiaodong's neck. At this moment, the blade made contact with her skin, creating a small opening, and blood began to ooze out. Upon seeing this, he shouted, "Wait, the reward wheel is at Long Run Residence 83, Building 117. I'll take you there." He looked at the man, sweating, thinking that if he hadn't shouted just now, this guy would really have gone ahead and killed someone. The man with the scar near his eye led the group toward the colorful tray. At this point, Xiaowu took the knife from his hands and examined it closely, his eyes gleaming with interest. He looked at him helplessly and said, "Kid, can you be quiet for a moment? What's so great about this broken knife, huh?" Xiaowu yelled back, "Broken knife? This is truly a masterpiece. This is called an exceptional treasure blade. Ye brother, have you seen it chop zombies? It's like slicing through melons and chopping vegetables, with corpses scattered everywhere." He raised his finger to signal Xiaowu to be quiet, saying, "Shut up, at least lower your voice." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu stepped closer behind him and said, "Ye brother, both knives in your hands have a similar design. Isn't that a coincidence?" He replied, "It's my profession, I'm a craftsman. Both knives were made by me." Xiaowu scratched the back of his neck and asked, "Ye brother, when can I get a profession like that?" He closed his eyes and replied while walking, "You don't need to beat around the bush like that. I'll decide based on the type of profession you get. The principle of division is." He remained silent for a few seconds, then opened his eyes with a serious expression and said, "Who's ready to stand by me?" Xiaowu, upon hearing this, had a slightly solemn expression. He said, "I'm listening to Captain Yi." He glanced at him and thought to himself that this reaction was quite normal. If this guy was showing loyalty just to secure his position, then he definitely couldn't be kept around. At this moment, after some walking, they had arrived at the door of room 117. The man with the scar over his eye spoke up, "We're here." Xiaowu kicked the door open and stepped inside first, followed by Moe. A round object with 4 different colors, designed like a clock with various characters carved on it, stood before them. Xiaowu looked at it with some admiration. "This looks pretty special." At this point, he stepped forward and walked towards the large object in front of him. He stared at it for a while before speaking, "Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while." Zombies were wandering around everywhere. A series of sounds emanating from the box caught everyone's attention. They all turned to stare at it. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Yi Zhongming stood off to the side, silently observing. Seeing what had happened, he pointed and ordered, "It's your turn now." Xiaowu stared in confusion at everything around him and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you learn to make bombs? And can it be detonated remotely? This is an investigation, you know." He immediately shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." The boy didn't dare to delay any longer, holding the knife in a ready stance and said, "Hee hee. All right then." Suddenly, Zhongming remembered something and quickly turned his head, looking at the distant building before saying, "It seems that with things like this at Liang Chuyin's place, by this morning,
they should have gathered more than 200 demon cores. He shouted to the boy, "Once you're done collecting, go help Liang Chuin. I'll go check elsewhere." While focused on fighting, the boy replied, "You brother, got it. What you say goes." Zhong Ming immediately accelerated his pace, silently calculating in his mind. Every movement of the colored discussions required more demon cores. According to the other three, they had used over 200 cores last time, but failed. This time, at least 300 would be needed for safety, and the final movement would definitely require at least 500 cores. When he reached the supermarket entrance, his expression grew more serious. He kept thinking that there was no time to collect regular demon cores, so he needed to find a way to gather second-level demon cores. The zombies here were dense, and there were plenty of them capable of hunting humans. Their evolutionary level was naturally much higher. Thus, by coming to this place, he would likely encounter mutated second-level zombies. As he thought, he entered. Suddenly, from behind the door, a zombie lunged at him. But with just one strike to its forehead, he effortlessly took it down. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed and thought, "These are just regular zombies. It seems this floor doesn't have the ones I'm looking for." Suddenly, a strange liquid dripped from above onto his shoulder. Zhong Ming calmly looked up, only to discover a giant spider clinging to its web. He frowned and thought to himself, "A mutated long-legged spider." At that moment, it sprayed silk from its mouth. He looked closely and realized it was a spider's web. The net was too wide, impossible to avoid. It was a perfect opportunity to test out his Wind of the Moon. Full power aura. After finishing the words, he swung his knife, cutting the web cleanly, causing the spider to freeze in shock. He then charged straight at it, slicing the spider into two pieces, before retrieving the gem from its body. He also cut off its legs. Once everything was dealt with neatly, he thought with satisfaction, "Good haul. At least this wasn't in vain." Suddenly, someone launched a sneak attack from behind him. Fortunately, he quickly dodged, frowning and thinking, "What? A sneak attack? Is that really the best move?" Zhong Ming turned around and immediately recognized who it was. An evolved zombie and its pet. In his past life, not long after the apocalypse began, a beautiful legend spread widely in many places, one that was bloodthirsty yet seductive. A stunningly beautiful woman wandered the earth with her pet. Whenever she encountered a man she liked, she would spend the night with him. However, after the passion, came the killing. These favored men would have their bodies dismembered, their organs eaten, and while their blood drained from them, they would remain conscious, suffering until they died in agony. It was only later that people realized this legend was true. Beautiful young women, after becoming zombies and completing their evolution, would transform into a special kind of zombie, an evolved zombie. In the zombie hierarchy, an evolved zombie's mutation isn't considered top tier, but its first innate skill is called the spirit seed. This type of innate skill can control a mutated creature or monster. The spirit seed is a form of complete control, not only making the mutated creature extremely loyal after being controlled, but also ensuring that it does not lose its original consciousness. Furthermore, the pet will evolve alongside the evolved zombie, eventually becoming incredibly overpowered. Although it was somewhat unsettling, he still spoke up confidently. Didn't expect the supermarket to have not just a mutated long-legged spider, but also an evolved zombie capable of ambushing. Moreover, its pet is an extraordinarily agile mutated cat. A double second-tier level. How interesting. She had embraced the cat and was looking at him with a strange expression, causing Zhong Ming's memories to resurface. In his past life, there had been news from Donghai about a level 9 evolved zombie, with people claiming to have seen this mutated zombie riding on a white snow serpent. Its appearance was completely human-like, and its every movement, even its smile, was more human than human. Although level 9 mutated beings were quite common, and people's words might be distorted, when speaking, they still carried a slight accent. Only evolved zombies had this trait. Moreover, high-level evolved zombies were no longer as bloodthirsty as other zombies, and they could even occasionally trade with humans. Some even speculated that after evolving to level 9, some of them had regained their pre-mutation memories and had secretly returned to human society, hiding their true identity. However, evolved zombies below level 9 were far more savage than any other kind of zombie. The cat left the arms of the evolved zombie and ran, heading toward the spider's corpse and starting to nibble on the flesh piece by piece. Seeing that she still hadn't moved, he tried standing there silently, thinking to himself, "They never take me seriously, thinking I'm just easy prey, something they can eat whenever they want. That's why they're eating the spider's body first, so as to avoid the energy of life fading away over time, underestimating me." The apocalypse just now was not the same as the apocalypse before. Zhong Ming aimed at the cat and immediately launched an attack, a blade gradually approaching it. The evolved zombie, Lan, hurriedly shouted. Only then did the cat realize the imminent danger, but it was still a step too late. It quickly ran back to the arms of the evolved zombie. She quickly cast a healing spell on it. Looking at her movements, he unexpectedly thought, a natural skill, energy exchange. If injured, this energy exchange skill can be used to accelerate the healing process. Once evolved, it can exchange and share evolved energy. In fact, after this skill reaches a higher level, even life energy can be shared. Evolved lifeforms with consciousness, like evolved zombies, typically only obtain this skill when they reach level 9. But the one in front of me awakened at level 2. This can't allow the evolved zombie to heal the black cat, or else I'll have to face 2 difficult opponents later. He thought quickly and then swung his knife at the cat. However, this time, the cat tightly clung to the evolved zombie, dodging the attack, which left Zhong Ming stunned. So fast. The evolved zombie isn't slow either. Right now, if I risk chasing, I'm not sure I'll catch up. I definitely need to go back and bandage my wounds, otherwise, I'll be like a sweet cake emitting an irresistible scent, attracting countless zombies to hunt me down. He supported his wounded back, ran out, kicked the glass door open, and leapt out of the supermarket. Yet, a sense of unease still lingered in his mind, as if something was wrong, something wasn't quite right. A sudden, ominous premonition struck him. This matter was unlikely to end so simply. When he landed on the ground, 3 birds flew out from the supermarket, drawing closer to him. Zhong Ming slashed at them with his knife relentlessly, showing no mercy. Just as he thought he had handled the situation after taking down the 3 birds, countless rats poured out from the sewer, surrounding him and making him uncomfortable. He thought to himself, as expected, it's pulling tricks. Though he could only control one pet, it had the ability to transmit information to other evolved creatures. This particular pet could even communicate with other mutated beings. "You think this can kill me?" He smirked and struck at the rats. However, there were too many of them, and a few managed to get close, climbing onto him and biting into his arm. He shook his arm violently, slicing them to death. Rat corpses littered the ground. The remaining rats, frightened, quickly scurried away. He then pointed at the woman standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. She hadn't expected him to deal with the situation so swiftly. She flicked her cloak and turned to leave, but not without casting him a friendly glance. Zhong Ming, unfazed, boldly declared, "Next time, it'll be you." Liang Chuyin, Pa Jiying, and the group of people tied up in the room suddenly heard a knock on the door. Zhong Ming dragged his wounded body inside. Seeing this, Jiying anxiously asked, "How did you get hurt like this?" He was too exhausted to explain and simply replied, "Prepare some alcohol and bandages. I have some in my bag." He sat still, letting Chuing tend to his wounds, looking around the room before asking, "Where are Mo Yi and Xiao Wu?" She fumbled with the bandages as she answered, "They went out to find food." "How did you get injured like this? How should I bandage it now?" Xia Lei immediately ran over, saying, "Let me." While bandaging, she observed the wounds, thinking to herself how strange they were, with marks from sharp objects and bite marks from fangs. What on earth did he encounter after being outside for such a short time? Noticing her slow pace, Zhong Ming couldn't help but remind her, "You'd better hurry up, or the smell of fresh blood will attract the zombies." Her face flushed red. The bound man, Head Ding, suddenly mocked, "What's this? Got beaten up?" Too bad you weren't beaten to death. At that moment, Xiaohu and Moe returned. He happily held up the food he had found and said, "We found some food."
Just as Zhongming finished bandaging his wounds, he stood up and said, "Everyone, eat first."
As he dropped the demon cores into the circle, he pondered. This time, there were 360 first-level demon cores. The circle began to spin, and everyone focused their attention, amazed. After a while, the spinning stopped, and the arrow pointed to a book. It was a career scroll. Looking at this item in his hand, he wondered, Apostle of Light, what kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it before. But when he opened it and read, he felt a sense of joy in his heart. It was another primary profession, similar to a combination of a healer and a light mage, except the skill set of this divine profession leaned more towards defensive abilities. He then spoke up. Everyone, look at this. I always thought a profession like this could heal, defend, and even assist with attacks. It really is a versatile and desirable profession. It's just a pity that to learn this profession, the owner must not have any other professions, and once they become an apostle of light, they cannot take on any other profession. Zhongming raised the badge and asked, "Who wants it?" Xiaohu quickly raised his hand to volunteer. Me. Immediately, the others shot him looks of disdain. He scratched his head, thinking, I just shouted out, didn't I? It's not that I don't understand. My time with you, brother, has been too short, and I'm not an evolved one. Whatever profession I take will be a waste. He looked at Moe and asked, You don't only have one profession, right? She waved her hand and replied, Well, then I don't want it. I don't want to have just one profession like that. She then glanced at Liang Chuyin and thought, I want to be as strong as Yi Zhongming. If he doesn't have just one profession, it shows that the path to becoming strong in his mind requires multiple supporting professions. I must follow the same path. Upon meeting her focused gaze, Chuyin quickly denied. I don't want it either. This profession doesn't suit my personality. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused in one direction. Pa Jiying was startled, fear evident in her voice as she stammered, Huh? I. Seeing her stutter, Chuyin became angry and raised her voice to scold her. Why are you hesitating like this? You don't want to fight? This profession is perfect for your personality. A clean woman and a light woman, how could they be more suitable? After hearing this, she remained silent for a long time, but finally made her decision. Yes, I want this profession. Zhongming looked at her seriously and said, I can offer this to you, but you must understand what it means, both for you and for all of us, once you choose this profession. The book was placed in front of her. Liang Chuyin looked at her with affection, her words seeming to give her strength. The man who strangled you and slapped me with a knife, pretty impressive, right? At least he's worthy of our trust. She took it without hesitation, slowly absorbing its essence. Pa Jiying's eyes gradually opened, and she pointed her finger at Zhongming, saying, Divine nectar art. In a moment, the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. His body seemed to glow, and he asked, How many times can it be used? She thought for a moment and replied, 89 times. He couldn't help but admire her, thinking to himself that this was indeed a unique profession that could only be obtained once in a lifetime. Either it was the rich mental power that made people envious, or the skill that consumed so little mental power, making others jealous. Not stopping there, she added, I have another skill. He gasped and asked, More? Aren't you just an apostle of light in training? She answered honestly, In training? Are you talking about my current career level? I am an apostle of light. Next is the messenger of light, followed by the holy maiden of light, then the divine messenger of light, and finally the goddess of light. These words struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned as he thought, OMG, this profession is amazing. Pa Jiying conjured a great shield. Yi Zhongming, while adjusting his moye robe, asked, Can this shield only be used for oneself?
She explained, no, the Great Shield will automatically detect attacks and move itself to defend.
If not, it can also be directed at designated targets. This defense is automatic. Moyi curiously approached and said, wow, that's amazing. Jonin also playfully came over and said, I want to try touching it too.
Zhongming glanced at the wheel and said, there are still 2 sections left, one black and one yellow. The defensive capability will definitely increase as Guangming's profession level goes up. I'm really looking forward to what will happen when she reaches the highest rank. With that, he dropped the demon cores in front of the person who was being restrained by the light. Looking at the rank of the demon cores, the bald man couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine and thought, a level 2 demon core, the 3 of us couldn't even handle a level 2 mutated zombie together. This guy killed 4 of them alone. The wheel began to spin, and after a while, it finally stopped. He looked at the paper in his hand and said, Feng Wujia. Then he immediately tossed it, saying, catch it, Liang Chuyin. She opened it and said, this is Feng Wujia. I can tell that Feng Wujia is someone who uses ice-breaking as a weapon, such as whips, long ribbons, and so on. Only female evolvers can learn this. The user needs basic dancing skills to perform the related movements when activating the skill. Feng Wujia's first profession skill is Shadow of the 4 Winds, Master of all martial ways. After activation, it allows the user to launch their body into the air and initiate indiscriminate attacks. At this point, Moyi laughed and said, congratulations, I don't know how to dance. Jiying also added, moreover, it just so happens that you use this whip, which is indeed specially designed for you. Hearing that, Chuing quickly grabbed it, absorbed it, and said, alright, then it's me. Xiaowu looked at the others slowly pairing off with their own companions and immediately jumped up, shouting, you brother, continue, hurry up.
Zhongming gently replied, we're out of demon cores. If we want to move again, we can delay for a day, maybe even longer. Let's just drop it. He couldn't accept it and quickly shouted, huh, drop it?
Moyi walked over, gave him a smack on the back of his head, and said in a clear voice, alright, quiet down. He fell silent, tears streaming down his face. Not wanting to waste any more time, Zhongming ordered everyone to pack up and prepare to depart. Everyone responded in unison, understood. Suddenly, the head of the group was about to shout, wait, don't kill us. Let us go, and I will tell you something. I swear by my parents' reputation. What I'm saying is true and useful to you, isn't that worth a trade? I know someone who holds a similar professional certificate. These words piqued Zhongming's interest. He coldly replied, he hesitated, looking at you, then spoke up. There's a small shop 2 streets away called a supermarket. Inside, there's a group of people, not too many, about 6 or 7. I don't know where they got a professional certificate from. Because there are too many people and they couldn't be split up, they came up with a solution. If you want to exchange for evolution drugs or other useful items, you can go look for them. As for how the exchange works, that's up to you all. In Longhai Xian district, all the people from Zhongming gathered there. Shuyin stood in front of him and said, Yi Zhongming gave this to you. He took the demon core, satisfied, and responded. This is more like it. Everyone must not only collect demon cores through actual combat, but also quickly familiarize themselves with their profession.
Xiaowu smiled and said,
Yi brother, you're really a good person, you didn't even steal the demon cores of those 3.
His face tightened, and he said, it's just a reminder. The black area on the reward wheel is a death zone. He curiously asked, if the last needle is there, does that mean everything ends, even if everyone is a 9-star expert?
Upon hearing this, the faces of the others turned pale.
Moyi understood and said,
then the 3 of them. Before she could finish, a distant explosion sounded.
Zhongming coldly said, this is the last time I care about your feelings. Next time, I won't be as troublesome, and I won't waste hundreds of demon cores.
I'll just act directly.
Chuyin, terrified, said, But you didn't hesitate to interrupt, yet I promised to spare my classmates.
They surrendered simply because we were stronger.
If the positions were reversed, what do you think they would do?
Yi Zhongming turned his back and spoke clearly.
Don't forget, at the lakeside square, they attacked us without a sound.
When I was unconscious, they chased and tried to kill us. Now you think I'm ruthless, but that's because you haven't been affected by the nameless pity in your heart. Wait until one day, because of her foolish compassion, she will have to endure unimaginable things, and she will no longer think like that.
He pointed to a corpse, raising his voice and saying, because at that time, you had become a filthy body, just like her.
Everyone fell into silence, and fear gradually increased. He continued, this is the apocalypse, and it is only when facing corpses that one has the right to grieve.
The rest of the time, please discard your compassion.
The other three must hate us deeply, so I absolutely cannot allow those who harbor hatred toward us to live in this world. In a bedroom, a Quan sat on the bed, grabbing a bottle of water from the table. He drank almost all of it in one go and then looked back at the girl lying on the bed, shamelessly staring at him. He smirked, then handed the bottle of water to her, saying, "This is the rest for you." She immediately took it, without hesitation, and drank it quickly.
Outside, a sound could be heard.
Suddenly, a group of people arrived.
They don't seem easy to provoke, want to spin the reward wheel. He cracked the door open and asked, how many people?
The other person replied, 6 people, 4 women, 2 men, with guns. He frowned, thinking deeply, a team like that is quite strong.
He stepped out while giving orders, call our people over there.
The other person responded, call them all, don't forget to remind them.
Also, hurry up.
He pushed the door open, smiling as he said, got it, got it. Looking at the girl, he couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Hee, this is for you, hurry up.
With that, he raised the bottle of water.
The girl quietly unfolded the blanket.
Outside the hall, the two sides stood facing each other, observing one another. Xiaohu looked at the spinning wheel behind the others and, with excitement, said, "You brother, the guy wasn't lying, there really is a reward wheel here."
A Quan, who was leading, raised his hand and said, "You want to spin the reward wheel? Do you know the rules?" Zhongming stepped forward and said to him, 1 spin for 1 demon core, right? 10 spins.
With that, he threw the demon core to him. Grabbing the item in his hand, he commanded the others to step aside. The group walked over to the reward wheel. Zhongming looked at Xiaohu and said, "You're always shouting, and your hands are as red as if they're covered in paint.
I'll let you try this time."
Hearing this, Xiaohu, excited, said, watch me now."
A Quan turned back to speak to the guy who had been watching closely, "Got it?" He replied, "Got it, boss." Xiaohu went straight to the wheel, grabbing the pile of items with glee, and turned back to say, "Ye brother, do you see how red my hands are? Now with these evolution pills, surely a part of them will be mine, right?"
Suddenly, a Quan walked up and pointed a gun at him, slyly saying, "If you leave the evolution pills behind, I won't kill you." Zhongming sighed and replied, "I knew it would go like this." At that moment, he gathered a few people for training, and when the group didn't understand what was happening, he shouted, causing everyone to charge forward.
A Quan's group was startled and exclaimed, "What?" The shouts echoed.
Then, the whole group on the other side collapsed to the ground.
Zhongming calmly said, "Let's go quickly to the supermarket and exchange the evolution medicine for their professional certification." Shuin anxiously said, "What if they set an outrageous price?"
He showed a sly grin and replied, "Then we'll have to complete the deal." At the supermarket, they all stood below, and Xiaohu nervously asked, "You brother, what should we do now?" He gazed up thoughtfully and answered, "I just used the evolution medicine.
I'll follow Moe and clear out the zombies around here a bit, try to adapt.
I'll take a walk around the block and check things out." The group, including Dong Cheng, stopped him, saying, "No, that's too dangerous." He smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry. If they want the evolution medicine, it means that at least most of them aren't evolved yet, so they don't pose any threat to me. Besides, I can retreat anytime on my own."
If things really get dangerous, I'll leave immediately.
Shuing bent down to pat Huang Huan on the head and said, then at least let Huang Huan go with you. He agreed, all right. One person, one animal, entered quietly, with a pair of cat eyes observing their every move. Zhongming pressed his ear to the wall, trying to listen for anyone speaking inside the supermarket. Suddenly, he noticed something, and quickly turned around to see Huang Huan leaping toward a cat. The two of them were now in a fierce fight. As soon as he saw him, he immediately recognized and thought, this cat is indeed you, three cursed echoing souls never dispersed.
I didn't want to accept you, yet you keep clinging to me endlessly, am I wrong?
Looking at her in front of him, his heart burned with anger. Glancing at the figure beside her, he silently thought, and this time, you even brought someone to help.
Bone Wraith, huh? He raised his hand, making a slashing gesture across his neck, and spoke, aren't you a mutated zombie with intelligence? Aren't you supposed to be much smarter than the other mutated zombies? You must know what this gesture means, right? Damn it, today I'm going to kill you.
Both of them rushed forward. The evolved zombie accelerated toward him, and he quickly dodged. Suddenly, the bone wraith leapt from behind her, two beams of light shooting from its eyes. Seeing the light about to hit him, he quickly spun and dodged, thinking to himself, although it's called a bone wraith, it's actually a mutated zombie evolving in that direction. Its most famous celestial skill is the illusion of a grinding stone, but it's only level 2, so it probably only knows its innate skill, natural radiant beam. After a brief moment of dodging, he turned and slashed his blade, severing its arm. Another slash followed, and he shouted, die. At that moment, the evolved zombie rushed in to assist. He kicked the bone wraith in the face while aiming his blade at the evolved zombie. Suddenly, she spat out strange purple rings from her mouth.
Zhongming thought in astonishment, how could a spirit communing artifact have a talent skill?
There was no time left, he kicked with his other foot, holding his head. He was still stunned, thinking that the mental attack talent skill of the spirit communing artifact directly harmed the consciousness of life, which was extremely vicious. But it was just a second-level mutated zombie with two talent skills, Divine Seed and Energy Exchange. If something went wrong, it might even retain a third one. Seeing her rush to hug the cat, he quickly thought, not good, it's trying to escape. Looking at the evolved zombie hurriedly carrying the cat away, he ordered Huang Huan to chase it. His mind was now in a frenzy. With a swift strike to the bone wraith, he said, this troublesome thing needs to die. We need to think of a way to pull it out by the roots, or else it will keep hindering me. Suddenly, a voice from inside the building echoed, humph, damn it, store the demon core and just assess the situation before leaving. The voice pulled him back to reality. He thought, Yi Zhongming, calm down. The only goal this time is to make a trade, get the profession certification, and quickly increase my strength.
That's the most important thing right now.
Leaving Huang Huan to lick the bone wraith's corpse, he quietly approached the door and knocked.
Hey, I know there's someone inside. I'm here to make a trade. I have evolution medicine.
Zhongming reached out to pat Huang Huan's head, giving instructions, you go back to meet the others, I'll come back after the trade is done. A voice rang out as he gathered information from the start, and the other person revealed half of their face.
Hello, Ing Dang. He asked, are you alone? He replied, yes. He asked again cautiously, are there any zombies around? He confirmed, I chased them all away.
Hearing this, the other person felt reassured, opened the door, and said, come in, slow down, raise your hands where I can see them. He held a bow and arrow aimed at him. Zhongming quietly observed the situation inside and noticed there were two more people.
Ing Dang spoke, what about the evolution medicine?
Zhongming took it out from his bag and said, I have more, but I also want to see your goods. He nodded and signaled his teammates. One of them brought the goods and held them in front of Zhongming.
Don't worry, he said, I've checked it. How do you want to trade?
One of his teammates eagerly spoke up, step back.
He bluntly set the price, 6 vials of evolution medicine.
Zhongming shook his head in refusal, too expensive.
But he responded, "You don't know how to judge goods." Zhong Ming countered, 2 vials. He didn't respond, "No, that's too low. At least 5 vials." Zhong Ming replied, 3 vials, that's the most I can offer. He didn't back down, "At least 4 vials. If you don't have that, then leave." Zhong Ming began recalculating in his mind. The first level evolution medicine was extremely valuable. Each vial represented more than 10 or even over 100 demon cores. Even for an evolved person, killing this number of zombies is not an easy task. In the current apocalypse, which has just begun, obtaining the evolution drug to become an evolved person is extremely important. Although a vocational certificate is good, without being an evolved person, it is just a scrap of paper. Thinking this, he put his bag back on and said, "You all must be aware of how difficult it is to obtain evolution drugs right now. The value of 3 bottles of evolution drug is very high." Ing Dang refused to yield, saying, "If you're adamant about this price, then I'll have to leave." Someone beside him spoke up to try and dissuade him, "Uncle, 3 bottles of evolution drugs is the highest price we can offer these days." He sighed and said, "I know." But then Zhong Ming spoke up and asked, "Can you tell me why I need to exchange for 4 bottles? He didn't hide anything and explained, 2 people in my family have very poor health, with incurable diseases. If they can't become evolved people, they might not live much longer." He began to reconsider, so that's how it is. Evolution drugs comprehensively enhance a person's physical abilities, and indeed, they could have some therapeutic effect, possibly even helping with incurable diseases. If that's the case, this matter could be renegotiated. Then he took something out of his bag and said, "Look at this. This is an egg I randomly obtained from a second-level mutated creature. There are 2 of them. I ate one, and it can replicate the effects of some evolution drugs. Although it doesn't enhance physical qualities, this can be eaten multiple times, and each time, it has an effect." The whole group was stunned, and one of them quickly asked, "Does it work for everyone? What about evolved people?" He replied, "It works for them too. I've experienced it myself. This is my final price. If it still doesn't work, all I can say is, I'm sorry." Ing Dang didn't make things difficult anymore, and they reached an agreement as night gradually fell. Before leaving, Zhong Ming kindly reminded, "It won't be safe here for the next few days. You should leave as soon as possible." He didn't expect such a response but still replied, "All right, thank you." Zhong Ming then asked, "Could you tell me how you got this professional certification? With all due respect, you don't have the ability to use a reward wheel to obtain a professional certificate." He proceeded to explain, "We found 2 strange-looking but very powerful monsters fighting in a certain place. This item was inside the nest of one of them." Zhong Ming listened, then hurried off but not before saying, "Thank you." In his mind, he thought, Master of the Glorious Blade, another special profession with a prefix. His glorious craftsman profession, already strong with the glorious prefix, was only a secondary profession. This was a main profession. Let's see how strong this one really is. Zhong Ming traced his finger in the air, and a magical circle appeared. His face was intensely focused as words appeared in the fire. He drew his blade and struck through the words. The blade glowed, radiating a brilliant rainbow light across the area. Zhong Ming Lia gave a wide, commanding gesture, ordering, "Seal of the Wind Beauty Blade." In front of him, a large circle of fire appeared, towering above his head. The fire spread out in all directions, leaving only the space where he was standing. The ground gradually became wet. When the flames finally faded, leaving only faint wisps of smoke, he felt at ease. Impressive, this strike was probably as powerful as half of the one he had used with all his strength in his past life. He fell into deep thought. Although he had been a swordmaster in his previous life as well, back then he had been a 6-star evolution, while now he was only at 1 star. Zhong Ming looked at the inscription carved on the blade, Master of the Glorious Blade. This profession, in essence, seemed to be a combination of 2 roles. One was a seal mage, and the other was a swordmaster.
A seal mage used mental power through a special method to create seals that appeared outside the body, unleashing various abilities. As for sword masters, there was no need for explanation. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his eyes shining. And now, I am a master of the glorious blade, with the entire career system split into two branches. The first seal technique, the current profession skill that had appeared, was fire. Its effect was to grant the blade, as a conduit, the power of flames. The second skill branch of the master of the glorious blade was swordsmanship. At present, he possessed only one profession skill, blue sea severed, but it consumed too much energy, so he hadn't used it earlier. Zhong Ming carefully tucked the sword into his backpack, deeply concerned about his current abilities. If both the seal technique and blue sea severed were used together, I fear I could only manage to strike twice at most. Furthermore, the sword serves as a better conduit, the more force applied, the stronger its impact. I also happen to have a crafting profession. He leaped over the wall and landed safely in a secluded spot where no one could see. Zhong Ming thought, for now, I should meet up with Liang Chuyin and the others, then think of a way to strengthen the wind of the moon. Suddenly, the sound of barking jolted him awake as he realized Di Huan Huan and the others were in danger. Ahead, there was still a stretch of silence, and as night fell, frost covered the buildings. Mo Yi was putting all her strength into the battle, smashing through shields. Behind her, Fa Shu was working hard to assist. They were facing a man named Wang Dingying. He smirked challengingly. Haha, great skills. You healed her once, adding 6 more shields. I want to see how many more times you can heal her. The sword isn't bad, but it's a pity you're too weak to unleash its full power. This thing will be mine today. Moe stared at him thoughtfully, not in a rush to speak. Behind her, Xiao Wu, badly injured, was still tense, shouting, "Damn it, you!" At this moment, Commander Yi also jumped in, drawing 2 blades to fight against Liang Chuyin. Di Huan Huan, without exception, faced off against 3 enemies alone. The 3 groups surrounded them, protecting Xiao Hu to the end, the situation perilously hanging by a thread. Wang Dingying leaped forward, initiating the fight. He clashed swords with Mo Yi, the sound of the impact ringing loudly. Wang Dingying's gaze was so sharp it could cut a person in half. He held the dagger close to her body. The shield saved Mo Yi from a devastating blow. She gritted her teeth as he swung a basic slash that forced her to retreat. The 2 girls had reached their limit, drenched in sweat as he continued his threats. Once again, Jiang didn't give up, helping her teammate with another great shield. She braced her entire body to hold it up. I've used Divine Nectar Art on Mo Yi once. Di Huang Huan just returned and used it once, adding 5 more shields for Mo Yi, 1 more for Liang Chuyin, and 1 more for Di Huang Huan. Right now, my mental power is Yi Zhongming? He hasn't returned yet? Wang Dingying did something to Mo Yi's wrist. Both of them were fully focused. He grinned widely, as if he had gained the upper hand. This dagger belongs to me. Ha ha. With that, Wang Dingying lunged toward the dagger in Mo Yi's hand. At that moment, her face drained of all color. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, filling the hearts of the fans with hope. You're too full of yourself. His face turned pale. What? Through his eyes, the burning fire could clearly be seen. Zhong Ming himself, along with his new magic, was here to sweep away the bad guys. Seal of the Wind Beauty Blade. His appearance shocked both Mo Yi and Captain Yi. Wherever Zhong Ming went, he slashed with his blade, leaving behind traces of fire. Wang Dingying had to retreat several steps, but he wasn't fast enough to avoid the flames that burned him. The fire seared his elbow painfully. Sitting in front of Zhong Ming, full of imposing majesty but with a hint of confusion, the surrounding area echoed with calls as if a hero had just returned. Yi brother, Zhong Ming boss. Wang Dingying struggled to bear the pain as he lifted himself to run away. One of his arms had been eaten away by fire, and he was barely escaping from death. Zhong Ming stood still, watching him run, not in a hurry to do anything.
Commander Yi, sensing a change, immediately ordered the army to retreat.
Before Chuyin could do anything, they were already far from Zhongming's position. "Chuyin, don't think this matter will be buried, don't even think about running." He shouted at her, holding his head, "Let's go quickly." Chuyin, frustrated at not being able to retaliate, muttered, "Damn it." It was then that she realized Zhongming was not doing well and rushed to support him. "Yi brother, what's wrong?" With his eyes half closed, he replied, "The move just now took a lot out of me." Yi assigned tasks to everyone. Miss Pa went to care for Huang Huan. Xia Lei went to help Liang Chuyin. Upon hearing Zhongming, "We must leave this place immediately." The next day, the sun rose over the high-rise buildings. A new beginning, with people and zombies silently moving along the streets like shadows. On the roof of a building, Zhongming's group was tidying up their sleeping area after a night of recovery. Xiaohu had returned, fiercer than ever, joyfully playing with Yi. "How was it, Captain? My move was pretty powerful, right?" She pouted, "What? I just let you have it." The two of them practiced together diligently, but Zhongming still showed no signs of leaving his spot, lost in thought as he stared at the sky. He sat up, but his head seemed to be in discomfort. As soon as Xiaohu saw him sit up, he became excited. Yi brother Yi also kept an eye on Zhongming. Zhongming waved his hand to reassure the team, "Everyone, don't worry. After sleeping all night, I feel much better now." Chuyin, from afar, was preparing some delicious food. Although he said that, in his heart, he felt quite worried. Unfortunately, last night he had used Glamour Blade twice in quick succession, leading to excessive energy consumption. There was no way to keep Wang Dingying from escaping. Chuyin brought over a bowl of food, smiling brightly, "Just in time, breakfast is ready. Everyone, come and eat." The six of them sat together around the fire like a family. Xiaowu grinned, "Boss, now I can actually fight with Captain Yi." Feng Yu looked at him, "Let me use it." Yi, sitting next to him, retorted, "Dream on, if you want to die, just say so." He looked dejected, and Zhongming, seeing this, comforted him, "It's just a sword, right?" He seriously defended his point, "A sword, boss, didn't you see Wang Dingying yesterday? Although his evolution level gives him the upper hand, he didn't dare to touch the blade of the Wind of the Moon. He's wary of it, I saw that clearly." He finished his bowl of food in a satisfied manner, "Just make one for me." Zhongming left, his movements always making everyone dizzy. "Ha!" He was serious about his promise. Forging technique. He placed his entire hand against the wall in front of him and drew out a bit of material, just enough to forge a sword. From behind Zhongming, a bright green light began to shine more and more intensely, blinding everyone, making it impossible to see clearly what he was doing. In the blink of an eye, a new sword was forged, and Zhongming immediately handed it to Xiaohu. "Aren't you wanting the Wind of the Moon? This is for you to practice." He held the object he wanted with his own hands, his disbelief evident, continuously repeating, "OMG, OMG." Chuyin stood right next to him, her eyes bright with excitement. "Yi brother, this is incredible." Teacher Pa agreed, "That's right, Zhongming, what kind of skill is this?" Zhongming crossed his arms in front of his chest, squinting and smiling as he said, "It's my side profession, craftsman." He was taken aback after hearing this, his face blank with confusion. A moment later, he became angry and lectured Xiaohu. "You're an idiot. To make this, forget about the other materials, just the cost of a level 2 demon core alone is enough. If I hadn't killed a level 2 zombie last night, we wouldn't even have this sword." Xiaowu obediently sat quietly, not saying a word. Later, he was bombarded with chores by a few of the ladies, clutching a pile of dirty dishes, tears streaming down his face. "Xiaohu, you fool, go wash the dishes." Zhongming silently detached himself from the group and stepped out to the edge of the building. Yi, seeing him standing alone, asked, "Zhongming, this place doesn't follow the route we had planned. What do we do next? Where are we headed?"
He pointed a finger downward and answered. We're going to this place to find someone. Though he didn't say it, deep down, he knew that this person would eventually be called Xiao teacher by others in the future. Inside a building, a group of people lay scattered about. A figure slowly appeared. Chang Chun, leisurely munching on a chicken leg, walked over and said, Hey, you senior technicians, hello, why is everyone silent? Everyone remained silent, not responding. He held the beautiful woman in his arms and said, I've come to tell you that something good is about to happen. The food is almost gone, you'll have to go out and look for more tomorrow. Now, I'm going to pick a few people to follow me. Who wants to come? Those who go, regardless of whether they find food or not, will be able to have a full meal and also get a bottle of water. If they find food, they'll get a 3-day supply. Upon hearing this, the group gaped in shock and quickly stood up to volunteer. Take me with you. He pointed at them and said. All right, then these two can go. The bald man whispered something into his ear, and then he pointed at Yushur and said. We still need one more. Yushur, you go as well. Seeing this, the bald man smiled smugly. On Zhongming's side, the two entered the room, and aside from the corpse, there was no one else. Xiao Hu asked with suspicion. Boss, are you sure it's in here? Aside from these zombies, I don't see any living people. Even you can't figure it out, so you might be thinking that we're in the wrong place. But I clearly remember, in my past life there were rumors that Xiao teacher came out of here. Suddenly, Liang Chuin called out loudly. Yi brother, come quickly, someone over there is using a living person to attract zombies. He went to the door and observed Chang Chun holding a stick, threatening the technicians. It's your turn now, get ready to go outside. Hearing this, the remaining people panicked and said. No, stop joking. Mr. Li was just skinned alive. But he directly hit him and shouted, Damn it, stop talking nonsense. He cried out in pain, ah. He continued to issue cruel orders, throw him outside, the further he runs, the better. The bald man holding the knife obeyed and responded, Yes, boss. Then the man held the knife and pointed it at the others, Hurry up. He had no choice but to run out. Ah. Chang Chun stood overseeing the others who were collecting the items, constantly shouting, Hurry up, damn it, move your hands, how much have you gotten? One man walked over and reported, Boss Chang Chun, there aren't many things to eat in this supermarket. He angrily scolded, Damn it, this isn't even enough for a day's worth. We wasted 2 prey for this, only getting a little. Useless bastards like you. After saying that, he slapped the man. At this moment, the bald man returned to report, Boss Chang Chun, most of the zombies outside have been led away, but there are still 5 or 6 left. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and said, Still that many? Do you think we can take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 zombies and get 1 or 2 demon cores? The bald man pointed to the utility room and said, Boss Chang Chun, isn't there still 1 bait left? He nodded in agreement and added, Utility room, listen carefully, even though I'll take some of your blood, I won't hurt your legs. Later, you'll have to run for your life. After we bring back the food, we'll find a way to support you. If you manage to escape, you'll live. If you can't escape, then you can only blame your bad luck, got it? He was panic-stricken and speechless. The bald man quickly stabbed him, injuring his arm, then Chang Chun shoved him outside and said, Hurry up, hurry up. As he ran, he reflected on his life. Why had it come to this? I was a senior engineer with a salary of hundreds of millions a year, with a scientific research team and a beautiful young wife, but now this, the appearance of monstrous zombies, everything had changed. It was the first time in my life I had summoned the courage to fight back. Since that day, my heart had died. It turned out that when you die, there really is a ghostly lantern. A sound echoed, Divine Nectar Art. With that, he used his strength to heal him. Zhongming caught Yushur and said, I'll take him away. Xiao Hu, the rest of this place is up to you too. Yushur asked in surprise, Who? Who are you? Introduce yourself. Xiao teacher, hello. We don't need to talk now, just come with me. I'll tell you the rest later. At that moment, he was overjoyed inside, thinking, finally, I've found it. The creator of the demon core weapon of the future. Soon, the city was infected by the plague, and bizarre creatures appeared everywhere, reminding Yi Zhongming of the apocalypse he was familiar with in his past life. Humanity could survive amidst mutated creatures like zombies, beasts, and mutated plants and animals. There were many reasons for this. He had met some of them, those who were the last survivors of humanity. A few strong ones used their skills and professions to fight back, but they were few in number. He had also thought of ways to protect himself. As for the weapon, how could it be obtained from the reward wheel? Too few weapons were made by craftsmen, and too few weapons were available in the desolate land. It was still far too little. That person made Zhongming curious, and he discovered the real and important reason was to ensure as many people survived as possible. That was the reason why the demon core weapon was invented. A special kind of weapon whose inventor was none other than Xiao Yuan, the creator of the demon core weapon, who, through scientific and technological methods, extracted the hidden energy within the demon core and, using a complex method, released it to achieve tremendous destructive power. At this moment, in a long-abandoned factory with no one in sight, inside a room, Zhongming stood facing the door. On the bed was a man being treated by Ji Ying. Suddenly, Moe entered and asked, Yi Zhongming, who is this person? The man then spoke in a confused tone. Why are you saving me? He spoke with a vacant look in his eyes. I'm useless, I can't kill zombies, I can't find food. Zhongming looked at the old man and silently broke into a cold sweat. You can't kill zombies? Well, you may not kill them directly very often, but the number of zombies you've indirectly killed is countless. Calling you the demon king of zombie slayers wouldn't be an exaggeration, he bluntly stated. I know you're making De Yuan uneasy, he continued, raising his hand to adjust his glasses to get a clearer view. Sorry, it seems like I've never met you. Zhongming suddenly realized he had accidentally revealed the reason. I've gone through the factory's promotional materials, which introduced you in detail. I have a great respect for technical people, and this time I happen to encounter you in a difficult situation, so naturally, I must step in to help. These words made De Yuan sigh. That was in the past. Now, I am just a candle with little oil left. Zhongming suddenly turned around and instructed, Moe, everyone, go outside and wait for me. I need to talk to him for a while. Although Moe wanted to stay, he dared not disobey the order. As soon as the words were spoken, Moe and the others went outside, and the door made a soft sound as it closed. Zhongming took out a pastry wrapped in paper and handed it to De Yuan. Eat a piece of this pastry first. Then, as if out of nowhere, he had a bottle of wine in his hand. I heard that those in technical fields like to drink a little wine, especially red wine. This is a bottle of dry red wine from lychee bao that I found. You sure, have a sip. De Yuan took it and drank a big gulp. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhongming finally got down to business. He took out a stone and asked, Do you know what this is? De Yuan immediately recognized it and understood what Zhongming was hinting at, repeating what happened in the past life. I have an idea. This thing contains energy inside. If we could extract this energy and process it so that humanity can use it, do you think it's feasible, musician? This intrigued De Yuan greatly. Quick, let me have a look. He took the stone and examined it for a while, exclaiming, How interesting, this idea is truly fascinating. Zhongming made a suggestion, If you sure doesn't mind, why not join us? At least you won't have to worry about starving to death. To facilitate the study of this demon core, I have made every effort to provide you with convenient conditions. What do you think? This proposal was extremely tempting, but De Yuan was not yet ready to agree and hurriedly pondered the matter. After a while, he finally responded. Do me one favor, and from now on, my life, Xiao Yuan's life, will be yours.
Scene change, as the sunlight broke through the streets and the mist that covered them, Chang Chun and his group were resting in a room. Chang Chun, smoking a cigarette, was deep in thought. The people they encountered today were obviously formidable, but how could they possibly save a useless person? Suddenly, one of his subordinates walked over, holding a jar. "Boss, have some canned fruit. It's a good source of vitamins." Chang Chun coldly muttered an acknowledgement and took the jar. He looked at the smiling face of the subordinate. It seemed that this kid had already taken the wife of that useless person. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, followed by the door being kicked open, causing everyone to panic. "Hey, what's going on, a zombie?" Chang Chun was the first to notice. "What are you doing?" Sure enough, the one responsible for the noise was Zhong Ming, followed by De Yuan and their teammates. Zhong Ming wanted to confirm. "Are you handling these guys?" De Yuan frowned and replied, "Yes." Receiving the answer, Zhong Ming stepped forward. The group of Chang Chun shouted, "What do you want to do?" Zhong Ming swiftly grabbed the collar of the subordinate, startling him. "What are you doing? Let me go." But Zhong Ming had already tightly gripped his collar and pulled him back, then lifted him high into the air. A scream echoed, and the body was thrown down, crashing to the ground. Zhong Ming calmly continued, "The factory is in your hands, do whatever you want." De Yuan was cold and his whole body emanated murderous intent. Without much thought, the director grabbed a red brick and repeatedly smashed it into the head of the underling. It didn't take long before the man was sent to meet the king of hell. The others shuddered at the sight. Mo Yi observed him thoughtfully. Zhong Ming couldn't be considered a good person by traditional moral standards, but as long as it didn't involve his own interests, he wasn't the kind to kill without reason. Then, she turned her gaze to De Yuan, confused. But who exactly was this man named Xiao De Yuan? Why did Zhong Ming treat him so specially? It wasn't until Mo Yi grabbed his hand to stop him, his skill in killing obvious, that De Yuan was filled with hatred. Naturally, he wouldn't let it slide. Let go. Zhong Ming didn't want to forgive them either. If it didn't concern her, they should stay out of it. Mo Yi disagreed, but just then, a voice from outside sounded, "Boss, we found it. There's a room next door." Zhong Ming immediately moved, placing his hand on De Yuan's shoulder. "Let's go." De Yuan finally stopped. The group then headed toward the locked room. Shuing pointed at the wooden door. "The person is inside." Zhong Ming furrowed his brow and spoke to De Yuan, "Go in. There are some things you'll need to decide for yourself." De Yuan knew exactly what he needed to do. He walked inside, leaving the others waiting outside. Xiao Hu asked curiously, "Boss, who is this big brother? Does he have a grudge with these people?" Zhong Ming explained one by one, "Everything is complicated, but killing parents, kidnapping a wife, those with a conscience cannot simply let such actions slide." Suddenly, loud, desperate cries came from the room, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Immediately after that, De Yuan opened the door and stepped out. He was still holding a sharp knife in his hand. "I can't bring myself to do it," he said, tears falling as he spoke. "Let her live or die on her own." Zhong Ming ordered his female teammate, Shuyin, bring her some food. Shuyin did not hesitate, "All right." He walked over and patted her shoulder in comfort, "Let's go." De Yuan felt deeply grateful in his heart and thanked him. After dealing with these people, the team moved forward. Suddenly, calls came from behind. "Wait for us at the commune." A group of people from behind shouted, "Can we go with you to the commune?" De Yuan turned back to look, and it was the people who had been with him for a long time. He wanted to make a suggestion. "Mr. Yi, I'm doing research and could use some help." Zhong Ming responded, "My commune can only take 5 people. You should go ahead. We have many important matters to attend to. 5 is the limit. I hope you understand." Time passed, and the city slowly sank into the ruins and darkness. On top of a building, the team was having a meeting. On one side was Zhong Ming's group, and on the other was De Yuan's team. He pointed to a location on the map. We are very close to the new area. This is our final goal. After we clear this area, we'll go look for her husband. It was a bit unclear, so Zhong Ming explained. Yes, it's an ecological wild boar farm. Xiao Wu, who was standing beside, teased, "Are you craving pork?" Well, it makes sense, eating canned crackers every day must be bland. Zhong Ming didn't know how to respond and only scolded, "You only know how to eat." Actually, what he was aiming for wasn't food, he came here for the level 2 demon core. Shuyin praised him endlessly. Yi brother had not only killed second-level evolved life forms more than once, but even without counting Yi brother, with our current combined strength, killing a not-too-strong second-level mutated life form should be possible. But Shuyin had miscalculated. Zhong Ming mentioned a number, not one second-level life form, but a group, at least 50 or more. As soon as this number was announced, everyone immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. What? Elsewhere, beneath the buildings, where the mist surrounded, a giant figure walked on the ground, still holding a corpse in its hand. This person had long hair and an untrimmed beard, and was mumbling while drinking. What kind of wine is this? It's unbearable. Then, the man tossed the corpse into the air carelessly. Gufan showed no mercy as he threw it away, and the corpse fell to the ground, immediately attracting a swarm of monsters. They looked like wild boars with sharp tusks on either side, and as soon as they saw the food, they rushed over to tear it apart. He went on, evolving and becoming stronger. This man's job was to collect corpses and turn them into food for the monsters. Wait until you evolve to level 2, and help me find the level 2 reward wheel so I can become a level 2 evolved. A new day began with the appearance of sunlight. The man sat in a room, surrounded by bottles of liquor. This was Gufan, a level 1 evolved person. Gufan sat lazily on the sofa. Before the apocalypse, Gufan graduated from a prestigious university, and was supposed to have a promising career in this city. At the age of 30, he had reached the peak of his career, married a beautiful woman, had a chubby baby, established a family, and was set to continue his lineage. Thinking that life would forever be a rosy dream, Gufan was betrayed by his colleagues and superiors, and sunk into an overwhelming mountain of debt. His parents dragged the patient to work in order to help him pay off the debts, but the patient passed away from illness. Despite the failure, Gufan did not give up. With financial support from his college classmates, Gufan decided to open a wild boar farm. He discovered that he had a unique talent for animal husbandry that others could hardly match. Difficulties came one after another. Due to the purchasing company's default, the cash flow was severed, and Gufan's farm was pushed to the brink. Once again, Gufan fell into despair, but indeed, heaven did not forsake him. Just then, the apocalypse arrived, and Gufan realized that his wild boars had mutated, becoming powerful and bloodthirsty. The one thing that didn't change was that they still obeyed their master faithfully. Gufan, who had been sinking into alcohol, suddenly had a bad premonition. He felt that his boars were dying, one by one. Gufan jumped up and looked outside. Another one had died. Just thinking about it made Gufan tremble. Could it be that I'm mistaken? No, it wasn't a mistake. His heart quivered slightly. Only when they died could he feel it. It couldn't be an illusion. Gufan raised his hand to feel his heartbeat. Another one. Another one has died. What's going on? Could it be that they encountered a second-level mutated zombie or some mutated life form while foraging? Without thinking further, Gufan quickly ran outside to check the situation. He placed 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled softly. In an instant, the entire herd of wild boars surged toward him like a flood. Gufan swiftly climbed onto one of their backs and headed forward. Little did he know, he had already fallen into their sights. Xiao Hu, hiding behind the tree's shadow, spoke through the walkie-talkie, "Boss, he's gone out."
There are 7 pigs left in the house, 3 of them level 2, and 4 of them level 1. On the roof of a building, Zhong Ming and the others were also receiving the signal. Mo Yi, using binoculars, observed the target who had taken the wild boar and, along with the boars raised around, and the 7 left behind in the farm, there were a total of 14. She reported without leaving anything out, 46 mutated wild boars of level 2, and 28 mutated wild boars of level 1. Xiao Wu's voice came through the walkie-talkie, so many? Jiying, worried, said, Zhong Ming, maybe we should reconsider. Zhong Ming, unfazed, replied, if you want to confront them directly, the profit is always proportional to the risk. If that's the case, why not give it a try? What's the worst that can happen? He handed the walkie-talkie to De Yuan, reminding him, this operation is quite dangerous, but this area isn't too bad. You stay here at the government building, in charge of communications as the intermediary. Then he turned to continue, Xiao Lei will stay here as well, responsible for guarding you sure. He proceeded to assign tasks to everyone, Jiying, go meet Liang Chuyin and Di Huanghuan, and assist them. Xiying nodded, got it. Finally, there was Mo Yi. She noticed a mutated wild boar of level 1 nearby and decided to hunt it down. She instructed Xiao Hu to prepare a motorcycle. For the second phase of the operation, she was already armed and ready. Mo Yi said, understood, of course, you also have your own task. I'll take care of the 7 wild boars in the farm. Everyone, get ready to move. Before everyone proceeded, he did not forget to remind them one last time. Remember, we will not be eliminated as long as we continue to evolve at a faster pace by one step. If not, death will come sooner or later, and the only difference will be that it's just one step away. The faint sound of a sword slicing through the air on the ground marked the moment Zhong Ming arrived at Gu Fan's house. He thought back to his previous life, where a person known as the King of Pigs, Gu Fan, a 9-star expert, had existed. In that life, he had also brought along a group of highly mutated wild pigs, most of which were of a very high level. Among them, 5 even reached the 8th level mutation. Zhong Ming walked step by step to the iron door. Unfortunately, throughout his life, aside from those wild pigs, he had always been a solitary figure. In the end, he was killed by 2 other 9-star experts who had teamed up to subdue him. As soon as he entered, a mutated wild pig rushed out to greet him, but Zhong Ming remained completely calm. It wasn't until after Gu Fan's death that people started writing biographical novels of the apocalypse genre, about humanity's strongest beings. It was then that he discovered he and Gu Fan had lived in the same city. Gu Fan had even opened a farm. He gently moved his feet and, with just a few quick strikes toward the wild pig, immediately killed it. He then took the stone from its head and examined it. I need to evolve again, I need a lot of 2nd-level demon cores. This place is the only place I can think of where I might be able to quickly gather a large number of 2nd-level demon cores. Zhong Ming also considered a scenario. Perhaps at this moment, I will have to kill a future powerful being, but what if that's not possible? Right after dealing with one, it was as if countless mutated pigs appeared from nowhere. And if not dealt with, this would surely end in a bloody mess. He could still see the mouths of these pigs clenching onto human hands. It seemed that if they weren't handled, their fate wouldn't be any better, and moreover, most of them were covered in fresh human blood. Zhong Ming smirked wickedly, his strikes relentless, without mercy, not a single snowflake untouched. Death would not repay his crimes. Inside the forest, Mo Yi was running at full speed, fleeing desperately. Behind her were a pack of mutated wild boars. She quickly turned around, gun in hand, and fired repeatedly, taking them down one by one. However, these pigs were no ordinary beasts, they could easily dodge and continue charging towards their target. Mo Yi shifted to another position and grabbed a knife to fight back. Finally, she successfully defeated them. Including the last one, that made it 10 in total. Mo Yi didn't forget to report the situation, this is Mo Yi. The battle will end in 2 minutes. Head to the second mission point. In another corner of the city, 2 wild boars were still busy tearing into a carcass.
Suddenly, they stopped, as if sensing the approach of death. Sure enough, Shuin appeared, holding a rope in her hand, which immediately caused the boars to shift their target. Shuin remained calm, raising the rope high. Instantly, the rope split into several branches, entangling the area around her. Unfortunately, this move did not defeat them, instead, it made them even more aggressive. Just as she thought she was about to be tossed away by one of the boars, it collided with a shield. And just like that, unconscious, Shuin realized someone had come to her aid. She silently thought, "Is someone helping me?" Jiang hurriedly ran over and shouted loudly, "Be careful!" Behind her, another wild boar was charging fiercely toward them. Shuin didn't think much and continued to raise the rope toward the building. Fortunately, she managed to jump up in time, narrowly escaping this danger. Otherwise, she would have become food for the wild boar. Shuin pulled out a gun and fired repeatedly at the wild boar. In an instant, she had taken down another one. After dealing with it, Shuin jumped down. Jiang, just as Mo Yi had said over the intercom, reported, "This is Jiang, along with Liang Chuyin. Mission accomplished, now heading to the second mission point." Meanwhile, Xiaohu, after getting a motorcycle and taking down a few wild boars, wore a proud expression. In the distance, a fog was approaching, and upon closer inspection, hundreds of other wild boars had finally arrived. Gu Fan was leading, sitting on the back of one, and upon seeing the enemy, she immediately demanded, "Who are you?" Xiaohu deliberately provoked Gu Fan, wanting to find out why she was chasing him. Then, Xiaohu revved the motorcycle and sped off, with Gu Fan and her boars chasing behind. Gu Fan gritted her teeth, a lot of questions running through her mind. Who is that? Who is that kid? What is their intention? Having completed the mission, Xiaohu steered the motorcycle with one hand and called over the intercom with the other. "This is Xiaohu, mission accomplished, heading to the second mission point now." Zhong Ming had also dealt with the 7 wild boars at the farm. It seemed that everyone had successfully completed their tasks. "I got it, we've also finished here, preparing to head to the second mission point," Mo Yi said over the intercom. After summarizing everything, he decided to head toward the final mission, preparing to take the Boar King on the road. The streets were incredibly desolate, but in just a moment, a fierce battle would erupt. Mo Yi had been keeping a close watch on the situation outside when Chuyin and Jiang arrived. Both of them stood there with wide eyes and open mouths. "Ye brother did it," Chuyin said, her eyes filled with admiration. "That's amazing, taking on 3 level 2 creatures and 4 level 1 ones in just a few minutes." Jiang quickly realized that Chuyin had feelings for Zhongming. It wasn't that he was impressive, but rather, she was so infatuated with him that she was always thinking about him. Chuyin's face turned as red as a tomato, yet she still denied it. Who was it that, when surrounded by Wang Dingying and his men, kept thinking about Yi brother in their head? Jiang teased, causing Chuyin to become flustered. "I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean to think that way, I just hoped he would show up and save me," Chuyin protested, though her expression showed doubt. "Ha, and then you'd repay him with your body," Jiang teased further. Chuyin didn't know how to respond. "You're so annoying. Stop assuming things about me." Suddenly, Mo Ye's expression became serious. From their position, they could see a group of wild boars approaching, with Gu Fan among them. Everyone quickly got into action, with Chuyin creating layers of shields for protection as they moved. Earlier, Chuyin had been complaining, "If I die today, it'll be a huge loss. After all these years, I still haven't been with a man." Jiang couldn't hold back anymore and snapped, "Will you shut up already?" Gu Fan walked ahead, checking his numbers. "I've got more than 20 battle beasts with me, and there are only 74 in total. Now almost a third of them are dead, but what's strange is that I can't find Xiaohu anywhere." Gu Fan kept looking around. "Where the hell is that bastard on the motorcycle? If I catch him, I swear I'll rip him apart." Just then, a growing sense of dread rang out in their hearts. As soon as he thought about it, the wild boars were unexpectedly attacked repeatedly. Gu Fan commanded the wild boar to jump, realizing there was an ambush. Arrows kept raining down.
Gu Fan noticed all the arrows were coming from the roof of the building. Stab over there.
Shuin, holding a rope, stood high, watching the wild boars getting closer.
She jumped from the roof.
Today, if we all don't die, let's have some fun together another time. As soon as she finished speaking, she lashed the rope forcefully. Shadow of the Four Winds, master of all martial ways. The rope seemed to have a magical power, tightly binding the wild boars, preventing them from moving. The others were shot, making it difficult for them to escape. Shuin looked up and saw Mo Yi providing support for her.
Mo Yi. Mo Yi kept firing his gun.
I'll help you push forward. Seizing the opportunity, Shuin ran with all her strength.
All right.
Shuin used the rope to lift herself. The rope wrapped around a doorframe. With that, Shuin easily climbed up. Fortunately, she was quick, or she would have been knocked over by the wild boars. Mo Yi reached out his hand, and Liang Shuin, supported by everyone, successfully jumped into an empty room.
Shuin collapsed onto the floor, grimacing. My mental power is completely drained.
Jiying noticed that she was injured.
Jiying used healing power on Shuin, while Mo Yi checked the ammunition.
The armor-piercing rounds that Zhongming gave me are all used up, and regular bullets are useless. As for those boars, our mission is complete.
It's time to retreat.
But it was all too late because Gu Fan had arrived, wanting to make sure none of them escaped.
Gu Fan stormed in through the door. I won't let any of you run, he said, clenching his fists with an angry expression. I will capture all of you, then torture you, force you to confess everything, and feed all of you to the pigs. Fortunately, Zhongming arrived just in time to save them. Is that so?
Everyone struggled to get up, and upon seeing Zhongming, they were overjoyed.
Brother Yi Zhongming. Gu Fan turned his head and said, Who?
Zhongming immediately kicked Gu Fan in the body, sending him flying, crashing directly into the glass door. They were just high enough from the ground that Gu Fan fell hard, sprawled out on the floor. In his eyes, the image of the flames flickered. At the same time, Zhongming appeared, flames burning brightly in his hands. Zhongming stared intently at the fire he had just conjured. He had successfully defeated all the monsters. Xiaohu walked over, flashed a grin, and began counting. After a while, he politely spoke up, Boss, we found more than 70 in total, and 2 of them seem to have run off somewhere. Zhongming appeared worried. We can't pinpoint the location of all the wild boars, but it's already a great achievement to have killed most of them.
He waved his hand, signaling Xiaohu.
You guys take care of these wild boars. Xiaohu was surprised.
Huh? He said clearly.
Zhongming furrowed his brows and explained, the tusks, mane, and certain body parts of the wild boars, which contribute to local evolutionary traits, are excellent materials. He suddenly smirked.
Also, didn't you say you wanted to eat pork?
Xiaohu drooled at the thought.
That's right, there's so much meat here, it's overwhelming.
Mo Yi, who had been quiet behind them, spoke up, go pick up Xiao Deyuan and the others to help out. She glanced at her allies, we will find salt and grind it, then handle all this pork to preserve it.
Zhongming responded hastily, lead it to everyone, I'll go rest for a bit.
They cheerfully shouted, understood. All right, you brother Xiaohu, quickly carry out the mission. The girls roasted the meat together, while others sorted the food. Once it was ready, they would distribute it to everyone. Zhongming sat alone in the room, deep in thought. The skills from the master of the glorious blade, after combining with the system, were indeed overwhelming, but it drained too much of his mental energy.
He gazed out the window.
This mutated wild boar meat was also a very good tonic. Although its effects were unclear for him, it could provide a slight physical boost for people like Liang Chuyin.
Zhongming eagerly examined the bag beside him.
The most valuable item from this harvest was the more than 40 second-tier demon cores. Next, he just needed to find a place with a reward wheel to try his luck. The creature approached quietly, surprising Zhongming slightly.
Ah, did you notice the demon core on its forehead is starting to fade? And the fluctuations, has it evolved again? Zhongming gently lowered his feet, seeming to confirm there was no unexpected issue.
Wait for it to wake up, the transformation will happen. Suddenly, there was a loud quarrel outside.
Who's that? What's going on here?
Don't panic, we have a couple of strange men who came out of nowhere, invading the area.
Zhongming coldly asked, Who are you?
His mind raced with a guess. There was no trace of evolved individuals, just two ordinary men. One of them nervously explained.
My name is Jia Min, this is De Ming, both of us are from the new base area.
Xia Lei, who was standing nearby, was startled upon hearing this.
The new base area? She was stunned. Could it be the facility established by the district government? Ah, in that case, he might be there. Moe calmly said. Let's first gather some information. If it's a base area, then the management must be very strict. Xia Lei asked sharply. How is your new base constructed?
Jia Min reluctantly explained. It's a battalion of artillery and the government of the newly established district.
We gathered staff in the main office building back then, soldiers, and some neighboring construction sites where survivors lived. Xia Lei was anxious. Do you two know Qin Wu? The people in the new district government office looked at each other with confused expressions. I don't know, I've never heard that name before. Zhongming continued to interrogate. Did you two go hunting outside?
Jia Min explained with sadness. You know the new area here, it's only recently been developed, and the infrastructure is far from complete. The base was also established under duress, so the supply of materials is very scarce, food and other essentials are extremely limited. If you don't want to go hungry or deal with zombie forehead crystals, monsters, or weapons and ammunition, you'll have to find food on your own.
Xiaohu bluntly asked. So what are you doing here? Jia Min suggested. I think you guys want to go to the new base area, right? He forced a smile.
We're familiar with things over there, we can guide you in, and then we'll help everyone with some work, as long as no one is being deceived.
Xiaowu calmly replied, We have hands and feet, do we still need guidance? De Ming anxiously spoke up, You don't know?
The new area outside the base is surrounded by zombies and mutated animals. It's usually impossible to enter, and the only way to move around is through alternate routes.
Zhongming immediately gave an order, Be more specific.
Jia Min must compromise. I'll be straightforward currently, when we move from the base, we have to go through the sewers. It's possible there are more people inside, but the pipe network is highly developed.
If it's your first time, you're bound to get lost. The two of us need to be your guides.
He then glanced towards the direction where an enticing scent was emanating and thought of the pieces of meat. Zhongming understood the hint and quickly agreed, Each person gets 2 pieces, but you must stay to help handle the meat, then guide us into the base.
De Ming stuttered, saying a simple thank you.
Jia Min quickly added, We're forced into this situation. We have relatives at home, and when you add them all up, there are 7 or 8 mouths to feed. Zhongming spoke sternly, Then hurry up and finish processing the meat.
We don't have the capacity to carry it all.
We'll divide it into 2 parts, and the others should take theirs with them.
Moe loudly commanded, Xiaohu, go check the farm and see if there's something wrong with the pork. He obediently complied.
Just then, a dog's barking could be heard from inside the house.
Zhongming hurriedly ran to check.
Di Huang, this kid, if the evolution process is short, it might take a few hours, if it's long, 1 or 2 days.
But how long has it been now? Not even 10 minutes. Why is there already such a commotion? The dog lay on the ground, groaning in agony.
Xia Lei watched with growing concern.
Yi brother, what's wrong with De Huang? Zhongming replied immediately, It's probably in the process of evolving, it's just a little difficult at the moment.
Xiaohu froze in surprise as he noticed the boss, Huang, had fur growing on its body, golden fur, no less. Sparks were also crackling around it, and the dog's eyes were wide open, staring fiercely.
So, De Huan has successfully evolved into a second-level mutated lifeform. Suddenly, it lunged at Yi Zhongming, catching him off guard, and he let out a surprised noise. The group stood watching, laughing in amusement. Ha, the dog is happily playing around, delighting everyone. The golden fur is too much. After evolving, it's basically a fire dog now. Zhongming, annoyed, wiped the saliva off his face and muttered. Alright, leave it be. Let's keep processing the pork, we're running out of time. Stupid dog, stop, follow me quickly. Huan, who had been playfully nuzzling Xiaolei, reluctantly obeyed. In a quiet spot, Zhongming suddenly asked. Now that you've evolved, did you develop any new innate abilities? The dog tilted its head in confusion, then Zhongming muttered to himself. No new abilities? Suddenly, Huan tensed, and its body released two bursts of power. The wall behind Zhongming cracked under the pressure. He was shocked and remembered Huan's previous ability, a type of area of effect attack called Needle-Tip Secret Line. Many fur-covered animals had similar powers, but this time it was clear that the dog could control both the number and intensity of the attacks. Was this really the result of evolutionary talents? From the crack, two large, sharp thorns grew out. Sunlight filtered into every corner of the city. Up high, a figure stood motionless, observing. He was a soldier. He watched Zhongming's team through a small lens. Then, he fell silent. The strange man who had brought a group of wild boars to wreak havoc outside the base was dead now. The animals he had raised became food for the group of people. A younger-looking man approached, calling out. Captain, what's ahead? He replied sharply, Xinhua, don't call me captain. Right now, we're all under the management of the base, all because of the food. He replied indifferently, then don't call me Xinhua, just call me Vu. Xinhua looked at the weapon, deep in thought. If he had a gun, things would be different. Owning one would get him a demon core, making him an evolved being. He could survive, holding limitless power in the new base. As he pondered, his subordinate walked up with military precision to report, Captain, everything is almost ready. However, he reported that the place had been overrun by zombies and monsters. There wasn't much food left, and it was heavily contaminated. Only a bag of rice remained. On the other hand, there was a fair amount of soybean oil, 7 or 8 barrels, plus some scattered noodles. The captain was furious, no food, just oil, like a fart. He stamped his foot hard. We went out hunting and this is all we bring back? It's not easy to get 10 demon cores, and now we have to hand them over. The captain suddenly remembered, wait a minute, didn't you kill that weird pig-raising creature? Isn't that also a harvest? If we can secure the base, wouldn't that mean our strength will keep growing? He considered further. The several dozen wild boar carcasses in the hands of these people, along with more than 10 demon cores, were tempting. If the base took control of them, wouldn't he be able to obtain an evolution potion by doing it himself? The captain turned around and quickly signaled Xinhua. Let's return to the base. We need to report the situation here as soon as possible. Yi Zhongming's team followed Jia Min's instructions. The sewage treatment plant route was discovered by me and my family, the others don't know about it. In front of them stood an old building. Jia Min pointed across to indicate the new base area. The scene outside was in complete chaos. Zhongming thought deeply, the new base would later become the Cloudmount Battle Regiment, but after half a year, it was ultimately destroyed. Jia Min began to lament, life here isn't great. In the areas we can't see, the number of mutated zombies is high, and most of them are at the second evolution level. He pushed open the iron door and compared, it's like your dog. It's kind of like a white crystal, occasionally launching attacks on the base, and every time, someone dies. Shuing gritted his teeth in fear, you brother, do you think leaving De Huan alone to watch over the meat will be okay? Zhongming smiled reassuringly, don't worry too much. This area is originally under the influence of those wild beasts.
There aren't many zombies around, and we don't have much choice but to carry all the pork with us. It pressed against the two men trying to pry it open. Jamin whispered, "Everyone be careful, these areas often have some mutated worms or rats."
De Yuan's house was confused. It's that dangerous? If we run into those things outside, what will you guys do? Jamin replied, then we'll just have to bear it.
Compared to starving to death inside the base, it's a better chance. Fortunately, the mutated creatures in these sewers are somewhat afraid of fire, and things like batteries work a bit better here.
Zhongming gave a cold signal, directing his gaze down into the dark pit, signaling to prepare to move.
Jamin explained that there were a total of 4 sewer passages leading into the new base area, and they were the weakest but still usable routes for movement. Each of these places had heavy guards, and the guards would charge a small fee for handling outsiders.
He added, "But you don't need to worry, the requirements are not high, anything will do. If you bring food or good weapons, just a little will let you in.
The rest depends on the mood of the guards."
The path ahead is the western passage into the new district. Another team appeared and quickly ran into them. A man with a lecherous smile asked, "Isn't that Jamin? Out hunting? How's the harvest?" One of his subordinates chimed in, "Found anything good? Let me see." Jamin panicked and tried to refuse. It was true, but it was too late. He was shoved to the ground. The subordinates eagerly went through the items in his bag. There was so much meat.
Jamin used all his strength to grab it back.
"Give it back to me."
The person fell, hitting their head on the ground painfully.
The ally froze in shock, calling out Atai's name. The man clenched his fists and growled, "I only wanted to see your stuff, why are you so ruthless? Poorly educated, huh?"
Deming tightly held back the crowd, weakly explaining, he only saw the meat, and was desperate because he traded his life for it. "Let's be gentle, take half of it and send it back to help replenish Atai's body." The man seemed to relax a little after hearing this. "Alright, I won't make things difficult for you, but I'm keeping all the meat." Jamin, hearing this, immediately grew angry. "Uncle, don't be so greedy."
He snapped back angrily. "Humph, what did you say?"
"I'm taking all of it here, and Deming's share stays with you."
The group felt helpless, unsure of how to act.
Atai rubbed his aching head and smiled cruelly.
"Uncle Zhao, is this really enough? We can't let these two go so easily." He shouted loudly in threat, "These people are your accomplices, right? Leave everything behind."
Shuyin gave Zhongming a quick glance, her mood complicated.
She stepped forward, warning, "That's enough. Quickly return the meat, and then leave." Atai, not wanting to lose face, countered, snapping, "What's this dog saying? Let's see if I don't deal with you today." He roared, "Go to hell."
Then charged forward. Shuyin focused her attack, aiming directly for Atai's stomach.
She kicked him with a straight leg, sending him flying far away.
The comrades behind were startled. They whispered among themselves, planning to rush forward and deal with her.
Zhongming coldly reminded, "Shuyin, hurry up." She calmly responded, "All right, ye brother."
About 10 minutes later, Shuyin was gently rubbing her palms. The group of people was beaten to a point where they were barely alive. 5 of them collapsed on the ground.
Zhongming lazily showed no interest anymore and signaled to everyone, "Let's go." The last fragment of awareness in Mr. Zhao's mind flashed through. Could these people be evolved beings?
After moving a few more meters, Jamin said seriously, "There are guards ahead, just follow us."
"Thank you." Zhongming instructed, "In the future, you'll have to adapt.
These kinds of situations can arise at any time. At least half of the battles we fight are just to protect our own things from being taken." He further explained that what others might seem to be just taking a few things could very well be essential to one's survival in the apocalypse, so looting and killing were almost the same.
Don't even think that injuring someone seriously is excessive. Killing them might not be too much either. Zhongming then smiled and complimented, "You did well." Shuyin blushed, embarrassed, and politely replied, "Yes."
Zhongming stopped and then requested, to avoid trouble, everyone hand over all your weapons to me. He swung a chain in his palm. Let's move on. The path ahead was much brighter. The manhole cover was lifted, and Zhong Ming's team helped each other climb up. Jia Min excitedly introduced, "We've arrived, this is the new base area, it's bustling with people ahead." Jia Min cheerfully suggested, "Everyone just arrived at the base and there's no place to stop. How about coming with us? There are plenty of vacant houses over there for you to live in." Zhong Ming responded politely, "Then I apologize for the trouble." Xia Lei hurriedly declined, "I won't go anywhere, you should look for your husband." This surprised Moe. The two girls exchanged a hug with some parting words. Xia Lei whispered, "Take care, Xiaoyi, if you get the chance, leave Yi Zhongming. He's too cold-blooded, he's not a good person." She spoke bluntly, "Although I don't agree with what he's done along the way, I still keep my promise, and we've settled our debts." Xia Lei waved goodbye to everyone before leaving. Zhong Ming asked, "I need to buy some supplies and daily necessities. Do you know where I can find them?" Jia Min pointed with his finger, "If you're lucky, it's very easy to find. Not far from here, in the south, there's a small market where you can find everything. Just trade some food, and you'll get what you need." Zhong Ming continued to inquire, "What about bullets? Do you know of any sources?" Jia Min was surprised, "Huh? Only the people from the artillery battalion and their leader Wang Olnam, you won't find any in the market." But he furrowed his brow, looking serious. "I've heard that there's a black market in the new base, sometimes they bring out bullets for sale." Zhong Ming was taken aback, thinking to himself, "A black market? This new base was just established not long ago, and there's already one? Have you ever seen someone selling some strange items? For example, scrolls, certificates, medicine, or something that has never been seen before?" The two of them were confused upon hearing this, as they had never come across such things before. But it seemed like they had heard people mention that someone in the East Base area was trying to sell some kind of formula for a high price. They weren't sure if it was what he needed, though. Zhong Ming then suggested that he help me find that person. He thought to himself that such a formula could only be encountered, not sought after. If it was truly usable, its value would be immense afterward. He said, "I'll give you a total of 5 kilograms of meat as a reward. If we really can't find it, it doesn't matter." Jia Min immediately agreed, "All right, I'll find it for you." The two of them began to split up and take action. He led them through the market first, then returned home and said, "We'll meet again at that time. Be careful." De Ming was a little worried, "So, are we moving now, you brother?" The alley was quite quiet. Jiang suddenly grabbed Zhong Ming's hand. He looked over to the side and saw a girl in tattered clothes sitting huddled in a corner. Shuyin remained silent like this. Xia Lei was tense, and there were two people on the other side as well. Jiang anxiously asked, "Should we help them? Give them some food?" Zhong Ming, angry, shouted, "As your companion, I will explain one last time. If you give food, it will have to be shared with several other women, and then it will be given to everyone in the market. If you don't give, they will steal it." Jiang was shocked. Zhong Ming coldly asked her, "Are you prepared to kill someone? Not just one, but many?" She pays for the food, and yet, for her own safety, she kills. Does she really intend to give them food? Jiang was left speechless, stammering, "I." De Ming, tense, spoke up, "Ye brother is right, sometimes having too much food in your hands is not a blessing, but a curse. In the new district these past few days, there have been daily murders, most of them over food. Whoever carries a precious stone commits a crime. Right now, food is a cursed item, without it, people die of hunger, with it, they get killed. To become a true evolved person is a rare stroke of luck." Both Chuyin and Moe fell into a melancholic state. They comforted Jiang to follow Zhong Ming further into the auxiliary area. Chuyin, looking helpless, said, "If we weren't with him, we might have already become one of those women." A few unfamiliar footsteps sounded, and Zhong Ming immediately took notice. Two burly men,
walking arrogantly without care for anything, approached.
Zhong Ming coldly asked,
"Who are they?"
Xiao Dai lowered his head and answered, Xiao Chao and Yang Shilong, both are evolved people. The steps halted, and Xiao Chao, holding a large stone, viciously ordered,
"Lift your head." The girl, trembling on the ground, repeatedly muttered, "I won't do it anymore." Shilong cruelly kicked her in the head, cursing, "Damn you, don't you have any shame?"
He harshly tortured the girl for not knowing her place.
She was out there selling herself and said she wouldn't do it? What a pretense!
Xiao Chao grabbed her hair, regardless of her agonizing screams. No one dared to intervene or act. Jiying, terrified, asked, "Why are these two doing this?
Is forcing someone like this so enjoyable?" Liang Chuyin, worried, said, "Isn't that woman unwilling? Why doesn't she just refuse?" Zhong Ming frowned and explained, "If your revolution brings no benefit, ordinary people will be tortured to death."
Those two must have done something similar, that's why the woman didn't want to go with him. Deming sighed in frustration, "You brother is right, those two beasts don't even consider ordinary people as human. In the past few days, 3 or 4 women have been killed by them, their reputation is already in tatters." He continued, explaining that the evolved people in this place were like this, living in the base is like being dead. Deming put his hands on his hips in annoyance. If it weren't for the fact that they control all the reward wheels, how could they be so arrogant?
Zhong Ming suddenly shouted, "What did you say? How many reward wheels are there here?"
Yi brother groaned in pain, and Deming rubbed his hand, explaining, "Everyone in the base knows that there are 3 reward wheels here. They weren't protected before, many people have encountered them."
Zhong Ming, curious, asked, "What level are all the reward wheels?" Deming hesitated before replying, "Probably level 1 and 2?
Anyway, the crystals on the zombies outside and on their foreheads are similar, they're grayish-white with a white tip, so it should be level 2.
Zhong Ming smiled and concluded, "There really are level 2 reward wheels."
In my past life, when I became a level 1 evolved, I left this city, so I didn't know about this. He tossed the piece of meat and ordered, "I'll take all these legs." He murmured to himself, "I originally planned to come to the base to exchange some supplies and see if there was a certificate or scroll, but I didn't expect to find a level 2 reward wheel." In the evening, near the apartment complex area, Zhong Ming's team was cooking together.
The group of men was responsible for chopping wood and other heavy tasks.
Zhong Ming suddenly remembered, almost forgetting something important. Right now, everyone is eating food without enough vegetables. After such a long time, even if they are evolved, their bodies will start to show problems. "You should come with me, Xiao Wu, to buy some supplies." He was surprised.
"Huh? All right." Zhong Ming pressed on. "Do you know where they sell seeds?"
A moment later, Xiao Wu collapsed, shouting loudly in frustration.
Finally, it's done.
He was panting heavily and called the boss. "How are we supposed to grow vegetables in time?"
Zhong Ming didn't respond, instead focusing on channeling his strength. He shouted loudly, activating his gardening profession skill.
Zhong Ming closed his eyes, feeling as if the mental powers had become a part of his body. The roots of the plants stretched deep into the ground, and whenever they touched a cabbage seed, it became a node in his mind.
Touching it made it glow.
Xiao Hu watched in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out.
The aura gradually faded away.
Zhong Ming sighed lightly as the blue mist rose from the ground, wondering, "I just planted the seeds, and they're already sprouting after less than 10 minutes? Zhong Ming looked at his hands. In just such a short time, his mental power had been drained by more than half, but this experiment was worth it. He observed the young sprouts closely, realizing that this meant they would no longer be lacking in vitamins and trace elements in the future.
No need to worry about food anymore.
After a gardener's profession is upgraded to a higher level, it can greatly increase both work efficiency and nutrition. Zhong Ming smiled, "I can feed many people, a core competitive advantage that no one else can achieve." He stood up and gestured, "All right, let's head downstairs."
Xiao Hu excitedly shouted, "Boss!" Xiao Hu continued, this is your second profession skill, right? What is your profession? Zhong Ming replied coldly, gardener. Xiao Hu was confused, do you grow vegetables? Zhong Ming curtly responded, if you don't know, then keep quiet. Everyone sat around the dining table. De Ming stuffed rice into his mouth, and Xiao Hu mocked, is that all? Boss will bring even better food later. De Ming excitedly asked, better food? What is it? Xiao Hu made a mysterious, dangerous face, I'm not telling you. Zhong Ming calmly thought to himself, rest for a bit, recover mental power, then tomorrow, try to develop those cabbages. Later, I'll make some stewed meat. There was a sound outside the door. De Ming opened it and was surprised, Jia Min, you're back. He loudly called into the room, Yi brother, you have the recipe, where can I find it? Zhong Ming asked casually, where is it? Jia Min pointed, it's at the Haiba neighborhood club in the east. At another hotel in the city center, Xia Lei and her husband are sitting opposite each other. She anxiously pressed, how did you get hurt this badly? Who did this? Qin Kwa avoided his wife's gaze, explaining, I got injured in a fight with someone else. It's a man's business, you don't need to worry about it. He tightened the packaging, speaking gently, Chalet, these things are so delicious. How come I never noticed them before? A sense of joy rose in Xia Lei's heart. He was the son of Secretary Tan, how could he have ever eaten this kind of convenience food? She glanced at the suitcase. Thankfully, Xiaoyi had left her some meat and a bottle of evolution pills. Otherwise, in the new district space, finding Qinwu would indeed be quite troublesome. Suddenly, Qin Kwa doubled over in pain, writhing. Xia Lei was startled and asked anxiously, what's wrong with you? The door was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force, and a strange man barged in fiercely. Qin Kwa stammered his name, Fan brother. He forced a smile and explained, these are the things your boyfriend brought back, but I forgot about them. I'll go wash your clothes right now. Xia Lei was stunned. Qin Wu, what are you doing? Let go, I'll explain later. The Fan brother hadn't taken his eyes off the girl from start to finish. Xia Lei's massive waistline, barely hidden beneath her clothes, piqued his interest. The Fan brother lewdly licked his lips, snorted coldly, and suddenly turned around. Forget it, I'll go first. Qin Kwa stood frozen, watching him leave. Xia Lei felt a bit uneasy, her bad premonition was growing. She had to quickly find Xiao Yi and see if she could get a gun for protection. The two men leisurely enjoyed a home massage service. The delicate hostess said, Fan brother, have you seen Qin Wu's wife? How is she? Is she really as breathtakingly beautiful as I said, making the world tilt? Today, she asked about the whereabouts of that useless man, and that's when I realized she came to the base as well. He slowly recalled, indeed she was beautiful, not just overly pretty, but truly stunning. The so-called top-tier lady, Qin Wu's wife, I heard she's great but never got to see her. I didn't think she'd be even better than the rumors. The other person, hearing this, was also full of excitement. Is she really that beautiful? Noticing there was no rebuttal from Fan brother, he quickly got off the bed. What are we waiting for? Let's go. What's left for us here? He. Fan brother waved his hand to signal. All right, everyone out. The hostess bowed politely. Okay. Fan brother, Dong brother, you two just keep talking. When the door closed with a loud bang, Fan brother smirked and reminded Dedong. Dedong, don't rush. Let me ask you, why have we gained everything we have? I was once a backup worker, and you were just a repairman, so how is it that now we can sit here enjoying pleasure, with two of the best-looking girls from the art school massaging and serving us? Dedong remained silent and did not answer. Fan brother raised his fist, his face showing a wicked grin. Because we are evolved. We have more strength than others, we can kill zombies, seize demon cores, spin the reward wheel, and that's how we've reached our current position. But do you think that's enough? Dedong gritted his teeth. Of course it's not enough. Fan brother continued. Right now, the situation outside, don't you know?
We're surrounded by zombies and mutated monsters.
Who knows when they'll break in? He calmly lit a cigarette and said, So what if you and I are both evolved? Do you think we can fight off 1,000 zombies together? Dedong remained silent. No, they couldn't. Fan brother concluded.
That's why we must continue to grow stronger.
Dedong tensed up and responded.
You're right, but what does this have to do with Jinwoo's beautiful wife?
Fan brother gritted his teeth.
Both of us are level 1 evolved, so why can Director Wang and Chief Jin become leaders of the base while we can't?
Dedong assessed.
Because those guys have dangerous skills with guns.
Fan brother casually agreed.
Yes, they will develop extremely powerful skills. Once the base is in danger, their survival rate is the highest.
Do you think I'm wrong?
Normally, when hunting for demon cores, they're the ones who get it.
Whenever the base finds something good, they're the first to take it.
We're left with the scraps.
Am I right?
He recounted that, on a mountain 5 kilometers away from here, he discovered a place guarded by zombies and monsters. The wheel with weapons and skill cards on it is probably something you've heard of as well.
The base is already preparing to take action.
Dedong furrowed his brows. There are rumors that someone saw it with their own eyes and even took a photo with a mobile phone.
Brother Fan crushed his cigarette with his hand. Chief Jin has an unusual preference for middle-aged women, doesn't he? And as for his plan, if we give this woman to Chief Jin, he'll definitely be happy, right? Then what do you think?
By the time the base takes down that reward wheel, regarding this woman, even if Chief Jin doesn't give us the skill cards, the 2 weapons should be no problem, right?
Am I right? Dedong shouted excitedly.
Damn it, Fan brother hit the nail on the head.
If we do it like this, we'll go and tie up that woman.
Brother Fan quickly reminded, it's already so late, tying her up now, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold back. Tomorrow we'll take action, and if it works, we'll deliver her directly to Chef Jin. The next day, when the sunlight had reached its peak, Jamin whispered, that man's name is Li Qiong, and he's not an evolved human. He began to explain in detail, but he used to be a national-level shooter. After the apocalypse, he got his hands on weapons, and I heard that even evolved humans can't approach him. He has quite a few subordinates, none of whom are evolved humans, but his firepower is strong, so his trading conditions are likely related to evolution medicine. Many are interested in the formula that Li Qiong has.
For example, the 2 current leaders of the base, Director Wang and Chief Jin.
Jamin took the initiative to step forward, but hearing that Li Qiong demanded an exorbitant price, they still hadn't started talking. Yi Zhongming wondered, then why not just rob him? Jamin, filled with apprehension, explained that Li Qiong's strength was not to be underestimated. His followers numbered over 200, with more than 100 firearms. He was the strongest private force in the base. Moreover, Mr. Wang and Chief Jin were not very united either. He suddenly whispered as he realized, we're here. Seeing the hesitant crowd moving forward, Jamin explained, Li Qiong is the leader of the only faction in the new district that recruits ordinary individuals. Here, some work for food exchanges is available, although it's difficult to get selected, but at least there's still a glimmer of hope. A soldier suspiciously asked, are you 2 the ones looking to meet Li brother? Search and then follow me, Jamin reassured. Don't worry, Yi brother, I arranged everything yesterday. The guards here are a bit more numerous. The man, enjoying his cup of hot tea, listened as Jamin respectfully called out to Old Li, we've arrived. He coldly responded, I know. What else could you want by coming to find me? It was simply about the scroll with the formula. Li Qiong thought for a moment, then said, let's be straightforward. As long as we agree on a price, it's yours. Zhongming suggested, let me see it first. Li Qiong signaled to his subordinate. The soldier approached, holding the box with the lid open. Zhongming eagerly requested, Old Li, give me the price. He smiled and evaluated, you look a bit unfamiliar. I didn't know there was someone like you in the base.
He protested, I just arrived. Li Qiong sighed. If that's the case, he raised his hand, these 5 one-star evolution potions are yours. Zhongming commented with a hint of awe. No wonder you haven't been able to sell them until now, the price is too high. Li Qiong smirked. That's because my stuff is good. Zhongming, irritated, got straight to the point. If they're so good, why don't you use them yourself? Li Qiong was caught off guard by the question, instinctively biting his lip. Zhongming, annoyed, retorted. Because this formula is too difficult to master. You can't learn it yourself, so you have no choice but to sell it. Am I wrong? Li Qiong, losing patience, cursed. If you can't afford it, then leave. Zhongming made another proposal. How about this, 100 first-tier demon cores? What do you think? Li Qiong, extremely angry, sneered. Are you kidding me? Where are the guards? Show him out. Before being escorted out, Zhongming asked. You're operating a reward wheel, right? Li Qiong rested his chin on his hand, slightly bewildered. So what? Zhongming smiled casually. With demon cores like these, I can spin your reward wheel at least once. Li Qiong grabbed the bag and studied it intently, as if inspecting it. Surprisingly, he accepted the offer. Follow me. They walked down a wide corridor, and ahead of them stood the reward wheel, guarded by a few soldiers. Li Qiong disdainfully muttered please with a sneer. While Jia Min stood frozen in amazement, Yi Zhongming quietly analyzed. This reward wheel, since the best formula has been taken out, now only requires 6 first-tier demon cores to operate. Besides the 1-star evolution potions, there's nothing else of value. He speculated that Chief Jin and Director Wang would casually allow Li Qiong to control a reward wheel, clearly because after the formula was released, there was nothing different from the lower-level types. The clock hand spun wildly, and finally, it landed on the green object. Li Qiong was irritated. Damn it, how come this kid is so lucky? My own son is so pathetic, he can't even land on an evolution potion. One of his subordinates suddenly spoke up, calling the boss, but was stopped by him. Li Qiong felt uneasy, unsure about this person, who exuded a dangerous vibe. His stance seemed casual, but he had cleverly positioned himself behind his comrades, blocking the firing angle first. Zhongming pressed, what do you think? Li Qiong remained silent. 3 potions are fine, I agree to this deal. He curled his lips, saying, I can only give you 1 potion and a good gun that will leave him stunned. What? Li Qiong's face darkened, a weapon? He was skeptical. Are you kidding me? What kind of gun have I never seen before? Do you have a Barrett? Zhongming reached behind him to grab something from his bag. Li Qiong suddenly tensed up, his doubts growing significantly. How could he have a gun on him? Hadn't they already searched his body? Zhongming decisively fired a shot, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The bullet made direct contact with the stone wall. Li Qiong was stunned. Is this a pistol? This is supposed to be a new type of explosive bullet. Zhongming smiled politely, 1 evolution potion in this gun. If you think it's acceptable, then we can exchange, otherwise, forget it. Li Qiong fully approved, and the dagger returned to its hiding place. The green vegetables were brought up by the chef, and the dish was neatly placed on the table. The girls couldn't help but praise the dish. The cabbage is so delicious. Zhongming took out a bottle of medicine and handed it over. Musician, this is for you. De Yuan gratefully accepted it, and then, moved to tears, expressed his thanks. Zhongming stood up and reminded them, I'm going back to my room to rest. Don't overeat, there will be plenty in the future. Sitting on the soft mattress, inside the scroll were recorded several technical requirements. Zhongming expressed his confidence that with such conditions at this stage, it was no wonder that Li Qiong, Mr. Wang, or Chief Jin weren't particularly interested in the formula. Even a few second-tier demon core pills alone were enough to make a regular 1-star evolved person tremble in fear. He stored the treasure away, but for himself, it still held great promise. Zhong Ming gazed out the window, pondering whether he should go see the secondary reward wheel tonight. If the opportunity arose, he might as well try for the 2-star evolution pill. In the evening, in a place much more extravagant and luxurious, old Jean sat firmly in the golden chair. Qin Kwa respectfully bowed before him. Old Jean enthusiastically clapped his hands, laughing loudly. "Huh? What do you mean by sir?" "I'm just a chef, you can call me that instead." Qin Kwa, fearful, stammered, "Mr. Jean, did you call me here?" He quickly interrupted. "I've heard of the great reputation of the secretary before, have admired him for a long time, but unfortunately, he never managed to surpass the initial mutation tide." Mr. Jean suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. "Xiao Qin, today I heard that your lover came looking for you, possibly traveling from the zombie-filled city to the new base." A heroic woman, indeed. Hearing this, Qin Kwa was extremely confused. How does he know about this? Mr. Jean leisurely swirled his wine glass, addressing the renowned armed police officer. "I've admired her for a long time. Xiao Qin, when will you bring her to show me?" Everyone knew that it was just a casual exchange to strengthen their friendship before drinking it all down. Mr. Jean then pressed his finger to his lips, before speaking frankly. "I really like Xiao Qin's lover. If you don't mind, arrange a meeting for us." Qin Kwa's mind was torn apart. Did this fat guy like Xiaolei? His hand clenched tightly, trembling violently, unable to contain his anger. This damn fat guy, he's an evolved one. Mr. Jean continued to provoke him. "As for me, I don't like to make things difficult for others, but that would be boring, wouldn't it? So, I'll give you a condition." He pulled out a vial of liquid. "Either I play rough and let you see for yourself, after which you can send the two of them to Shitian to retrieve the scriptures, or convince her to stay a few nights in exchange for a vial of evolution medicine." Qin Kwa froze for a moment. Evolution medicine of level 1, the kind that grants immense power after injection. This vial is for the privileged class. He ground his teeth in fear, while Mr. Jean began to elaborate on the evolution medicine. Every day in the base, dozens of people die. Sometimes, the number even reaches into the hundreds. The heel turned. How many people have evolved in this area now? So, what position do they hold, what benefits do they get, and how do they enjoy life? Xin Wu, you must know clearly. Mr. Jean leaned in close, his words dripping with honey. "As long as you convince your wife, you'll become one of the high-level evolved ones with power and influence in this base. Food, weapons, endless women." He whispered, "And besides, I'm only letting her stay with me for a few nights. If you truly love her and it's for your benefit, you'll agree, right? At most, once you evolve, you can compensate her. What do you say?" Qin Kwa pursed his lips, turned around, and replied, "Mr. Jean, I'm leaving now." He was satisfied. Good, you know what to do. After Qin Kwa left the room, Mr. Jean glanced at the two corpses hidden inside and chuckled softly. Hee hee, interesting. The area was covered by a layer of misty bones, with large trees providing cover. The level 2 reward wheel was located right on top of the building. He realized, as he had predicted, the guards for the level 2 reward wheel weren't as strict as those for the first level. After all, no one could move the reward wheel of this level anymore. So, whether there were guards or not didn't really matter. Zhong Ming carefully infiltrated inside. The light from the treasure flickered in the darkness. Zhong Ming gently touched it. He felt disappointed, no luck. That meant there were no scroll skills or formulas. A bit of a letdown, huh? Considering the remaining items, a 2-star evolution drug, immunity, and a single-piece arm guard for the gray level tier. Zhong Ming suddenly froze. Wait, is this something you're asking about the attribute stone? According to the information, this was considered a good item that could be embedded into weapons and equipment to enhance secondary attributes. However, there was an even more valuable function: it could be consumed. In his previous life, its discovery had been entirely unintentional.
A weapon embedded with an attribute stone was damaged in battle, shattered, and discarded on the battlefield. Later, a starving survivor, who could find nothing to eat, in a moment of panic, crushed the attribute stone, turning it into rice grains, and used it as food. Unexpectedly, he suddenly revived and even became stronger. This ability was a characteristic of the attribute stone just before being consumed. News gradually spread, and people realized that after eating an attribute stone, humans could gain its power. The price, which had been stable, instantly soared, becoming a highly coveted item.
Zhong Ming pondered.
If everything followed the trajectory, the attribute stone at least had 4 or 5 unknown statuses, with its true value unknown to anyone. He could take advantage of the situation while no one was aware, and exploit its effects to increase the numbers significantly. He reminded himself that, aside from making puppets, he needed to keep at least 5 second-tier demon cores. Zhong Ming calculated the number of second-tier demon cores he had on hand. He could make 6 attempts. As long as one of these attempts touched on one of the 2 items, he was filled with hope, and that would be considered a huge win. Not far from where Zhong Ming was, Xiao Qiao was angrily cursing. "Damn it, this one is really too weak, didn't even have the chance to enjoy herself before she breathed her last." He gritted his teeth and continued, "Now we've got to go out in the middle of the night to dispose of the body." Shilong hurried to explain, "There's no choice, right now the weather isn't cold yet. If we leave her at the base, not only could the disease spread, but the smell would be enough to kill anyone. If we just dump her near the wall, we might provoke the zombies and make them go crazy.
The only option left is to go outside and deal with it."
Xiao Qiao sighed, "I guess that's how it is."
He irritably suggested, "Why don't we find 2 others to play with instead?"
"How can we do that?" Shilong looked in the direction Xiao Qiao pointed, alarmed.
Someone was spinning a level 2 reward wheel.
The moon reigned high in the vast sky. Xia Lei sat silently in the room, with Qin Kwa in front of him, desperately trying to persuade him.
"Lei, I know I've wronged you, but you can see the situation we're in right now," he said anxiously.
"If you're not an evolved person, even a single step is impossible.
We won't have anything to eat. Without water, in the end, you'll either starve or still have to pay the price."
Xia Lei's sharp gaze made Qin Kwa tremble. "But Mr. Jin is very sincere, and he can help you become an evolved person.
I believe all of this is worth it."
He reassured him, "Once you become an evolved being, I'll treat you even better.
I won't despise you. And forget what happened today.
From now on, we'll live well, and I'll make sure you also become an evolved person."
Xia Lei coldly asked back, "Do you hate me?"
She screamed in utter frustration.
"Who do you think you are to hate me? Damn it."
Xia Lei used the harshest words possible. "You let me do such disgusting things, and yet you keep saying you won't hate me.
Does your mother know you talk like that?"
She bluntly called him cowardly, useless, and garbage. Holding her suitcase, Xia Lei ignored Qin Kwa's attempts to stop her and resolutely left. "I can go anywhere, anything is better than staying next to you and feeling disgusted." Qin Kwa suddenly grabbed her sleeve, threatening.
"You're not going anywhere." Xia Lei coldly rejected. "Not going, so you can send me to that bastard? Stay away from me."
Just then, another voice intervened suddenly.
"Xin Wu, it seems your advice didn't work. In the end, I'll have to take action myself."
Xia Lei angrily asked.
"Is it you, Mr. Jin?"
She charged at him, but seemed to forget that Mr. Jin was an evolved being, calmly saying,
"I really like this type of person." Xia Lei's ankle went numb, and she was thrown onto the bed. "If negotiations fail, I'll change the flavor myself today." Xia Lei was stunned as she saw his 2 arms slowly pressing down.
It was Qin Kwa himself suppressing his wife, while he sweet-talked. "Mr. Jin, come on, I'll hold her here.
And don't forget the evolution drug."
Xia Lei kicked him in the head with all her strength, making him stagger back. Xia Lei pulled 2 bottles of liquid from her suitcase, choking as she asked,
"Is this what you want? Is this it?" She screamed in fury, he betrayed his woman, is this really all there is to it? Open your eyes and see if it's true.
The two men stood frozen in shock.
Xinhua glared, shouting angrily, you damn bitch, you have the evolution drug in your hands, why didn't you say anything sooner? You didn't want to give it to me, right? Then why are you pulling it out now? Have you ever considered me your husband? I told you before, and you listened, but now you're hiding something as simple as a vial of medicine? I really misjudged you. You're just a slut. Xia Lei remained unnervingly calm, realizing that there was truly no way to salvage this. Mr. Jean rushed forward to intervene, take the medicine now, don't even think about it. A shout interrupted him, someone's spinning the level 2 reward wheel. He stopped dead in his tracks. What's going on? Mr. Jean shouted, furious. Damn it, who dares? He violently leaped through the window frame. Mr. Jean yelled, ordering, assemble. The target is the level 2 reward wheel, all guards, capture them. Zhongming's figure stood tall amidst the surge of energy. He pursed his lips and waited, the clock's hands moving slowly. Suddenly, the sound of the team arrived. Something was about to happen, but Zhongming felt a rush of joy, finally, it's happening. He bent down to pick up the treasure, a demon core, the final chance. The reward wheel event had to be fast. Below, Mr. Jean hurriedly gave orders to his men, quick, capture the one spinning the reward wheel. The clock's hands moved wildly. Zhongming kept muttering, hurry, hurry up. When the needle finally stopped, the rooftop door swung open. Several soldiers simultaneously raised their guns in warning. Don't move, put your hands behind your head. Zhongming wasn't intimidated by these nonsensical threats at all. He remained completely calm, even feeling quite pleased as he tightly gripped the precious item in his hand. Mr. Jean was stunned. He had successfully obtained the second-level evolution drug, and he immediately ordered, kill him. A barrage of gunfire rang out. Zhongming quickly jumped behind the rotating platform, then let himself drop from several dozen meters high. He pulled out a small dagger and stabbed it into the stone wall, successfully preventing himself from falling into a dangerous situation. Mr. Jean, still furious, cursed. Damn it, where is that bastard? Search for him, we must bring him back. Zhongming slowly moved step by step and safely landed. He told himself that this place wasn't somewhere he should stay for long. He had to seize the opportunity while Chief Jean and his subordinate, Commander Wang, hadn't yet gathered their forces, and quickly get out. As he hurried past a small alley, he was accidentally spotted by a guard. He's here. Zhongming took just a few seconds to handle everyone swiftly. The remaining soldiers screamed in panic. Don't shoot, be careful not to hit our own, that guy is back. Zhongming thought to himself that what he needed most right now was to find a secluded place, improve the second-level evolution drug he had obtained, and use it to become a mutated human, then everything would be much easier to handle. He slipped through the main hall and quickly headed toward the source of light. Mr. Jin's subordinates have been tailing him non-stop, don't let him escape, notify the entire base to capture that guy. The hole was large enough for Zhongming to crawl his whole body inside. Xinhua was kicked hard, sent flying far away, and he groaned in pain. Xia Lei recalled Moya's words from before, take this with you, he told me to give it to you, drink it if anything happens. Xia Lei sighed inwardly, how ironic, a man with no relation to her, just completing a transaction, giving her the evolution serum, but the husband, who was supposed to protect each other, ended up selling himself to someone else because of that. Xinhua gritted his teeth, and Xia Lei decided to drink the vial of liquid. Why was it so cruel in comparison? It was disgusting. The sound of glass shattering echoed in the cold air. Xinhua's expression changed, he gently called out to Alei, plotting in his heart, even without the evolution serum incident, she's already a mutated person now, so He was dragged into a sharp, painful blow. She coldly announced, from now on, we're severing all ties. If you speak to me again, I will kill you. Xinhua was stunned, where are you going? Xia Lei growled, I suddenly realized that there are some people more worth following than you.
The soldiers continued to relentlessly chase after her.
Quick, go find him.
Zhong Ming seriously assessed the situation. Enemies surrounded him from all sides, there was no way to escape. He looked at the vial of serum. If you give me 10 minutes, just 10 minutes of free time, I can improve this evolution serum and complete a 2-star evolution. A soldier shouted an announcement as he carefully ran toward them. Zhong Ming, irritated, thought to himself, they're chasing me again. If I can't find a breakthrough, it will be troublesome once the enemy completes their encirclement. He pulled a charm out of his pocket, which was a spoils of war from Pearl Lake, a Hellhound summoning card. According to the information, summoning cards were a very common item in the apocalypse, instantly increasing combat ability. They were one of the most welcomed items, capable of instantly enhancing the strength of a survivor. Zhong Ming waved his hand to signal the monster. Kill it. The two beasts played with the hail of bullets, stalling for time so he could escape. Zhong Ming soon encountered another group of pursuers. He placed his weapon on a large tree and cast the basic stop-switching spell. As soon as the incantation ended, the tree branch began to twist in strange ways, the trunk turning into a sentient entity that charged into the crowd, causing chaos among them.
Ah, what's that?
Zhong Ming spotted a car and used the same technique again. The armored vehicle and a giant robot appeared. Zhong Ming anxiously controlled his mental power expenditure, using the stop-switching spell again. Such summoned creatures could hardly withstand for long, but as long as they could draw attention, it would be enough. He jumped into a deep hole, but unless he dealt with the two leaders of the base, Chief Jean and Director Wang, he wouldn't be safe. The soldiers surrounded the Grand Hall with orders to search and ransack everything. Order with authority, find that guy, Mr. Jean said, walking alongside Old King. He concluded that the local population was too dense, and if the guy casually picked a house to blend into, it would be troublesome. The young man coldly responded, that guy carrying the evolutionary drug, if we don't find him tonight, we'll never see him again in this lifetime. Mr. Jean slightly smirked. After tonight, the issue wouldn't be whether we find him or not, but whether he comes looking for us. Old King, upon hearing this, was enraged. Clean it all up for me, kill them all, except for our people, everyone else must fall. Immediately, the sounds of anguished screams echoed. Ah, help! Mr. Jean showed a sneer, eager to see where the brat would run off to. A cloud of dust and smoke engulfed the area as Zhong Ming, with great vigor, stepped out from the center, and the chewing group had already been waiting ahead, cheering and calling for their boss. Xiaohu laughed excitedly as chaos reigned outside. Did you do this? Zhong Ming remained silent, not answering, as he sized up the two other girls and made his judgment. It seemed that tonight's chaotic battle had brought them trouble as well. Chuyin and Xiaohu, still engaged in combat with bloodshed, adapted very well.
Zhong Ming, satisfied, said, let's go, we'll talk when we're back.
Xiaohu, surprised, asked, huh? Why is the boss?
Moyi, shivering from the cold, finally spoke. Zhong Ming seemed entirely different now. He wore an enigmatic expression and replied, we'll talk when we're back. Xiaohu, get Jia Min here.
A moment later, Zhong Ming stood upright and pointed to the people.
There's something I'd like to discuss with you. His next words left everyone stunned. Do you want to take control of this base?
Jia Min held his head in confusion.
Yi brother, what do you mean by that? Are you joking with me? Zhong Ming responded calmly.
The two leaders here have already been killed by me. Jia Min screamed in shock.
What? You killed Chief Jean and Director Wang? Zhong Ming tried to explain.
I need a stable base, and there must be a new leader here.
He placed his hand on Jia Min's shoulder, as if expressing his expectations. Do you want to do it?
Jia Min was stunned.
But I'm not an evolved person.
Zhong Ming reassured him.
As long as you want to, that's enough. He glanced at De Ming.
I don't have many subordinates yet, but here, the one thing we have plenty of is people with no jobs.
Jia Min was still worried. I don't have much experience in management. Zhong Ming smiled and replied. That doesn't matter, as long as you have experience in killing. The two sides stood silently for a few seconds. Jia Min thought for a long time before deciding to ask. Yi brother, why choose me? De Ming added. Right, I could do it too. Zhong Ming stroked his chin, excitedly saying. Because I want to, and I think you have potential. If I say you can do it, you will be able to. Jia Min responded seriously. Then I agree. Once I become the owner of this place, what do I need to do for you? Yi Zhongming frowned. Of course, there are some things that will need your support, but we'll talk about them after you take full control of the base. He turned his back to the door. Now I'm going to meet someone else. With his help, you'll do better. The group looked on, confused and puzzled. Another building exploded. The team was hiding behind the barricades. The mushroom head guy anxiously called out to Chang brother. At this rate, the base might collapse. Look over there, the eastern passage leading outside. So many people are crammed in there, they've already started killing each other. I know. He appeared somewhat apologetic, thinking to himself, but what can I do? Keeping this small area safe is already the limit. Suddenly, Zhong Ming's voice rang out. What are you looking at? Li Qiong immediately pointed his gun and boldly asked, Who's there? He froze for a moment. Is it you? But when did you get so close? Wait, the riot tonight happened because someone turned the secondary gear. Could it be that Li Qiong is suspicious our agreement is over, and yet you still came to find me? Zhong Ming was eager. Li brother truly has some ability. You figured it out so quickly? He gestured with his finger, I need your help with something. Li Qiong smiled lightly, becoming a bit more respectful. Whatever you need, just say it. Long secretly thought, this person really is a two-star evolved individual. The wild bushes rustled as they intertwined. The elderly zombie staggered forward, another one trailing behind, its throat rasping with broken speech, the tasty ones are inside. The old zombie waved its hands, and the sandworms surged forward. The monster, made of wood and stone, roared as it followed the orders. The zombie horde grew larger by the minute, slowly advancing into the city. The central area, which had been quiet, suddenly erupted in a burst of bright fireworks. The citizens were in complete chaos. Hurry, run forward. Could it be that the zombies are attacking the city? The gates of the base were also opened, unlike usual. What's going on? Everyone was confused as they saw a figure standing high above. What day is it today? Jia Min calmly spoke through the loudspeaker. Everyone listened to the commander. Don't run around. Take out anything that can light up and use it. Try to reassure everyone, don't panic, stay orderly. The base is very safe, the zombies can't break in. The other areas will return to normal soon, Jia Min firmly instructed. Men under 30 who have families, step out of line, follow me to put out the fires. Xiao Wu happily praised, this guy is doing great, not bad at all, managing to stabilize the situation so quickly. Shu Yin remained worried, but one person's words are not enough. Countless beasts will thrive in this kind of chaos. Xiao Wu glanced at the sky, it's almost dawn, the boss over there should be done soon. Li Qiong said seriously, following your orders, the food reserves from the base have been gathered, but there isn't much food inside. Jia Min smiled, then we can announce the recruitment news. In this kind of weather, the temperature will still be high during the day, so the corpses in the base must be taken outside. Zhong Ming was tense and immediately began organizing people to withdraw from the southern area. Jia Min was confused, what's happening? He hurriedly shouted, moving quickly. Jia Min, though not understanding, obediently followed. All right, I'll go right away. Before they could separate, they were struck by dark energy from somewhere. Zhong Ming angrily cursed, damn it, it's too late.
Xiao family, you immediately organize someone to head to the southern area to help evacuate the civilians there. He turned to Deming, who, with Li brothers' subordinates, was on the southern road. They had to set up obstacles to other areas and wait for the survivors to retreat. If the situation looked bad, they were to immediately block off all the intersections. Zhongming asked Li Qiong, has the effect of the one-star evolution drug kicked in? Have you adapted well? He gestured with his hand, signaling that he understood. The team quickly moved forward. All right, the rest of you come with me. Zhongming spotted a sandworm approaching. Whether we can defend the base depends on us, he hurriedly explained. The sandworm is a mutated creature with a singular ability. In addition to its massive size and strength, its power lies in the ability to quickly dig tunnels underground and cause tremors. Right now, they're destroying the southern walls. Li Qiong stammered. That is. Yi Zhongming cut him off, alarmed. The durability of these peacetime buildings is not strong enough to withstand the sandworm assault. They'll collapse soon. Xiaohu was anxious. Once the walls fall, millions of monsters will rush in from the outside. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Boss, when did you become so kind-hearted? Zhongming was indifferent. Of course, I won't be so saintly, because I still need the base temporarily. He explained that although the building would collapse, it would turn into a massive ruin, which could serve to block the zombies from entering. We just need to eliminate the sandworms, and when the time comes, the organization will reinforce these ruins, and the base will still be protected. As soon as he finished speaking, the building next to them immediately collapsed. A monster appeared, and Zhongming reminded everyone to stay alert. The sandworms are here. The destructive power of the creature was indeed terrifying. Zhongming gritted his teeth, his hand gripping the sword tightly. He focused strength into his right foot and jumped, decisively severing one of the creature's claws. Zhongming roared, the first order is to cut off the central legs and restrict the sandworm's movements. He quickly shifted direction, planted his dagger, and then pierced through a slightly glowing exoskeleton on its back, 2 meters away from the tail. Beneath it was its heart. Dark, thick fluid splashed out. He casually instructed, be careful to avoid its blood. It's a kind of neurotoxin. If it touches your body, you'll become stiff and slow in a few days. The gigantic sandworm collapsed. Xiaohu excitedly exclaimed, Boss, your skill is truly incredible. Before anyone could finish their sentence, the shock from your move left them in panic. 2 more ferocious sandworms emerged, surrounding Zhongming's team. He resolutely declared, I'll handle these 2, the rest are yours. Zhongming was unwavering, either take them down or kill them. Li Qiong nervously thought to himself, what? That's a second-level sandworm, and I've just evolved. 5 people with a single star want to handle 3 of them at the same time? Mo Yi sharply called out, Jiying. She understood the command. Li Qiong was confused, huh? What does that mean? Xiaohu laughed, she and Miss Pa will block the 2 sandworms on the sides so we can focus our efforts on taking down the remaining one. Mo Yi said seriously, Li brother, I've heard that your combat skills are pretty good, and you have a Zhongming gun, right? He quickly responded, that's right. She shouted, all right, attack. Jiying used defensive magic energy from behind for Mo Yi. Li Qiong frowned. So it was to save face for me, intentionally not giving orders but just reminding us what to do. He boldly announced, I'll support the game. Shuyin wrapped her vine whip tightly around the sandworm's horn. She used the force to propel herself onto its body. The sandworm had noticed her and immediately roared. Xiaowu, standing on the ground, loudly called, Liang Chuyin, your reflexes are fast, catch it. Chuyin followed Zhongming's earlier advice, locating the right spot. Just as she was about to strike, another sandworm attacked unexpectedly. Luckily, Li Qiong was there. Don't even think about it, I'm here. A shot ripped across the sandworm's face. At the same time, Chuyin thrust her sword, and blood from the sandworm sprayed across her face. Jing cast her powerful great shield, while Moe took charge of blocking the other sandworm. She anxiously called Xiaohu, who was fussing around doing something. He was extremely excited. "Captain, we've finished everything, we'll be there right away." Zhongming heard the loud explosion, and thick smoke rose up. The countless zombies surprised him. Why did they get here so quickly? Zhongming pursed his lips. At this rate, even if we kill the last sandworm immediately, there won't be enough time to organize people to reinforce this wreckage. About 15 minutes later, Xiaowu smiled brightly and exclaimed, "The last one is done, and I was about to call the captain. I came to help, but was surprised to find that Yi Zhongming had already completed the task." Xiaohu asked in astonishment, "Boss, what's going on? What about the other two that you were dealing with?" Zhongming calmly replied, "Taken care of." Shuyin wiped the blood off his body, confused. "Why did you come to help us here? We could have handled it ourselves." Zhongming hurriedly gestured, "No time for that, everyone, stand at the edge of the cliff." The scene below was chaotic, and Moe was taken aback. Why are they here so quickly? It seems everything was planned. Xiaohu agreed, saying, "Exactly. And look at how many sandworms are attacking at the same spot. The zombies in other areas must have already gathered here, or else they wouldn't have clustered like this. They're attacking because of a long-standing hunger for flesh." Zhongming wondered aloud, "Should we focus on protecting the base? Can we leave in time now?" But a familiar figure appeared, accompanied by a voice, "I have a way to stop them." The group was utterly stunned. Lei's sister Moe didn't need to think twice and immediately rushed down. She was overjoyed. "Are you evolved now?" Xia Lei gestured, "Do you see those two buildings over there? Let me explain slowly. If they are blown up and aligned with the direction of the collapse, they could block the southern entrance to several other territories. The people in the base would have enough time to reorganize their defense." Xia Lei continued, "By chance, I found some explosives from the east. Give me a little time, and I can do what I just said." Xiaohu agreed. Her skills with explosives are enough to rival the most seasoned demolition experts. This kind of precision is not difficult for her. Zhongming chuckled softly and asked, "How long do you need?" Xia Lei answered firmly, "I need half an hour to set up the explosives, and Xiaohu and Moe will assist." Zhongming completely agreed, "All right, I'll give you half an hour. Don't let me down." He thought to himself, fortune and danger go hand in hand, it's worth the gamble. The zombies had reached the edge of the cliff. Zhongming, taking on the role of commander, ordered his soldiers to aim and fire shells in a continuous barrage. Li Qiong expressed his concern, "If we continue like this, we won't have enough ammunition soon." Zhongming immediately ordered them to cease fire, coldly addressing everyone, "If you don't want to stay and fight the zombies, you can leave." Zhongming made a proposal, "If you stay, I guarantee that after the battle, if we survive, you'll be rewarded with evolution drugs." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dove into the abyss, a circle of fire surrounding and protecting Zhongming. His face showed a ruthless expression as he charged forward, testing how lucky these few people were. Shuyin unleashed the four directions shadow of Wu Shen, and the zombies seemed to be drawn into that gentle aura. The soldiers watched in astonishment. That woman is so powerful. Is she also an ally of that guy? She's so strong, the promise of evolution medicine must be true. Reinvigorated, they charged into battle with vigor. Killing one meant breaking even, killing two meant victory. The enemy was evenly matched, and Zhongming was satisfied. At any moment, courage was the hope of humanity, and this situation was no exception. The soldiers of Dongqing reminded each other, "Be careful to maintain distance from those around you. Don't rush in once trapped by a zombie horde, danger will be imminent." They then threw themselves into the fray, hacking and slashing like mad. Zhongming shouted out orders, "Everyone, besides using your hands, you can use your feet to create space between you and the zombies, but be mindful of your angle when kicking. Do your best to take down a zombie in one hit, don't waste unnecessary physical strength." Jing looked at her wristwatch, suddenly panicking.
Only 15 minutes left.
One soldier angrily shouted, "This coward keeps hiding behind us." Jiang noticed something strange and quickly warned him to be careful. Luckily, she was able to use her shield to save the soldier's life. He continued fighting, slightly remorseful. "It turns out I misunderstood you, you're just a support." The soldier gave a thumbs-up signal and said, "Thank you, beautiful. When I get back, I'll treat you to a meal." Jiang was helpless. "The food I eat is mutated animal meat, level 2. Even if you worked your whole life, you wouldn't be able to afford it." She immediately dismissed herself. "Why would I think like that? It's all little girl Liang Chuyin's fault for messing me up." Jiang put her hands over her chest, full of hope. Everyone must stay safe. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out from behind. Zhong Ming thought to himself, has the first victim appeared? A bizarre-looking monster, gnawing on the body of a soldier, was a death demon. Zhong Ming, seeing this, rushed forward in anger. "You dare kill a Guei? Die!" Zhong Ming, terrified, shouted a warning, "Be careful, don't be reckless." But it was too late. The sword's blade slashed, wounding the death demon, which immediately retaliated by spewing out a toxic gas. The soldier who was last to act took the full force of it. He bent his knees, groaning, "Ah, this feels awful. It hurts so much, I want to die." Zhong Ming cursed angrily, "Damn it!" and quickly finished off the death demon. But just as he dealt with this one, another problem arose. A large object, with multiple eyes, noses, and mouths, appeared, causing panic among everyone. "What is that monster? Has even the chicken mutated?" The zombie, with long, disgusting green tongues, could kill several soldiers in one go. The mutated chicken followed and began joining the fight. Zhong Ming calmly ordered, "Don't panic, gather here." He called Pa Jiying and asked anxiously, "How much longer?" She replied nervously, 11 minutes. Zhong Ming firmly insisted that Jiying cover me until we reached the waiting area. "Everyone, follow me, don't be afraid, slowly move back." Zhong Ming swiftly dealt with the horde of zombies blocking the path. He growled and shouted, "Li Qiong, cover the others." Through the binoculars, he screamed in panic. "Yi brother, it's not good. I think I see someone behind this group of zombies." Zhong Ming asked in confusion. "Is it within shooting range?" "Too far. Not enough." He clenched his lips tightly, his mind tense like a stretched bowstring. If Li Qiong isn't mistaken, then my previous guess is 90% correct. This place is under attack, and something terrifying is at work here. A figure appeared, the old zombie. Zhong Ming's face briefly flashed into its view. "It's him." The old zombie gritted his teeth, looking extremely excited. "Such a tasty one, you belong to me." On the other side, Shuyin was still trying to fight with her 4 directions black tortoise technique. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and she was starting to tire, eventually falling to the ground. Shuyin blamed herself, thinking that after only using this move twice, she couldn't hold on any longer. She needed to grow stronger. Just as she thought she was about to embrace the earth, Zhong Ming caught her. Before anything romantic could happen, she was tossed over to Jiying, her body spinning wildly. Jiying caught her in confusion. "Ah, what's going on?" Shuyin angrily said. "One more word and I'll strangle you." Zhong Ming quickly reminded everyone to retreat from the debris. Jiying's face showed concern, but Shuyin coldly interrupted. "Our mental energy has been completely depleted. Staying here will only hinder us. Listen to Zhong Ming." The soldiers used ropes to climb up. Jiying anxiously asked, "Can he really handle it?" Moyi frowned and replied, "It's not a problem for a short while." Before, there had been others by his side, so he had been somewhat hesitant when making his move. Zhong Ming charged into the horde of zombies like a wild beast. Moyi assessed, now his attack range has expanded, and he's fully grasped the techniques I taught him. Moreover, he's gained experience from fighting in life or death battles.
The soldiers collectively marveled, who is this guy? Is he really blocking so many monsters? Even if he can only hold on for a moment, that's still incredibly impressive. Is he even human?
Zhong Ming stood valiantly atop a giant pile of corpses, still able to hold on for another 5 minutes. He thought to himself, luckily, I ate that stone before my 2-star evolution, as its property was original endurance.
Zhong Ming gripped both swords tightly, doubling his endurance and physical recovery speed.
He continued to attack, feeling that his endurance was almost useless now, but once acquired, he would know its worth. This didn't make him run faster, but it allowed him to last longer, not making him jump higher, but enabling him to jump many more times. The old zombie bared its teeth and grinned, its howling scream sending chills down the spine.
The zombie minions understood the signal, laughing loudly as they advanced in greater numbers.
Compared to the beginning, they had become far more frenzied. Zhong Ming suddenly felt a wave of fear.
Do these monsters not need lives anymore?
Li Qian was panic-stricken.
Why are they suddenly going berserk like this? Moreover, where did all these second-tier mutated lives come from? They kept shouting Zhong Ming's name. Yi brother!
The massive horde of zombies grabbed Zhong Ming, gathering around him like a burial mound, drowning him beneath their weight.
Li Qian trembled in fear. Yi brother, let's go.
Desperation filled his voice as he turned away. It's fate's will, we've done all we can.
Mo Yi suddenly stopped him. Wait. She pointed ahead. Everyone, look.
The flames are rising. An explosive burst erupted violently, a sword slicing through the air. Zhong Ming emerged from the wreckage, standing tall and unharmed. The soldiers gazed at him in shock.
It's Yi brother, is he still alive? Li Qian was overjoyed and wasted no time. Announce it. The time has come.
After the battle ended, Jiamin solemnly ordered his subordinates, hurry up, look after those sandbags, move the stones to the city wall, we're short on ammo, we'll have to make do with these. On the other side, they hurriedly moved all the oil barrels.
Xiao Wu said wearily, finally, they're retreating. If the fight went on any longer, it wouldn't have ended well. These monsters seem to be controlled by someone. Did you hear that screeching sound?
The zombies shuffled towards a place where the light could not reach. Shuing tensed up after the long scream, and these monsters obediently retreated.
If there really was something commanding them. Mo Yi smiled gently, anyway, we've survived.
Now, the most important thing is to rest and recover to our original state as soon as possible. That evening, at the resting point, everyone was discussing among themselves. The casualty numbers had been counted. From the chaos of the previous night to the defensive battle today, the new base had suffered more than 3,000 casualties. Most of them were dead, with only a few hundred injured. By late night, the zombies probably wouldn't come again. Jiamin fidgeted nervously, we've scared them off. Li Qiong replied seriously, I've already made arrangements. The red-haired boy sitting in the corner suddenly spoke up, there's one more thing, the injured from today's defensive battle. He looked fearfully at Zhong Ming, having done as Yi brother had instructed. Jiamin tried to explain, Yi brother, even though those people were scratched by the zombies, we don't have enough antidotes for now, but they bled for the base. Zhong Ming replied coldly, they did that for the safety of the base. If someone mutates, we don't need zombies from the outside to attack.
We'll fall into chaos. So, we must first control the injured.
Jiamin stubbornly raised his voice, but they are all brave people, at least they dared to fight the zombies, while most of the others just hide at home, trembling.
That's not fair. Zhong Ming grumbled, so what will you do? Just let them mutate as they please?
Jiamin immediately fell silent.
Then, Zhong Ming continued with frustration, if we don't restrain them, we'll have to expel them from the base.
They'll mutate and join the zombie army to attack the place we've been trying to protect while alive.
Is that fair?
These people have relatives who will wait for them to mutate, then hand over the demon cores to their families. I think they'll be happy to see that after their deaths, they could still create wealth for their loved ones.
The Xiao family was stunned upon hearing this. Zhong Ming continued, for those with no relatives, the demon cores will be collected to spin the reward wheel, distributing evolution pills to the people who fought with us today. Jia Min, feeling despondent, complied. Zhong Ming smiled faintly. I'll post an announcement at the base. We need 1,000 individuals to go out of the city with me tomorrow. These people will be provided with food and water. Their relatives will also receive the corresponding treatment, and those who perform well might even get evolution pills. Jia Min fully accepted. He grasped Zhong Ming's hand. I'll just teach you how to manage a base, don't worry. Zhong Ming pulled out a vial of liquid, his expression dangerous. I won't be the emperor here. It will be yours later, but for now, you'll listen to me. Xiao Hu was puzzled. Boss, isn't this place fine? Why do we have to leave? Xia Lei answered on his behalf, as he had bigger goals. Zhong Ming casually asked, what do you think is the biggest disadvantage of this base? Shuin spoke first. There are a large number of people here, and it's possible to cultivate soldiers who are qualified to form a strong fighting force. This must be the biggest advantage. Xiao Hu was excited. There are 3 reward wheels here, this is definitely the biggest advantage. He added, as for the disadvantages, there are too few weapons and ammunition, and the defense is weak. Xia Lei curiously asked Yi Zhongming, what do you think? He replied coldly, the biggest advantage here is really the resources. Xia Lei was surprised, you mean the monsters outside? Zhong Ming pointed, the disadvantage is that there are only second-tier reward wheels here, and everything is tangled up. This guy criticized the second-tier reward wheels as being low, and Zhong Ming smiled reassuringly, don't worry, I'll take everyone to see the real good stuff, but now let's go grab some assets first. As they ventured deeper into the city, Xiao Wu looked confused, a treasury? Zhong Ming explained, a vault, right now there's just some paper money and precious metals in the basement, nothing special. De Yuan knocked a few times, luckily, the lock isn't complicated, give me a few minutes, but I need some tools. Zhong Ming drew a knife and said, no need for that much trouble, this isn't a national treasury. With determination, he slashed a few times, and the door shattered, revealing a large vault inside. Zhong Ming looked excited, alright, let's start treasure hunting. The team approached a large iron cabinet with many locks on it. With apparent excitement, Zhong Ming said, there seems to be a lot of stuff inside, let me take a look. He resolutely swung the sword, cutting the iron rod in half. Once done, Xiao Hu loudly called out, Lei sister, come here quickly. He pointed at the object he had found and asked insistently, is this emerald? Xia Lei examined it and replied, yes. Xiao Hu's eyes sparkled like stars, how much is it worth? Xia Lei assessed, a piece like this is probably worth around 2 million. He was immersed in joy, damn it, doesn't that mean I'm rich now? Xia Lei helplessly sighed, you fool, we're in the apocalypse now, 2 million is just a few kilos of paper. Shuin hesitated and called out to Zhong Ming, what's so good here? He focused on examining locker number 18. Do you remember the 2 evolved ones we met at the market? Recalling the smug expressions of Xiao Chao and Shirlon, Liang Chuyin felt extremely uncomfortable. Do you remember those 2 bastards? Zhong Ming picked the lock. He pulled out a rather old long box and said slowly, their character isn't very good, and they were the trusted subordinates of the 2 leaders of the base before. One of them didn't die, and 3 days ago, I happened to run into him. For the sake of his life, he leaked a bit of useful information. Jiying, curious, asked, what's so long? What is it? Xia Lei was surprised when he realized, is this a sniper rifle case? Zhong Ming placed the item he found on the ground, and indeed, it was exactly what Xia Lei had said. Xiao Hu was extremely excited, and 88, wow, this rifle is fully equipped, with both mechanical and optical sights, and 2 types of scopes, plus 20 rounds of ammo. Zhong Ming smiled contentedly, alright, let's go, we'll head to the next place. Xiao Hu was puzzled, where is it? He quickly answered, it's already been a day today, outside the base there are piles of demon cores and resources scattered around. Xiao Hu beamed, boss, you mean we're going to collect the corpses? Zhongming nodded, that's right, but before we head out, everyone wait over by the ruined wall on the other side. I have something to do first. The night sky was filled with stars, but in this apocalypse, it didn't seem very romantic. Xiaowu sat in deep thought. Boss, it's very mysterious, don't you think? De Yuan, who was beside him, replied nonchalantly, everyone has their own secrets. Xiaowu took a puff of his cigarette and explained, that's not what I mean. Don't you think that sometimes the old man seems to have a very good sense of foresight? He seems to understand the apocalypse very well. De Yuan, of course, wasn't interested, so what? Chuyin suddenly appeared and said, exactly, so what if he has secrets? She looked quite downcast. No matter how mysterious he is or what identity he has, all I know is that he saved my life, gave me evolution pills, helped me become a professional, taught me how to fight, and how to survive in this apocalypse. Xiao Lei was firm in his words, I think we're all lucky to live well, and it's all thanks to this young man who's just over 20. Whatever secret he has, even if it's something like carrying some kind of mission, it doesn't matter. I'll follow him no matter what. If he tells me to save someone, I will. If he tells me to kill someone, I will kill them. Jiying spoke mockingly, it seems she really is a crazy fan of him, huh? Xiao Lei remained indifferent, I've been everywhere, met many people, and basically, all of them had some kind of interest in me, Lei's sister's uncle. Although no one spoke, I knew that when they looked up at the pitch-black night sky, they must be reminded of those they had once loved but who had betrayed them. This is human nature, something no one wants to bring up anymore. Xiao Yuan expressed his frustration, it's all in the past now. Anyway, since he saved me from that cold, humiliating building, just like the rest of you, my life now belongs to him. Xiao Wu scratched his head in confusion, I only asked why the boss is so mysterious. Now everyone's going to make me out to be the villain. He waved his hand, but I'll definitely follow the boss. Everyone here is a professional, and I'm not. Besides, the boss said he'd take me to try some good food, but I haven't seen that happen yet. Moyi cheerfully said, Lei's sister, Jiying, and I are the same. We just want to see how far this guy can go. They gossip among themselves, so how long do you think he'll last? Right, he's been gone for more than half an hour already. The whispers grew louder, clearly speculating that he was somewhere secretly training his big move. So mysterious. Zhongming stood on the rooftop of the building, sighing, a grave this big? The place down there is literally full of decaying corpses. Zhongming looked deeply anxious. In the apocalypse, having a place to handle corpses wasn't unusual, but why were there so many here? The confusion inside him grew. The zombies had attacked just the day before, causing so many casualties. The newly established base had only been around for a few days, and yet so many had already died? Zhongming moved toward the breeding pen, where the mutated cattle were confused. He coldly severed the head of each one, fresh blood flowing in a stream down into a prepared trough. The foul smell rose in a strong stench. Shilong lay on the ground, staring in fear at the scene. Seeing Yi Zhongming approach, he stammered, what do you want to do? Zhongming replied coldly, I just learned a new technique. He thought to himself, the amount of blood required for the primary puppet technique is about 500 kg. These 2 mutated cows should be enough. Zhongming carefully examined the knife. You know, I've just learned it, so I'm not too skilled yet, which is why I need more practice. Shilong trembled and begged, see, can't you spare me? Afterward, I'll do anything you want, I'll be loyal to you. Zhongming laughed cruelly. Ask the cold, rotten corpses in that pit if they would forgive you. He pointed the sharp sword forward. All right, next it's your turn. Shilong was at a loss for words. Don't come closer. Zhongming paused for a moment, deep in thought. The puppet technique requires a being on the verge of death, using them as material might let this scum serve a little purpose. Too bad it still feels a bit disgusting. A strange noise came from somewhere, startling him. Zhongming immediately turned around to check, and there was still some movement within the pile of corpses. The blonde-haired figure with lifeless eyes lay right in the middle of the remains. Zhong Ming was extremely surprised. Is it her? The woman who was dragged away in the market. He clenched his lips in frustration. Although it's true, the big fish eats the small fish, you can kill, but you shouldn't torture. His hand tightened into a fist. Zhong Ming decisively rushed to the corpse. He gently lifted her up, checking for any breath left. But even if Pa Jiying were here, bringing her to the brink of death wouldn't change anything. Zhong Ming silently judged that her bodily functions and organs had deteriorated to the point where death was inevitable. He said, I need someone close to death to complete the skill. I don't know what will happen to you later, but at least you're still alive in some other way. The blonde's hazy eyes faintly opened her left eye. Shilong cried bitterly at Zhong Ming's words, at least she had more dignity than him. Zhong Ming carefully laid the blonde down into the blood pool, tossing in a few crystals, and then fed her some fluid. Zhong Ming focused his mind and performed the basic puppet technique. Immediately, the effect took place. Her pupils disappeared, replaced by a red glow that spread across her pale skin. Black blood splattered out in all directions, causing Zhong Ming to step back several paces, bracing himself. Her bizarre feet stomped on the ground, and now she could truly be called the red-haired girl. Zhong Ming approached the object he had just created. He placed his hand on her neck. The pulse was still there, but only a few beats per minute. Zhong Ming smiled. Each beat was particularly strong, while her breathing was nearly non-existent. Could this be a corpse? He assessed with satisfaction. Not bad, let's test her abilities. Zhong Ming aimed directly at Shilong, where there was an ideal target just over there, ready for a lethal strike. The red-haired girl obediently followed suit. Shilong, startled, tried to run, but it was too late. He took a devastating punch from the red-haired girl. At the same time, near the cliff edge where everyone was gathered, Jiamin anxiously spoke up, Am I here to take over the shift or what? He questioned, Has ye brother not come back yet? Has he been gone for this long? Is everything okay? Xiaohu smiled casually. What could possibly happen to the boss? Suddenly, a voice called out next to Xiaohu. Xiaolei, her cheeks flushed red, shyly said, I'm not bad to you, am I? Upon hearing this, Xiaohu sighed helplessly, dodging, I know what you're trying to do, but it's not going to work. Xiaolei's face turned sour. Annoyed, she snapped, I've learned the sword, have you? Can you wield it as well as I do? Xiaohu furrowed his brows and replied, You taught me. Xiaolei cursed angrily, You little brat, you've really pissed me off. While everyone was laughing and joking, a familiar figure gradually approached from the distance. Zhong Ming spoke up and asked, Isn't it just a single saber? Everyone simultaneously shouted in excitement. Boss is back, Yi Zhong Ming. He happily gave her the weapon. Xiaolei joyfully thanked him and then hissed. Chu Yin's face showed doubt. Who is that behind you, Zhong Ming? Zhong Ming put his hands in his pockets and replied casually, We'll talk about it later when we're back. Let's focus on the task at hand first. He gestured seriously, We'll head down from here shortly. Deming, have the people on both sides make some noise, and throw the meat we've gathered in. Xiaolei instructed. Once we draw the zombies' attention, I'll go down and clear the zombies around us, creating some space for everyone. But this opportunity will be short, so we must act quickly. Zhong Ming whispered, Don't worry about how much we gather. Once you see me back, follow me. Remember, we're not here to fight, we're here to collect supplies. The others nodded in agreement. The entire team set off with Zhong Ming leading, followed by Jiying and the musician, everyone carrying flashlights to assist us. They were in charge of observing the cliff edge. As soon as they landed, Xiaohu was confused. What is that? Jia Min assessed, her eyes and hair both red. De Yuan, tense, realized that it seemed to be a zombie, but controlled by Zhong Ming. Xiaolei, losing patience, reminded, Stop wasting time, hurry up. Zhong Ming engaged in the battle fiercely. He cast an admiring gaze toward the red-haired figure. This was truly a soldier in human form, with extraordinarily sharp hands.
A strange stream of air emerged from the mouth of the zombie. Zhong Ming couldn't help but exclaim, and moreover, her power was extremely formidable, combined with her impressive defense, making her a terrifying presence. It was hard for a second-tier creature to inflict any harm on her. Zhong Ming considered this, thinking that although she lacked finely honed innate abilities and relied solely on her physical strength to fight, her power was still above that of a one-star evolved human. Even some two-star evolved individuals without skills or specialized professions would probably find themselves struggling against her. The scene was chaotic, and Zhong Ming hastily warned, "The zombies are increasing in number. Let's go." The team immediately complied. The cold night covered the entire city. Inside the room, everyone sat gathered around a large table. Emoyi calmly said, "We found over 1,000 level 1 demon cores, enough to create a lot of one-star evolution medicine. But we only have 20 level 2 demon cores, and after spinning 3 times, they didn't produce anything useful, so we didn't dare spin anymore." Zhong Ming responded rather indifferently, "It's fine, leave the rest for backup." He thought to himself that 2-star evolution medicine wasn't something that could be easily spun out like that. There was a sound of someone twisting the doorknob outside, and the Shao family politely called out, "Yi brother," looking quite anxious. Everyone had arrived. They were the surviving soldiers from the defensive battle of the ruins. Zhong Ming cheerfully shared these updates, knowing that everyone was likely already aware. Bin Lin widened his eyes in astonishment. Zhong Ming smiled and explained, "The performance of everyone deserves this, but this is also from the demon core that my team and I retrieved from the outside. Therefore, the evolution potion can be distributed to you, but tomorrow, all of you will need to fight alongside us as we leave the city." The next morning, as the sunlight gradually shone down from above, Zhong Ming and his team boldly marched forward. He carried the authority of a leader, seriously observing everything. Deming excitedly said, "Yi brother, the equipment you wanted, including the hall, we've prepared a lot, but it's still not enough compared to the requested amount. This is the best we can do with the base's capabilities." Li Qiong hesitated. Moreover, choosing 1,000 young men to fight alongside Yi brother outside the city was somewhat acceptable. But Deming anxiously continued, "Jia Min said, the 13 people who were assigned evolution potions yesterday, before I could explain everything, he appeared with a proposal. Let me speak to Yi brother about it." When Deming was surprised, he said, "You're back?" Jia Min calmly responded, "Yi brother, the situation is a bit difficult to handle. Out of the 13 newly evolved people, only 7 have shown up today." He expressed his fear, "I'll go look for others, but I can't be sure they'll come." Zhong Ming coldly interrupted, "Don't know what to do? I told you already, the base will be under your control from now on. What you've been doing these past 2 days is building the base. Haven't you thought about how you'll handle it if someone refuses to obey?" Jia Min was downcast, and Zhong Ming had no choice but to remind him, "You must remember that there are only 3 ways to deal with problems in this world." He used his finger to indicate law, interests, and force, which correspond to reason, money, and guns. Zhong Ming's gaze was sharp, apocalyptic, with no law or morality, so the first option was irrelevant. Therefore, only the 2 remaining ways were left: interests. Yesterday we used the first one, employing evolution drugs to praise their efforts and keep our promise. But now they want to break that promise, so the solution is down to just one. The Shao family, upon hearing this, stared wide-eyed in shock. Zhong Ming continued to urge, using the gun in his hand, "You are the future master of this place, and you must make it clear to all the residents those who comply will live, those who oppose will die." He suddenly called out to Xiaohu, "Xiaolei, you two come here for a moment, and also Li brother, help him out." Li Qiong gave a soft HM in response, and Zhong Ming placed a hand on Jia Min's troubled shoulder, instructing, "Now, take them to find those people." With a wicked expression, he said to them, "Either come here and hunt with us, or die." About 10 minutes later, Zhong Ming calmly waited. There was a loud noise from behind the stone wall. Zhong Ming's excitement grew when he saw the Shao family leading the soldiers toward him. "Yi brother, someone tried to resist and I killed him." He frowned in approval, "Well done, and your father too. Don't think this is over just because of today. If you can't satisfy me,
then the things I offer can also be taken back.
The whole group stood motionless in helplessness.
Suddenly, one of them, panicked, stammered. "Yes, you brother, we know we were wrong."
Zhongming smiled with satisfaction.
"Good."
The scene shifted to a large construction site, where several people were in charge of digging. The remaining task was to pile up heavy sandbags high, forming a horizontal line. Zhongming assessed through binoculars. At first glance, the defense was set up decently. No mistake, the speed was faster than he had predicted. Beside him were two girls from the group.
Mo Yi asked curiously. "Aren't we here to attract the monsters? Why aren't we doing anything?"
Zhongming replied mysteriously.
"I'm looking for someone."
The two girls were very surprised and pressed.
"Who?" Zhongming replied enthusiastically. "You'll know soon enough."
He glanced at the weapons and thought to himself, if he's not mistaken, there might only be one thing capable of controlling both zombies and mutated animals to attack the city at this stage. Recalling his previous life, people referred to it as the brainworm. Based on what he knew, the brainworm wasn't extremely powerful, it only had speed, a small body, and excelled at hiding and ambushing. Additionally, its ability to change color allowed it to blend into its surroundings.
However, as soon as a person lost focus, they would be ambushed.
This type of worm wouldn't immediately cause death but would instead control the person's consciousness, turning their movements into that of a different kind of corpse. In the end, humans controlled by the brainworm, with their own abilities not being extraordinary, had their greatest strength in the control of the demon core.
Any mutated life form with a demon core would be affected by the human puppets controlled by the brainworm.
Zhongming suddenly used his sword to cut his hand.
Mo Yi panicked and shouted, "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?"
Though Zhongming was in pain, he still smiled, his mind calculating. If he couldn't find it, he would have to lure it to him. Zhongming calmly explained, "We don't have much fresh blood and meat. Even if we make some noise, it's unlikely to bring the zombies from this base over." He slowly continued, "If we guide just a part of them, it might be safer, but the efficiency would be too low. Once night falls, our combat ability will drop significantly, and the mutated life forms will remain unaffected.
Instead of that, it would be better to let them come to me." Mo Yi asked curiously, "What is it?" Zhongming grinned and replied, "It's the controller of zombies and mutated life forms, attacking the new base." Looking through the small lens, Mo Yi was extremely surprised. Hundreds of zombies of all kinds were simultaneously invading the area.
Zhongming seemed very excited.
He commanded, "Let's go, they'll be here soon."
Shuyin was assigned the task of monitoring the manpower. She was pleased when she realized what was happening. Later, Zhongming and the two girls were trying to escape. They quickly jumped over the barricade.
Zhongming seriously instructed, "The first defensive line is under your command. Don't be too eager for victory.
Wait until the drain in front is filled, then when the zombies charge, fall back to the rear and enter the backup position." In the residential area, Shuyin steadfastly complied.
"Got it." She brandished her cloud whip, roaring at everyone.
"Get a grip, like a man, take the courage you stole to look at my face and strike these filthy things on the head. Don't hold back, or I'll give you all a label of weakness,"
Shuyin announced. "Surviving today might just open up a different life for you."
The entire army felt invigorated, and they charged forward in unison, fighting fiercely. The brutal battle raged on. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming, with red hair, and Huang Huan were standing before the dense forest. He carefully assessed. The brain-eating worm we saw earlier, appearing nearby, won't attack the base without reason.
It definitely has a purpose.
The road ahead was eerily silent. Zhongming evaluated the situation. For a creature that eats and evolves like that, its target was likely him. As the one with the highest level of evolution in the new base area, if it wanted to evolve, he was the most suitable carrier.
He glanced at the vast sky. Its target is me, but is my target it? He turned around and looked at Huang Huan, pressing, "Do you like eating worm noodles?" Suddenly, the dog's eyes widened, and its mouth growled. Zhong Ming noticed the oddity and immediately wiped the carefree expression off his face. He followed Huang Huan's gaze to inspect the nearby space. Zhong Ming slowly advanced, forming another guess. Perhaps right now, no one in the world knew about the existence of the brain-eating worm. He unconsciously chuckled softly, and no one knew that this terrifying creature instilled fear, but at the same time, also made people drool. Zhong Ming pondered, as if thinking about attribute stones, even the brainworm could be consumed. He asked in surprise, "Is it you?" When he saw the old zombie sitting on the stone slab, according to what Yi Zhongming had called it, it was named Elder Duan Yi, and beside it was a third-level black demon core, the mutated hundred-handed creature. A thought flashed through Zhongming's mind. No wonder this brainworm detected his arrival but didn't leave, instead waiting here. It turned out that the hundred-handed zombie was its support. It must have already gained control over the third-level mutated creature. The old zombie opened its mouth and hoarsely uttered some savory words. Zhongming's face darkened, his anger flaring as he cursed, "Damn it!" The zombie, which was several times larger than him, immediately pounced to counterattack. Zhongming used his holy fire to try and burn it. The monstrous creature struggled violently but remained incredibly strong. Zhongming, excited, thought to himself, "It's not dead. This is the first time the master of the glorious blade's profession skill hit an enemy and didn't immediately take it down. Truly worthy of being a third-level zombie." The hundred-handed zombie howled fiercely. Zhongming and Huan Huan joined the battle, but that was within expectations. The sword's blade grazed a few of the slimy tentacles, and Huang Huan sank its teeth into the hundred-handed's hand. This caused the creature great pain and anger, and it hurled the dog away, turning back to focus on Zhongming. As the massive fist headed toward him, Zhongming sighed, "A third-level hundred-handed zombie is indeed powerful. If I were in normal condition, even now, I wouldn't be sure I could win." Zhongming was completely confident, but now he realized there was something he couldn't do. He shouted loudly, ordering Di Huang Huan to bite the black thing. The dog moved quickly, darting toward the fake zombie. Just as Yi Zhongming had anticipated about the hundred-handed, all it had to do now was protect its brain. The zombie used its long, thick tentacles to wrap around Di Huang Huan. The dog continuously shot out small clumps of fur, forming sharp spikes. The old zombie stood frozen in place. Panicked, it used its hands to defend itself against the dozens of strange objects causing it pain. Zhongming put all his force into the soles of his feet and jumped as high as he could, seizing the opportunity to sever the tentacles, freeing Di Huang Huan. His hand grasped the red, slimy thing. Zhongming aimed for the jewel in the center of the hundred-handed stomach, which he believed to be its weak point. Suddenly, a large rock flew toward him from nowhere. Zhongming didn't have time to dodge and was thrown backward. He pressed his feet into the ground to steady himself and wondered, what was that? Two types of mutated creatures appeared in front of him, causing Zhongming to exclaim in surprise, "Is it twin magic power?" From what I know, this is a powerful creature that many don't understand how it evolved. The humanoid zombie, known as a minor demon, has great strength and specializes in throwing. Zhongming glanced to the side, where the bear-shaped life form of the great demon possessed powerful close combat abilities, with sharp claws that could even tear through steel. He froze for a few seconds, now feeling a bit worried. Indeed, deep-brain creatures were intelligent, knowing how to keep things in reserve, and Zhongming feared there were even more second-tier creatures lying in ambush in the forest. Zhongming, irritated, ordered Huan Huan to charge forward, while he continued attacking hundred-handed. In his hand, Zhongming held a string of jade beads, from which a massive stone emerged. He exhaled sharply and invoked the basic summoning technique. The stone golem immediately rushed forward, stomping straight onto hundred-handed's head. The pressure caused the ground to crack, and a cloud of dust spread around. Zhongming looked at hundred-handed with mockery, still puzzled as to why he couldn't move. This metallic figure was crafted from osmium, and its enormous body trembled under the sheer force. Zhongming furrowed his brow and said, "Osmium is the densest pure metal, with a density of 22.5 tons per cubic meter.
He added, I found this metal at the direct factory site in over 50 cubic meters, which means the weight reached 1 ton. Zhong Ming tightened his grip on his sword and continued, so, even though you're level 3, the highest rank in this world's hierarchy of life, and even though you violently strike down with a furious roar, you still won't die without reason. The moment Zhong Ming succeeded in obtaining the gem from Hundred-Handed's belly, the bear-like monster and its allies charged at him. Zhong Ming remained calm. He used his mental energy to send orders to the stone golem for protection, while the red-haired warrior relentlessly attacked the old zombie. The zombie could do nothing but watch as it was killed, the red-haired warrior violently severing its neck. At the right moment, Zhong Ming immediately ordered, hurry up, throw it away. In his mind, he speculated that he wasn't sure if parasitic organisms could survive on the golem, but there was no need to gamble on it. 6 old zombies tumbled across the ground and slammed into a large tree trunk. From the holes in their pale, greenish skin, a few tentacles sprouted. They fumbled around, searching for a new host. Zhong Ming panicked and ran, for the essence of the worm had appeared. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted, blocking his path. Grinding his teeth in anger, Zhong Ming muttered, so you were hiding the sonic attack method to deal with the enemy. Along with that, a horde of dozens of other zombies approached. Tense, Zhong Ming called out, Taisher, stop those monsters for me. He seethed inwardly, so now you're calling your army back to save you? It's too late. At that moment, in the center of the city, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire. Humans struggled to block the zombies' advance. The zombies, as if receiving orders, all turned their heads and looked at the chaotic, stumbling creatures. Moe anxiously asked, what's going on? The zombies are suddenly retreating? De Ming seriously speculated, it must be Yi brother. He definitely did something to make the zombies withdraw. Shuing shouted loudly, what are we waiting for then? Chase them down and kill them. Taking down one more can reduce some of the pressure on Zhong Ming. The soldiers unanimously agreed, that's right, such a good opportunity, anyone who lets it slip is a fool. Kill one, and it's one less. Zhong Ming continued to chase after the brain, which was desperately fleeing. The monster behind him roared eerily. In front of him was a cliff, and the brain had no way to escape, its fear palpable. Zhong Ming pulled out the jade pendant. He summoned the fire extinguisher and sprayed it directly at the brain. It struggled for a few seconds, then stiffened. Zhong Ming, using the box with a haughty expression, said, the ability to control is indeed very powerful, but the main body is so weak. What I fear most is substances like ammonium sodium phosphate. Once it sticks to you, not only do you become rigid, but you also lose the ability to parasitize. A wicked look appeared on his face. You're probably curious, aren't you, about how I know your weakness? A distant, desperate pleading voice was heard. Please. Zhong Ming thought in surprise, a telepathic transmission? Can this thing communicate with me this way? The zombies had caught up, and Zhong Ming threatened the brain, ordering them to stay still if they wanted to live. He immediately issued a command, don't move. The monsters immediately froze, standing motionless in a circle. Zhong Ming pressed his sword close to the brain's eye, extremely satisfied as he praised, that's right, very good. He then coldly gave orders, Taisher, Di Huang Huan, kill them all, let the dog immediately tear apart the necks of these monsters. A bloodbath unfolded right before Zhong Ming's eyes. He, on the contrary, was extremely excited when suddenly something caught his attention, causing Yi Zhongming to be taken by surprise. The red-haired girl on the other side was fidgeting, examining an item. Zhongming realized that she was eating a demon core, and he was somewhat confused. Could this be Taisher's method of evolution? Zhongming opened the box, seriously telling the brain, alright, you can go in now. He carefully locked the door, and only after everything was in order did he call out to his allies, let's go, it's time to head back. Time passed quickly, and soon it was late at night, at their hideout. Everyone gazed at the treasure chest with joy, trying to guess how many level 1 demon cores they had gathered in total. Xiao Wu furrowed his brows, his expression serious as he replied, it could be over 5,000.
Jiang chuckled and teased, "You're being too conservative. You only get one guess, you know." Xiaolei spoke up happily, "The experienced ones we brought today were not enough, and they didn't have the courage either. If it was under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been able to take down even 10 zombies." She wiped the corner of her eye with a cloth and added, "But, let's assume there were casualties from traps and things like that. I think we could have over 1,000 demon cores." Jiang excitedly raised her finger in agreement, exclaiming, "No wonder you're Lei's sister." Xiao Hu wouldn't be able to count this out with his dull brain. She carefully touched a few of the stones and announced, "There are a total of over 1,500 demon cores here." Xiao Hu opened his mouth in shock, "So many? How many evolution drugs can we exchange for this?" Jiang smiled kindly and answered, "As for level 2 demon cores, I'm not sure." There with Zhong Ming. He sat on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand. "A harvest of level 2 demon cores isn't small either." Zhong Ming calmly called out to Xiao Hu, "Leave 1,000 behind, and take the rest to spin the reward wheel with Boss Li." He grinned brightly, shouting, "Got it. Boss really knows how to pick 'em. I understand your luck." Zhong Ming suddenly fell into deep thought. "If we consider luck acceptable, then we can take about 100 demon cores and use them to evolve the population. You can keep 50 vials, and how you distribute them is up to you." He added, "When is trust essential? I can't control all the evolution power at the base, but we need to manage most of it." "Do you understand what I mean?" Jia Min responded confidently, "Understood, Yi brother." Zhong Ming smiled slightly and suggested, "Tonight, I'll organize a team. Tomorrow, make sure you're ready to go out and kill zombies again." Jia Min questioned, "We're still going?" "Yi brother, the manpower we sent out today was almost wiped out, leaving just over 300 people, and most of those evolved ones are dead too." Zhong Ming instructed, "Tomorrow is the last day. At the same time, I'll give you 1/3 of the harvest. After that, we will leave." The Xiao family was shocked. "Yi brother is leaving?" Zhong Ming turned and waved his hand, commanding, "Hurry and organize your people, then rest early. We'll meet at the eastern wall tomorrow." The next morning, everyone anxiously looked at the box that Yi Zhong Ming had brought back. The brain inside trembled, desperately pleading, "Please spare me." Zhong Ming cruelly replied, "I know you understand what I'm saying. Let them gather below." The brain didn't respond, seeming to think. A few seconds later, it emitted sound waves, and the zombies began to gather. Zhong Ming arrogantly urged, "Go, those zombies won't resist." The soldiers, emboldened, rushed in like starving tigers, killing the weak brain. It begged, "I can do it now, please spare me." Zhong Ming raised his sword, "There's still one thing left undone." He decisively struck at the head, his voice smooth and insistent, "I heard you smell like chicken." The military vehicle left the designated area, and De Ming, losing patience, reminded him, "All right, it's gone, stop looking." He then eagerly pressed, "What about Li Qiong?" Jia Min smiled and replied, "He wanted to go with you, brother, but he seems to have been turned down. Now he's staying to manage the base with us." Jia Min looked satisfied. "Your brother is worried that our strength is too weak, but Boss Li is a good marksman, a great help. Anyway, we need to solve the food supply issue first." De Ming continued, "But I understand why Yi brother left. With them here, it won't take long before we'll have thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of evolved people. By then, everything around us, even this city, will belong to us." Below, the workforce was still diligently at work. The team sat facing each other on the large vehicle. Xiao Wu sighed, "This vehicle's power isn't worth mentioning, but it consumes way too much fuel. If we don't find a fuel station on the way, after a few hours, it'll probably turn into a pile of scrap metal." Zhong Ming grumbled in response, "If we run out of fuel, just ditch it. These things are only for the journey anyway." Xiao Wu put on a mysterious expression, "Boss, where exactly are we headed? Can you tell us now?" His question left everyone silent. Shanzhuang City. Xiao Hu, filled with doubt, asked, "The big city in the neighboring province? That's over 1,000 km away." Xiao Lei was just as confused. Why are we going this way? Xiao Lei asked.
Yi Zhongming had to explain, because here, we can peacefully develop for at least 2 years.
Xiao Lei opened the map, puzzled, but it seems we're going in the wrong direction. This way leads to Wulan County. Zhongming calmly responded, we're looking for someone. He asked everyone, is there anyone who wants to look for them? Speak up, if it's convenient, we can search together. Moe anxiously said, I don't know where my parents are. Jiying remained silent. Before the apocalypse, my family was teaching abroad.
Xiaohu, with a proud expression, said, I don't need to worry about my parents.
They're very capable. If there's a chance, they'll return, they must be doing well. Shuin sadly replied, my family isn't doing well, and I don't know if the others will survive the mutation. The chances of survival aren't high.
The crescent moon illuminated the vast night sky. The group decided to stop and set up camp. Zhongming and Xiao Lei checked the surrounding areas. In front of them was a large, cold, barren area. Xiaohu made a conclusion, this is a very well organized base, with guards.
It seems there are quite a few people inside.
Zhongming praised, in such a short time, they've managed to build a base like this.
Humanity's adaptability to the apocalypse exceeds my imagination.
Xiao Lei responded with a sarcastic tone, but it's still not as fast as you.
Xiaohu wondered, boss, why don't we go inside the city? At least tonight we wouldn't have to sleep outside.
Zhongming replied coldly, I'm just here to find someone, I don't need anything else.
He chuckled, boss, since you're saying that, you must have other plans prepared. Zhongming, annoyed, muttered that he was talking too much.
Xiao Lei, come into the city with me tomorrow, I need your help for this mission. The next day, Zhongming was amidst the bustling crowd.
The men around him ogled, their eyes nearly popping out, mouths watering. Look at that woman, she's so hot.
Xiao Lei wore a seductive, tight-fitting dress, drawing the attention of everyone around her.
She cast a skeptical glance at Zhongming. I'm making such a big sacrifice this time, what's in it for me? Xiao Lei complained in frustration.
I'm your team member, I can fight and even die without complaints, but sacrificing my beauty isn't part of the deal.
Zhongming responded helplessly, I just need you as bait. Once you attract the target, that's all I need. I'm not really asking for anything more.
He explained that it was just to avoid a little hassle.
What do you mean, sacrificing beauty? Xiao Lei retorted angrily, it's still sacrificing beauty, what do you think you're getting out of it?
She leaned in closer, mocking Zhongming, petty.
My request isn't unreasonable, he said, do you think I can compete with that red-haired girl, who acts like your servant?
It can't even compare to the name Xiao De Yuan, which you protect like a precious treasure. But apart from them, I want to become a third-tier, second-level evolved person.
He looked confused. What if I don't agree? Xiao Lei sneered.
Then I'll go back and tell everyone that the reason you brought me along was to flirt with me, and to enter the city, you'd have to go through a pretty strict checkpoint.
Zhongming suddenly thought for a moment. He joked, but in reality, her request wasn't unreasonable.
He evaluated that if only one person with enough strength were to decide who was qualified to evolve to the second level, then in the first team, it would definitely be Moe and her. Moreover, Xiao Lei's swordmaster had received guidance from a Grand Master. Using the wind of the moon, she was slightly stronger than him. While Zhongming was busy with his own tasks, a shout came from behind, move aside.
3 military vehicles, trailing a cloud of dust, came into view. The crowd began to murmur. It's the wagon team, they're back. A few people were gossiping. Did you see?
On their backs, they've got demon cores inside them.
So many. All sorts of rumors, but it doesn't matter.
The fire burned non-stop for 2 days.
Yesterday afternoon, when the fire was smaller, they left the city. The whole night passed. Do you think they've struck it rich?
Each one's worth 2,000, maybe up to 3,000 demon cores.
And don't forget, over there, it's not just zombies. There are also quite a few survivors trapped by the fire, probably all turned into mutated monsters. Seeing that, a few angry figures appeared, shouting, "Really? These beasts, the world has changed, people are evolving, there's no way around it." Knowing that these people were nothing to be afraid of, but weren't we supposed to enter the city? For the sake of safety, let's endure a bit. Both Xia Lei and Zhongming fell silent. They followed the orders and approached the guards. Zhongming took the lead, his hands casually tucked in his pockets. As soon as the soldiers caught sight of the girl, they were instantly captivated. "Hey, did you see that?" No waste of words. They showered Xia Lei with compliments. That girl was truly a gem. There weren't many women so fair and beautiful anymore. The soldiers whispered to each other, planning to report to Huang Xiao. "I think so too. If he's satisfied, he might happily give us 2 bottles of evolution medicine." As they moved deeper into the central area, Xia Lei signaled to them. The two quickly split up. "I'm going to walk alone for a bit, come find me later." "Okay, don't go too far." Xia Lei admired the souvenir stalls for a while, then continued to turn into a few narrow alleys. Of course, she had noticed she was being followed by a group of thugs. The moment Xia Lei disappeared from sight, the thugs were thrown into confusion. "Go after her." She hid behind a stone wall, her voice dripping with disdain, "You're still too slow." One of the subordinates anxiously called out to their leader, Huang Xiao, "That's not like the others, she's not panicking or shouting." Xia Lei casually spoke, "We've lured them out here, and you're still not showing up?" Zhongming stepped forward, coldly replying, "I'm here." The thugs yelled angrily, "Where's the kid? The hero saving the damsel, die!" Zhongming punched him straight in the chest, and the first thug spat blood and collapsed. The rest of them froze in place. Zhongming methodically took them down one by one, standing tall before Huang Xiao like a god. He was sobbing and begging. "Are you a 2-star evolved? Don't kill me, I'll give you anything, I'm so scared I even peed my pants." Zhongming, irritated, ordered, "Where have you locked up Sheng Yuan? Give me the answer and I won't kill you." Huang Xiao pointed in a direction, stammering. "In the basement of the Xiannan grain warehouse." The woman, carrying a bag of supplies, entered the small house. As soon as the 2 guards saw her, they quickly greeted her. "Nurse Jia, you're here again." The nurse coldly responded, "Yes, don't let him die. The boss hasn't had his fun yet." The 2 guards looked annoyed. "Sheng Yuan wants to escape too, but because of one woman, she killed the boss's lover." "Exactly, she used to be a top subordinate, had a career too. Now look at her, every day she's tortured until she's neither human nor ghost." Zhongming, hesitant at first, boldly stepped forward without fear, and they cursed angrily. "Who the hell is that? Don't let him in." He glanced at Xia Lei and signaled, handing it over to her. The nurse Jia was utterly startled upon seeing the stranger. Who was this bold person who dared to curse and cause trouble here? No sooner had she spoken than Zhongming grabbed her by the neck with his hand. His expression was brutal, bloodthirsty, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. Nurse Jia fell to the ground, lifeless. In the detention room, a young man lay unconscious. Zhongming's heart sank as he recognized Sheng Yuan, the large-built man who had once been his comrade. He recalled his previous life, his main role was as a marksman, a long-range sniper in the team. The towering figure from Wulan County had been the most formidable warrior. His role was as the shield-bearer, a soldier who dared to block any harm that came their way. For 5 years of fighting alongside him, this man had no idea how many times he had taken a blow to save Zhongming's life. But 2 months before his rebirth, the towering figure had sacrificed himself during a mission. Zhongming gently lifted the young man's head and pondered. After his rebirth, he had always thought that if the man had told him the correct time and place, this young guy would have already gotten himself thrown into prison for offending someone. Choking with emotion, he murmured, "Big guy, I'm sorry. I came a little too late." Outside, Xia Lei was leisurely cleaning her sword, and curiously asked, "Is this the person you were looking for?" Zhong Ming softly replied, "Yes, a kid who can block any harm." Half an hour later, the bodies were neatly arranged in a row.
This man's name is Huang Shijia, the current leader of the Wulan base. The pink-haired woman standing behind him spoke mockingly, "It must be those dog friends of Shang Yuan who've come to rescue him."
Shijia was furious and slapped her hard. "Isn't this disaster caused by you?"
He snarled, his voice full of rage. "In the blink of an eye, I've lost 6 subordinates, 6 evolvers, killed like chickens or dogs, and then they walked away as if nothing had happened." Shijia ruthlessly beat the pink-haired woman, cursing non-stop. "Wasn't it just because of a small matter that you killed Shang Yuan's woman?
You fool, it's all because of your damn attitude."
He then pressed her. "Huang Xiao, you said there were 2 people, 1 male and 1 female. The male was a 2-star evolver, while the female didn't act." Mu Doctor suddenly appeared, speaking seriously. "Huang Master, Nurse Jia has finished examining the body. Based on the marks on the neck, it seems she was strangled, likely by a man with quick, decisive hands. If he wasn't a 2-star evolver, he definitely had a certain level of strength." He frowned and continued analyzing. "As for the blood, it's slightly congealed, and the time when the 2 outside were killed by sharp weapons is roughly the same as Nurse Jia's." Shijia hesitated, as if realizing. Mu Doctor quickly interrupted. "Both of them acted, and their strength was about the same." He flashed a grin, the strength overwhelming that of a 1-star evolved person. Shijia regained his courteous demeanor, shaking hands as he said, "Thank you." The Jia Doctor responded cheerfully, "No need for that, I'll take my leave now."
"Huang Master, don't forget what I told you."
Watching as the Mu Doctor's figure gradually disappeared from the room, Huang Xiao muttered under his breath, 3 stars, huh?
You didn't stop him. If anything happens, we'll still have backup."
The figure of the Mu Doctor vanished into the light, and Shijia snapped, "Stop wasting words. Announce to the entire city, maintain the highest alert level, and be ready for battle at any moment."
Huang Xiao obediently complied, "Yes, sir." "But why, though?"
He gritted his teeth in frustration.
"Don't keep him. We can't afford the price."
And this is the most talented and renowned doctor in the city, the Zhongming team leader who's preparing lunch. Shang Yuan lay unconscious in the tent, the light from outside spilling in, gradually rousing him from his stupor. He realized he was in an unfamiliar place, feeling a brief shock and panic.
A voice suddenly sounded from beside him, "You're awake?" Shang Yuan startled and shouted, "Who's there?"
"I think I met you before you passed out."
"Did you save me?" Zhongming smiled kindly, gently replying, "Yes, I did." Shang Yuan, still skeptical, asked, "Why would you do that?"
Zhongming sat down and explained, "I'm going to a dangerous place, and I need someone to endure the harm for me."
Shang Yuan understood, realizing the situation.
Zhongming secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself, "Although in the previous life we were brothers, in this life we are still strangers. Since that is the case, exchanging benefits is the best solution."
Shang Yuan, curious, asked insistently, "Why are you looking for me?" He replied indifferently, "Because of your profession."
Upon hearing this, Shang Yuan became even more puzzled.
"Am I going to die?"
Zhongming raised his hand, "Without me, you would definitely be dead by now."
Shang Yuan took his hand, fully accepting the proposal. Cheng Jiao ventured deeper into the Wulan mountain forest. Zhongming asked with concern, "Are you satisfied with this shield?" Shang Yuan replied politely, "Not bad, your profession is a giant shield, how could you not have a good weapon?"
Shang Yuan lifted the massive shield and expertly shattered the large rock blocking their path. Chuyin, amazed, exclaimed, "A shield this heavy, yet you lift it so easily, you really aren't human." Zhongming thought to himself, strong and resilient, increased by 40, self-repair attributes, damage reduction restored over time. Although the added metal made the shield only a high durability white tier item, more importantly, it was the self-repair ability provided by Demon Gold. Zhongming was excited. The risk of going after the chained prisoners to obtain the Demon Gold had truly been worth it. This ability alone made the shield far better than the green tier ones used in the previous life.
Shang Yuan suddenly called out Yi Zhongming's name, and he curiously asked, "Do you think this is the place?"
Zhongming replied with joy, "Yes, I've found you."
Demonic spirit board.
He slowly approached the strange object. Zhongming touched the lock, deep in thought. The reward wheels in the apocalypse come in many types, the majority are of normal grade, but just like the rules of this world, the rarer they are, the more precious they become.
This type of reward wheel is no different.
The colors of the reward will represent valuable professions, the treasure-gathering reward wheel signifies the quantity of treasures, and the yellow wheel, known as the demonic spirit board, represents danger.
Xiao Hu quickly began to inspect it as well. De Yuan spoke up, evaluating, "This thing looks very unique. Is there something different about it compared to other reward wheels?"
Zhongming casually explained, "This is a demonic spirit board, one with high risks and high rewards.
Let's try our best."
He gently instructed, "Miss Pa, stand by my side in a moment." Zhongming added, "But you don't need to protect me. Your spirit power should be focused on Shang Yuan, especially in the most dangerous moments, to provide him with extra protection."
"Master Yu, you and your people should move 500 meters east and wait. No matter what comes out, do not approach under any circumstances." De Yuan instinctively took a step back, exclaiming in panic, "It really seems to be incredibly dangerous. You won't even allow me to get close to watch the battle."
Zhongming gave a serious order to Shang Yuan in the front, "Red-haired one will stand by your side. The others remained cautious between me and Shang Yuan.
If any enemy breaches the defense, it will be up to everyone to deal with it."
He turned his back and reminded them.
"Get ready."
Zhongming performed a spell on the Jade Circle. What they would encounter now was a creature they had never seen before. Furthermore, I might not participate in the battle for a long time. Everyone would need to rely on themselves.
Today is very dangerous, so gather your spirits.
He inserted the demon core into the slot of the lock.
A bright white light immediately flashed, and the blocks forming the object gradually separated.
Zhongming anxiously said,
"We have results."
"This is not something I'll explain verbally anymore, it's a mental judgment. Once the cage is unlocked, a battle pet with special abilities will be released. Di Huanhuan normally forms a deep emotional bond with its master before the apocalypse begins, and this bond remains even after mutation. If the emotional connection with the master changes, such a battle pet can leave or even turn against the master. The battle pet obtained from Ti Ning Lu, however, must adhere to a rule. Once the master dies, the battle pet will also die with them, completely a byproduct of its owner."
Zhongming considered.
Moreover, this type of battle pet from Di Huanhuan is essentially very simple. It was born for combat, possessing its own independent evolutionary system.
But battle pets are not all the same.
They come in all sorts of strange types, and not only fight on their own but can also have some supportive effects. Some may even not fight at all, gaining abilities in other areas. He retrieved another treasure, recalling a time in his previous life when he encountered a powerful warrior, whose battle companion was a beautiful mermaid. Despite his own lack of combat ability, he possessed tremendous healing powers. The box began to rotate and formed a square shape. Zhongming spoke in a low, tense voice, "Be on alert, it's coming." The monster inhabiting the object revealed its sinister green eyes, releasing a terrifying surge of power that caught the team off guard, leaving them unable to react in time. A massive fire erupted instantly, revealing the monster with a ferocious red body. Zhongming said, "Tense, blazing lion, block it."
Shang Yuan asked, "What level is this thing?"
He answered coldly, "Tier 3, be careful."
Shang Yuan was taken aback. He slammed his shield onto the ground, growling in frustration, "What is this?" "Zhongming, just keep waiting." "What's next?"
The box, shaped like a beetle, released a large, sharp pincers from beneath the ground. The monster, with a skull-like face and sharp, jagged teeth, growled menacingly.
Xiao Hu cursed in panic, "Damn it, what is this?" Zhongming quickly warned, "Everyone be careful, this is a tier 3 insect person.
Blazing Lion prepared to block its fiery attacks, but was faced with considerable difficulty. The black swarmkin was a threat-spitting corrosive acid that was extremely potent.
Its entire body was made of black bone, and it could open up at any moment. Don't let its current appearance fool you.
He observed the object closely.
Then, the final item revealed itself.
Zhong Ming smiled excitedly as he felt that he might be lucky. He decisively threw the jade ring and cast the primary stop-switching spell. The metallic humanoid immediately joined the battle, its powerful force causing the ground to crack. Zhong Ming did not stop there, he cast the primary stop-switching spell for the second time. This time, a giant warrior in golden armor appeared, wielding a large sword.
It awakened in response to the call.
The warrior charged into battle against the blazing lion. Zhong Ming cleared his throat and continued, primary stop-switching spell. The solid earth suddenly became soft and mushy.
The mud turned into sticky glue. Shang Yuan couldn't help but feel confused.
Huh?
What's going on?
Zhong Ming moved swiftly. He stomped on the shoulder of the metallic humanoid and summoned sacred fire to attack the black swarmkin. The blade tore a long gash across the armored beetle's body.
Zhong Ming exhaled deeply, thinking to himself, I've done everything I can.
He then instructed, from here on, it depends on all of you. Xiaohu eagerly reassured him, boss, don't worry. Zhong Ming felt tense in his heart. Casting the primary stop-switching spell 3 times to summon creatures had consumed at least 600 points of mental power. If he hadn't prepared his mind by strengthening it through deep processing and swallowing to enhance his mental power, he wouldn't have been able to sustain such an expenditure. He cursed under his breath, damn it.
The second-level demon core, Zhong Ming considered the possibilities when the shape similar to the first square appeared in the 3 squares on the demonic spirit board.
The player can use a demon core 1 level higher than the initial one to adjust the model. Then, when it spins again, the block will not move until all 4 models are rewarded or until the time to restart has passed. He was a bit worried. However, self-positioning is not only reflected in fixed patterns but also means that the player must be fixed in front of the wheel until a reward is triggered or the time ends. Zhong Ming glanced at the battle, then it was time to observe everyone.
The demonic spirit board could transform the rotating patterns into living entities to launch an attack.
The greater the movement, the more monsters would appear. Moreover, the monster level was generally 1 or 2 levels higher than the demon core used to activate the wheel. If it spun once, there would be no results, but 3 high-level monsters would appear.
If it spun twice with no result, 6 monsters would appear.
If it spun 3, 4, or 5 times without a reward, then it would result in nothing at all.
Zhong Ming pondered deeply, and once the table was fixed, your movement would be restricted. If the others couldn't stop the monster's attacks, then your movement would inevitably result in death.
He observed his allies, who were fighting hard for him, with the shield blocking the heat from the flames emitted by the blazing lion.
Shang Yuan remained steadfast, not letting go, while 3 creatures recreated from the necklace charged into battle. Xiaohu panicked and said, Boss, why are you putting yourself in there? If the reward wheel must remain still, why don't you let me spin it?
Zhong Ming replied uneasily, because the reward wheel also has requirements for the player's movement, unlike using a higher-level demon core to activate it.
I activated the level 1 demon core.
Except for me being a 2-star individual, no one else could rotate it.
He thought for a moment.
Not only that, in order to make all 4 blocks appear with the same pattern, it would require 2 rounds of activation at most. Zhong Ming thought to himself that the first round would require a higher-level demon core to activate the level 1 demon core, while the second round would need a level 2 demon core. If it weren't for killing a 100-armed zombie to obtain a level 2 demon core, he wouldn't have had the qualifications to activate this reward wheel at all. The block in the center turned red, and through the iron rods, a strange figure could be seen.
Zhong Ming was surprised to recognize it as an insect person, but fortunately, it was just a level 2 praying mantis.
It wouldn't have much of an impact on the situation.
A beetle appeared, raised its weapon in a provocation, and zoomed past the block on the left. Zhong Ming was incredibly frustrated. Again, it was a level 3 mutated creature. He angrily cursed his bad luck. Why was he so unfortunate? 3 level 3 lifeforms and 1 level 2 lifeform. Could they handle this? The team shrank into a corner, and they were at a disadvantage. Zhong Ming was uneasy. The third round was almost complete, and everyone was struggling to hold on. When the wheel stopped, Zhong Kaijian appeared. His bones were black, and his strength had reached the level of a level 3 mutated creature. They had failed. It was such a terrible stroke of bad luck. Zhong Ming shouted loudly. Concentrate fire, shoot at the level 3 insect person. The summoned creature will temporarily block the other monsters for everyone. The red-haired figure moved behind the group of monsters. Imo Yi Xiaohu and Xia Lei quickly followed the order. 3 cannonballs were aimed directly at the black swarmkin, which jumped up in an attempt to dodge. Di Huanghuan bit onto the black swarmkin with its teeth to hold it in place, and the 3 projectiles successfully pierced through the body of the giant mutated creature. Imoya's expression turned serious as he said, Di Huanghuan, retreat to Mr. Sheng's back, and that red-haired one is turning back as well, don't take any risks. The 2 creatures obediently followed the command. The blazing lion viciously bit down on the shoulder of a soldier, the beautiful mermaid attacked the metal figure, while Zhong Kaijin destroyed the mud and dirt. Faced with the unfavorable situation, Xiaolei panicked, it's bad, the summoned creatures of the boss have all been dealt with. She anxiously continued, and we don't have many armor-piercing rounds left. Xiaohu, Mo Yi, take out that level 2 creature first. Both sides calmly accepted the order. Understood. The head of the praying mantis immediately fell off. Zhong Ming thought to himself with satisfaction, Xiaolei made a decisive judgment. If we're uncertain about the number of armor-piercing rounds, killing a level 3 creature would be a waste. It's better to take down a level 2 creature that poses a threat to the team. He looked at the floating lock, his palm instinctively tightening. Zhong Ming took a deep breath to focus. Alright, just one last pattern to go. He observed the item in his hand and thought to himself, second time's the charm. Zhong Ming silently urged himself. Just one more pattern to go, then. Done. Come on, hurry up. Shulin was startled when she noticed something strange. The first beam of green light summoned a 3rd-level mutated creature. Then came an even more terrifying explosion. A 3rd-level blood zombie. The second praying mantis appeared, along with a creature called Hei Tian. Shulin was extremely panicked, and then 4 more appeared. She angrily demanded. Is Zhong Ming done yet? Does he want to kill us? Zhong Ming anxiously pondered. The white block he had just rotated 7 times, but now it was like riding a tiger hard to get off. It was better to bet everything on this. The magic wall began to shift, and 2 large eyes gleamed brightly behind the bars. Zhong Ming was overjoyed. I hit it. A small box appeared from the keyhole. Zhong Ming grabbed it, crushed it, and signaled to use it. His body erupted with a burst of fire, ultimately reaching the level of a weak but magnificent battle pet. Zhong Ming silently stared at what he had just obtained. He gaped in despair, thinking it would be a giant beast, fox demon, or dragon, but it turned out to be a piece of technology. The reward wheel really did produce some high-tech items, but the quantity and types were limited. The most famous one was the Golden Saint Light battleship on the level 9 reward wheel, the same gigantic golden spaceship that had attacked Earth on that day, soaring through the blue sky. Zhong Ming carefully handled the metallic block, not caring what it was. The most important thing now was ensuring that it could help him. He gritted his teeth and commanded it to attack the monsters. The robot's voice crackled, announcing insufficient energy, please add more. Zhong Ming's face darkened as he bewilderedly wondered. What now? He examined this gadget. It was supposedly his battle pet, but to make it attack, it said. Please add energy to start? Zhongming pulled out a demon core from his bag and inserted it into the item slot. The robot's eyes immediately lit up. It fumbled as it summoned the cannon with energy. Zhongming was confused. Are you kidding me? A cannon barrel this small, can this thing even kill a non-mutated rat with a single shot? Xiaohu urgently called out. Boss, come help us, we can't hold on much longer. The muddy earth was sliced in half, and the metallic body shattered into pieces. Shang Yuan was gradually losing strength, coughing up blood in pain. Zhongming's mind was in turmoil, he had to act quickly, otherwise, everyone would die here today. The sound of machinery activating echoed, and the message "Please select a target for attack" came up, with no sign of stopping, which made Ji Zhongming yell in frustration. Shut up, just attack it. He pointed towards the snake. The blindness from the demon curse had an erosive effect. Shan Yuan's shield was also struggling to hold up against it, but his defense was already too weak. The robot received the order and began its assault. Kneeling Incident widened its eyes as the bullet shot toward it, letting out a roar as its body cracked open. Zhongming was completely stunned, it was capable of inflicting such severe damage on a level 3 mutated creature. At that moment, only the Radiant Sealblade Master's skills could achieve such a feat. He speculated, in other words, that the small fortress, using a level 1 demon core, could unleash an attack comparable to the power of a 2-star professional evolver. This was a reward that could only appear on a 4-star reward wheel. The robot sluggishly took a few steps forward, and Zhongming grinned with delight. A 1-star demon core's attack was capable of heavily injuring a silver-level mutated creature. He wanted to try it, so if it was the 2nd-level demon core, the robot's eyes would glow brightly. It indicated an energy level of 98, and the 2nd-level fortress was preparing. The kneeling incident was driven mad by the previous attack and used its tail to knock down 2 allies. Shuyin tried to support Moe, while Xiaowu crashed into a large tree. Jiying rushed over in a panic, using the divine nectar technique to heal the wounds. Zhongming blocked the attack from the mermaid, and behind him, a robot support unit was ready to finish the job, waiting for the target to be selected. He swung his sword powerfully while shouting the name Zhong Kaijian, and the cannon barrel immediately aimed at the monster standing ahead. Before it even had a chance to understand what was happening, it was sent flying high into the sky. Xiaowu, confused, said, "Damn it, is this the power of the siege cannon?" Zhongming shouted an order, "Shang Yuan, hold the blazing lion tightly, leave the mermaid and blood zombie to me, everyone else, kill the 2nd-level monsters." The red-haired mage and Huang joined the battle, and the blazing lion, growing impatient, lunged at the shield but did not cause any damage for the time being. Zhongming laughed wickedly, demonic spirit board, though a bit scary, will really produce something good. He thought to himself, initially planning to use a dangerous final move to secure victory, but now, he saw the dawn of success. Continuing the fierce battle, Zhongming eagerly planned in his mind to block the mermaid, preparing for the next strike of the robot. Even if the shot wasn't accurate enough to kill directly, it would still be enough to drain more than half of its combat power. Suddenly, the robot warned about using a cooldown. Zhongming was taken aback. What? A cooldown? He cursed inwardly, frustrated. Damn it. No wonder the toy-like name was followed by 2 weak words. Zhongming proactively issued a warning. "Mr. Shang, fall back and position yourself next to me." Jiying protected. Shang Yuan forcefully pushed the lion forward. Behind them, Jiying used the Great Shield spell while also casting the Divine Nectar healing spell. She gritted her teeth, uneasy in her heart. If it weren't for Yi Zhongming giving me that unknown powder earlier, my mental power would probably have been drained by now. She thought. But if this keeps up, Xiao Lei will eventually get more irritable. I need to think of something, this can't go on. Zhongming's eyes were bloodshot. Do I really have to use that ultimate skill? Clearly, the dawn of the Onmin border had already brought about the victory's dawn. He looked at the robot. This thing is powerful, efficient, but its limitation is the cooldown. Right now, I can't gamble on how long it'll take to cool down. Zhong Ming trembled in helplessness.
If that's the case, let's stick to the original plan. Take advantage of the situation, it might still work. He swung his enchanted sword decisively, the flames engulfing the space, affecting his allies significantly. His main target was the eye of the kneeling incident, which opened its mouth to spew corrosive poison. Luckily, Yi Zhongming managed to defeat it before taking serious damage, successfully obtaining the Black Demon Core. The remaining two were about to launch a surprise counterattack. Zhongming struggled to resist. Jiang assisted by continuously casting the Divine Nectar spell. Zhongming took the Jade Ring and loudly signaled to retreat. The team formed two lines of defense. Zhongming calmly looked at the reward wheel.
Shuyin exclaimed in panic, "Are you really going to?"
Zhongming replied with a sly smile, "Yeah, if we're going to go big, we might as well go all out." He hurriedly pressed the start button, and a steel barrel appeared on the display of the box. Zhongming, full of anxiety, thought to himself, even though he didn't know exactly what it was, it had to be something good on this reward wheel. The allies were still holding their ground ahead, while the monsters, unaffected by the shellfire, kept attacking. Xiao Hu was intently watching the grenades that had been prepared earlier. He anxiously called out to the boss, could it be that he wanted? Zhongming interrupted, "That's right, no more hesitation," he said excitedly, giving his approval.
"All right." Shang Yuan persistently asked Yi Zhongming, "Should we use the explosive bombs now?"
He coldly replied, "Not yet, the monsters are starting to attack again." Shang Yuan gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Hey, I'm dead now, I'll return the favor, we'll settle this later." Shuyin activated the four-direction Xuanwu, holding on for as long as she could, but her knee was accidentally pierced by a sharp point. Shuyin then collapsed from exhaustion. Xiaolei frantically pulled her back, warning, "Be careful, the red-haired one over there is also in danger." Xiaolei, frustrated, urged, "No, everyone is about to collapse." Yi Zhongming, hurry up. He was worried, the third-level demon core from the kneeling incident was already used up, and only the last one remained. While Mo Yi was tending to Liang Chuyin's wounds, they were ambushed. Xiao Hu called out in panic. Captain Yi Zhongming anxiously looked at the spinning wheel and finally landed on the exact same initial block. He joyfully shouted, "It hit!" Zhongming kicked away the explosives, targeting the big guy, using his profession skill. The stone table remained motionless.
Shang Yuan tensed all his muscles, obediently following instructions.
A shield was formed, which then turned into a ring of various types, creating a protective barrier around the allies inside. Zhongming jumped onto the pointed edge of the shield, took out his gun, and began aiming. Shang Yuan growled loudly, "Yi Zhongming, I'm ready, start now." He aimed precisely at the falling explosives. Zhongming gently squeezed the trigger, and a large explosion erupted, followed by a series of violent tremors.
De Yuan and his allies were confused. What's going on? Could it be that he's trying to?
The footsteps were hurried and frantic, and De Yuan was stunned to realize this was the fiery encirclement on the grassy plain. Mo Yi and Xiaolei were severely injured, lying motionless, and even the red-haired one wasn't much better. On the other side, Jiang was doing everything he could to treat Shang Yuan's wounds.
De Yuan panicked, "Hurry, help them."
Zhongming spoke softly, "You arrived just in time, great job. Your body and clothes are soaked in blood, but everyone is still alive."
"I'm so relieved." Zhongming clasped his hands together in excitement. "This time, we've won the bet."
For days later, when the remnants of the monsters were nothing but dry corpses, Di Huanghuan leisurely lay basking in the warm sunlight. Suddenly, a large piece of meat flew towards him from somewhere. Xiao Hu laughed joyfully, "I told you, Huanghuan, you're like an apple core that can taste flavors, huh?
Eating and drinking need to be appreciated, do you get it?"
The large wooden door creaked, signaling that someone had returned. Zhongming and De Yuan calmly walked in. Xiao Hu yelled like a child, "Boss, you're back." He helped with the bag of items, sighing, "It's been tough."
"Did you find anything?"
A voice from upstairs interrupted, "Hey, did you find anything to eat?" "Every day it's dried meat, I'm getting acid reflux."
Xia Lei's voice was mocking. Beautiful lady, are you sure it's not for some other reason that you're having acid reflux? Zhu blushed, awkwardly replying, Lei sister, what do you mean? I don't understand.
Zhongming set the bag down on a chair, fumbling for something.
He pulled out a bottle of water and asked worriedly, how's Sheng Yuan doing?
Jiang gently responded, a little better than yesterday, but still needs rest. She showed a sad expression. Also, the injury on the redhead isn't very good, the divine nectar technique doesn't seem to have much effect on her.
Zhongming smiled, for now, it's like that.
I think she'll need to rest more. She's used the divine nectar technique too much in the past 2 days.
He excitedly announced, Xiao Master and I found some canned fruits and snacks.
Xiao Hu eagerly shared with everyone, gesturing enthusiastically. 4 days ago, Yi Zhongming took a huge gamble with his team members. The trump card was Xia Lei's explosives, left behind after she blew up 2 buildings in the new base area. The final step was to detonate these explosives, inflicting fatal damage to the monsters while also allowing Sheng Yuan to block all the damage. This way, they not only earned rewards on the demonic spirit board but also killed a large number of high-level mutated creatures, ensuring the safety of the team members. It could be said to be a triple victory. Although the process was extremely dangerous, fortunately, everyone made it through. Zhongming opened the door to the room and sighed, the harvest this time is huge, but there's still no time to tidy up. He sat down on the soft bed and continued, currently, everyone's injuries have healed, and the food and water supply are secure, so it's time to inventory and study the spoils a bit. In front of him were 2 treasures. After the explosion, he had exerted all his effort to eliminate all the monsters he could find. Now, the situation had unfolded, and it seemed they were about to welcome the first wave of evolution. The number of second-level mutated creatures would increase on a large scale, so a second-level demon core was easier to come by. Zhongming looked at the stone and smiled, what's truly valuable is the third-level demon core. Right now, these mutated creatures are too rare. If he encountered a third-level reward wheel, normally it would only take a little to spin it twice. He used a jade ring to illuminate it and added, perhaps, if we're lucky, we might even directly spin out a 3-star evolution drug. Then, he moved on to the materials obtained from the monsters. Zhongming placed his hand on the gemstone, and what stood out the most was the soul orb. He recalled that in his past life, survivors referred to this as the soul orb, the heart of Zhong Kaijian. The soul orb doesn't hold any special significance for ordinary evolved individuals, but for certain people with specific professions, it can have immense value. Some equipment with special abilities, certain crafting formulas, or even some unique skills, when activated, all require the soul orb as a trigger. Zhongming retracted his skill, but the greatest harvest was not the soul orb itself, but rather, he excitedly said, thanks to my innate talent in the craftsmanship profession, I now understand the true value of this item. Its name is the Gate of the Emperor's Offering. Zhongming frowned and explained simply, it's an item used for sacrificial offerings. The user places an item for sacrifice, and then the sacrificial gate will return something to the user based on the value of the offering. Moreover, the most important part was that it was a golden tier item. He held the treasure in his hand and performed an average appraisal, confirming it was a golden tier item of the sculptor level. In his past life, one could only smell the scent of such high-level equipment once they became a 7-star evolved. If he really wanted to obtain it, he'd need to reach 8 stars. Zhongming turned the ignition switch and waited anxiously, but nothing happened, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. Why isn't anything happening? Did I open it incorrectly? Zhongming decided to try once more. He was then bewildered, still nothing has changed? What's going on? Is the sacrificial offering wrong, not of the right rank, or is it because I'm too unattractive? Zhongming began to hesitate and try again, this time it's a 3rd-tier demon core, surprisingly, there's some change. Zhongming widened his eyes in shock. There wasn't this kind of response earlier, which means, does it mean my sacrifice is still insufficient? Zhongming tried to push the demon core stone down onto the shield, and he felt himself being drawn deeper into it, unable to break free. Finally, Yi Zhongming managed to make a judgment. Indeed, the white flow had become slightly stronger. He expressed his confusion, but after investing so much, there had only been a small change. Zhong Ming thought carefully. Based on the current situation, even if he threw all his current assets into it, perhaps it still wouldn't be enough. He checked carefully again and added a little more, but it seemed that at this stage, he couldn't fill it up. Zhong Ming sighed in frustration. No wonder it's a golden tier item, but this is fine. When I really fill it up and get a response, the value of the rewards I'll get will definitely be high. He summoned the creature to study the robot first. Zhong Ming stared at the block of metal intently. At least for these 2 days, he had figured out the cooldown time for it, which was roughly 30 hours. He had doubts in his mind, but this thing, called the Resonant War Engine, wasn't supposed to be something as simple as a fortress builder, right? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, this is a robot created, and I have a craftsman's profession. With that, Zhong Ming placed the stone near the jade ring. If he applied some of his craft skills, this could be seen as an improvement, right? So, would some of its properties resemble the wind of the moon that I have clearly achieved? Zhong Ming raised his hand to perform a spell and loudly signaled for the assist demon technique. No response? He resolutely tried again. The robot remained unchanged, and Zhong Ming sighed in frustration. This was pointless. The assist demon technique only failed when the same material had been subjected to it multiple times, but this was clearly a brand new robot servant. How could it not work? His mind tensed like a taut string. The level of demon gold surely matched the status of the Resonant War Engine. Could it be that the demon gold had expired? Zhong Ming threw it into the shield without hesitation, then nervously waited for a while. It seemed that demon gold wasn't the issue anymore. At first glance, if he threw half of the demon gold into the sacrificial gate, he could fill it with gems. Zhong Ming scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Never mind, demon gold was something hard to come by. Using a small piece at a time, and the final result for this item would be less valuable than demon gold. Wasn't that a huge loss? He reconsidered and realized that the issue might lie in the name itself. Zhong Ming was suddenly surprised. Here, is there sculpture? Zhong Ming was full of excitement. In his craftwork profession, he had used refinement, unification, strengthening, and creation, as well as assist demon, but there was still one technique, sculpting, that he had made no progress with. Sculpting a slot wasn't as simple as randomly creating a slot on equipment. It could directly add some of the attributes of an inlaid item to the equipment. It was a process of connecting energy that needed to be perfectly aligned with the equipment itself. There were only 3 methods to have a piece of equipment with sculpted slots. One was if the equipment itself carried it. The second was if the craftsman had the ability to create sculpted slots, and the last was to use a valuable single-use hole punching machine. Zhong Ming concluded, this thing actually has 3 sculpted slots. He inserted the black demon core inside. Zhong Ming closed his eyes and performed the sculpting technique. The robot's head suddenly lit up brilliantly, upgrading the Resonant War Engine to a weak level, with a total of 4 radiation firing modes, which left him startled. What is this? Zhong Ming pondered. Unlock firing mode 2 for 1 million energy units. 1 energy unit is 1 level 1 demon core, and even if converted to a level 2 demon core, it would require 10,000 units. He sighed in frustration. Even if I change it to a level 3 demon core for the second time, based on the conversion rules of the 100th tier, it would still need 100 demon cores. Zhong Ming muttered in frustration, the dedication is there, along with the Resonant War Engine. They're both great things. This adventure is definitely something that can be mapped out, but time and again, it forces me to use stones like a wealthy family. He walked towards the door, then proceeded to find a way to treat the red-haired girl's condition. She was sitting lifelessly in the corner. Zhong Ming seriously assessed the severity of the injury. If it had been a human, they would have been dead beyond recovery by now. However, the puppet was not considered human, and the internal organs had undergone mutations. He took out a treasure, unsure if her luck was good or not. In my previous life, I knew a few rumors about puppets, and now I had the soul orb. Zhongming gently inserted it into the red-haired girl's body and continued to bring the demon core to her mouth. The result would be left to fate. The people in the tent were chatting happily. Zhongming slowly walked in with the item. Xiao Hu was surprised and asked, "Boss, a bulletproof vest? Where did you find it?" Zhongming made a face and replied, "Not far from here, Li Gong found an overturned convoy on the highway. There was quite a bit of military gear inside." He added, "I've improved these clothes with my professional skills." Everyone stared, and Zhongming happily announced, "These can defend against regular firearms. Jiying, you should wear one." Miss Pa, confused, asked, "Why give it to me first?" He smiled and said, "There are only 3 of these." Shang Yuan, standing at the front, confirmed that there was one. "You are the core support of the group, you need one too." Zhongming raised the bulletproof vest high, there was only one left. "Who wants it?" Xia Lei spoke up, criticizing. "I don't want it, it's too ugly." Xu Yin echoed. "That's right, us women don't even need to ask the men." Xiao Wu Tin Nghch shouted out, "Hey, I'm not saying it's ugly, I want it." Zhongming reminded, "With this, you have to stand at the front." He arrogantly affirmed, "No problem, that's my strength." Zhongming turned and instructed, "I'm going to check on Shang Yuan, everyone eat first." The tall guy was specially allowed to rest in a private room. Zhongming appeared, politely asking, "Have you eaten yet?" He placed the bulletproof vest on the bed. "Here's your new outfit." Shang Yuan hesitated. "Can my shield be repaired?" Yi Zhongming casually replied, "It can regenerate by itself without needing repair." Shang Yuan opened his mouth in shock. "What?" Zhongming placed a hand on his shoulder and signaled, "Come with me, you might encounter many things you've never imagined before." He asked insistently, "Huang Shijie is an elementalist, right? Is he a full wind escort master?" Shang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He doubted, "How come you guys, from another city, seem to know everything?" Zhongming coldly explained, "Their professions are very effective against great shield bearers. You're no match for them, so if you want to take revenge for Liang, you're powerless." Shang Yuan spoke in a stern tone, "Who are you, really?" Zhongming waved his hand in dismissal, "Your friend. Don't ask how I know this, I won't tell you. Just consider if you need help." Shang Yuan, curious, asked, "What are you planning to do?" Zhongming wore a mysterious expression. "In a world like this, aside from killing, is there any other way to seek revenge?" Shang Yuan, confused, inquired, "What are the conditions?" He spoke frankly, "My team is lacking a shield." Shang Yuan reflected on this. Indeed, it was a team of strong offense but weak defense. They had sharp blades and several with combat professions, but only one medical profession. Every time they encountered a huge number of monsters or opponents with higher evolution levels, they were bound to be in danger. He opened his arms in agreement, "All right, I promise. Help me get my revenge, and I'll follow you." He silently concluded that they needed a shield like himself to fight with peace of mind. Zhongming, full of expectation, instructed, "Recover first. We'll act after. I need you to be back to full strength within 2 days." Before Zhongming left, Shang Yuan, still doubtful, asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll use you?" Zhongming answered calmly, "If you're not stupid, you should know that only I can make your shield better and better, and only I can help you evolve quickly." He finished with a sharp remark, "Besides, with your current strength, what right do you have to use me?" Shang Yuan murmured, "Yes, you're right, but there's something I think you should know about what's behind Huang Shijie." Before he could finish, Zhongming interrupted. "The Royal Guild, right?" Shang Yuan was struck like a bolt of lightning. "You know about that too?" His tone was dismissive. A bunch of idiots who think they're always right, just ignore them. Last night, in the forest, Mu Doctor told our allies that under the mountain slope, there are a group of second-level mutated goats, about a dozen of them. If we can capture their demon cores, according to the guild rules, we could at least spin the second-level reward wheel once. Don't you guys want to try your luck? The subordinates scrambled. Of course we want to, but with our strength, we can't kill them all. We won't be able to defeat them. Mu Doctor calmly reassured them, "Don't worry, I've got it all prepared." He took out a syringe that was already filled with the solution. Mu Doctor smiled wickedly. "It'll only take a little time." In a luxurious house, Shijie sat in deep thought in the living room. He continued to down glass after glass of wine until his anger boiled over, and with a single motion, he smashed the glass into pieces. Just as Shijie was about to bring the bottle to his mouth again, a delicate hand stopped him. Ling Qian called out softly, "Shijie, although we're both evolved, you still shouldn't drink like this. It's harmful to your health." He looked puzzled. "Have all the people from the Royal Guild left?" Ling Qian hesitated before replying, "Not yet. I found a few girls to serve us." "Darling, do you really think we need their help?" "Ah, it seems like we are quite worried. Their price is too high, and Shang Yuan along with the people who saved him might not necessarily come back, right? We have offered them such a salary, isn't that a bit?" Shijie clenched his fists and snapped, "Don't say any more. I have a feeling Shang Yuan and the ones who saved him will definitely be able to return." Outside the hallway, someone was standing and waiting. His name was Xiao Dao. The sound of the door handle turning softly echoed, and a bald, pot-bellied figure appeared. Xiao Dao immediately started grumbling and swearing, "Damn it, this old toy Huang Shijie found. How is he so much stronger than you?" The fat man smiled slyly, mocking, "You don't know how to measure things, not humble in the least. Besides, you can't just keep making assumptions like that." He lit a cigarette and added, "Huang Shijie and Liang Quan, both of them are so big already. Do you think they'd bother with something this trivial?" Xiao Dao, in a fit of anger, retorted, "I don't believe it. Let me in and see. This is ridiculous, so petty. Are you blocking me, your brother?" The fat man slammed the door shut forcefully and shot him a warning glance. "I don't care after today, but not right now, at least not for the next few days." Xiao Dao pouted in disdain, turned his back, and walked away with a parting remark, "Fine, I'll respect you." Suddenly, two unfamiliar figures appeared from the room across the hall. The one with pink hair grumbled angrily, "Hold on, this Xiao Dao is getting more and more unreasonable. Just relying on his swordmaster profession, he doesn't even deserve to look down on us." The mushroom head next to him responded in agreement. "That's right, the guild's resources lean toward him, and do they really think it's because of his abilities? The guild is not fair, why choose someone like him to nurture? I heard that if they manage to obtain the second-tier medicinal water, they must give it to him." The fat man explained casually, his family had made significant contributions to the guild during peacetime, and his father had a relationship with the president. "Forget it, let's not talk about these things. Our task now is to assist Huang Shijie. With 3 days left until then, whether the people who have offended Huang Shijie come or not, we will take the goods and leave." The mushroom head was confused. Huang Shijie and Liang Quan only have their professions. The four of us could easily kill them and take the goods, so why stay here? A Quan raised one finger to indicate one point. Huang Shijie is a cunning old fox, even if he dies, he won't reveal where those things are, because he knows very well that keeping silent gives him a chance to survive. If he speaks, he will undoubtedly die. He continued with the second point. What the higher-ups mean is that the Wulan base will be protected and nurtured by the guild to a certain extent, turning this place into a production site for demon cores to supply resources for us. Huang Shijie is a favorite pawn of the higher-ups. If we take action, it will definitely displease them and affect our eligibility to distribute resources within the guild." A Quan put both hands in his pockets. Xiao Dao doesn't need to worry about it. If something happens to him, the higher-ups will naturally take care of it. We just need to do our job well.
He solemnly ordered, "Let's go, we'll take a walk outside to see what's going on."
The two subordinates obediently followed his command. Yes, at that moment, the gatekeepers were extremely surprised when they noticed something strange. One of them even panicked upon recognizing Sheng Yuan, who, along with Zhong Ming and the others, was marching over aggressively. The soldiers hurriedly whispered to each other, "Hurry and report this," but it wasn't as easy as they thought. Before they could run, they were killed. Xiaolei spoke with a tone of disdain. These scum tried to do the same thing the last time they entered the city. The remaining soldiers were scared and began to flee in a panic. They were all evolved beings and quickly retreated.
Jiying, stunned, asked, "Did those guards really burn an entire town down because of the demon core, leaving over 1,000 people inside to perish?"
Xiaolei coldly replied, "Yes, they didn't care that more than 1,000 innocent lives were in the town. They didn't die by zombies, but were killed by the guards themselves."
Standing before the gate, De Yuan asked, "How do we get in now?"
Zhong Ming remained silent and simply drew his sword. With a decisive swing, a fiery blaze erupted, scorching everything in its path, followed by a massive explosion.
Zhong Ming arrogantly laughed, "We'll just enter like this."
After his sword strike at the gate, a group of soldiers began firing at them to stop their advance, trying to keep them from entering the town. At that moment, Zhong Ming reached out and patted Di Huanhuan on the head.
As if receiving a command, Di Huanhuan leaped up to the city wall.
It then sank its teeth into the nearest guard, causing blood to spurt everywhere. The soldier, in excruciating pain, screamed, "Help me!"
He led the group of people into the town. Moe spoke up at that moment, asking, "I can't imagine it. Without a base for production, how can creativity survive in the long term, let alone develop?"
He replied, "By plundering, killing, and exploiting. This so-called base will revert to its most primitive state. The leader relies on providing so-called cheap and unreliable protection to extract wealth from those entering the city, feeding a vicious gang, quietly looting the resources of the residents and hunting down survivors around the area, like a parasitic swarm." At that moment, Liang Chuing noticed Di Huanhuan running from behind and shouted, "De Huang is back." It seemed to hear her voice, and it let out a cry.
He looked back at them and instructed Chuyin, "You two, along with Di Huanhuan, go look for the whereabouts of the base leader, Huang Shijia. If you find him, return to us. Be careful."
He turned to address them and added, "In the past, we have been fighting mutated creatures, but that is not the entirety of the apocalypse. We also have to fight against our own kind. Today, we face an organization called the Royal Family. The people inside are just like us, they are evolved humans. Moreover, one feature of this guild is that it has a wide array of professions. Their strength is both powerful and strange. To survive in the dangerous world ahead, everyone needs to learn how to deal with these people.
They are far more dangerous than zombies and mutant beasts.
Today, we are avenging Shang Yuan, but it is also an opportunity for training. If you can make it through today, you will truly be adapting to this world." Then, he signaled, indicating that it was time to begin with a slight wave of his arm, shouting, "Action!" At this moment, Di Huanhuan led a group of people, including Liang Chuyin, the musician, and Pa Jiying, as they left to carry out the task he had assigned. He pointed in the opposite direction of Liang Chuyin's group and called out, "Go!" In the distance, within the town gate, several shadowy figures appeared, their shapes unclear. He signaled for the others to come. The group in the shadows gradually revealed their faces. The man leading the group had red hair, a muscular build, and long scars on both sides of his face, the origin of which was unknown. Next to him was a short, chubby man with a slightly balding head. Behind them was a pair of man and woman walking together. Upon seeing who it was, he thought to himself that they were all old acquaintances. Xiao Dao, a professional swordmaster, had a past conflict with him in a base bar in his previous life. Zhang Di and Zhang Jing, a pair of siblings who were somewhat twisted but died relatively early. They were killed in the struggle between the Royal Guild and a certain military division back then. As for Quan, he later became the vice president of the Royal Guild, hailed as one of the 5 great giants of the Royal Guild. Before his reincarnation, he had reportedly become an 8-star powerhouse, driven by the desire for revenge in his previous life. With the people from the Wulan Legion, the Royal Guild and the people from their legion had never turned hostile directly, but they continually obstructed them, both openly and in secret. Xiao Dao looked at him and spoke, "You guys are truly seeking death, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, a bunch of trash. Today, the Xiao family will teach you a lesson so you can learn that there are some places you cannot just randomly go to, and some things you cannot just do carelessly." Xiao Hu, upon hearing this, became furious, pointing his blade toward him and shouting, "What the hell are you staring at? Come here, the Xiao family will kill you." At that moment, Xiao Dao saw the sword Xiao Hu was holding and felt somewhat reluctant. He thought, this kid, does he really have a white-grade weapon? Zhang Jing looked at him and smirked, saying, "Leave this kid to us." Zhang Di twisted his wrist and said, "He has such a good weapon, if we kill him, that sword will be ours." Lu Riang, seeing this, drew his own sword and stepped forward, saying, "In a hurry, huh? Don't be like that, I have one too." Moe also drew his sword and approached, saying, "Me too, 3 against 3 sounds fair, right?" Xiao Dao, upon seeing this, was stunned, his eyes wide with shock, and he exclaimed, "3 white-grade weapons? Are they that wealthy?" It was then that they began to realize the strength of the people in front of them. He thought, this isn't good, something's wrong. The enemy's strength. Something feels off. Quan, now worried, broke out in a cold sweat and grabbed Xiao Dao's arm, looking at him, saying, "This situation doesn't look good." Before Xiao Dao could finish speaking, the shadow of his brother suddenly appeared behind him, and he turned to face him, filled with murderous intent. At that moment, he felt the killing aura and inwardly cried out, "That murderous aura is terrifying." Quan looked toward the person opposite him. At that moment, his brother, with eyes red from anger and a dangerous posture, was staring right at him. He thought, "You're the leader of the opposing side, that guy is staring at me. No, is he warning me?" He was about to speak, but then thought, if he stayed still, he would let Xiao Dao and his men fight a fair 3-on-3. But if he moved any closer, he tightly pressed his lips together, thinking to himself. A huge word kill suddenly appeared in his mind, looking very terrifying, causing him to break out in cold sweat. At this moment, both sides began to charge at each other, as if you don't die, I will. Xiao Hu fought against Zhang Di, delivering a powerful strike towards Zhang Di, which pushed him back a little, making it hard for him to defend with his saber. Meanwhile, Moe fought against Zhang Jing, swinging her saber across Zhang Jing's body, causing her to falter and become fearful. Zhang Jing was stunned by her saber technique, thinking, why are these people so strong? Lu Riang was now facing Xiao Dao. However, unlike the other two who had immediately rushed into battle, Xiao Dao merely looked at her, then licked his lips, showing a hungry expression, and spoke. "Such a beautiful woman, your figure is exquisite." She ignored his words and immediately swung her saber towards him, creating some distance between the two. At this moment, Xiao Dao's hand holding the dagger spun it in a circle, followed by a series of quick movements as he brought the dagger back into his stance. Then, he used his illusionary technique, moving at high speed right before her eyes. She, watching in shock, widened her eyes. Where did his blade go? She kept a close watch on all of his movements. At this moment, the dagger in his hand suddenly vanished, no longer in his grasp, leaving her baffled and confused. Suddenly, his image and voice appeared in her mind. He said, "Ghost Shadow Assassin, left side." That's when she reacted. Following his reminder, she swiftly turned around and thrust her saber in the direction he indicated. At this moment, her saber struck something soft, and Xiao Dao's body became visible. The blade she thrust at that moment pierced into his chest, leaving him stunned. He winced in pain, his face darkening, unable to believe that his move had been exposed. How? How is this possible? His voice was full of hesitation. Even my friends don't know the name of this trick. After that, he immediately lay face down on the ground. He looked at him with a mix of amusement and anger inside. You're not dying unjustly. After all, in my past life, I suffered quite a bit at your hands.
At that moment, Zhang Jing and Zhang Di noticed that Xiao Dao had been knocked out and yelled, "Has Xiao Dao been eliminated?" They ground their teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Mo Yi and Xiao Hu seized the opportunity to charge forward and attack. Both of them shouted in unison, "What are you two looking at?" In response to the situation, Zhang Di stepped forward to protect Zhang Jing. At the same time, Zhang Jing looked toward Quan and shouted, "Quan!" It was as though seeking his opinion. Upon hearing this, Quan shouted back, "Be careful, you can use your class abilities if you have them." Receiving the order, Zhang Jing yelled to Zhang Di, "Combine." Mo Yi and Xiao Hu were now surrounded by a white mist. Xiao Hu asked, "Has it disappeared?" Mo Yi replied, "This white fog will obstruct our vision." Xiao Hu, a bit worried, then said, "Let's back up to each other." She replied, "Got it." So, the two of them stood back to back, defending from all sides. He, observing the battle formation the opponents had set up for his teammates, began to calculate. His younger sister's class was a mist adept, mainly used for support in combat, not exactly a glamorous profession. But when paired with her older brother, who likely had a rogue class, skilled in stealth attacks, it could be a deadly combination. However, within the thick, white fog, a blade scraped against Xiao Hu's armor, followed by a voice calling out, "It's a success." Xiao Hu was somewhat stunned, widening her eyes as her pupils contracted. Zhang Di smirked challengingly and said, "In front of those with a class, ordinary evolvers are nothing but weaklings." At this moment, Xiao Hu smiled with delight, swinging his sword horizontally at Zhang Di, leaving him bewildered. He said, "Big brother, I told you, you're just a bunch of idiots who think they're always right. Now I believe it." Zhang Di, still dazed, asked, "Why you? How could this be?" He smirked and replied, "Next time, before you make a move, remember to be more careful." The fog of confusion slowly dissipated, and Zhang Jing, in panic, rushed towards Zhang Di, shouting, "Brother!" However, before she could even feel sorrow, Mo Yi swiftly cut her throat with his blade. Zhang Jing fell face down onto the ground. Mo Yi and Xiao Hu then approached him, and he looked at them, smiling broadly as he said, "Well done." The three of them moved towards Quan, who was standing in front of them. Quan looked at them anxiously, thinking, "The strength of these people is overwhelming. Even without using their skills, they easily wiped out three of mine." Before he could think further, he found himself face to face with the man and heard him say, "Who is the leader of the royal faction? The answer could save your life." Quan, at that moment, closed his eyes, as if he knew he couldn't win but still had to fight one last time. Then, from his palms to his forearms, a layer of gold began to encase his limbs. His muscular arms became wrapped in golden layers, slowly forming into powerful fists. He grabbed both of his arms and said, "Steel hands, forged in iron, right? But that's all you've got." Then, with a gentle squeeze, the gold around his arms shattered into pieces. He screamed in pain. "Ah!" Afterwards, he kicked him hard in the chest, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. He said, "If you don't speak, then fine. Honestly, I don't really care." He turned to Xiao Hu and said, "Pick up whatever they've got on them, see if we get anything useful." Xiao Hu, receiving the order, responded, "Yes, boss." He began to search Quan's body. Shen Yuan asked in amazement, "Did you kill them all? Do you even know what the Royal Guild is really like?" He looked at him and replied, "Of course I know, didn't I already tell you? A bunch of idiots who think they're always right." After rummaging through Quan's body for a while, Xiao Wu returned with a bag and reported to him, "Boss, nice haul 7 level 2 demon cores and more than 200 level 1 demon cores, along with a silver grade willow leaf sword and a gray grade dagger." At this moment, Pa Jiying appeared from somewhere and reported nervously, I found 3 level 2 demon cores and more than 50 level 1 demon cores, plus a 1-star evolution catalyst." He took the necklace with the space crystal attached to it and replied, "That's good enough. They still have some items on them."
I can almost imagine that the incidents of killing and robbing will increase in the future, because I can see the growing resentment on those things. He looked at her with a sympathetic gaze and then said, "So you should all get used to it quickly." Just then, he heard a sound from behind him and turned around. Liang Chuyin walked up and called to him, "Zhong Ming, I've found the location of Huang Shijia and his group." Shang Yuan stepped forward and asked, "Where?" She turned and walked ahead, telling them, "Follow me." In the evening, in a town, 3 people were sitting on a stone in front of a house, looking lost in thought. At this time, a musician, who had been waiting for them, noticed Zhong Ming approaching and started to stir. One hand waved, the other pointed at the gate and said, "They're inside, very quiet, looks like they're waiting for someone." He smiled, "We will never come." At this moment, inside a quiet room, a man and a woman were sitting, looking at a box. The woman with pink hair turned to ask the man with white hair, "Shijia, do we really have to hand over the item? This is the item we went to so much trouble to find. For years of evolution, then we exchanged it with hundreds of households just to get it from the second-level reward wheel. Can we really give it away to someone else?" A white staff was placed inside the finely crafted wooden box, resting on a red velvet cushion, highlighting its rarity. Shijia was silent for a moment after being asked, not responding immediately. Then, the woman, sensing his silence, sat down and said, "I know I'm wrong. If I hadn't impulsively killed Shang Yuan's woman from the beginning, none of this would have happened." Shijia finally spoke. "Don't say any more. You have responsibility, but it's not entirely your fault." He lit a cigarette, the smoke filling the air, and then said, "This item being taken by the Royal Guild's people was bound to happen sooner or later. Right now, our strength is still weaker than theirs, but the gap isn't huge. If they take action, they will hesitate. Moreover, they still need our base, so we can still use this item to exchange for their help." He reached out and touched the staff. "Right now, it's a silver grade item. If we add a gem, we don't even know what level it will reach." At this point, Tianjia shouted, "Right now, it's a silver grade item. If we add a gem, we don't even know what level it will reach?" Upon hearing him repeat his words, Shijia sighed. "Humph, what if the best of the royal family was defeated by those bastards from Shang Yuan?" He looked at Tianjia and said, "Impossible. The 4 people from the Royal Guild are very strong, they won't lose." At this moment, a shadow outside the door spoke up, "Take it away, we won't be able to find the gem anyway. This item is useless, we might as well trade it for safety." After saying this, he kicked the door forcefully, causing it to swing open. He and his men entered the room. The Tian family looked at them with confusion, and then he asked in surprise, "How could you all do this?" Liang Chuyin didn't say much and immediately acted, using his plant-controlling power to strike at them. The vines sent the Shijia guards flying, while Tian family was protected by a green shield created by Shijia. He saw the green shield and slightly praised, "Not bad, an elemental shield. Elemental masters are a very powerful profession, and you even know one of its skills. Why not use an elemental drill to broaden everyone's horizons?" Upon hearing this, Shijia's shield dissipated. The pink-haired woman next to Shijia, who had been calm until now, seemed unsettled as she heard him speak. The pink-haired woman then unleashed black energy from her hands towards them. 2 arrows flew toward him and Lu Riang. However, she wasn't worried at all, and instead, looked behind her, where Pa Jiying was using his power to protect them. As for him, he caught the flying darts with his bare hands. She exclaimed in shock, "This power! Are you a 2-star revolver?" Shijia, upon hearing this, started to sweat. The elemental shards in his hands began to shift, and then he sent his power toward him. He remained calm, using 2 fingers to fling the dart back into his opponent's elemental arrow, causing the elemental fragments that had been formed to shatter once again. At that moment, Shang Yuan charged forward with his shield. Seeing this, Xiaohu shouted out, "Shang Yuan, I'll help you." But as he saw him preparing to rush in, Shang Yuan reached out to stop him, saying,
Let me handle this myself.
He and the others moved toward the tightly sealed box, observing in silence. Shang Yuan used his large shield to block both Huang Shijie and immediately swung the shield towards Lu Zhenghong. Huang Shijie retreated, eyeing him warily.
Shang Yuan, seething with anger, yelled out. I've never wronged you before.
His face twisted with rage as he charged forward.
For the favor you gave me by letting me evolve, I gave up my career as an elemental teacher to become a shield bearer. Shang Yuan quickly punched him in the face.
Your profession and hers nearly cost me my life, I paid with my own life for it. He immediately looked at Lu Zhenghong, who was in pain, his anger rising.
And how have you treated me? Why do you always favor this woman?
Huang Shijie quickly seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms tightly around Shang Yuan to let his son strike. His son stood beside them, hesitating, but the three of them quickly rushed to help. Moments later, he seemed to realize something, turned to look behind, and shouted loudly.
Di Huan immediately leaped up and bit into his neck.
Seeing this, Huang Shijie widened his eyes and screamed. Shang Yuan's voice came from behind, cold and sharp.
Such sorrow for your son. Why don't you join him down there?
He immediately grabbed Huang Shijie's head and bit down hard. When you get to the bottom, don't forget to apologize to Xiaoying. Lu Zhenghong was greatly frightened by the scene in front of him. His body exuded a murderous aura as he stepped closer to her, his voice low and dark.
It's your turn now.
On the other side, Yi Zhongming led the group forward and instructed.
Let's move out.
Leave this place to Shang Yuan to handle.
Everyone began to stop and rest in a corner.
Xiao Wu stood beside him, looking a bit worried about Shang Yuan.
Boss, do you think he'll be okay?
The state he was in just now seemed a bit. Hearing this, Yi Zhongming couldn't help but fall into thought. His outburst was justified, he had been holding on to that discomfort and pain for far too long. Once he calms down, there's nothing to worry about. Liang Chuyin and the others approached him, confused.
What's that wooden staff in the box?
Yi Zhongming held the sparkling staff in his hand and answered them.
This is a natural scepter.
He quickly understood why the Royal Guild would go to such lengths to assist Huang Shijie.
Xia Lei stepped forward, stroking his chin as he analyzed.
Even though it has a silver glow, it must be some kind of rare equipment, like you said.
What about the round holes on top?
Yi Zhongming carefully tightened his grip on the staff and replied solemnly.
These are inlaid holes for natural stones.
The attributes of the wooden staff change based on the properties of the gem, but it's a bit of a pity. Xia Lei was very confused upon hearing this, glancing ahead. Yi Zhongming's face remained impassive as he stared at the staff. This is a natural scepter, so it requires a natural stone to reach its full potential, but it can't be inlaid with a luminous gem, otherwise, Miss Pa would have been able to use it by now. Pa Jiying was greatly shocked upon hearing this, and everyone stared at her in astonishment.
If it's doubled, doesn't that mean the recovery effect of divine nectar will increase significantly? The defense power of the aura of lethargy will also increase drastically.
Everyone slowly closed in, causing her to feel a surge of fear.
Pa teacher, how unfortunate. How does it feel when the opportunity to grow stronger slips through your fingers? Sooner or later, we will make sure you have better weapons.
Yi Zhongming looked at them enthusiastically, smiling to himself. The true effect of a natural staff isn't just about embedding a gemstone and using the staff's magic.
In the past life, survivors relied more on extremely rare equipment that could both attack and defend for battle teams. To explain further, each element of the natural staff has its own ability. When the gemstone possesses the corresponding element, the owner can activate that ability.
Generally, fire, ice, and lightning are offensive skills, water and earth are defensive, while wind and certain other elements are unique skills.
Elemental gemstones are consumables, so the natural staff can choose the strength of its skills.
It can be used multiple times or exhaust all the hidden energy within the gemstone in one go. This characteristic is highly favored by battle teams and is often used as a trump card to create the A ton of heaven and earth effect. In the past life, that assassin rose with a golden level natural staff, but it was still very difficult for her to create a high-grade or even super-grade natural gemstone. Yi Zhongming immediately stored the natural staff away. Although the grade of this natural staff wasn't high, it was indeed good, and as long as he could find a natural gemstone, it would be his trump card. At that moment, a sound caught his attention. Yi Zhongming glanced towards Sheng Yuan and softly asked, "What's wrong?" He silently cast a glance at the man beside him. "Fa Shu, quickly go treat Sheng Yuan's injuries." The man beside him then suggested, "Wait until Sheng Yuan's injuries are healed, then let him reveal himself. We'll all control this entire county." Yi Zhongming looked towards the others and issued orders. "Shuyin and Yusher, lead people to find where the group of evolved people, Huang Shijia, have retreated to, see if there's anything to gain." Immediately after, he turned towards Xiaohu and Xiaolei and instructed, "You two lead people to establish a food exchange point and organize a hunting team to gather more demon cores." Then, Yi Zhongming turned to Sheng Yuan and Pa Jiying, "You two organize a patrol team within the county to ensure there's no chaos, and also be responsible for gathering intelligence." Yi Zhongming clenched his fists, asserting, "The second wave of mutations is coming soon. We must prepare every second we can." At the villa 3 days later, Yi Zhongming began preparing to hear everyone's reports. Xiaolei quickly stepped forward. "During this time, we've been hunting and clearing mutated life forms to ensure the safety of the county." She continued recounting what had happened, explaining how food and water were exchanged with the survivors in the town. "In total, we've collected over 1,000 level 1 demon cores and more than 50 level 2 demon cores." The De Yuan family next door suddenly spoke up. "We have completed the inventory of the Huang Shijie Group's warehouse." Liang Chuyin and he were both extremely excited by their results. They had stockpiled over 4,000 first-grade demon cores, more than 150 second-grade demon cores, and even a pile of 1-star evolution pills. Sheng Yuan's face was full of confidence. "I am in charge of security here, so there will be no issues." Pa Jiying next to him was beaming with joy. "Boss, according to the tally, right now we have nearly 20,000 first-grade demon cores, close to 500 second-grade demon cores, more than 100 1-star evolution pills, and 2 armed trucks." Hearing this, he was thoroughly satisfied. Yi Zhongming's face was full of enthusiasm. "Over the past 2 days, I've also conducted a round of reconnaissance based on the intelligence from the surrounding area, and I collected 2 third-grade demon cores and a portion of materials." Upon hearing this, Xiaohu's eyes lit up, and he praised continuously. Yi Zhongming paused for a moment before making a suggestion. "Once we finish the inventory, we'll head to the next location." Everyone heard and immediately started to panic. "Aren't we considering this as the base? It took a lot of effort to stabilize here. I thought that leaving the new base meant the boss had his eyes set on this place." Yi Zhongming smiled with a calculating expression. "I have a better option, get ready." 2 military vehicles quickly sped forward. They soon stopped at another base. After stepping out of the vehicles, Yi Zhongming immediately turned to Xiao De Yuan and gave instructions. "You and your assistant should inventory everything here and take as much as you can." He slightly raised his eyes, deep in thought. "If it's on the way, let's go and check on the redhead." Yi Zhongming entered the building and sat down across from the redhead. He noted that there were no changes in the wound, no signs of healing. Seems like she's really beyond saving. Pa Jiying, who was beside him, quietly shed a tear. "She had protected me during the battle." Yi Zhongming suddenly stood up, glanced at them, and suggested, "Well, she's still considered a half-comrade. Let's dig a hole in the yard and bury her." As the vehicles were preparing to leave, someone called out, mentioning that Pa Jiying was still by the grave. She walked away reluctantly, casting one last lingering look at the grave. The group quickly left the mansion around noon. By dusk, a red vine crept towards the redhead's gravestone. It lifted its vine tip, which held a sparkling jewel stone. Immediately, it plunged deeply into the ground, and the vine slowly withdrew from the gravestone. The red-haired body was then pulled up off the ground. Immediately, she reached out and gripped the vine that was embedded in her body.
The vine was slowly being pulled out from her red-haired form. In an instant, it disappeared from her hand, leaving her puzzled and confused. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed behind her, startling her. "Humans need you." As soon as the red-haired girl turned around, she saw an extremely hideous monster advancing toward her. As soon as he finished speaking, a small creature, covered in countless eyes and legs, jumped out of his mouth. It immediately clung to the red-haired girl's face. The creature seemed overjoyed to have latched onto her and excitedly said, "Your body is mine." However, it was soon filled with shock as it discovered something. "What's in your brain?" "One red, one white, my power." The red-haired girl clenched her hand around the creature's body. She pulled it away and stared at it, causing it to tremble in fear. "You're caught, I'll save you." Suddenly, the red-haired girl opened her mouth wide, intending to eat the monster. Right after that, she immediately became alert and looked around. On the roof, reflected in the setting sun, a person and a cat appeared, both observing the red-haired girl below. The red-haired girl and the black-haired, fur-eyed figure locked eyes. She grabbed the monster and was about to put it in her mouth. "Ah, my cat and I will quickly jump down below." The black-haired figure cast a spell, releasing several sharp iron arrows. The red-haired girl remained calm, continuing to eat as the cat approached her. She shoved the cat away with one hand, while the other reached up to block several arrows, her mouth still clamped tightly around the many-eyed monster without letting go. Her black hair, given the momentum, rushed forward. She punched the red-haired one, causing the monster to fall out of her mouth. Seeing it fly off in another direction, the black-haired one quickly tried to chase after it, but the red-haired one wasn't far behind, swiftly running after her. The red-haired one rammed her head forcefully into the black-haired one's back. Both women fell to the grassy ground. The black-haired one slowly climbed back up. The two demonesses faced each other again, each constantly wary of the other, with the prey lying right in the middle. The red-haired one's gaze was sharp, filled with murderous intent, while the black-haired one returned the glare with her own deathly stare. The red-haired one quickly charged in. She swiftly summoned the arrows just like before. They lunged at each other, seemingly ready to clash. The two demonesses each grabbed one half of the many-eyed monster, their eyes locked in a deadly gaze. The force from both sides was so strong that the many-eyed monster was torn in two. Both the red-haired and black-haired ones were taken aback by this turn of events. They stared at each other, momentarily stunned. Then, they parted ways, returning to their respective meals. Meanwhile, the group of Yi Zhongming was gathered around, warming themselves. Suddenly, something caught his attention and he looked up. Xia Lei, who was eating beside him, asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" Yi Zhongming gently shook his head, signaling that nothing was amiss. However, in his mind, he was deep in thought. In that instant, it seemed like he had re-established contact with the red-haired one, but it was too weak to be assessed properly. Zhongming folded the paper and then spoke, "Now, let's talk about the main issue. We're here now, and next, we will leave the vehicles and continue on foot. As we pass through this area, everyone should pay close attention and listen carefully." Mo Yi, hearing this, asked curiously, "Why are we leaving the vehicles? This area has high-speed roads, national highways, and it's not within the city limits. The road conditions aren't bad either." He silently explained, "Because ahead is a forbidden zone. When the catastrophe began, it wasn't just the landscape that collapsed from the sky, but also a forbidden area left behind after thousands of golden holy lights bombarded the land. It's filled with extraterrestrial creatures, monstrous beasts roam there, and there are powerful beings that make all of humanity feel despair. There are also rare flowers and plants, as well as valuable minerals. All the known treasures can be found there. But in the end, it's only speculation, because some of these forbidden zones have formed without clear origin. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this forbidden zone is both heaven and hell for explorers." Yi Zhongming calmly recounted everything. At this moment, Xia Lei, a bit skeptical, spoke up, "Given how dangerous this forbidden zone is, can we go around it?" He quickly shook his head,
this forbidden zone covers a vast area. If we take a detour, it will cost us several more days, and even then, we can't guarantee our safety. Xiaohu, who was beside them, smiled brightly and made a suggestion. Boss, if we calculate it that way, it definitely makes sense. I'll go with that decision. Yi Zhongming patted him on the shoulder happily and made a decision. Alright then, everyone, get some rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off for the Forbidden Zone. A while later, the whole group gradually fell into sleep, leaving only him awake. Zhongming gently dropped a small twig into the fire, then stood up and took out a pair of binoculars to observe. What Yi Zhongming wanted to observe was the Jewel Stone Ice Mountain. After observing for a while, he frowned and silently analyzed. The chaotic barriers outside the wasteland were red, and the attribute of this wasteland was blood replenishment. Zhongming clenched his fists, his face full of determination. If he remembered correctly, there was a precious stone mountain and a precious stone vein, so he decided to give it a try this time. The ice mountain outside was currently covered by a layer of dark red mist, carrying an invisible pressure. The group of Zhongming was hiding in a cave, and he looked outside with a slight frown. Yi Zhongming observed for a while, then waved his hand, signaling that it was safe to continue. Xia Lei, while moving, curiously asked, "What kind of mutated creature could grow this big? This is almost as large as a dinosaur, right?" He chuckled lightly and replied, "The beasts in the wasteland can absorb the energy hidden within the precious stone veins, which allows their rank to increase significantly." Zhongming continued to educate everyone. Jewel stone is an important resource in the apocalypse. Artisans, alchemists, potion makers, elementalists, mages, and even some evolved individuals with battle pets need jewel stones to nurture them. Liang Chuyin, who was behind, asked, "So, does this wasteland have a precious stone vein?" Zhongming pointed towards the ice mountain ahead and answered, "Do you see the ice mountain in front? It's a precious stone mountain with a jewel stone vein." He pointed directly at the mountains ahead, which were covered in red mist. Xia Lei was running while directing the others behind him. 3 o'clock, Yi Zhongming observed the situation ahead with binoculars. He saw patches of grass surrounded by deep red mist, the roots of the plants visible. Liang Chuyin also observed and became curious. Zhongming, standing beside her, replied, "That's the scent trail left by the monster's urine." Pa Jiying, trailing behind, cautiously asked, "Do these monsters mark their territory the same way animals do, by spraying urine around their activity zones?" Liang Chuyin looked at him tensely and spoke. "Is that the natural jewel stone you mentioned? The kind that can be found in nature?" Zhongming continued to observe without pausing and answered, "Do you see those pale colors? Those are water element jewel stones. The dark ones are ice element jewel stones. They are coexisting minerals. What I was referring to are the bright, crystalline jewel stones." He furrowed his brow and quickly instructed, "Stay close to me, everyone. I will lead you through this deadly area." At that moment, Yi Zhongming felt a slight worry in his heart. He hadn't expected that a monster would use urine to claim its territory. How advanced had it evolved? Given the strength of their current team, would they be able to defeat it? Around the precious stone mountain, there were dozens of mutated creatures moving back and forth, seemingly guarding the treasure. They suddenly exclaimed, "What? You're going back?" Zhongming smiled softly and reassured them. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. My target is smaller and harder to detect. If it gets difficult, I'll retreat." Xia Lei frowned and shouted loudly, "We've detected a level 4 monster in there." Pa Jiying, standing next to him, added, "There's also an army of over 200 level 2 monsters." Both girls tried to stop him, but Zhongming had already made up his mind, so they could only smile and let it go. "I'll bring Di Huang with me. Its sense of smell and hearing are both sharp, with it around, I won't be ambushed," he said. And everyone had their own tasks. He shifted his gaze, and his brows furrowed again. The task Zhongming wanted to assign was that he had chosen the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa as their base.
It wasn't too far from the target, so everyone had to investigate everything around the area before he returned. Yi Zhongming stated seriously, "Are there any forces here? What kind of monsters are here? Are there any large-scale zombies? If possible, you should also look for the reward wheel, see what level it is." His face was filled with seriousness. "But one thing to remember, don't go to the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa," he warned seriously. Shang Yuan made a serious suggestion, "I'll go with you. I can be in the front." But Zhong Ming refused, wanting him to stay and protect you master well. After saying that, he turned around, gave a light smile, and waved goodbye. "Let's decide on that. When I return, it'll be the time for us to take over the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa." At that moment, Zhong Ming's gaze was full of determination. In the desolate Shanghe village, he and Di Huanghuan were standing on a cliff, observing the surroundings. He smiled and assessed, feeling lucky. In such a short time, they had already made progress. They had even found a ginseng seedling and sweet potatoes. The variants of ginseng and sweet potatoes, at any stage after they sprout into seedlings, will initiate various automatic attack forms as long as anyone with life approaches them. The seedling or the plant stem above the ground will launch these attacks, and just the slightest carelessness will result in injury. If an ordinary person encounters this, they could instantly lose their life, becoming fertilizer for the mutated plant seeds. Because they are mutated plants, these seedlings possess a demon core. Although it's only a first-level demon core, as long as they are properly cultivated, the harvest will be quite stable. Moreover, the sweet potato tuber itself is edible, making it both delicious and physically strengthening. Thinking about this, Yi Zhongming decided to keep the ginseng sweet potato for his intended cultivation purposes. Next, Yi Zhongming took out binoculars to observe the area below the village and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I didn't expect it to be a 4th level 3-tailed demon toad. Even among monsters of the same level, this one is no easy target." The toad was both large and intimidating, its sight alone was enough to give one goosebumps. At that moment, he found himself uncertain about whether to continue or not. But in the end, Yi Zhongming mustered all his courage and decided to take the risk for this trip. Just beneath the foot of Precious Stone Mountain, there was a small cave where a mutated toad was sitting, enjoying its meal. Outside the cave, a golden mongrel dog was pacing back and forth, catching the toad's attention. The toad narrowed its eyes to get a clearer view. Di Huanghuan kept pacing in front of the cave. Its face looked incredibly sly and domineering, as if it owned the world. This behavior truly angered the toad, which quickly flicked its long tongue, attempting to catch it. However, Di Huanghuan swiftly dodged and ran off. Yi Zhongming hid to one side, observing silently and cheering him on. "Come on, you stupid dog. This 3-tailed magic frog, although at level 4, isn't great at speed attacks or endurance. It won't catch up to you. After 3 days, I will have determined the frog's reaction speed, running speed, attack traits, and even the maximum distance it can endure. I've been observing seriously, wiping the sweat from my hands. 1 minute is the longest it can chase you. If it goes over a minute, it will determine it can't catch up and will choose to return." Yi Zhongming looked at the small thing sleeping and smiled faintly. "Therefore, to delay even more, it depends on your mother." He focused on it as it slept soundly, sighing. "Your mother should have followed here to find you, right?" The magic frog, after chasing for a while, didn't see Di Huanghuan and froze. It glanced indifferently, then noticed a high-temperature leg approaching from behind. The frog and the beast stared at each other with murderous intent, both of them growling to threaten the other. Yi Zhongming walked over to pat Di Huanghuan's head and praised. "Well done. Next up is the time to make a fortune." He quickly ran off, secretly thinking about delaying the digging of the natural jewel stones a bit longer. "I've been waiting for a long time to take advantage of the opportunity where the crimson flame armored beast of the same level 4 went hunting and entered its den to steal the young one. A water attribute beast and a fire attribute beast, both of them counter each other and are at the same level, with a certain level of intelligence. Even if they encounter each other, they won't be able to compete. He quickly ran towards the jewel stone, but his mind kept racing with thoughts. However, at this moment, they only needed a scapegoat, someone who would think that the enemy wanted to invade their territory and thus see each other as foes. But if Zhongming entered the precious stone mountain now, the three-tailed demon toad would soon detect him, so he had to hurry and complete the task. Yi Zhongming silently reassured himself to stay calm. He had been extremely cautious in this matter, gripping the handle of his knife tightly while observing Tang Yun to confirm the connection path, ensuring the energy flow. Otherwise, even if the jewel stone was unearthed, it would be useless. Yi Zhongming frowned slightly. This was the perfect time to act. The first gem had already been dug out, and the second one was quickly within his grasp. Just at that moment, the three-tailed demon toad detected the presence in its lair and glared fiercely towards its territory. It opened its mouth wide and spat out small ice chunks. This was one of the unique abilities of the three-tailed demon toad, a powerful icy attack. The chunks of ice flew straight towards the demon beast and struck it. The crimson flame-armored beast, along with the demon, turned to leave. Meanwhile, Di Huanghuan, lying beside Zhongming, continuously growled. He looked over in confusion. The third gem has reached its limit, Yi Zhongming thought to himself, his eyes slightly narrowing in concern. Damn it, that monster noticed too quickly. He gently patted its head and commanded, "Let's leave together." Both of them quickly ran out, speeding past the three-tailed demon toad. It immediately cast a glance at them and, upon hearing their movements, prepared to unleash another icy blast. The three-tailed demon toad angrily unleashed a powerful icy whirlwind. Yi Zhongming, while running, couldn't help but feel astonished. This Ice Extreme Dragon Fist. This monster is only level 4, yet it possesses such terrifying abilities. He quickly cast the stop switching spell at the beginner level. The tree by the road began to mutate and move towards the toad. However, that couldn't stop the storm. The tree was instantly frozen. Zhongming continued to cast the seal of the Wind Beauty Blade. But the small fire blades were no match for the furious whirlwind of the three-tailed toad. He was now caught in the storm, and his body was gradually freezing. His eyes were filled with discomfort. Zhongming gritted his teeth, thinking of a way to escape. Yi Zhongming was completely engulfed by the tornado. He thought to himself, "There's no way I'll escape from the strongest skill of this level 4 monster." Zhongming clenched his teeth and formed a magic circle. Without hesitation, he poured all his inner strength into it and shouted, "Imbuing technique, come forth." Zhongming's eyes were filled with determination, and a fierce blue light radiated from him. Behind him, a statue of a goddess holding a jar appeared, forming a protective shield around him. He smiled proudly, thinking, "This is the water-based skill granted by the natural staff water piece protector." As time passed, the goddess statue showed signs of cracking, causing Zhongming to worry. It won't hold much longer, after all, this is the attack of a level 4 monster. A thought flashed through his mind: if this jewel stone were of a higher grade, or even just at the intermediate level, the defense would be much stronger. Zhongming gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the natural staff, and resolved to take a risk. He used the imbuing technique again, and the energy surged, with green light engulfing the entire space. Zhongming channeled his power into the staff, naturally creating a frost flower. The frost flower quickly separated and charged toward the demon frog. The blinding light from his attack struck the demon frog. In an instant, Zhongming thought he had a chance of winning. He quickly urged Di Huanghuan forward. Zhongming sensed something and turned around. Two skills collided and exploded in the blink of an eye. Zhongming panted, angrily cursing, "Damn it, it wasn't easy to collect 3 jewel stones. Now, to escape, I have to waste 2 of them." The jewel stone on the natural staff also quickly shattered. A series of ice shards flew toward him and Di Huanghuan. Zhongming's eyes were filled with disbelief. Facing him was the mutated demon frog, now sprouting 3 agile tendrils, shooting ice toward them. Zhongming saw the frog continuously shooting ice and gritted his teeth, drawing his sword, determined to fight back. This creature held a grudge for too long.
He gathered momentum, leaping forward, and slashed with a fiery sword strike, seal of the wind beauty blade. Zhong Ming was impaled by sharp ice shards, feeling intense pain. He struggled and collapsed to the ground, thinking, "There's too much, I can't defend against it." At that moment, before Zhong Ming, the crimson flame armored beast charged toward the demon frog. The two monstrous creatures clashing was his chance. Seeing the opportunity, Yi Zhongming didn't hesitate. He grabbed his pet and fled. In the nearby forest, the precious stone vein was covered by red bones, as if stained with blood. The two individuals, Zhongming, his body covered in injuries, were leaning against the cliffside to rest. At this moment, he dared to let out a sigh of relief, but he was also acutely aware that their current situation was perilous. Zhongming turned to Di Huanghuan and urgently said, "Quickly, go find someone to rescue us." In his heart, there was only one thought: as long as they didn't die, everything could start over. Fortunately, Di Huanghuan found a group of people nearby. When they discovered Yi Zhongming, everyone was shocked by his condition. The noise also roused Zhongming from his unconsciousness. The group buzzed with excitement, trying to speculate on the cause of his severe injuries. A girl holding medicine in her hands anxiously asked her companions, "Should we save him?" The man with a cold expression responded, "What's the point of saving him? We don't have enough healing medicine. If we waste it now, what will happen if we run into danger later?" He tried to convince the girl. "Tanghua, even though you made the medicine, the materials were gathered by everyone." Hearing this, she didn't know what to say. Suddenly, young Tanghua froze and shouted, "This person, he's awake." Yi Zhongming stared warily at the group before him. Finally, he came to the conclusion they had weapons and healers, and appeared to be a very standard hunting team. The cold man, after giving him a quick glance, turned to ask an older man dressed in military attire, "Day uncle, he's awake now, what should we do?" The man looked at him and said, "Tianjia, don't be so mean." Zhongming realized that the girl in front of him was probably only around 15 or 16 years old. The green bottle she was holding was a signature item of the Neutral Alchemy House. Could it be that her profession was an alchemist? He immediately understood the reason they were here. No wonder this team was stationed here, watching this person who was about to die. It was because this young alchemist girl refused to leave. And this team, she was the core force. Tianjia, seeing him staring, kicked Zhongming's leg sharply with her shoe. "This annoying guy, do you even know how to speak?" Zhongming tried to gather information about their identities. Tianjia pointed directly at his face and shouted, "Who are we?" "You don't need to know. But you, on the other hand, need to tell us who you are. Why are you here alone? Or do you have other companions?" Tanghua saw that Zhongming's condition was serious and quickly intervened. Zhongming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Alone. I came here to find some good stuff." The people around him were astonished and began to discuss among themselves. "What? Just kidding, this guy came alone. Is he some kind of monster?" Day uncle pushed Tianjia aside and walked up to Zhongming, his expression suspicious. "You came here alone?" His gaze was firm. "This place is dangerous, but that doesn't mean no one dares to come." Zhongming propped himself up against the rock wall and continued, "Someone drew a map of this place, and when I got it, I came here." Suddenly, an intense pain shot through his right arm, causing him immense agony. Tanghua quickly supported Zhongming's arm. "Let me help you, be careful. Your injury isn't healed yet." He forced a smile to thank her. Tang Tian, witnessing this, frowned and ordered, "Tanghua, come here." At that moment, someone whispered something into De Uncle's ear. Quickly, the group continued on their journey. Tanghua happily chased after them, while Zhongming watched her back as she left, feeling deeply grateful. In this apocalypse, kind-hearted people like this girl are easily discarded, but I'm truly thankful for her, he thought, trying to move his wrists, unsure how long he had been lying here. Fortunately, thanks to the recovery abilities of a 2-star evolved person,
he was able to move, though just barely. He carefully considered his next decision. He knew that it would take at least 7 or 8 days to fully recover. For now, the best option was to stick with this hunting team. At least his safety would be somewhat guaranteed. The group gathered to discuss their next move. Tianjia emphasized that Zhongming had a map. One person suggested taking the map by force so they wouldn't have to search aimlessly, saving time. Tianjia asked that person, "Did you find the map when you searched him?" The man replied, "No, I didn't find anything." He was full of suspicion. Isn't that idiot the right one? He either wants us to help him leave this place while he's injured, or he really does have the map. But in either case, his goal is the same: to get us to help him leave. He grinned slyly. In my opinion, we should just leave him here. We can search for it ourselves. Tang Wei immediately disagreed. "Hey, how can you be so heartless? He could help us. Just take him with us. Worst case, my brother and I will take care of him." Seeing her tense up, Tianjia grew anxious. "Xiaogua, don't cause trouble. I know what I'm doing." At that moment, the uncle spoke up to mediate. "Everyone, listen to Xiaogua. Let's take him with us." Tianjia was startled upon hearing this and wanted to refute. Uncle De flicked the cigarette away and said, "All right, let's decide on that then." Everyone went to find a wooden stick to make it heavy. Xiaogua went to check on the injury a bit, and everyone followed the order and dispersed to carry out their tasks. Tianjia looked confused and asked, "Uncle, why do we have to keep him alive? He's an evolved one too, and once his injuries heal, what if he turns against us?" Uncle De countered, "Why would it be a disadvantage? Just him alone, and as so many, all of us evolved, are we still scared of him?" He patted the guy's shoulder and advised, "That little girl is kind-hearted, and we'll need her to supply us with more medicine in the future, especially the kind that can help us hunt down second-level mutated beasts. Though she's naive, she's not stupid. If we don't keep giving her face, she might grow to dislike us, and there are quite a few people outside who are interested in her." As he spoke, the two exchanged glances towards the Tanghua brothers, who were helping Zhongming. "Besides, that guy has a good map. Even if he doesn't, can't he scout and patrol the way? This won't just delay his healing." Uncle De smiled cunningly. "When we encounter a monster we can't deal with." Tianjia laughed upon hearing this. As expected, "Uncle, you think things through." The two of them walked over to Zhongming's group. Uncle De skeptically asked, "Do you really know the map here?" Zhongming quickly confirmed. Tianjia pointed at him and shouted, "Don't lie, you don't have a map." Zhongming confidently pointed to his head, "It's all in my head." Uncle De took out a piece of paper and smiled, calculating. "Hey, buddy, have you ever seen this kind of material before?" Zhongming took the paper, and as soon as he looked at it, he immediately recognized it as a medicine called nerve paralysis. He quietly thought to himself, Uncle De obviously knew that he wasn't a potion maker or an alchemist, which was why he dared to show him the formula. Zhongming glanced over at Tanghua. Adding an alchemist to their team wouldn't be too bad. Yi Zhongming, his face covered in bandages, was sitting by the fire. The atmosphere around him was oddly quiet. Zhongming frowned, puzzled. With a team this alert and strong, how could they still dare to call themselves the elite martial team? Zhongming clenched his fist, smiled cheerfully. His injuries had dried up, and the healing seemed to be going smoothly, but it appeared that he could toss away the crutches in just 2 days. Turning his back toward the tree, Yi Zhongming pulled out a jewel stone from his necklace. He recalled the battle with the demon frog. This was the jewel stone that the three-tailed demon toad had thrown at him in a desperate attempt to hold him back. Zhongming focused on it again. It was an intermediate-level ice element jewel stone. Given the injuries, it was clear this was well worth the effort. He thought for a moment if he used this intermediate ice element jewel stone in conjunction with the blue blood lotus, the power would probably be similar to that of the ice extreme dragon fist. In other words, he now had a trump card, equivalent to the strongest attack skill of a level 4 mutated creature. Suddenly, Yi Zhongming turned his head, looked at him, and signaled.
Little rascal, once your injuries are healed in 2 days, try using some alchemy formulas to tempt that girl a bit. The sky was dyed a fiery red, and the group of people slowly walked deeper into the forest. Zhongming asked, Tangwa said you are her older brother. Tang Tian replied, she and I share the same father but different mothers, so the age gap might seem a bit larger. The two of them introduced their names in turn, and he wondered if he was the only one in this team who wasn't an evolved human. He explained, I've already given Tangwa the evolution potion. Tang Tian inquired about the situation, what's going on? Is something wrong? Yi Zhongming tried to stand up but couldn't find the ingredients everyone was looking for. He turned around and said, here, there's a type of tiger tooth grass you're all searching for. Dian Zhang immediately rushed over to attract everyone's attention when he heard that. He picked it up and said, look, this is the real deal. Uncle D smiled, very good, there should still be more around here. Everyone scattered to continue searching. All of them were rummaging through the grass. Zhongming was secretly pleased, it looks like I'm still lucky, I found 2 useful herbs, and one of them just happens to match a formula. Tian Jiao was extremely excited, I found 10 tiger tooth grass plants. Just the amount of this ingredient alone is enough to make 10 paralysis potions. Uncle D, putting it into his bag, was also in high spirits, great, with the paralysis potion, we can hunt second-tier mutated creatures. Then, our 2-star evolutions will be ready for action. A scream suddenly came from somewhere, startling both of them. Zhongming and Tang Tian also noticed the scream. A young man ran over to warn, hurry up and run. He shouted loudly, this is a level 2 red-eyed deer. Tianjia anxiously said, we need to run. Tangwei was extremely confused, wait, Yi Zhongming still hasn't. But she was quickly pulled away by Tang Tian. 2 level 2 mutated creatures were no match for them. Tanghua had no choice but to helplessly follow her brother. Zhongming looked at the necklace, silently calculating. If his condition were perfect, he could defeat these 2 monsters with just a flick of his finger, but now he would have to waste a valuable item. The natural staff and jewel stones began to glow. He assumed a combat stance, initially acquiring 3 basic jewel stones. This was the last one. He would use only 1/4 of his strength, conserving a little. Zhongming cast a spell, and the blue blood lotus bloomed. By this time, the group had already reached a safe place. Uncle Day asked, did you bring everything? Tianjia raised the bag and replied, I've got everything. Tanghua was worried, but Ji Zhongming and Tang Tian also started to feel concerned for him. It's been almost half an hour, those 2 monsters have probably left by now. Should we go back and check? At least we can collect one of their corpses. Uncle Day agreed, alright, let's go back and check. The group lined up and moved forward. Tianjia wondered, why are they going back to that dangerous place? Uncle D explained, don't forget, there are plenty of wild herbs over there. Zhongming was now sitting by a fire, roasting meat, with the bodies of the 2 red-eyed deer beside him. Tianjia was stunned by the sight, you're still alive? Tangwei was overjoyed, that's great, Yi Zhongming is still alive. A young man couldn't help but marvel at his abilities. Could it be that there was a natural enemy of these 2 monsters nearby? Was that kid really this lucky? Another person observed that the demon cores above the heads of the 2 monsters had disappeared. Uncle Day, visibly enraged, questioned, where are the 2 level 2 demon cores? Zhongming immediately took them out to flaunt. Tianjia smiled and reached out to take them, but Zhongming contemptuously said, dream on, you don't have the right to take them. Zhongming tightly gripped the demon cores, sneering, dream on, you're not qualified to have them. This sentence left them stunned. The others began to mock him. You talk about qualifications, a cripple who can barely walk like you dares to talk about qualifications? I think the place where you were hurt is probably your head. Tanghua tried to step forward to intervene, but Tang Tian stopped her. They raised their weapons, ready to take action against him. Tanghua stepped in front of the group, pleading, everyone, please stop. Can we not do this?
She desperately tried to persuade Zhong Ming, they're just 2 level 2 demon cores, just give them to them if you don't want trouble. He silently thought to himself that, indeed, this child had a kind heart, the best place for her was still in the alchemy lab. Tianjia pushed her aside, gritting his teeth. Why waste words on him like this? Yi Zhongming then threw the 2 demon cores to the ground. This action caught both of them off guard. Uncle De furrowed his brow and threatened, you don't understand the rules. It's too late to hand them over now. You'll still have to learn a little lesson. Zhongming smiled lightly, then unexpectedly asked an unrelated question. Do you think the person behind us feels the same way? The man immediately yelled out. What's this? What I think doesn't concern you. Stop being so delusional. Yi Zhongming asked again, pulling the hood over his head. And what about you, do you think the same? The guy wasn't much better off either and told him to stop wasting words. Zhongming looked at Tang Tian, Tanghua's older brother, and asked. And you, do you think the same? He glanced behind him, replying in a roundabout way. Why should I think that? I don't really care. Zhongming sneered and spoke clearly. You all want the demon cores? I'm still here. Yi Zhongming cast a spell, and suddenly a pile of demon cores appeared on the ground, stunning everyone. What the hell is this? Why did it appear out of nowhere? Didn't we already check him? How could he have so many demon cores? He took out a necklace and coldly smiled. What's with the dumbfounded looks? There's more here. They grew increasingly panicked. Could there really be this many? There must be at least over 3,000. Zhongming smirked maliciously. Don't rush, there's more. A series of demon cores continued to appear. Uncle's skin tightened with tension. There are so many level 2 demon cores, he hesitated and said, but there are still a few left. Yi Zhongming opened his hand, glanced at them, and simply said, I wonder if you realize what this means. They all couldn't believe what they were seeing. Level 3? Impossible, how could one person have so many high-level demon cores? He chuckled softly and whispered, still calm, while everyone around him was in a panic, as if paralyzed. Zhongming still had plenty of Triugia natural staff magic left, but unfortunately, he was only pointing the staff at their faces. As I already said, you are not qualified. A surge of magic immediately appeared, attacking Tianjia and De Uncle. The 2 collapsed to the ground, leaving the remaining ones in a panic, unable to comprehend what had just happened. One of them trembled and said, Now I understand why the 2 monsters died. Tanghua stammered, calling out to Yi Zhongming, You gave me a suggestion, teach me a formula to combine with a kind of medicine. Do you want me to learn it? Zhongming tossed a bundle of plants at her, leaving her confused and unable to understand. He turned to face the group in front of him, who were now kneeling, quickly apologizing. Yi Zhongming sneered, If you want to live, you'll have to work for me. The toys above were glowing red, with fierce creatures circling in golden formations. Tanghua eagerly asked Yi Zhongming, What are those down there? The monsters, with sharp horns and eyes full of ferocity, were marching in a group. He calmly answered, Those monsters are called cloud hooves, because they look like horses from Earth, and all 4 of their toes are white. He struggled to step down from the stretcher, his body aching, but his mood was joyful. It had been difficult to catch these cloud hooves in Shangyi Tai Ta. Along the way, he even met the alchemist Tanghua, making the whole plan entirely feasible. He then turned to Tanghua, How many of the formulas I gave you have you managed to make? She smiled brightly and proudly showed that everything was here. She was also very curious, walking around Zhongming. But what is this red thing? Is it poison? Where's the staff you took out earlier? And those 2 sparkling jewel stones you were grinding along the way, what are they? Yi Zhongming smiled helplessly. Are you 100,000 questions of why? The group followed him as they went down. Let's find a better spot. In front was a vast, desolate field, empty of any people. Yi Zhongming smiled contentedly. This place would do. He then instructed Tang Gui to distribute the aphrodisiac to everyone, and ordered them to scatter the drug across the area. Yi Zhongming looked at Tang Tianxia, lowered his voice, "Tang Tian, bring the cloud hooves over later." Tang Gui quickly intervened, "It's too dangerous, you can't go, brother." Yi Zhongming coldly and sternly replied, "Everyone must show their worth. No one has the obligation to raise useless people." He stared at Tang Tian, understanding his intentions. "I know you're not ordinary. I know you want your sister to follow me." Tang Tian frowned, remaining calm. "May I ask, what can you offer her?" Just as Yi Zhongming thought, it was true that Tang Tian cared only about his sister. He immediately responded with seriousness. "I do need Tang Gui for something, but unlike your previous team, working for me is extremely safe, with absolutely no danger involved." He spoke decisively, full of promise, and even hinted that Tang Gui could evolve to a 2-star, 3-star, or beyond, becoming a mid-level or high-level alchemist, or even higher. Tang Tian was worried. "How can I trust you?" Yi Zhongming calmly looked at him. "You don't need to trust me. You just need to survive and witness it with your own eyes." He coldly pointed behind him. "If this is a mission where death is certain, the other three are more suitable than you. Of course, there is no place in this desolate land that is absolutely safe." Tang Tian made up his mind. "I'll go, but if something happens to me, you must take good care of Tang Gui." Yi Zhongming smiled with satisfaction and threw a pill at him as a reward. He quickly caught it with a look of surprise. Tang Tian quickly swallowed it and silently sighed in relief. The pill was a 1-star evolution, so it turned out he had just been testing him. The sharp pain that followed made him furrow his brows. If he had refused earlier, even if he followed him now, his position in Tang Gui's in his heart would be no different from the other three. The three who had completed their mission returned to report. "Boss Yi, we've finished neutralizing the poison." Upon seeing this, Yi Zhongming ordered, "You three step back and protect Tang Gui." "Tang Tian, once you're ready, you can set off." Tang Tian tried to calm himself as he prepared to follow his instructions. Yi Zhongming went alone towards the area where the red poison had been neutralized. Next, he began the process of growing the plants filled with red liquid. He quickly used his gardening skills, and a bright green light illuminated the sky. The plants around him grew at a rapid pace. Yi Zhongming gradually became exhausted. Thinking about what to do next, he needed to find a place to hide. He and Tang Gui hid behind a large rock to observe more easily. Tang Tian hurriedly sprinted forward, and Tang Gui signaled to attract his attention. He rushed over, saying that the monsters behind me were about to arrive. Yi Zhongming smiled with satisfaction as the cloud hooves were lured into a position where the medicine had already been applied. Suddenly, they stopped, and the entire herd, with sharp, cautious eyes, stared intently at the grass ahead. Their eyes gleamed with hunger, and then they dove down, devouring the grass in large mouthfuls. Tang Gui was stunned. "What did you have me do? Why do they like eating so much?" Yi Zhongming chuckled lightly, pleased, thinking to himself that the formula was so simple, yet not widely used. This formula wasn't a secret before his reincarnation, but it only appeared in the 3rd level or higher reward wheel. So, more accurately, it was passed down 5 years after the apocalypse began. By then, the evolutionary level of mutated lifeforms had reached such heights. The effect of this drug was not obvious, but for him now, it was just right. Tang Gui boldly guessed, "So it's a poison?" Yi Zhongming grinned mischievously. "It's an aphrodisiac." This caused Tang Gui to look at him in shock. After eating the grass, the cloud hooves began exhibiting signs of extreme arousal. They quickly shifted their attention toward the females in the herd, immediately charging toward them with primal instincts. Tang Tian hurriedly covered Tang Gui's eyes, not wanting her to witness the chaotic scene. At the same time, he turned to Yi Zhongming with a look of suspicion. "Is this really okay for you to do?" He only curled his lips into a smug smile. Usefulness was enough. Tang Gui gently pulled Tang Tian's hand away.
you're no longer a child, and besides, I was just a little surprised.
Tang Tian hesitated. Should we kill them now?
Yi Zhongming spoke slowly. Wait, just a little longer. He quickly pulled out a large piece of meat. He handed it to a man nearby and instructed, the cloud hooves below are still in a frenzy. Going down now would only lead to being trampled into minced meat. The group started to build a fire and roast the meat. Yi Zhongming suggested everyone eat as much as they could, fill their stomachs, and wait for a bit before having the strength to work. The others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. When the cloud hooves had slaughtered each other, Yi Zhongming immediately ordered, once you're full, let's get to work. The scene below was now only a patch of the beasts, almost completely slaughtered.
Tang Hua still couldn't stop worrying about Yi Zhongming. Can you do it?
He only smiled, though not fully recovered. He was about 6 or 7 parts fine now.
Tang Tian couldn't help but ask, why are so many of these monsters dead?
Yi Zhongming explained calmly that drug doesn't just make them feel aroused, it drives them mad, makes them fight for mates or become overly aggressive, leading to them slaughtering each other. His tone turned serious as he warned, stay away from the cloud hooves that are still alive.
Start with the ones that are dead and dig out their demon cores.
Tang Gui and Tang Tian approached the monster carcasses cautiously, while the others, extremely excited, quickly gathered the second-tier demon cores, constantly reveling in their success. One of them confidently provoked the cloud hooves still alive.
What kind of second-tier monster is this? Look at how weak you are.
But before the words had even finished, the creature suddenly charged at an unexpected speed, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying, crashing hard onto the ground. The whole group stood frozen, stunned by how quickly everything had happened. Yi Zhongming frowned, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. The two continued to collect the demon cores, and once again, a final reminder. He paused, his eyes sharp as knives.
Don't touch the ones that aren't dead. Tang Hua continued to worry. Tang Tian quickly reassured.
Yi Zhongming has already warned that he doesn't listen to advice.
Tang Hua replied, you're too soft-hearted.
He fell silent, urging the group to move quickly. We're running out of time, the medicine will wear off soon. After some time, everyone finally gathered all the demon cores and handed them to Yi Zhongming. He immediately issued the next order, selecting a few that had just recently died, their bodies still intact, and dragged them to the entrance of the mountain gorge, cutting their blood vessels to let out more blood. The two didn't understand Yi Zhongming's intentions, but they nodded in agreement. They quickly located the cloud hooves and moved them. After a while of struggling to drag the corpses and handle the blood, everyone finally completed the task. Yi Zhongming nodded in satisfaction, but right after that, he drew his sword. A cold, bright flash of light streaked across, and the one who had spoken collapsed with a fatal blow through his chest. Tang Hua screamed in terror, her eyes wide as she stared at the scene before her. Yi Zhongming calmly searched the person. Tang Tian was startled, he had hidden the demon core, but he remained composed and instructed everyone to lay an ambush with him. The earlier events had caused Tang Tian and Tang Hua some worry, but they still followed. They trailed behind Yi Zhongming, hiding in the dense forest. He silently observed. Zhongming noticed an eagle flying toward them, silently deducing that the fresh blood scent must have attracted a 4-star ranked M eagle.
The atmosphere in Chang was thick with tension and gloom.
Figures sat crowded next to the defeated zombie corpses. Suddenly, a scream broke the heavy silence.
Drop the demon core and get out of here.
Liang Chuyin turned around, her sharp gaze sweeping over the group of people standing nearby. One of the thugs immediately recognized her.
Isn't this Liang Chuyin, the famous internet hot girl?
The leader then gave a cold command. Leave the demon core and her, the rest get lost. Xiao Wu chuckled, eyes narrowed in mockery.
This beauty sure gets a warm welcome.
Liang Chuyin, enraged, shouted.
You're supposed to be guarding, but you let the enemy get this close? If trouble comes, you deal with it yourself.
Xiao Deyuan, standing nearby, only smiled faintly. Xiao Wu wasn't slacking either, it was thanks to him leading the zombies here just moments ago. Xiao Wu cheerfully gestured.
You master is the best. The leader, who had been overlooked until now, became furious. At night, they were even laughing and joking, completely disregarding them. He had lost all patience and ordered. Really, they haven't seen death yet kill them all. But suddenly, he realized something. An iron shield was hurtling straight towards their group and exploded. Xiaowu picked up a wooden stick and calmly asked, "How many signals have I sent you? Why did it take so long for you to take action?" Shan Yuan could only smile wryly. "Sorry, I overslept." Then the two of them worked together and quickly defeated all the thugs. Within a short time, the gangsters were all taken down, lying scattered across the ground. Liang Chuyin walked over to them and calmly reminded, "Everyone, we need to leave here quickly." Xiaowu casually asked her, "How was today's haul?" Liang Chuyin smiled smugly. "Including today, we've collected 1,500 first-level gems and 20 second-level ones." Xiaowu replied with disappointment, "These guys only had this much?" Mo Yi also quickly reminded, "It's almost time to meet with Xia Lei." Xiaowu lit a cigarette and sighed. "Miss Pa has been waiting at the Great Abyss for several days, but there's been no news. The boss doesn't know when he'll be back." At that moment, a green flare shot into the sky, drawing a brilliant streak of light. Everyone quickly realized something was wrong. It was Xia's sister's signal flare. What happened? The sky turned a fiery red. Yi Zhongming stood firm, focusing as he unleashed the blue blood lotus technique. The monster collapsed, powerless to resist. He immediately instructed everyone to quickly collect the demon cores. In his heart, Zhongming was calculating, those Oa Ming monsters were ideal hunting targets. He took a knife and made a decisive cut on the monster's body. The glandular sacs inside it, after being soaked and dried, would cause the water to evaporate, and using strong alcohol could enhance resistance to highly toxic substances. He smiled because of the valuable item. Each line of the Oa Ming monster could be exchanged for a 2-star evolution potion. Yi Zhongming was excited. They were not skilled in speed and defense, so using the Cloud Hooves corpses in this mountain valley as bait was the right choice. Suddenly, a hunch told him that something was about to happen. Zhongming immediately shouted to warn everyone, "Retreat to the hillside to hide. Something is approaching." Everyone felt the danger lurking. In his mind, he was quickly assessing the situation. In the past 3 days, more than 500 second-level demon cores, 7 third-level cores, and some harvested materials seemed to have stabilized things. But Zhongming still felt some regret for missing the chance to capture the 4-star ranked M Eagle. There was no other choice. The 3 people in front of him were no match for the team members of Liang Chuyin, whom he had personally trained. He quickly hid and observed the situation. Zhongming saw in the distance a group of Fang riding beasts marching in formation. They were the most disciplined monsters he had ever seen in the Shanhe Wasteland. The ferocious beasts made him hesitate. Unfortunately, the group only had 2 third-level beasts. Yi Zhongming grew angry, thinking, "To deal with third-level beasts, I can only use intermediate jewel stones, but even if I kill all of them, I would only get 2 third-level demon cores. It's too much of a loss. This hunting trip is almost over." Suddenly, a howl rang out, startling him into full alert. It was the howl of Di Huan Huan. This stupid dog really did call someone, Yi Zhongming thought. He recalled the past when he had let it call for help, only because he had been desperate. After all, it was a second-level mutated lifeform. Without him leading the way, venturing out of the wasteland to find Chuyin seemed like an impossible task. But the result exceeded his expectations. Not only did they succeed, but they also used calculations to lead the team into a perilous situation to save themselves, without any delay. As soon as the wolf riders noticed the commotion, they immediately changed direction and charged toward the source of the noise. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zhongming quickly instructed everyone, "We will circle around the hillside and meet up with those people." However, Tanggua's face suddenly turned panic-stricken. "It seems like they plan to charge head-on," she said, covering her mouth in fear. "Are they really going to directly confront those monsters?" Yi Zhongming looked at the group heading toward them, feeling puzzled. There was no one this reckless in his team. Even though Xiaohu was usually a bit talkative, he was calm to the core. The wolf riders were getting closer and closer, and Yi Zhongming felt an increasing sense of urgency. Under normal circumstances, they definitely wouldn't make such a decision. So why were they charging headlong into danger? The group quickly descended with all their might. Shang Yuan created an immovable fortress to protect everyone in their area. Pa Jiying also used the Great Shield to bolster Shang Yuan's defense. Yi Zhongming ran over and immediately asked Shang Yuan to create a gap for them to enter. The group eagerly awaited him. Yi Zhongming entered the hidden area, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "Is everyone all right?" he continued, his tone stern. "But can someone tell me why you chose to face those wolf riders head-on?" No one answered. As the wolf riders charged forward, Xiaowu threw him a cheerful card and said, "Because of this." Yi Zhongming took the card and was surprised to realize it was a Kuno card. The Kuno card, once activated, can seal a mutated life form corresponding to the card's level. Once the sealing is successful, the mutated life form becomes an existence similar to a battle pet. These battle pets, with independent mutated life, sealed by the Kuno card, lose their original memories. They only follow their master's orders, and unless a special upgrade card is used, they cannot evolve. Yi Zhongming smiled with satisfaction. "That's a nice find. Where did you get it from?" Xia Lei grinned mischievously. "I got it by snatching it." Tang Guai and Tang Tian were immediately alarmed and worried. Xia Lei kept sizing them up with a mocking expression. "When did you develop such a taste?" Liang Chuyin, standing next to them, said seriously. "Maybe he likes raising them from a young age." Xiaohu looked at Yi Zhongming with admiration. "I didn't expect the boss would think about my lifetime happiness." This comment made everyone extremely angry and prejudiced against him. Yi Zhongming laughed heartily, truly deserving to be one of the most disciplined mutated creatures. He observed them trying to split into two groups to take a detour behind them. Xiaohu wiped the sweat from his brow, worried. "How should we deal with them now?" Yi Zhongming was also confused. Did he not consider this problem when he rushed into the valley? He quickly turned his face, proud. "Don't we have this card? Use it to seal a level 3 one, and leave one level 3 and a bunch of level 2 ones. For a boss like me, this is child's play." Yi Zhongming really did not expect that everyone would hold him in such high regard. He looked at them with a deep, steady gaze, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. But with them here, there might still be a chance. Yi Zhongming did not speak much, and immediately sprang into action, leaping over the protective barrier to face the pack of vicious Fang-mounted beasts. A burst of powerful light rose from his hand. "Stop switching spell, beginner level." The Fang-mounted beasts panicked, roaring and instinctively retreating, yet they could not escape the control of the stone man. Yi Zhongming saw an opening and seized the opportunity, quickly advancing toward the leader. He drew a special token, and a wave of energy emanated from the token, stunning the beasts. The Fang-mounted beasts were utterly confused, unable to comprehend what was happening. Yi Zhongming stood firm, his expression unchanged. In his hand was the token, now taking on the shape of the Fang-mounted beast he had just faced. The pack of Fang-mounted beasts stood bewildered in the smoke. Suddenly, Yi Zhongming appeared in mid-air and shouted, "Seal of the Wind Beauty Blade." At his shout, flames erupted from the blade of his sword. He immediately struck towards the Fang-mounted beasts, and everything was engulfed in a sea of fire. Xiaohu chuckled in admiration. "The boss is so useful." Zhongming merely responded coldly, "All right, we're still surrounded, prepare to move out." He immediately picked up his blade, his excitement evident. At that moment, outside the encirclement, another team of Fang-mounted beasts rushed forward. Yi Zhongming quickly commanded, "Tanghua, Tang Tianyu, you three stay in the formation. Chuyin, take care, you two make sure to protect them." Liang Chuyin calmly said, "No problem, don't worry." He raised his sword and added, "All right, the rest of you and I will face the enemy." After speaking, Yi Zhongming threw the robot out and inserted the crystal into it. Immediately, a cannon appeared and activated with the announcement, 99 energy units, level 2 fortress mode, cannon activation. A shell quickly shot toward the group of mount beasts. The Xiaowu team seized the opportunity and charged forward. One of the mount beasts was tracking Yi Zhongming. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, it lunged at him. Yi Zhongming threw a token, which flew straight toward the mount beast. Upon being hit by the token, it turned around and started moving toward another mount beast. The mount beast growled, confused about what had just happened. In that moment, Yi Zhongming swiftly rushed forward and took down the mount beast. Then he shouted, "Xiaohu, seize the opportunity, don't miss it." Xiaohu quickly responded, "Got it, boss." While dealing with a mount beast, Xiaohu assessed, the boss is getting stronger, and with that robot, he probably doesn't even need the slave tokens. He could take on these monsters solo. Tanghua, standing behind a protective shield, observed the situation inside, so Yi Zhongming is really that strong. Tang Tian also spoke up, "We're here fighting for the level 1 demon core, and when we see level 2 zombies, we want to run." But he really is something else. He glanced at Tanghua, pondered for a moment, and then said, "But we're very lucky. Tanghua's kindness hasn't been in vain. This team will definitely go far." After a while, the forest finally returned to silence. Yi Zhongming instructed everyone. The fangs and claws of these fallen beasts are also very good materials. Be a bit careful when collecting them. Everyone responded in unison. Then he turned to ask, "Xiaohu, does anyone want a mount?" Xiaohu was confused and asked again, "What kind of mount?" Liang Chuyin also questioned, "An adorable mount?" Yi Zhongming calmly replied, "Those cloud hooves eggs, once they hatch and grow, will become our mounts. As for adorable, they are quite cute when they're small." The two of them, eyes shining, asked for the location, and he pointed in one direction, saying, "Right near the exit in the cloud hooves nest." Looking at the mountain ahead, Yi Zhongming continued, "The cloud hooves and the Fong beast mounts that occupy this area have all been dealt with by us. The remaining mutated monsters will no longer pose a significant threat, but still, we need to act quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them happily ran off. At that moment, Xiaolei and Moe arrived and reported, "Zhongming, the news from Mencheng has already spread. The situation around our Cloud Peak Mountain Villa seems pretty much as expected." Xiaolei took out a map and continued, "You told us not to touch the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, and we haven't, but there are quite a few people gathering there, and it seems they've split into 3 factions. Since we haven't gone up to make contact, we'll need to confirm their exact strength." She placed the map on the ground, slowly unfolding it, and analyzed. However, around the area, the biggest power is not the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa itself, and it doesn't pose a threat to us. At the very least, there are 5 major forces. Xiaolei pointed to a location on the map and said, "The tech team occupies a village 12 kilometers east of Cloud Peak Mountain." She then began to elaborate, "The leader is named Daikai, and he is a 2-star evolved. There is likely a second-level reward wheel in the village, and he has quite a few subordinates, probably more than 500 people. There are also quite a number of 1-star evolved individuals, at least 30 of them. This place is a large cement factory, and about 70 or 80 people occupy it, calling themselves the Hungry Lake Knights." She pointed to another location and continued, "They are not very old, but their reputation is very loud. Although there is no 2-star evolved among them, the number of 1-star evolved is almost overwhelming. I think there is also a reward wheel in the cement factory. Moreover, they have several members with very strong professions. A few days ago, they even had a conflict with the tech team, and a few of them teamed up and almost killed Daikai." At the next location, Xiaolei said, "This is in Chung Prison, Xiaoyi is more familiar with it, she's the one investigating, let her speak." Moe immediately reported, "This place is very famous in our system, holding a few desperate people and some perverts. Right now, these prisoners have become the masters of the place. I went underwater to observe the area for half a day, and the number of people there is at least over 1,000. They also have a lot of vehicles and weapons. The boss there now is named Zheng Delong, known as Ing Heilong. When he was captured, both Lei's sister and I were present. He is a very powerful person. In the past, he specialized in martial arts in Nation T. Then, he went to Nation H to learn Taekwondo. After finishing his training, he smuggled goods at the Miaotsung border, then consumed all the wealth of a major smuggler before coming to Wenchang, where he became involved in some blood-licking activities. Xiao Lei wondered, theoretically, he should have been shot. I don't know why he survived. Mo Yi continued, he is a 2-star evolved person, also someone with a profession, rumored to be a summoner. At this point, Yi Zhongming spoke up, not a summoner, but a Miao Ghost Master. He knew very well, thinking to himself, moreover, a future 9-star expert. That evening at the workshop, everyone had finished collecting the Cloud Hoof's eggs and transporting them back. Once everything was settled, they gathered around the fire to eat. Yi Zhongming's group sat on one side. Mo Yi pointed to a spot on the map and said, right now, the most important thing we need to focus on is Zheng Delong, because he and his subordinates are currently expressing their desire to expand, aiming to take more reward wheels and gain more resources. He analyzed, this has been going on for quite a while. Anyone with a bit of sense knows that the reward wheel is a resource. Whoever controls the reward wheel will have priority in evolution. The more he spoke, the sharper Yi Zhongming's gaze became. The battle over the reward wheel has officially begun. This situation will last for years before it can gradually stabilize. But even then, when humanity clashes again, it will have evolved into a high-level conflict over the reward wheel. Xia Lei suddenly remembered, right, and here too, there's a minority ethnic force. A relatively strong force after the apocalypse has started to occupy an island in the middle of the lake. Dairun Lake and Hudai Run have protected them very well, and on the island, they have developed quite well, moving back and forth naturally. Mo Yi continued, as for their actual strength, I don't know much, but they are still very strong. I've heard that their family, with hundreds of people, has some kind of magic or technique, and they're extremely fierce in battle. Then Xiao Lei continued, after that, the final force is the Dongshanko village. This is a force organized based on the residents of the village, and its numbers are the largest among the 5 surrounding forces. It is said they have more than 5,000 people, and the main entrance to the village is a level 1 reward wheel that they've been guarding. The person who spoke earlier is the village chief, known as High Uncle, and he is a 2-star evolved person. How he became a 2-star evolved person is something we know as well. It is said that he exchanged a career scroll with boss young Master Yun from the Yihu Knights. After hearing this, Yi Zhongming muttered the name he just heard. Mo Yi voiced his confusion. When I went to investigate, I noticed something strange. They have a lot of weapons. Although they seem homemade, the quality is really good, like they were produced in a military factory. Finally, he told everyone, I've gathered all the information. Everyone's collection of details is spot on. Afterward, Yi Zhongming looked at the map and fell into deep thought. The weapons of Dongshanko village were not created in a military factory, but by the Grand Master craftsman Li Hao. He analyzed the situation and realized that the Dongshan village would later become the Dongshan battalion. The green tier sniper rifle he had modified was also made with the help of Grand Master Li Hao. He still had some memories from his previous life before he arrived in Wenchang. It seemed that they were wiped out because of a monster tide or some other reason. Yi Zhongming stroked his chin and thought. As for the small team related to the technological department, the Naga Tiger Knights, he had never heard of it. The remaining focus was Zheng Delong. After all, he had chosen the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, which had been his domain in his previous life. Within a short period of being reborn, he had already encountered 3 future 9-star experts, but unfortunately, aside from Mu Xingfei, the evolution paths of the other 2 had been blocked by him. After a while, Xiao Lei spoke again. Apart from these 5 major factions, there are also many small squads around, but they are not too noteworthy. There is only one group called the Black Clothes Team, and then there's the Spirit Weapon Society, which is said to be somewhat strong and worth considering.
He furrowed his brows as he muttered the name Spirit Weapon Society. Seeing Yi Zhongming's change in demeanor, Mo suspiciously asked, "What's going on?" Earlier, he had no reaction to the 5 major factions. Why is he reacting so strongly to something like the Spirit Weapon Society, which isn't even that significant? At this point, Yi Zhongming suddenly stood up and said, "I understand now. Everyone, rest. Arrange for Xiao Hu and the others to stand guard. I need to take care of something." The 3 of them exchanged confused looks as he left. At that moment, in Anchang, the sound of a glass breaking echoed loudly. Mr. Wang angrily shouted, "I've given you so many days, and this is the result you give me?" Dong Yang coldly replied, "Mr. Wang, I know Xiao Dao's death makes you very upset, but what's done is done. As long as the people who killed Xiao Dao are still alive, we can find them. This is the apocalypse, they can't have gone too far." Hearing that, he became even angrier, slamming the table and saying, "Death isn't even related to you, of course, you're not in a hurry." Dong Yang sneered, leisurely picking up his glass of wine and said, "Aren't you the same, only having one relative? What's the big deal if one person dies?" Mr. Wang was provoked and shouted, and someone stepped in to stop their argument. He then instructed to continue searching for these people, insisting that they must find the whereabouts of the natural staff. The people from the Spirit Weapon Society arrived. "Is there a 2-star evolution potion in this transaction list? I think this is something everyone would want." Everyone was surprised and stood up. Dong Yang asked in confusion, "Without the natural staff, what do they want now?" The masked man replied, "You have many people already." He continued, "If they were ordinary people, they would want 1,000 people, but if they're 1-star evolved, that's equivalent to 1,000 people." The group made their guesses about what those people were after. The masked man coldly said, "Although we have found the 2-star reward wheel and paid a huge price to occupy that place, activating the reward wheel requires a level 2 demon core. It takes us a week to activate it 2 or 3 times, and for the past half-month, we haven't been able to get even one 2-star potion. Moreover, the colorful explosion of the reward wheel caused severe losses, and the deaths of Xiao Dao, Quan, and the others further weakened our strength. What we need now is to increase our power. I don't understand how the Spirit Weapon Society can strengthen us, but they need so many people for it." Everyone's faces were serious as they listened to the situation being explained. Suddenly, Dong Yang raised his opinion, "Mr. President, isn't the timing a bit too rushed? Right now, there are risks on all sides, and our manpower is actually quite limited. To catch 20,000 people in less than a week, this seems a little." Then, the person referred to as the president continued, "There are a few gathering places. We originally planned to turn them into demon cores, to gather materials and information, so we still need to be polite." The masked person, while picking up a glass of wine, spoke, "It's a pity that now everything there has been taken by others and is no longer under our control. So, we don't need to be polite anymore, right?" He looked at the glass of red wine, and with interest, mentioned a name, for example, the town of Wulan County. Yi Zhongming sat thinking in the room, not expecting to hear the words Spirit Weapon Society so soon. As he thought, he took out the stone. The Spirit Weapon Society, in his previous life during the 10 years of the apocalypse, was the largest, bloodiest, and most inhumane organization. If it weren't for the current situation where they didn't need to provoke the Spirit Weapon Society just yet, he would still prepare himself well, in case a conflict arose with them. If that happened, he would show them a little cruelty. He brought the stone close to the sacrificial gate, feeling secretly pleased. Fortunately, this time, in the desolate land, he had gathered so many materials that he could open the sacrificial gate. Countless materials fell out of the stone into the sacrificial gate, and upon receiving the materials, the stone in front of the sacrificial gate lit up brightly. Yi Zhongming thought to himself, the materials couldn't be used for now, they had already been thrown in. In the end, with such a spark, if he wanted to implant a demon core, he would need to implant more than 10,000 first-level demon cores. Forget it, compared to the current demon gold, it wouldn't be too useful, the number of demon cores was more important. Then he took out a demon gold and placed it into the sacrifice gate. Yi Zhongming eagerly watched the gate, anticipating the appearance of the treasure.
After waiting for a while, when nothing happened, he felt confused. Yi Zhongming tightly gripped the sacrifice gate and said loudly, "What's going on? Why is there nothing happening?" He observed the gemstone embedded in the gate, wondering why a wire appeared. Could it be that I need to fill the jewel stone again? While closely inspecting the sacrifice gate, Yi Zhongming was doubtful, especially considering that even if he threw all his wealth into it, what if this thing required him to fill it for the third time? He then tried to comfort himself, "It can't be that bad, I must have done something wrong." Yi Zhongming raised his hand and pressed the gemstone. Immediately, a burst of dazzling golden light erupted. He was greatly surprised as the light shot upward. Seeing this, Yi Zhongming hurriedly ran outside. Once outside, he found that the beam of light had pierced through the room and illuminated the entire sky. Just as he had guessed, it was indeed nighttime. This golden light was so bright that the entire city could see it. Yi Zhongming immediately ordered everyone, "Pack up, we need to leave immediately." Xiaohu, confused, asked, "Boss, what are you talking about?" At this moment, the sacrifice gate was still glowing in the room, and suddenly, a line of text appeared underneath it. Everyone quickly packed up and drove away from the location. Liang Chuyin stood on top of the vehicle, observing the situation. Ahead, there seemed to be a small town, and passing through it would lead to Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. After stopping at a safe location, Yi Zhongming suggested, "Let's rest here for a while, have something to eat. There are definitely zombies in the small town, and the chances of a fight breaking out are very high." Pa Jiying cheerfully said, "Then I'll go cook." Mo Yi spoke up, "Xia Lei and I will stand guard." Xiaohu also took on a task, "Then I'll check the surroundings with you, investigate the situation." Yi Zhongming sat next to the vehicle, observing the box and reading the words on it. He silently thought to himself, this box was marked with small writing, meaning the jewel stone of the sacrificial gate could be filled multiple times. The more times it's filled, the better the items it would produce. Yi Zhongming eagerly speculated, what could it be? A level 3 evolution potion? A profession skill certificate scroll? He then opened the box and found a pair of shoes inside. Seeing this, Yi Zhongming felt a deep sense of disappointment. Treading through blood and battle flowers, why is it this kind of equipment? Even a blueprint would have been better. He quickly activated the craftsman identification, confirming that it was still an unfinished piece of equipment. After confirming, Yi Zhongming sighed in frustration, "I need to invest materials into it and activate it before it turns into a complete item. This thing just wants to scam my materials, it's truly a scam." He then took out a cloud hooves claw as the first material. Yi Zhongming dropped the claw into the shoes, and in an instant, the shoes emitted a blinding light. System analysis: the shoes increase speed, agility, and running skills. They boost movement speed by 100% for 3 seconds, with a 10-hour cooldown. He suddenly exclaimed, "A skill for a 2-star cloud hooves material, and it actually results in a skill." Then, Yi Zhongming took out another tail, and he could place the material twice. The second one used the tail of a divine creature this time. The system notified again, fast and light balance, increases flexibility, running skill, doubles movement speed for 3 seconds. Cooldown time is 10 hours. Skill is adaptive, consumes a bit of mental power and deals damage to the target. Seeing this, he was delighted to have discovered the second skill. Watching the changes in the shoes, Yi Zhongming thought, there's still one more chance to add materials. Just the materials from the cloud hooves and the lizard creature had already elevated the shoes to this level. Then, he took out the demon gold. Zhongming immediately placed it into the shoes. It unexpectedly notified, "Does not match equipment characteristics, please replace with another material." Yi Zhongming screamed in disbelief, "What? This is demon gold?" This was the prisoner's steel that, after becoming a level 9 monster, could withstand weapons at any level. He slapped his head in confusion, but it couldn't be used as material to fill the shoes. If demon gold couldn't be used, then the last material was the internal tendon of a 3rd-level demon. He took out a piece of glowing golden cloth, hoping it might be useful.
Yi Zhongming shoved the cloth into the shoes, and it immediately emitted a brilliant golden light. Everyone nearby who was eating noticed the bright flash. Xiao Lei muttered, "This person, not even coming to eat quickly, making such a ruckus." Mo Yi quickly instructed, "Everyone, eat quickly, keep an eye on your surroundings, we're ready to move." On Yi Zhongming's side, he was still in a daze, staring at the pair of shoes. The system quickly displayed, agility increased, balance improved, enhanced flexibility, increased running speed, movement speed increased by 100% for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 hours. The kicking skill deals damage to 2 targets. Consumes 100 units of mental energy. Passive skill 1, storage, can upgrade capacity to 2M. Passive skill 2, absorption, can be upgraded, absorbs all energy contained in all living beings and materials related to living beings that come into contact, replenishing the wearer's consumption and healing the wearer's injuries. Seeing this, he joyfully said, "Another yellow level execution gear, and unlike the sacrifice offerings, it can take effect immediately." Yi Zhongming put on the shoes and thought to himself, leaving aside the valuable spatial storage property, the second passive skill absorption, this is really the assurance for continuous fighting. It's the divine technique that turns the wearer into an immortal little powerhouse. What's more, both of these passive skills can be upgraded. After putting them on, he even tried jumping a few times, then confidently walked over to where everyone was. Upon seeing him approach, Xiaohu asked happily, "Boss, what are you doing? Why are you so loud?" Before he could answer, Xiaohu asked again, "Did you just change shoes? Are you that happy? Is it a limited edition?" Hearing this, Mo Yi helplessly said, "Alright, Xiaohu, why are you asking so many questions? Shut up and eat." Yi Zhongming also sat down at the table and said, "Alright, everyone, let's make use of our time. After we finish eating, we will continue on our way. We should try to reach the vicinity of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa by today." After eating, the vehicle resumed its journey. As they were driving, it suddenly seemed like he noticed something. A group of people with guns had blocked their way. Everyone got out of the car one by one. Mo Yi made a guess, judging by their clothes, they were likely from the Black Clothes team. The man at the head immediately spoke, "Hey, brother, we mean no harm." Mo Yi responded, "If you mean no harm, tell your people to put their guns away. If everyone is pointed at with guns for too long, it will make people nervous. If something happens because of that, I can't guarantee anything." Upon hearing this, the man turned around and ordered his people to ease their vigilance. Then, he said, "Everyone, come meet these brothers who've come from afar. Lu Zi brought over my Huang He Lu 1916 box." After that, he introduced himself, "My name is Yuan Shang, and I, along with some relatives and friends, formed a convoy. Since we all wear black clothes, we are called the Black Clothes Team, but in fact, it's just a bit of show." Yuan Shang gently said, "I saw you all earlier and came to see if there's any business to do. I hope you don't misunderstand." Xiao Lei, standing behind, spoke loudly, "Misunderstandings are fine, and sometimes misunderstandings can be a good thing." She paused for a moment and then smiled, continuing, "I do enjoy business, but let's see what you have." He politely replied, "The beautiful lady speaks with such skill, I'm impressed. I don't have much good stuff, mostly just food, water, and daily necessities. Seeing how tired everyone looks, maybe you want to buy some food." Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Zhongming suddenly moved with lightning speed, skillfully gliding through the crowd. Yuan Shang rushed to a car and grabbed the package placed on it. As he ran back, Yi Zhongming tossed the package directly toward him. Yuan Shang was caught off guard, realizing it was his own explosive package, Yi Zhongming said. At this moment, he had returned to his original position, raising the detonator and telling the boss that a businessman must show sincerity in order to receive sincerity in return. "We do not have the habit of killing people indiscriminately, but we are used to conducting conversations in a completely safe environment," Yi Zhongming continued. Seeing this, Yuan Shang was surprised and thought, "When did he take the detonator off of me?" Yuan Shang sweated, holding the package in his hand, while Yi Zhongming smiled smugly. Immediately, Yuan Shang quickly shouted, it's my fault, don't be angry, my friend.
In this world, it's not easy for anyone, right?
After saying this, Yuan Shang handed the package to his subordinate and ordered him to find a more distant place to dispose of it. Then, he put on a fawning expression and spoke to Yi Zhongming.
Whatever you need, just say it. I won't be polite. Let's get straight to the point.
I need 3 things, and if you have them, the price is negotiable. He raised 3 fingers as he listed 1 bullet, 2 food supplies, and 3 intelligence. Yuan Shang hesitated, looking troubled. The bullets are quite hard to find.
I have some here, but not many. Food is our main product, so that's not an issue. As for intelligence, I just don't know what you gentlemen want to know.
Yi Zhongming, growing impatient, responded, You don't understand my point.
Forget the bullets for now.
As for intelligence, as long as you think it's useful, you can present it for exchange.
I will base the payment on the value of the intelligence.
He smiled with a half smile, emphasizing, In the end, what I want is grain, not food.
There is a big difference between the two. Yuan Shang was terrified, silently questioning in his mind.
This person wanted grain in a world where people killed each other over a single piece of bread.
He wanted a lot of grain. What was he planning to do with it?
After thinking for a moment, Yuan Shang gestured for one of his subordinates to come over. The man brought a small bag to Yuan Shang. He opened the bag, laughing as he counted, 90 shots, 50 demon cores, just the right kind for everyone's guns. Yi Zhongming merely crossed his arms and replied, All right, Yuan Shang seems happy, not bargaining at all.
Must be really rich. In that case, would you like some more pistols?
As he spoke, Yuan Shang reached out to take the ammunition pouch from his subordinate.
Yi Zhongming asked, How many?
He handed the pouch over to him, saying, Not many, about 10 rounds. The reward wheel offers top quality products, but there aren't too many bullets, only about 300 rounds. Yi Zhongming opened it, picking up the gun and inspecting it carefully. The color looks good.
Name your price.
Yuan Shang widened his eyes, surprised, and then quoted a price that was generous enough for Yi Zhongming to buy it right away.
The subordinates, hearing this, quietly cursed, Damn it, how is he so damn rich?
This business deal is really profitable for him.
Keep it down, don't let the other side hear you.
Yuan Shang thought for a moment, clapped his hands together, and, in a flattering tone, asked, How about rice, white noodles, salt, and vinegar?
Would you like those?
Yi Zhongming casually tossed the demon core pouch to him. No need, it's on me. Yuan Shang held the small bag, weighing it in his hand, and said, This weight seems like you've given me more than I expected. Yi Zhongming's gaze flickered with a sharp, cold glint.
These are 500 first-grade demon cores. Tell me the location of the weapons cache.
The group behind him also panicked.
What? How do you know? These people were plotting something underhanded.
The people behind him quickly approached, causing a conflict. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming's group simply stared calmly at the people in front of them.
Yuan Shang hurried to intervene.
Everyone, there's no need to rush. He then turned to ask Yi Zhongming and received his response.
Given your abilities, obtaining these items is already impressive. I don't think there's any way to take it a step further. You might as well trade it for some demon cores.
With these 500 demon cores, you're lucky enough, and they could also help your team gain an additional evolved member.
This is much more beneficial than a weapons cache that you can't access.
As he manipulated the situation, Yi Zhongming smiled. At that moment, Yuan Shang could only think in fear. How could he have known he would find a weapons cache with 10 pistols, 300 rounds of ammunition, and 200 demon cores?
Initially, he hadn't bargained, thinking Yi Zhongming was some kind of big shot.
Then, he mustered the courage to raise one finger. Brother, 1,000 demon cores, and I'll give you another piece of information, a small food supply cache location. Hearing this, Yi Zhongming showed interest.
How much food do you estimate is in there? Yuan Shang answered confidently, At least enough for 1,000 people for 2 months.
Yi Zhongming nodded in agreement.
Alright, but I want specific information on the surrounding forces.
As the sun began to set, Yi Zhongming got into the truck, preparing to leave, when Yuan Shan called after him.
Hey, aren't you worried I might be lying to you?
He only glared at him and warned, deceiving me comes with a price.
Do you dare?
Yuan Shan broke into a sweat, of course not. Yi Zhongming sped off, not forgetting to say to him, if you still want to do business, bring some more food to Cloud Peak Mountain Villa in 2 days. One of the subordinates hesitated to speak to Yuan Shan, brother Shan, how about we? But was interrupted by him, stop that idea right now.
Then, Yuan Shang loudly warned all his subordinates. Everyone knows I used to be a bounty hunter.
I don't have many skills, except that I'm very good at reading people. Now, I'm telling you all seriously, from now on, whenever you encounter the team from earlier, don't even think about doing anything bad. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless.
His gaze carried a hint of menace.
If you want to die, fine, but don't drag others down with you.
Understand?
In the evening at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, a pair of binoculars focused on the houses. Moe, using the binoculars, analyzed, from a strategic standpoint, this is indeed a good place. It's on top of a mountain, backed by cliffs, and there's only one path through. It would be very difficult to attack. Putting down the binoculars, Moe stood on top of the car and said to everyone, however, it's only suitable for humans.
Xia Lei agreed, that's right.
I think for zombies and mutated creatures, it's just a matter of whether the road is easy or not. If the villa hadn't built strong walls on both sides of the dense forest to prevent guests from entering and causing danger, this place might have been breached by now. The De Yuan family also spoke up. On the way, I did some calculations, and there are several thousand zombies here, along with quite a few mutated lifeforms. There's no other way. This place is lush and green, with dense trees casting shadows, and there are many mutated lifeforms as well. Xia Lei also spoke seriously. According to information from Heya, there are 4 factions providing support in the Cloud Peak Mountain area, which differs from what we've investigated.
Moe, standing behind, also explained to Yi Zhongming.
People from these factions enter and exit the villa using methods that create noise to attract zombies, then drive quickly through the area in this manner. Almost every time, someone dies, but it is precisely because of this that the external factions temporarily avoid making a move here.
Liang Chuyin was shocked. It's that dangerous? Then why did we choose this place as a base?
Yi Zhongming raised his hand to his chin and thought for a moment. The reason was, of course, based on intelligence from his previous life, but he wasn't completely sure there wouldn't be issues this time. After thinking, he reassured her, it's okay, tonight I'll go to the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa to investigate the situation.
As darkness descended, Xiaodong sat proudly on the couch. The 3 women in front of her slammed the table angrily. Is this all? Xiaodong, don't push it too far.
Xiaodong Hn studied, and Rong's sister said, this isn't bad.
Right now, with the current situation outside, who doesn't know?
You stand on top of the mountain wall and look at that dense swarm of zombies.
Do you really think that's fake? These things were earned by me and my brothers using the internet. Are you still complaining it's not enough? Lu Riang angrily shouted, that bastard doesn't keep his word.
Xiaodong pretended to turn to ask the people behind her.
She said, I'm not keeping my word, so I'm a bastard, right?
The people behind her snickered mockingly.
Lu Riang's little sister, Xiaodong, is a bastard.
You're absolutely right, I also think that's really despicable. But it seems like our little sister Lu Riang likes it like this.
Or maybe I'm also a bastard, huh?
Xiao Xiao was so angry she almost cried.
You guys are so annoying.
You'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. Xiaodong furrowed his brows at these words, slammed his hand on the table, and yelled loudly, I told you all, the only thing we have left to exchange for food and drink is the karma I've earned.
If you don't want to exchange it, fine. But can you go outside and find food? A bunch of foolish women dreaming before the apocalypse.
Acting all high and mighty, now you're talking to me about repaying a bunch of trash. While yelling, Xiaodong pointed directly at Rong's sister and the others.
Don't talk to me about nonsense like we're all from the same company. That's a thing from before the apocalypse.
Furious, he stood up and continued to scold, "Don't be ungrateful.
Look at how Wei Xiaoyong treats women. If I hadn't stopped it, you'd all still be here bargaining with me. You would have been killed a long time ago. Calm down a little."
Xiao Dong pointed at the 3 packages on the table.
"Whether you want it or not, this is all there is. Remember, it's the same routine tonight."
The subordinates behind him also mocked in unison.
"Besides, it's time for a change of people."
"Stop always using the same old faces," Xiao Dong added smugly.
"Did you hear that? Follow my subordinates' orders, or next time the food will be halved."
Xiao Xiao anxiously called out, "Rong's sister."
Rong's sister just gritted her teeth, took the food, and then we left. Xiao Dong watched as the group walked away. A new subordinate asked, "Are we really going to keep feeding them like this?"
He turned his head, sighed, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Xiao Dong helplessly explained, "Those people from Wei Xiaoyong's side, over by Mr. Lu's office area in the warehouse district, are not easy to mess with.
The number of evolved people keeps increasing, but what about us? We have quite a few people, but most of them are women.
Still, at least among these women, there are 3 evolved ones who can hold their ground. Without their support, we could get overwhelmed in no time."
Then, Xiao Dong and his subordinate continued their conversation. "It's strange though, how did these women get their evolution medicine?
We've searched the bottom of their villas here. There's no reward wheel either, and I don't get it. These women must be hiding something from us.
If we can't figure out this secret, how can we possibly make a move on them?"
In another place, the group returned to the house. The women inside were eagerly waiting for Rong's sister to come back with food. Then, the disappointed expressions appeared on each of their faces when they saw there were only 3 bags of supplies.
"Is this all we have this time?"
"This doesn't seem enough for us to eat for 3 days, Lu Riang shouted angrily.
"Shut your mouth. These are what we have earned with our dignity."
"If you think it's too little, then go serve Xiao Dong tonight," Xiao Xiao explained coldly. Before, there were people who couldn't endure Xiao Dong and his group, but the outcome was clear in the end. So, instead of holding on to grudges, it's better to think of ways to get through this difficult moment. Rong's sister, who had been silent until now, spoke up.
"This time, there's not much.
We only have 1 or 2 bottles of water, and food is scarce, so everyone should use less," she emphasized.
"And if anyone wants to go tonight, you can come find me later. There will be a little more next time."
The afternoon sunlight shone through the window, and Rong's sister sighed helplessly. She looked out the window, thinking to herself, such a beautiful place, yet so filthy.
As the sun set, bringing with it the sound of sighs, what would become of this mountain villa?
Rong's sister, with a gloomy expression, walked down the stairs, her mouth curled in dissatisfaction.
The 2 guards at the door greeted her cheerfully when they saw her. Rong's sister opened the door and asked, "What's going on? Any leads?"
In front of them, Jia Yi was bandaging Momo's injured hand. Xia Baiqi, holding a cigarette, leaned against the wall.
Mo furrowed her brows, looking worried as she reported.
"Sister Rong is still within range of a single strike attack, and the intensity of the attack is much stronger than a few days ago."
Mo rested against the wall, continuing.
"Jia Yi and I tried to Zhou Lin together, but we were forced to retreat.
We couldn't even cut a single vine of the flower."
Seeing this, Xia Bai spoke up. "If it still doesn't work, we'll resort to the old method.
I'll act as bait, and everyone can look for an opportunity to break one of the vines."
Sister Rong angrily called out Xia Bai's name, then grabbed her shoulder tightly.
"You're not allowed to speak like that, you're not allowed to give up on yourself."
Xia Bai, with a dark expression, turned her head away and coldly said, "Don't touch me, I'm filthy."
Jia Yi, panicked, tried to console her. "You're not filthy. You've been treated like this by those filthy men because you're doing it for everyone."
Xia Bai insisted she was fine and continued to explain.
"It's okay, I've lived through enough of those days already. Maybe one day I'll just end it myself. As the cigarette burned out, she said with a sad tone. Do you know? Every time I have to hide the reason for everything, only because I can't bring myself to vomit it out. A life like this, I really can't take it anymore. If I could use my life to exchange for an evolved fruit for the sisters, at least my death would have some value. Sister Rong, furious, grabbed Xiaobai's shoulders, shoved her against the wall, and shouted. Don't even think about it. She spoke with indignation. You've evolved again, you're the next one to become an evolved human. Are you going to die? We promised, remember? For the rest of your life, you'll be my sister. Then, Rong's sister loudly addressed the others. Mumu opened the basement. Jia Yi began to spin the green jar, and a door opened before everyone's eyes. Rong's sister led Momo and Jia Yi toward the door, speaking with great confidence. Today, the three of us are going to charge in. I don't believe that the rotten flower tree can withstand us. Meanwhile, in another place, where the houses still had lights on, a man opened the door and called out, Uncle Jean Ning, see over there has someone coming, they want to trade some food with us. Lu Uncle, sitting at a desk reading, casually asked, what's the price? Xiang Tao, holding an axe, listed, 1 jar of evolution medicine, 1 star for 20 bags of rice, 50 cans, 10 bags of salt, 10 barrels of oil, and 2 boxes of instant noodles, plus 200 cups of water. Upon hearing this, Lu Uncle frowned. Although we control the storage area of this farm, the resources are not infinite, and the exchange rate is becoming lower and lower. Xiang Tao reported back to Lu Uncle, right now, we have 10 evolved humans, Xiaodong has 12, Wei Xiaoyong has 13, and Ning Si has 14. Half a month ago, the number of evolved humans on our side was the same as theirs, but now our strength has been stretched. Uncle Lu turned his gaze towards Xiang Tao, his expression filled with doubt as he spoke. He angrily raised his voice. This time, for the trade, aside from Zhu Zhangying and Zhou Zhang, everyone else are just ordinary people. Killing them will increase the number of evolved individuals on Ning Si's side to 11. Uncle Lu continued, that way, we will also have 11 evolved individuals, equal to Ning Si's side. His face darkened. Then what? Once we strike, it will mean no one else will trade evolution drugs with us in the future. Xiang Tao raised his axe, we'll go out hunting beasts as well. This path must be walked, it's just a matter of when. Since it's like this, why not seize this opportunity? Uncle Lu clenched his fists and slammed them on the table, making up his mind. He then commanded, let's do it this way, start preparing. In another area, at the corner of a wall, a figure appeared. Yi Zhongming was sitting on a utility pole, observing his surroundings. He felt uneasy, wondering how he had managed to enter so easily. It was strange, clearly, there were quite a few second-tier entities near Mountain Villa. Why were they all gathered around this place? Why hadn't they broken through? Could they only prevent normal zombies from getting through the fence? Never mind, the main thing was more important. He remembered he needed to find the basement of a certain villa, but which specific building it was, he had completely forgotten. After thinking for a moment, Yi Zhongming jumped down and quietly moved to another location. His feet gently touched the ground, slipping into a corner, and began searching there. But in that spot, there seemed to be some commotion, as faint voices from inside revealed a rather unpleasant conversation. Yi Zhongming muttered helplessly, how noisy, seems like there are quite a few people. If there were that many people here, he decided to save the final investigation for later. He changed locations again, leaping high and landing safely, when a sudden scream pierced the air. Naturally, Yi Zhongming was also drawn to the scream. Thinking he had been discovered, he immediately drew the gun from his side. Tense, he pointed the gun ahead. Inside, there were sounds of swearing and shouting, but there was no indication that anyone had detected Yi Zhongming outside. After a moment, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just an accident. That was close, I almost got shot, he thought. But it would still be wise to see what was happening inside, perhaps he could take advantage of the situation. With that thought, Yi Zhongming carefully moved closer to the window and peered inside. Inside, Dong brother was furiously screaming in agony on the bed. His subordinates at the foot of the bed anxiously called his name. Dong brother was sweating profusely, sending bursts of fire from his hands toward the front. "I told you to let go," he yelled, continuously firing blasts of flame from his hands toward his lower body. Meanwhile, his subordinates were shouting continuously, urging Dong brother to kill her. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Let's negotiate. If you let go, I'll give you a way out." At the foot of the bed, Lu Riang tried to stop the woman kneeling on the bed, but was held back by one of the subordinates next to him. He immediately slapped her hard, followed by a stream of curses. After that, the subordinate, in a fit of rage, pointed a gun at the girl on the bed, threatening her. Dong brother, seeing this, immediately panicked and ordered him to leave. "You have two choices. If you let go, I will give you 2 evolution pills. Today, let's pretend nothing happened." He clenched his fist tightly and continued to threaten. "If not, I'll kill all your women. It's just the right time for me to find out your evolution secrets. I'll tear down your entire villa. I'll even destroy the basement." Dong brother gritted his teeth, his eyes reddened. Upon hearing about the basement, Yi Zhongming immediately thought of something. Inside, he could no longer hold back and raised a flame high. "If you don't listen, you'll die." Suddenly, something shot into Dong brother's wrist, and he cried out in pain. The subordinates quickly realized someone was attacking from the shadows and began searching frantically. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming had broken through the window and jumped inside. One of the subordinates, still in shock, was shot in the head. Another, quicker on his feet, swiftly dodged the bullet. Yi Zhongming landed on the floor, aimed his gun forward, and ordered, "Surrender, get down, hands on your head." Looking at the bodies sprawled on the ground, the remaining subordinates immediately panicked and shouted. They were scared and obeyed, trembling as they begged Yi Zhongming. He aimed the gun at Dong brother, who was raising his hands on the bed, and ordered the girl to come out of the house. After Xiaobai was helped up, he quickly negotiated. "Whatever you need, Xiaodong will give you everything." Yi Zhongming maintained his posture, his voice deep as he asked, "Where is the basement that Dong brother mentioned?" Suddenly, Xiaobai screamed, demanding that he hand Xiaodong over to her. She stammered, "I will tell you the information about the basement, but he must be handed over to me." Yi Zhongming furrowed his brows and glanced at Xiaobai, who was pleading with him. He paused for a moment before agreeing. "He is yours now." With those words, she immediately drew a sharp knife. Xiaobai grinned darkly, twisting the knife and aiming it directly at Xiaodong. He, terrified, raised his hands and yelled, cursing, "What do you want to do? Don't come any closer." She gritted her teeth and growled, "Dong brother, die." Immediately, the knife was plunged into his body, accompanied by his agonizing screams. Xiaobai's grin twisted with madness. Suddenly, Rong's sister, leading several girls, burst through the door. Upon seeing the scene before her, she was confused, not knowing what had happened. She turned to look at Rong's sister, apologizing for having agreed to tell Yi Zhongming the secret of the basement. He immediately picked up where Xiaobai left off. "It seems you are someone with loyalty. Now, can you tell me about the information in the basement?" She furrowed her brows, carefully preparing to negotiate terms. Yi Zhongming interrupted Rong's sister. "I don't think you have any right to discuss terms with me." Upon hearing this, she sneered. "We are not afraid of death. As you can see, this is their end, and it will be ours too. Death, to us, is nothing more than a release." The person on the bed, who had been lying there, now rolled their eyes and fainted. Rong's sister ground her teeth, her voice cold. "I don't know you, but I have what you want. I can give it to you, but there must be conditions. Otherwise, you can kill us all. It would be better than living in humiliation like this." In the end, he let out a long sigh and accepted it. "Tell me your conditions." Yi Zhongming extended his hand. Yi Zhongming stood silently with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Behind him, the cries for help and pleas for mercy from Xiaodong's subordinates filled the air. Yi Zhongming never expected that the condition would only be the lives of the men in the house. As he furrowed his brows, deep in thought, Xiaobai approached. She kept talking, capturing Yi Zhongming's attention. "I don't see what value I have left for you," she said. He frowned and repeated, "Didn't you just say you'd be willing to do anything?" Xiaobai smiled wryly, raising a finger and scoffing, "Aside from getting into bed with you, I can't think of anything else I'm good for. But I guess my current appearance probably doesn't suit your taste, and it seems like I'm about to die anyway." Yi Zhongming glanced at her, a mysterious smile curling on his lips, agreeing with her words. "With me here, you won't die," he said, extending his hand with a confident smile. "And what I need is someone who will completely submit to me. Someone who can do anything for me. Someone with the blood of those who dared to oppose me on their hands," he continued. "I just need one person, standing in the shadows, to threaten all my future enemies, someone willing to sell their soul to me." After finishing his words, Yi Zhongming asked if Xiaobai was willing to become that person, leaving her stunned. Xiaobai sneered coldly, a refreshing smile spreading across her face as she extended her hand in agreement, almost as if summoning a demon. "But I guess you need a dog, huh?" The two of them shook hands firmly. Just then, Sister Rome pushed the door open. He immediately asked her, "Is everything taken care of?" Rome's sister hummed for a moment, then said, "Now, I will take you to that basement." A little later, at a well-lit villa, a girl holding a decorative vase spun it around. Immediately, a secret door leading down to the basement opened, accompanied by Rome's sister's words, "This is their secret." Seeing the scene before him, Yi Zhongming frowned, suppressing the shock in his heart. So it was the illusory false demon tree. The illusory false demon tree, when viewed from the outside, would never reveal how advanced its evolution had become, because it had concealed its demon core completely. On its tentacles grew fruits that emitted a fragrance that made one desire to eat them. Those who survived and ate these fruits would undergo evolution. Normally, their level of evolution would not be as high as the illusory false demon trees, but just consuming these fruits would undoubtedly have an effect. At first, it seemed like all the survivors rushed to it. This was like another path to evolution, one that didn't require human evolution drugs. It meant that humans could break free from the control of the reward wheel. However, what was called evolution could only last for about a month. Moreover, the body of the one who consumed the fruit would become its vessel. The seeds would sprout and grow inside the body of the consumer. By the time they realized the power of evolution had faded, it would be too late. The user would have become its best fertilizer, gradually transforming into a tree person. Finally, when all the blood and flesh had been drained, a new tree would fully emerge, breaking free from the cocoon and emerging from within the person's body. Thinking about this, he leaned over and asked Rong's sister and the two women behind her, "Only the three of you ate the fruit from this tree?" Rong's sister hesitated nervously. Yi Zhongming then asked, "How long has it been since you ate it?" She answered that it had been more than a month, and she was the first to eat it. He glanced around, calculating the time, and it seemed still fine. Suddenly, Di Huanghuan ran toward them from somewhere, causing the women to scream in shock. Yi Zhongming knelt down on one knee and gently petted it. It seemed that Xia Lei's group had noticed the disturbance inside the mountain villa, so they had sent it to find him. After thinking this, he stood up, grabbed the hilt of his spear, and led Di Huanghuan forward. Meanwhile, the illusory false demon tree had noticed the two unfamiliar intruders. It growled, extending its branches toward them, the branches coming at them like a pair of pincers. Yi Zhongming summoned lightning at his feet. Then, he gained momentum and shot forward, running at full speed. Yi Zhongming dashed close to the illusory false demon tree. It tilted its body, following his movements. A second later, Yi Zhongming swung his blade, slicing through several of its reaching branches. The illusory false demon tree growled in pain as its severed branches fell. At this moment, he ordered Di Huanghuan to move forward. As soon as he spoke, it charged, biting down hard on the severed branch and not letting go. "This thing still has some effect. Di Huanghuan, keep it restrained here." Yi Zhongming left a remark and turned to run. He poured all his strength into his sprint toward the door ahead. In his previous life, Zhang Delong had occupied this place and ascended to the path of the 9-star expert. If everything was true, then he too might be able to reach that level. Yi Zhongming laughed loudly, filled with excitement. Suddenly, several reward wheels appeared in front of him, startling Yi Zhongming. The 4 reward wheels were different from one another, and Yi Zhongming looked at them and assessed the situation. As expected, it's here, Yi Zhongming smirked. He looked at the 2nd-tier white reward wheel and the 3rd-tier black reward wheel, then turned to observe the 4th-tier green and 5th-tier blue reward wheels. There were also 3 1st-tier reward wheels scattered around the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. In total, there were 7 reward wheels, equivalent to 7 star levels. Yi Zhongming calculated as he took a stone out of his pendant. This is the reason why Zhang Delong, in his previous life, laid the foundation to occupy this place, eventually becoming a 9-star expert after a single move, he analyzed while placing the stone into a gap, watching the reward wheel spin. Yi Zhongming knew it was his turn in this world. At the same time, outside, Rong's sister and the others were anxiously wondering why Yi Zhongming hadn't come out yet. Suddenly, someone rushed in with urgent news: Wei Xiaoyong is coming with a lot of people. Upon hearing this, she immediately became agitated and grit her teeth, ordering, "Find that brat quickly." Outside the villa, a group of people was gathered. Wei Xiaoyong stood at the forefront, arms crossed, smiling smugly. Louis had dealt with Zhan Ningxi's people, even killing 3 evolved individuals from both sides who were clashing. Even if I can't win, I'll definitely buy enough time for us here, he thought. As for Xiaodong, those gunshots earlier might have been internal strife, it's a great opportunity for me. He adjusted his hat and thought to himself that everything was already in his grasp. A while later, Rong's sister finally led her people outside. Upon seeing her, Wei Xiaoyong immediately asked about Xiaodong. Rong's sister calmly told him, "Get lost." Wei Xiaoyong arrogantly declared, "Even if Xiaodong were here today, I would still level this hot spring villa." Her teeth clenched, and her brow furrowed at his words. After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to advance. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, causing all the subordinates to turn around. Xiaobai was standing behind one of them, who, unable to hold back his disgust, cursed, "What kind of monster is this?" On the other side, she was smiling wickedly at the subordinate in front of her. He had been made to roll his eyes and spit blood. On the other side, Rong's sister's people immediately called her name. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoyong's men raised their weapons and cursed Xiaobai as a monster. One of the subordinates rushed forward, brandishing a knife, intending to kill her. Without warning, Xiaobai pushed the man in front of her toward the attacker. He froze, seeing the large hole in the man's back, stammering in terror. On the other side, she repeated Yi Zhongming's words, "The master said that if you don't resist, you won't die." In a fit of rage, Wei Xiaoyong pointed and ordered his subordinates to kill Xiaobai. They immediately moved in, and she, without hesitation, spread her arms to greet them. Xiaobai lunged, kicking one in the face, then turned to strike another. As Xiaobai's hand dug into one of their bodies, another subordinate, with a raised fist, swung it toward her. He clenched his fist tightly, his arm full of rocks roaring, the monster collapsing under the weight of the punch. Xiaobai also smiled, swinging her fist towards him. The moment their fists were about to collide, several of his subordinates smugly thought she was done for. But when the 2 fists actually collided, the stone layer on the subordinate's hand shattered into pieces. Wei Xiaoyong exclaimed in disbelief, "It's shattered, crushed." He was still stunned, but quickly knelt down with his subordinates, begging Xiaobai for mercy. "I surrender to you, and if I say I won't resist, I won't die." Suddenly, something touched Wei Xiaoyong's shoulder, causing him to freeze and turn around. In front of him was the wide, disgusting mouth of Di Huanghuan. He screamed in terror. The Rong sisters, witnessing this, were equally terrified. On the roof, Yi Zhongming had been observing the entire time and, satisfied, thought this person was a perfect fit. He stood high above, surveying the entire battlefield below.
On a beautiful morning somewhere, Hi Uncle, holding a cigarette, squinted and teased Yuan Shang.
Looks like you've got quite a lot of goods this time, huh? Getting rich? Yuan Shang quickly denied, I found a new buyer, so I have fewer goods. He then extended his hand, offering the old man a cigarette.
When Hi Uncle heard new buyer, he paused and pondered deeply, still holding the cigarette.
Only a few people from our side can afford your goods. Is there a new buyer?
Yuan Shang also held a cigarette, sitting down next to him. I met a new group of people, and they seem to be heading to Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. They've already made a reservation. Suddenly, Hi Uncle exhaled a puff of smoke and asked him,
Have you thought about what I mentioned last time? Yuan Shang's gaze once again fell on the pipe bowl he was holding.
The last time he had seen the pipe, it was still a gray grade, but now, just a few days later, it had reached white grade?
There must be someone in the village with a special profession.
Yuan Shang quietly evaluated and then replied, There are only a few of us with few guns, so our presence won't make much of a difference.
I won't get involved.
With the strength of Dongshanko village, they can definitely take that place down. When the time comes, I'll just come to buy some things for you, uncle. The two uncles continued to try and persuade him, what you personally take with your own effort is not the same as what you buy with money.
If you don't go this time, the next time you buy from me, the price will definitely not be cheap.
Yuan Shang scratched his head, stood up, and said, I'll think about it, but don't expect too much.
Meanwhile, one of the subordinates came to report, the lineup is ready, and he immediately gave the order to depart.
The two uncles sat under the reward wheel, looked up, and reminded Yuan Shang, Be careful. If you encounter the Lau family, remember to have them come here. He turned and raised his hand, saying, I got it.
A moment later, the vehicle started rolling on the road. A few subordinates cautiously asked Yuan Shang, Do we have to go with them?
I've heard there are quite a few good items there. He immediately dismissed the idea, Don't think that old man, uncle, is doing this out of kindness.
That place can't be stormed, people could die there.
One of the subordinates raised his index finger and changed the subject, Then tell me, if that newcomer hears about this, do you think he'll come to join the fun?
Yuan Shang, with a dark expression, kept driving without answering.
At a beautiful mountain villa, Yi Zhongming stroked Di Huanghuan and smiled as he looked at the people standing before him.
Xiao Hu rubbed his chin and spoke, Didn't we say we were going to scout the situation at Mountain Villa? Well, I've already bought it.
Rong's sister raised her hand to report, Currently, Zhan Ningxi has about 300 people, while Louis only has 200.
Every day, someone dies. I don't even know how many corpses there are now. We have a total of 57 people, 42 of whom are women.
Suddenly, Xiaobai appeared behind Yi Zhongming. She informed him that Zhan Ningxi's people were preparing to leave.
Xiaolei quietly evaluated Xiaobai, Is she the girl who got the 2-star or 3-star evolution drug?
Liang Chuyin uncomfortably questioned Yi Zhongming, the 2-star or 3-star evolution drug?
2 for Miss Pa and the big guy. Miss Pa is quite ordinary, but the big guy. Mo Yi smirked and interrupted her, Are you jealous?
Liang Chuyin immediately denied, he must have a reason for arranging things this way, I was just curious. Over on the other side, Yi Zhongming turned his head and asked, How many people is Zhan Ningxi bringing along?
Xiaobai immediately answered, 222.
The number of people he was bringing was a bit too many, and he spoke with hidden meaning. She immediately responded, Got it, then walked over to open the window.
Without hesitation, Xiaobai jumped straight down.
On the other side, Yi Zhongming raised his hand to instruct Rong's sister, Today, you need to do something to set a record for your sisters and colleagues.
Be thorough and meticulous.
This includes their basic information, but more importantly, carefully review their work experience, even noting the time they spent studying. I want to know their strengths and professional skills.
In another part of the villa, someone was shouting, What are we waiting for? Why not take the opportunity to leave now? Xiang Tao angrily questioned. Didn't we agree on this?
Leave this place, start hunting, and find a new reward wheel as our base.
Wei Xiaoyong is dead, perhaps we can't resist these people. Lu Uncle simply stood up calmly and told him to wait a bit longer. Xiang Tao, confused, asked, "What are you still waiting for?" Lu Uncle opened the window and looked outside, then said, "Do you know, after living this long and doing business for so many years, if I've learned any important truths?" He answered, bewildered. "I wouldn't know that." Lu Uncle frowned, glancing at Xiang Tao before continuing. "That's when you're unsure about something, either you completely discard it, or you patiently wait, but never gamble on luck." He immediately responded, "What do you mean by that?" Suddenly, a loud shouting and cursing broke out, making Xiang Tao exclaim in surprise. He immediately asked him, "Lu Uncle, what's going on?" Lu Uncle just looked on his side, and then told Xiang Tao to follow him to see the new king of Yunding. A moment later, Yi Zhongming once again welcomed the new guests. Lu Uncle led the group, standing quietly and watching him. Suddenly, someone entered, with bloody footprints trailing behind. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Xiaobai, covered in blood, walking in. They followed her as she walked by, with the people on Zhang Ningxi's side thinking this woman should be the one to handle the situation. But the look in her eyes, how could they not see a trace of disappointment? Lu Uncle looked at Xiaobai's gaze with confusion. Could she be disappointed that he was still here instead of leaving? Could she be disappointed that she couldn't kill him? As he thought about this, sweat broke out on his forehead. Meanwhile, Pa Jiying stepped forward hesitantly. She had 2 serious gunshot wounds, 5 broken bones, and the bullet was still lodged inside. If it wasn't extracted, even with the divine nectar technique, it wouldn't work. She anxiously reported. Yi Zhongming merely chuckled and said, "Leave it to me." With that, Zhongming stood up, instructing Rong's sister to attend to the guests while he went to treat Xiaobai's injuries. Inside the room, he held a small knife. Yi Zhongming frowned and said, "Not only the bullet, but I also need to cut off the dead skin tissue on her face." Xiaobai calmly agreed. Pa Jiying seemed to have realized something. She swallowed with difficulty. No wonder, in such a short time, she had earned Yi Zhongming's trust. She could do things that others in the team couldn't. After a while, he put the blood-stained knife down. Then, Yi Zhongming ordered Pa Jiying to treat Xiaobai. While she treated her, he sat quietly beside and observed. The profession Apostle of Light was indeed very powerful. Miss Pa had evolved to 2 stars. The class advancement tokens were all used up, and she had obtained monster treasures from there. Yi Zhongming silently analyzed. Although she hadn't leveled up to the next rank of Apostle of Light, many new skills had already appeared. Xiaobai nervously watched Pa Jiying as she treated her. Lotus of Tranquility was an advanced form of the Divine Nectar spell. The healing effect of Lotus of Tranquility was partial, not as comprehensive as Divine Nectar. Moreover, only a professional could maintain this skill. As the mental strength continuously drained, the Lotus of Tranquility would keep exerting its healing effect. After a while, Pa Jiying sighed in relief, raising her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead. "I will treat you a bit more tomorrow. I believe it can be fully restored to its original condition." Xiaobai gently expressed her gratitude. Yi Zhongming stood up, patted Pa Jiying on the shoulder, instructed her to bandage Xiaobai, and then left the room. Outside, Rong's sister and Lu Uncle were sitting across from each other at the table. When he saw the man arrive, Lu Uncle immediately stood up to greet him. Yi Zhongming saw that Lu Uncle had no intention of leaving, so he smiled and invited him to sit down. Lu Uncle spoke in a deep voice to explain, "I truly don't want to leave, my family has all disappeared. While things may not have been good before, they could be very good in the future." He furrowed his brows and continued. Then, Lu Uncle took out a rolled-up piece of paper and handed it to him. He unrolled the paper and presented it. "This map was drawn by one of my subordinates. It shows the terrain around the villa, with the villa at the center. The map also includes the surrounding mountains. If you plan to manage this area, this map can help you make a more accurate and clear plan." Yi Zhongming smiled and complimented him. Upon hearing this, Lu Uncle immediately asked what their next steps should be. Yi Zhongming raised his hand and asked, "Are your people ready for battle?" A moment later, a large group of people moved towards the villa. Yi Zhongming stood on the balcony and spoke loudly, "Actually, I don't really need to say much. You could treat everyone like those you've dealt with before, but if you want to survive in this world, I believe that's not enough." He emphasized each word, everyone needs to unleash their potential and do what others dare not do. I need members like that, not useless people who just wait for someone else to throw them a bit of dirty water and stale bread to get through the day. Lu Uncle and Rong's sister, standing in the crowd below, also furrowed their brows in tension. Yi Zhongming pointed to the left and ordered, "In a moment, everyone will go out to fight zombies, mutated plants, and animals. Clean up the area around the villa. This will mark the beginning of your completely new life. Those who perform well will be rewarded, not just this time, but in the future as well." Immediately, someone voiced their dissatisfaction, "Why do we have to go?" Soon after, several others around them also shouted in protest. Seeing this, he clicked his tongue and asked them what they wanted. Yi Zhongming sneered coldly, "What are your opinions? Speak up and let me hear them." Everyone immediately began arguing, "We need money to buy evolution medicine, we need to eat well, and we need a few days of rest. Aren't you evolved people? It seems you can handle it yourselves. That's right, we need protection." Liang Chuyin, upon hearing this, became enraged, "We gave them face, and now they want everything. Why don't they just go and die already?" He pointed towards Xiao Yuan, "Here's the deal, if you're an engineer, a doctor, a mechanic, a plumber, or have any skills you think are useful for building the base, then you don't have to fight today. Go register with him." Then Yi Zhongming pointed at Xiao Hu and others who didn't want to fight, "Go register with him." He was serious, but still reminded them, giving and receiving always go hand in hand. Choose carefully, because there won't be a chance to change your mind later. The murmurs immediately faded, leaving a silent atmosphere. Yi Zhongming gave an order, "Xiao Yuan, make sure you register everyone carefully," and he followed the instruction. He then turned and said, "Lei sister, assign tasks to those who agree to fight." Lei immediately complied, but then asked Yi Zhongming, "Why not let those who refuse to fight leave?" He immediately responded, "It's fine, except for the fighters, we still lack many manual laborers." Soon after, they charged forward and defeated the zombies. The sounds of shouting continued, and Yi Zhongming's group outside quietly observed them. Fa Zhu was about to create a vapor shield, but he stopped her, "Don't rush to judge just because you see blood." Yi Zhongming quietly assessed Uncle Lu and his subordinates. They had clearly seen blood before, having fought zombies. He turned to the group of women, they were still far behind and needed more training. A group of people above them whispered among themselves, "Hey, do you see that girl over there? What's her name? Is she a model? Seems famous for killing a lot of zombies, huh? Look, those people over there don't seem to be doing anything, they're just letting us take the lead. Isn't that the agent from the business district? She's been bitten by a zombie, almost mutated. Her life is as good as gone." One of them clenched their fist, "It would be so much better to stay here, instead of going out there to show off and die." The person next to them anxiously gritted their teeth, "Lucky we didn't go. How could we risk our lives for them? I bet all the demon cores are for those people. Those reckless ones won't get a single one." Suddenly, one person reminded, "Keep your voice down, don't let them hear." As the sunset descended, two people stood motionless atop the pile of zombie corpses. They immediately became enthusiastic, agreeing with Chu Yin's statement that those who didn't understand the situation were the cowards, desperately making excuses to justify their cowardice, and failing to see the good in others. It was no surprise to let them be laborers. Xia Lei then spoke up, "I just hope they take care of themselves." She smiled faintly, thinking to herself, "It's true, after killing them, these monsters don't seem as terrifying anymore. Let's call it a day. Everyone, gather the demon cores and prepare to head back for dinner."
As night fell, in a quiet room, Yi Zhongming was preparing luxurious and shimmering dishes.
He observed them, watching their eager anticipation of the food.
Yi Zhongming felt pleased. In just a few short hours, this group had gone through bloodshed and death. The basic qualities required for a teen were beginning to sprout in them, and it wouldn't be long before they completely transformed.
Xiaohu, who was behind, then exclaimed, "Why is this egg so big?"
Someone else paid attention to the piece of fatty meat on the table. Uncle Lu observed and said, "Look at how hopeless they are. That's the egg and meat from a level 2 mutated creature. The first time you eat it, your physique can improve quite a bit. It has some of the effects of an evolution drug." Yi Zhongming stepped forward and explained, "It's not comparable. Look at everyone, those who have evolved to rank 2 are not the issue. Most of them risk their lives for food and water. What they eat can improve their physique, and this gap isn't too big anymore." Everyone in the room ate heartily, savoring the food on the table after hours of exhausting combat. Suddenly, a person kicked the door and entered. Today, everyone's performance wasn't bad. These are rewards for hard work, so there will be income, right? This is the military's intention, and I hope everyone remembers it. Behind that person, there were many others, and the leader spoke again, "All right, you're all hungry, let's start eating." They saw the delicious food on the table and immediately became angry. One of them said, "Damn it, why? Why do we have to eat cold steamed buns while you get to eat something so good? If we knew there was someone in charge of you, we could fight too. What you're doing is unfair." The others behind him agreed, "You all have weapons, but we don't. If we had weapons, we could fight too. You're discriminating against us unfairly." They walked toward Yi Zhongming and his group. "We want to eat these dishes too." Xia Lei gave them an annoyed look, "Fairness my ass." A flash of light shot straight to the leader's forehead. The smoke rose slowly from the barrel of the gun, and Yi Zhongming said, "Aren't you guys paying attention to the situation?" He glared at them. "Now, I think there's nothing wrong with the new base. At least, it shouldn't harbor fools. I'm announcing something now. Your mealtime is over. Now, go outside and gather zombie corpses and burn them. By the way, let me remind you, if you try to run, you'll die." The atmosphere fell tense, and they trembled as they looked at the leader. Suddenly, Xiaobai came forward with an announcement, "There's a convoy outside the villa. The leader says his name is Yuan Shang and he has important news to tell you." Yi Zhongming immediately became suspicious. Does that Yuan Shang have any important news? Outside, 2 large vehicles were parked in the yard. Yuan Shang observed quietly. He thought to himself, how impressive these people are. They managed to take over Cloud Peak Mountain Villa in such a short time and have already started clearing out all the zombies around. Their efficiency is truly astonishing. In the brightly lit house, Yi Zhongming shook hands with Yuan Shang. He laughed loudly, "We rely on this to make a living." Yi Zhongming then invited Yuan Shang to sit. He curiously asked, "Boss Yi, recently, several forces around here are planning to head to a certain place. I wonder if you're interested?" Yuan Shang smiled smugly, "I had been wondering what kind of news you would bring me this time." Yi Zhongming thought to himself, "So, these forces are coming together to fight? This kind of thing is quite common, but if it's not necessary, we don't need to get involved for now." Yuan Shang lit a cigarette and said, "Actually, that place is the one you predicted earlier, Boss Yi. I discovered a weapons cache, guns, and ammunition. That weapons depot has now been taken over by a group of green-skinned, human-like monsters. They're extremely brutal, their individual strength is also quite powerful, seemingly on par with a 1-star evolved being. They eat humans, as well as mutated zombies, but they don't touch the demon cores. All the glowing demon cores are inside that weapons depot." He asked, "Are you sure it's occupied by a group of green-skinned monsters, with no eyelids, sharp claws and teeth, and they don't have any demon cores?" He responded firmly, "That's right, each of those monsters poses a huge threat to a 1-star evolved human, so even though we know there are many weapons and even some demon cores there, very few people dare to go. This time, the forces involved have made up their minds to send as many people as possible, preferably with strength capable of overwhelming those monsters, so that it will be safer. At first, I also took advantage of the fact that the monsters hadn't appeared yet and managed to collect a large amount of weapons from the armory. Yi Zhongming immediately tensed up. Pa Jiying noticed this and became worried. Why does Yi brother look so serious? Xia Lei was surprised. This is the first time I've seen him look like this. Could that armory be very dangerous? Yuan Shang responded seriously. As long as we can secure that place, we won't only get a large amount of weapons, but also a great number of demon cores. It's almost a 2-in-1 deal. He then confirmed, Boss Yi, although you're new here, I can already tell what your strength is like. If you're willing to lend a hand, I will ensure that you get into the team for this expedition, and you will receive your fair share of the rewards. Yi Zhongming silently and seriously looked at Yuan Shang before speaking. I need to think about it. It's rare for old brother to come here, we should treat him properly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shang followed the direction of the two. Xia Lei asked seriously, it seems like you have some reservations about those monsters? He replied with some concern, those things, called monsters, are really dangerous. In my previous life, monsters were basically confirmed to be humans who had been contaminated by radiation from radioactive materials, and after going through a series of mysterious processes no one understands. When the monstrous species appear, humans will mutate after being exposed to radiation, completely losing their humanity. They will transform into bloodthirsty monsters, where everything becomes their food. The demons do not have a demon core to indicate their rank. Their strength can simply be judged by their physique. A height of about 1 meter corresponds to a 1-star evolutionist strength. For every additional 50 cm, it corresponds to one more evolution of a human. A monster standing 5 meters tall is equivalent to a 9-star evolutionist in terms of strength. Demons do not possess any special skills, they are a race that maximizes the potential of their physical bodies. If an evolutionist has no good profession or skills, encountering a demon that has evolved to an equivalent level will lead to their doom. These monsters reproduce rapidly, and their reproductive abilities are extremely powerful. They even capture human women, or even female zombies, making them pregnant and causing them to give birth. He sighed. Although killing these monsters offers no benefit, due to their reproductive characteristics, the survivors from the previous life had reacted very quickly. The existence of such beings is an immense threat to humanity. Yi Zhongming gripped the hilt of his knife tightly. More than a month after the apocalypse began, although there were large-scale relief operations, and even before we left the city, we had seen a missile fly by, right? Xia Lei then asked, this is what you were saying while wiping your knife. But have you ever considered why humanity doesn't use weapons with extremely high lethality, like nuclear missiles, to eliminate this race? Xiaohu also became tense. Maybe they have already been used, but the areas affected are too far away, which is why we didn't feel it. Xiao Deyuan immediately speculated. That might be possible, or perhaps the apocalypse came so suddenly that the possibility of that emission was suppressed, which is why it hasn't appeared. Xia Lei agreed. It's even more likely that, even if that ability existed, considering the indiscriminate destructive power of it, they might have been cautious and refrained from using it. Yi Zhongming was impressed by their reasoning. Humanity is on the brink of extinction, yet you're still thinking so deeply? He then became serious. It's exactly those things. Yi Zhongming pointed upwards and continued. When that spaceship attacked, it caused all of humanity's weapons to explode. The monsters are actually the creatures that appear after humans are infected by the radiation, a terrifying thing, really powerful. According to information from Yuan Shang at the weapons depot, there are likely over 100 of them. He looked at everyone and continued. Even if we go, we still. She then asked. Do you think we will lose? He replied. It's not that if there are only over 100 monsters, we can't give our best. But right now, I've just gathered a new base, which is something we need to consider first. Yi Zhongming thought to himself. Even though I know the monsters are the enemies of all humanity, I'm not foolish enough to fight them alone. He then gave an order. Collect the scrap cars around here first, and then put them in the Gulf Yard. Everyone focused on Yi Zhongming's words, waiting for the next spring, when flowers would bloom and the weather would warm. They would build a farm within, planting the vegetables and grains they needed. Xiaohu, from now on, you're in charge of training the combat personnel. If you see any good seeds in those stocks, feel free to select them, but make sure there are no issues. He immediately gave a confident thumbs up and continued, in 2 days, we must thoroughly clean up the surroundings. It was necessary for Lei's sister and Mo Yi to build a watchtower, so they followed the orders. Yi Zhongming turned and gave orders to Chu Yin and Sheng Yuan. Their recent task was to take a team down to Yinding to protect the person who was drawing the map, carefully study the surrounding terrain, and make the map as detailed as possible, as it would be extremely useful for us. They too immediately obeyed him. Yi Zhongming clenched his fist with determination, waiting for the day when they would wipe out all the threats around and prepare to head to Anchang. As daybreak came in a certain city, sunlight streamed through the windows into a basement. 4 people were sitting there. Among them, the brown-haired man suddenly spoke. Mr. San, are you serious? Is there really an idiot wanting to buy scrap metal? The bald man, called Mr. San, responded, of course. Have you heard of the Black Robe Unit? This news came from them, and now quite a few people living around here already know about it. The bald man raised his finger, his expression firm. It seems like it's a new kid from Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, specializing in collecting scrap cars. I heard that someone there traded a scrap car for a steamed bun the size of a fist, freshly made. The chubby man with glasses hesitated. I feel like it's not very reliable. These kinds of falling from the sky stories weren't common even in peaceful times, let alone during the apocalypse. Immediately, the bearded man spoke up. Anyway, there are scrap cars all over the street. We can find one that's still drivable and see if it can be sold there. If it's a scam, we haven't lost anything. After speaking, all 4 of them fell silent. Suddenly, Josiah stood up and decided, let's do it, let's find a car. On the other side, Mr. Zhang from Yuan Shang's group asked him about what he had just said. Yuan Shang, sitting in the passenger seat of the car, smoked his cigarette and replied. Mr. Zhang, we go way back, there's a bond between us. He smiled, handed the cigarette box to Mr. Zhang, and continued. The apocalypse has come, and you're still here, exchanging food with me. That bond is even deeper. Do I really need to deceive you about this? Cloud Peak Mountain Villa really needs people. You have the best skills, and the treatment won't be bad. And even if you don't have skills or strength, that's fine too. You may be hungry, I don't know if you'll be able to eat enough, but at least you won't starve to death. It's still better than your current situation, isn't it? He calmly took a drag from his cigarette. Yuan Shang continued. In just a few days, compared to when I last saw you, you've already lost 4 or 5 people. Right now, you can still exchange food for spirit stones every 3 days. But later on, as the number of people dwindles, what will you do when you can't kill zombies anymore? What I'm saying is a way out, think it over. With the same indifferent expression, Mr. Zhang lit his cigarette. Behind him, many people had grimy faces, their clothes patched in several places. Mr. Zhang, cigarette in mouth, said sincerely. Sir, we'll follow your advice and go to Cloud Peak Mountain Villa to try our luck. They watched as Yuan Shang left, and he did not forget to remind them. When you get there, just say I introduced you. Inside the car, the driver turned to Yuan Shang and said, Sir, what do you think Cloud Peak Mountain Villa is planning to do? Right now, everyone is struggling to survive on their own, and they still need people, a large number of people. This whole thing seems off, don't you think? He glanced at the driver who had been complaining this whole time. Yuan Shang closed his eyes and smoked a cigarette, so the only thing he could do was be a driver for me, unable to accomplish anything significant. He suddenly frowned, pointed, and told me that Guy Yi Zhongming from Cloud Peak Mountain Villa has great ambitions. We are clearly inferior to him, so it's normal we don't understand his methods.
Yuan Shang and the driver, who was operating a military vehicle, continued their conversation. We just need to work for them and gain some small benefits. From now on, let's see what they really want to do. Scene change. At this moment, Dr. Zhang was hiding behind a building, anxiously thinking, if I stay stuck here too long without finding any food, based on professional judgment, I fear I won't be able to survive more than 3 days. It's time to take a risk. If I don't venture out to find some food today, tomorrow when my strength runs out, there will be no hope of finding anything. With this thought, Dr. Zhang dashed into the small supermarket in front of him. Once inside, he stopped in his tracks in front of shelves full of food. His face lit up with excitement as he saw the abundance of supplies. As he picked up a few items that had fallen to the floor, suddenly a hand grabbed the back of his collar and dragged him away. He was terrified. Immediately, Dr. Zhang was thrown painfully across the room. A large man with curly brown hair sneered at him, another idiot who fell into the trap. After speaking, the man bent down and began searching through Zhang's clothes. Damn it, not even a single crystal stone. Seeing this, the curly-haired man slapped Dr. Zhang several times across the face. You damn starving ghost, not even one crystal, how have you survived until now? He stood up and began searching the shelves, muttering to himself, can't waste time. I need to make this little guy bleed a bit, attract 1 or 2 zombies. The curly-haired man, who had been searching, muttered, where's my sword? It's right here. At this moment, behind him, Dr. Zhang stood up. As soon as the curly-haired man found the sword, he noticed a figure and quickly turned around. With a fierce look, he swiftly slashed at the man's neck, catching him off guard. The curly-haired man, panicked, covered his wound and cursed loudly, damn you. Dr. Zhang, with a vicious expression, said, don't blame me, you forced me into this. You've been bullying people too much. Under the tree, 4 young women were walking in. Ma MT and the other 3 had worried expressions on their faces as they stood outside. Suddenly, without knowing when, Yi Zhongming had appeared and opened the door. Mo, seeing a glimmer of hope, asked, how is it, Rong's sister, are you alright? Pa Jiang reassured them and delivered the good news, don't worry, the surgery was a success. The little tree demon has been removed from her body. Ma MT was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yi Zhongming turned to thank him, Dr. Zhang, you've worked hard. You must be tired, go rest well. We still have 2 more surgeries like this in the next few days that need your help. Indeed, infatuation with men can never end, no matter how many lifetimes. Mo's eyes sparkled like stars as she tried to steal glances at Dr. Zhang. That's right, inside our bodies, we also have that little tree demon. We rely on Dr. Zhang for help. He shyly agreed. Yi Zhongming turned to Fei Shu and said, you stay here for now, just in case anything happens. I'm going over to the hot spring villa to check things out. She nodded in agreement. Suddenly, someone pushed in, eager to follow their own will, karma has come for you. It was Xiao Lei, who had appeared there at some point. She even held up a piece of paper and said, I must replace the moonlight and punish you. He stayed silent for a long while, then reluctantly noticed her age and spoke as if he were her mother, are you really going to say something like that? Xiao Lei was provoked into action and shouted, damn it, I'll take you on. Yi Zhongming joined in teasingly, alright, I'll take you on with one hand. Alright, stop causing trouble. What's going on? She said as she handed over a piece of paper. I don't know why you're rushing to recruit people now, but congratulations, your team's propaganda seems to be going well. Over 300 people have shown up in the past 3 days. Especially yesterday, after all the zombies were wiped out, the path leading here was clear of any danger. The number of people coming to Mountain Villa has only increased, with more than 100 people arriving today. She added, actually, the base can be built gradually. Rushing things like this will cause many issues. The most pressing issue is food. The stockpiles in Luyi's warehouse aren't too few, and with some supplies from Yuan Shang, as long as the number of people remains the same, we won't starve for the next 2 months. Yi Zhongming continued to tease her, is there anything else? Xia Lei, irritated by his teasing, pointed a finger at his face. This is a huge issue. What happens when the food runs out? Are we supposed to drink milk? Then, shifting to an embarrassed tone, she added, and you still have all those scrap vehicles you need to collect. Quite a few people have come to trade over the past few days. Although each vehicle doesn't yield much, there've still been dozens of them. Right now, there probably weren't any major problems, but once more people came to trade, food would be even scarcer. As Xia Lei walked, she continued, this is just the immediate problem. There are many more issues to come, such as the survival of the people, cleanliness, safety, stability, health, and so on. For example, the desires from external forces. At the shelter, the group of people was scattered, each engaged in their own activities. Xia Lei calmly said, anyway, there are a lot of issues, Mr. Yi, what are you planning to do? Then he pointed to the empty space. Aren't there plenty of work clothes from Mountain Villa in the storage? Take them out, have these people wash up a bit and change. Add some ground meat from level 1 mutated animals into their food to improve their physical condition. The conference area still needs decoration, tell them to clean up, consider it temporary labor. Before we start building the perimeter wall, let them get used to it. The scrap vehicle purchase over there should not be stopped, those are materials I will need later to forge large sabers, collecting as much as possible is not excessive. The standard equipment we will use in the future will be based on that. Tell Xiaohu to train them harder, teach them how to stand firm in the military, and they need to follow the regulations as well. The most we can give is another 5 days. Once the Roan sisters' health improves, we will head to the machinery workshop. Xia Lei immediately set to work. Liang Chuyin rushed in to report. Zhong Ming is outside with a group of people, they brought many people in scrap vehicles, saying they want to trade with us. They have quite a few people, all armed and looking rather fierce, a bit arrogant too. Both of them immediately grew serious, understanding each other's thoughts. He asked her. Did they say where they're from? Liang Chuyin replied. They didn't say, but one of Lu Uncle's subordinates mentioned that these people are from the Inchang prison. But the prediction carried an ominous sign. Zhong Ming frowned. At this moment, the container trucks had arrived at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. The Hu family sat on top of the trucks, feeling frustrated. Has that beautiful girl been gone for so long and still hasn't come back? The Hu family furrowed his brow, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, there's still no news. Why didn't I wait? Should have charged in immediately. One of the subordinates tried to comfort the Hu family, reminding him that they were almost there. Everyone ran over, warmly greeting Yi Zhongming. Seeing the unfamiliar face, he became slightly cautious. The bald man had never heard of this person in his past life. It seemed like he wasn't one of Zhang Delong's subordinates. The Hu family pointed with his chin, asking, "Are you the boss here?" Yi Zhongming confirmed. The Hu family jumped up, about to list the number of supplies: 40 scrap trucks, 150 people. How much are you bringing? Those following behind also became cautious. Do they think we're idiots? Where would they get so many trucks and people? But Zhong Ming kept his calm expression, 50 kilograms of rice and 50 bottles of water. The Hu family became angry, cursing directly in his face. Do you think I'm lacking rice? Do you think I'm so free I'd bring these things all the way here for nothing? And I even brought you a decent number of people, and you're giving me 50 kilograms of rice and 50 bottles of water? He then waved his hand dismissively at Zhong Ming. Yi Zhongming was somewhat angry but still held back, warning, "Watch your mouth." Hu Jiangyan, feeling a bit of admiration in his heart, thought, "This kid has more backbone than I do." His strength is no small matter either. He lit a cigarette, the wind rustling as he looked around. But on his side, there were still his brothers, plenty of guns, and besides, behind him was Brother Long. If they couldn't secure a good deal today, it would not be worthy of Brother Long's reputation. On Yi Zhongming's side, there were no pushovers either. He asked bluntly, "So how much do you want?" Hu Jiang immediately set his price,
150 pounds of rice without water, but I've heard your mountain villa has plenty of canned goods, so throw in 100 cans of meat and half a truck of salt and oil.
Wang Dingchen interjected, you think we treat money like water? Do you even know how many people we have to feed there? Hu Family's face darkened, warning him, watch your tone. You think Mr. Hu won't shoot you if you keep talking like that?
Yi Zhongming gestured as if to concede. Since Hu Family had spoken, it was settled. Sister Lei signaled for the supplies to be moved, while Chewing behind her looked slightly displeased, thinking the same thing. This was not Zhongming's style. When did he start letting people extort him like this? But Xia Lei still agreed with him. After the container trucks departed, only Yi Zhongming's group remained. Chewing turned to scold, Zhongming, why didn't you just kill that guy? He replied calmly, stay calm. Right now, we need to focus our energy on building the base, not starting a war with the surrounding forces. De Yuan added, exactly, we're not the same as before. We don't just fight and run off. Now, we have a stable base here. Whatever we do, we need to consider the consequences. We can't let a moment of impulse ruin everything. Zhongming encouraged, alright, everyone, make use of the time to work, we need to build the base, I still have a lot of work to do. He turned and gave a light warning, the hardship of your situation, they are still too young to understand, I'm afraid it will be hard for them to grasp. Then he elaborated further, Zhang Delong is the most powerful force around here. His subordinates number over 500, but right now, only about 50 of them at Mountain Villa are capable of fighting. If a conflict breaks out now, even if we win, it will still be a tragic battle. Yi Zhongming smiled dangerously after hearing this, once our next plan proceeds smoothly, sooner or later, I will unleash the tiger. There's also Zhang Delong behind him, let's see what he can do. As scheduled, 1 week later, in the outskirts of Yingchun County, the group of Uncle Hai, leader of Dongshan Village, faced off against the boss of the Hungry Wolf Night Group, young Master Yun. The close-up shot of young Master Yun showed him chewing grass with an indifferent expression. Uncle Hai, with a cigarette in his mouth, finally spoke, kid, don't act like you've lost your parents, do you look down on me? Let me tell you, if you were my grandson, I would shave your dyed head bald. Young Master Yun, feeling like he had been hit where it hurts, immediately cursed loudly. The two groups then fell silent, and soon, a new group of horseback riders arrived to join the fray. Lu Zhangxiao cheerfully came over to greet them, you guys arrived early? Uncle Hai responded with a smile, Old Tower, we've been waiting for you and your crew for quite a while. Young Master Yin also cheerfully rubbed his hands together, it's been a while, little sister. Come by my place sometime, I've got some interesting things to show you. Xiao Ling arrogantly stepped aside, are you going to where he is? Lu Zhangxiao returned to the main topic, saying, young Master Yun, let's get to the point. He then pointed at the mysterious figure and briefly introduced him to everyone, this is Lord Beizi, from the Shangling Guild. Both the two uncles and young Master Yun were confused. Someone from the Shangling Guild? This wasn't part of our plan. He happily explained, Lord Beizi here is just an observer, he won't take action, nor will he participate in the fight or claim any rewards. The two uncles said nothing, merely smoking their cigarettes, thinking for a moment. Old Lin then spoke, alright, then let's proceed with the plan and prepare to take the military base. Above, on the building, a group of people stood clustered together. Xiao Hu reports, boss has received news, those people have started heading towards the military base. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ming turned to gather everyone, the primary target is the Yingchun County's food warehouse. He added a few more words, if this operation succeeds, the base's food problem will be solved, at least for the next year, we won't have to worry about food. Then, Zhong Ming raised his sword, rallying everyone's fighting spirit. Nearby, at the Yingchun County food warehouse, Xiao Wu was working while giving orders, let's go, prepare the next group of people. Everyone worked quickly under the supervision of Lu Uncle. This spot and the other one as well, both need people. Xia Lei beside him urged, hurry up, everyone, work faster. Liang Chuyin worked tirelessly, silently thinking that the rear support had already arranged the time properly as instructed, and the front line should be keeping an eye on him now.
Zhongming was on the battlefield, and everyone was eagerly pushing forward.
Yi Zhongming fiercely slashed at the monsters.
He fought while silently fuming and calculating.
This battle could not use guns, or it would alert the mutants in the area, and the pressure would only increase. The zombies gradually gathered, and the speed of the assault team slowed down. Suddenly, he noticed someone being attacked by a monster from behind. Yi Zhongming quickly moved forward and struck it hard. He anxiously looked at the person who had just been attacked and immediately received a reassuring response.
"Don't worry, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I can still keep killing them, Boss Yi."
Immediately after, the Puritan in his hand thrust sharply into the monster. Yi Zhongming patted his shoulder and praised him.
"Good, you have 1 minute to complete your evolution."
When he noticed the vial in his hand, he was stunned. He was deeply moved, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Yi Zhongming.
"Thank you, Boss Yi." He immediately took it as a great encouragement and loudly reminded everyone.
"I know many of you are participating in this kind of combat for the first time in such a disadvantageous situation, facing a sea of blood for the first time, but don't be afraid, we'll keep going like this, and this time, we will definitely win." Immediately after that, Yi Zhongming pointed his hand towards the back, his expression slightly better, resembling his own. "After the battle ends, there will be evolution drugs. I, Yi Zhongming, will definitely not waste words." Everyone was extremely excited and lively at the mention of evolution drugs. Yi Zhongming immediately became serious and assessed the situation. He was surprised that there were still so many monsters in the food storage area. He quickly thought of Moya's group, wondering what had happened to them. The monsters were surging forward.
Moya's vehicle quickly sped away from their pursuit.
Inside the vehicle, a large amount of food was piled up. Moyi spoke very seriously. "Rong's sister, you two have worked hard." She seemed to have noticed something ahead, her face showing considerable worry. Moya quickly clapped her hands in front to remind the driver, "We're almost at the weapon storage, let's split up." She observed the people throwing meat to lure the monsters and was calculating. For this siege mission, Zhongming had assigned us to lure the monsters near the food storage with meat, and just as we are near the weapon storage, there are forces fighting the monsters, their gunshots will be enough to attract them. Her face was very serious. Sacrificing the people near the weapon storage to fight the monsters truly seemed like Zhongming's style.
"What am I worrying about?
If Zhongming says the people at the weapon storage will definitely lose, we just need to carry out the mission."
Xiaobai, who was behind, stared intently at Moe.
Immediately, she was horrified and screamed. Xiaobai Lian jumped out of the car, shocking the others.
"You go ahead." Rong's sister was extremely terrified by this. Moe, standing behind, seemed calm. Was she a 2-star evolved?
Surely, she must have her own judgment.
Xiaobai quickly ran back.
She stormed ahead, heading towards where 2 figures appeared. The 2 men stood in her way.
"If you move aside, we won't kill you." Xiaobai silently glared at them.
The 2 men stared at Xiaomu, sizing her up.
"Is this ugly guy having some issues? Girls like this really shouldn't exist in the world. This way, future generations will have more desirable looks. I've always thought that perfect appearance is a kind of standard."
The 2 of them kept talking as they stared at her.
"We really are twins, huh? It was because of you that the monster came here, right? If you're wise, tell me, which side are you on?"
Xiaobai coldly stretched out her hand and punched him while he was still sizing her up.
"Are you not only ugly but mute as well?" They immediately stepped back to dodge the blow, still mocking her. "You don't know your own limits." He kept dodging Xiaobai's punches while sneering. "Do you think we don't know you're a 2-star evolved? Today, you'll get a taste of it."
They continuously moved quickly, surrounding her and continuing to show off. The power of the twin brothers. Xiaobai quickly locked onto her target and charged straight at it. Immediately, she stared in shock.
A loud explosion echoed throughout the area.
The blast left Xiaobai's body covered in wounds, sending her flying far away. They blended into the smoke and dust, sneering in contempt.
Ugly girl, do you think being a second-tier evolver makes you unstoppable in the apocalypse?
There are many miraculous things you don't know, happening elsewhere. If your strength were placed in our Xiangling guild, you wouldn't even make it into the top 50. We laughed derisively, while our twins made it into the top 20.
Do you know what the difference is?
Crushing, difference, crushing. Xiaobai punched one of the twin brothers in the stomach. His body bulged up before exploding, sending Xiaobai flying and crashing into the wall. The twin brothers laughed gleefully.
You guessed wrong.
Xiaobai stood up, unharmed, and threw a punch toward them as they hesitated.
Suddenly, they exploded.
Very powerful, yet incredibly foolish, so foolish they didn't know their own limits. We are twins, with professions, some of which you might have never even heard of.
Even if you're a fake profession, you still can't defeat us. We're also second-tier evolvers.
You have no advantage over us.
You're so insignificant.
The bitter woman usually dies young, and you are a prime example of that, not to mention you're as dumb as a pig. A huge explosion occurred, and he smugly said, "You're dead for sure, you stupid woman." Xiaobai braced herself on her hands and stood up, tightly clenching her fist as she charged towards the twin brother once again. Her punch landed squarely on his face, sending his broken glasses flying as he was knocked back. The other man, furious, shouted, "Impossible!
How did you find the real one?"
Xiaobai's face remained emotionless. "I don't need to distinguish who's real, I just need to try each one." A sense of unease started to rise in him. This crazy woman, if she weren't a second-level evolver, she would have been killed long ago. Yet, from the start, she was ready to be bombed 6 times. He charged forward with a knife. "So what if you break our profession skills?
We'll still kill you." He didn't expect her to actively meet the blow.
Xiaobai responded decisively, "I don't need to be stronger than you, I just need to endure more than you." Immediately, he coughed up blood. His twin brother could only call out his name and worry.
Xiaobai lowered her voice, "Has anyone ever told you that you talk way too much?"
In the Yingchun County's grain storage district, the zombies were shouting on the street, demanding to kill. Yi Zhongming led the group. "Everyone, follow Lin with me." He swung his blade horizontally at the wall in front of them, and another group of zombies surged out. The people following Yi Zhongming scrambled.
Why are there so many zombies in the grain storage area? It's a one-way street, can't go forward or backward.
He confidently told everyone, "It's fine, everyone step back behind me." The seal of flame power, that move caused the zombies to vanish in the flames. In an instant, all the zombies were gone. Mr. Hu eagerly ran up. "Boss, this move is amazing, one strike and all the zombies are wiped out." The food supply was secured, and just as the door was opened, something rushed out. Yi Zhongming noticed and rushed forward, pushing Mr. Hu aside.
Mr. Hu was startled.
"Boss, what is this thing?" Yi Zhongming explained, "This is a black mud zombie, I didn't expect it to be inside." Mr. Hu felt a numbness in his lower body and panicked. Zhongming reassured him, "Have Master Laborer help you, don't worry.
It's nothing to be afraid of."
After saying that, he stepped inside to search.
"Where are you hiding?"
Suddenly, a zombie attacked Yi Zhongming from behind, and he quickly turned around to strike it. In front of him appeared the entire black mud zombie.
This mutated black mud zombie was very powerful.
Compared to other mutations, it was even more disgusting.
Its method of attack was to shoot out a sticky substance that clung to its prey.
This black mud not only had a high viscosity but also contained neurotoxins.
Anything that got stuck would lose its ability to resist and be trapped alive.
Yi Zhongming was slightly less worried. Fortunately, this black mud zombie was only level 3. If its evolution level had been higher, it would have been troublesome. But he really hadn't expected to encounter such a mutated lifeform as soon as he entered the food storage.
Mr. Hu happily ran in. "Boss, I'm fine now. Master Laborer has treated me." Yi Zhongming ordered. Let everyone follow the plan.
Mr. Hu took the lead, with everyone sticking closely behind, ensuring no monsters entered the food storage, while the monsters in the storage would be dealt with by the boss. Yi Zhongming moved quickly while calculating. I can't use flame power in the food storage, or else the whole storage will be destroyed. Suddenly, the glass above shattered, and monsters started jumping down. He counted the number of first-level mutated zombies, at least 10 of them, likely the minions of that black sludge monster. Yi Zhongming dodged their attacks. The black sludge zombie howled, ordering its minions to attack. He drew his sword and stood ready. One of the zombies lunged, and he slashed it. Yi Zhongming used his ultimate bloodbot skill. He kicked one zombie, and another one bit into his leg. Yi Zhongming spun rapidly, creating a whirlpool. The zombie's back grew spikes, and he stomped on it with his foot. Green energy flowed into Yi Zhongming. The demonic bloodbot skill absorbed stars, and his wounds began to heal. Yi Zhongming quietly laughed. Exactly, I can feel it. The endless energy is replenishing my strength and healing my wounds. A zombie lunged at him, and he struck a fatal blow to its head. The wounds on his face regenerated at a terrifying speed. After dealing with the minions, Yi Zhongming walked forward and said, "Now, only you remain." The black sludge zombie immediately attacked him. Yi Zhongming gritted his teeth and charged at it, stabbing it. Everyone rushed in, calling out to him. Yi Zhongming turned around and said, "Everyone arrived just in time." The logistics team moved the supplies in quickly. Speed up the action. Uncle Lu shouted, "Transport team, get in here now." Everyone else continued to defend. Hurry up, not a single grain of rice should be wasted. Moe reported to Zhongming, "Once we lure the zombies away, we'll immediately return to rejoin the fight." He asked Moe, "Where's Xiaobai?" She hesitated and answered, "She noticed something unusual and told us to go ahead. She's staying behind to block the path." On Xiaobai's side, Holy Throne Beizi was chasing her. Xiaobai was using all her speed to lead him away. Holy Throne Beizi moved gracefully, only stopping when necessary. Her teammates weren't in this direction. The opposite direction was likely where they were. Let me think. Over there is the Ainchun food warehouse. I guess I'm right, aren't I? Suddenly, Xiaobai stopped. She turned around to look at him. Holy Throne Beizi sneered, "Looks like I was right. But you're not bad yourself, even killing one of my subordinates. I'm the 5th saint in the 9 great thrones of the Shangling Guild, Holy Throne Beizi. I'll give you a chance to become one of my warriors. I'll spare your teammates and restore your appearance." Xiaobai looked at him with half a glance and said mockingly, "You're an idiot." Outside the Yingchun food warehouse, zombies surrounded the area, while inside, a team was trying to defend, preventing the zombies from breaking in. The others were quickly transporting the reserve supplies. Uncle Lu stood at the side, overseeing the work. "Move faster but stay organized. We can't waste all the ammunition here." Suddenly, a figure launched an attack from above, leaping down into the crowd. Instantly, Yi Zhongming appeared and eliminated the attacker with a powerful punch. After dealing with the threat, the path ahead was clear. He urged the group to move forward. The supply carriers continued to transport the goods forward, determined to carry out the task no matter the cost, even if it meant losing their lives, then stacking the goods up. Everyone worked in perfect synchronization. Some brought the goods, others loaded them onto the vehicles. The ground suddenly shook, causing everyone to pause. Xiao Hu rushed over to report. "Boss, there are 2 third-level monsters charging towards us. This is bad." Yi Zhongming recognized them as 2-headed demons. The monsters were already very close. Yi Zhongming anxiously asked, "Has everyone crossed over? Are they safe?" "There are still Liang Chuyin and a dozen others handling the rear," Xiao Wu replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongming summoned the rumbling mechanical engineer,
and a robot immediately appeared. He then instructed Xiaohu. Tell them to prepare to retreat, hurry back. Following the orders, the group quickly retreated as the two-headed demons drew closer. Once everyone had safely crossed to the other side, Yi Zhongming commanded the destruction of the wooden bridge. Xiaohu swiftly cut the rope of the suspension bridge, causing the zombies that had just stepped onto it to fall into the abyss when the bridge collapsed. Next, Yi Zhongming ordered the mechanical engineer to fire its weapons. With just one shot, the zombies were blasted apart. Seizing the opportunity, he urged everyone to board the vehicles and retreat. In the end, the convoy, fully loaded with goods, managed to escape the warehouse. Under the leadership of Yi Zhongming, the convoy continued to move forward. However, the monsters kept up with them. A series of large rocks flew toward him, attacking. Yi Zhongming calmly used the Tonkaiasen sword to knock away the rocks that posed no threat. Xiaolei, worried, asked, "What is this?" Yi Zhongming observed the situation while responding. "It's a giant, super strong two-headed demon. If we let them catch up, we'll pay a heavy price." The small demon on the shoulder of the two-headed monster kept throwing rocks at the convoy. Yi Zhongming had no choice but to summon a sniper rifle. He crouched down into a shooting position. Yi Zhongming aimed carefully at the head of the small demon on the shoulder. Once he had a clear shot, Yi Zhongming pulled the trigger. The bullet flew straight into the second head of the two-headed demon. The demon on the shoulder raised its arm to block, and as a result, the bullet severed its arm. Yi Zhongming was surprised by this outcome. At this distance, the bullet he had previously enhanced had been stopped. The attack made the two-headed demon furious, and it continued throwing rocks. The monster kept attacking, but Yi Zhongming kept responding, not allowing it to throw anymore. Another shot rang out, severing another arm of the two-headed demon. Then, a flurry of gunshots rang out, aimed directly at the two demons. Realizing it could no longer win, the two-headed demon stopped. Seeing this, Yi Zhongming said, "Not chasing anymore? Are you scared now?" He raised his rifle, threatening them loudly. "This is a warning. If you chase again, you'll die." Although the two monsters were very angry, they couldn't do anything, and could only give up and roar in frustration. Yi Zhongming finally felt at ease, as it seemed they were no longer pursuing him. Luckily, the anti-tank rounds he had accumulated over time were just enough. Outside the ruined building, someone was finishing off a man. When the man's breath ceased, the red-haired zombie coldly tossed him to the ground. She suddenly stared at her hands in confusion. The red-haired zombie stood there frozen, muttering, "This looks like writing, but what kind of writing is it? Why can't I read it? I can't remember." Suddenly, a demon cat approached from behind. Following it was another black-haired zombie. She calmly said, "You can't escape." The red-haired demon didn't understand what she was talking about, so she ignored her. Seeing that the red-haired zombie didn't pay attention to her master, the demon cat hissed angrily. The black-haired zombie gently petted the cat to calm it while trying to persuade the red-haired zombie. "Let me eat you, and you will be freed. You have no subject, so you can't evolve." "Ah," the black-haired zombie seriously suggested, "you will definitely be killed, so why not agree with me?" The red-haired zombie seemed to want to say something, but could only make incoherent sounds, unable to speak clearly. Even so, the black-haired demon understood and responded that it wasn't an illusion. Suddenly, the red-haired zombie launched a sharp strand of hair to attack the black-haired zombie. This was unexpected, and with quick reflexes, the black-haired demon swiftly retreated to avoid the blow. The recent raid was a failure. The red-haired zombie was very irritated by the defeat. The lack of cooperation from the enemy made the black-haired demoness furious, and she decided to fly over for a counterattack. Suddenly, the red-haired zombie drove her hard, sharp hair, which acted as a weapon, into the ground. At the spot where the black-haired zombie was heading, numerous sharp spikes made of hair grew up, blocking the black-haired zombie's path. Immediately, the black-haired zombie embraced her demonic cat. She wrapped her long black hair around her body, protecting herself from the sharp spikes of the red-haired zombie. As soon as the black hair formed a tough shield, the red spikes struck. The collision caused a tremendous explosion. Smoke billowed, and as it cleared, the black-haired girl was revealed to have been pierced by the red spikes, but it seemed the black-haired zombie only suffered minor injuries. Seeing this, the red-haired demoness sneered and looked down on her opponent. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her body. The red-haired zombie quickly fled. The black-haired demoness, enraged, forced herself to pull the spikes out. She couldn't let the red-haired girl escape. Elsewhere, in the forest across, Xiaobai was exhausted, pulling La step by step through the underbrush. But behind them, Holy Throne Basie had caught up. He gave her one final chance. Now, either swear loyalty to me, or die. Xiaobai was not afraid of death. She spat on the ground, dismissing his words with contempt. This action made Holy Throne Basie laugh. It seemed like you didn't agree with the latter part, huh? Do you think a 2-star revolver is really that strong? Everyone in this world is like a frog at the bottom of a well, even you. Only the Xiangling Guild has reached the pinnacle of humanity, representing all things advanced. He both threatened and persuaded, if you don't join, you'll never witness our growth. You must appreciate the opportunity I'm giving you. I really like your decisive personality, you know? As soon as he finished speaking, Holy Throne Basie threw a punch towards Xiaobai, but she mustered her last bit of strength to block it. In her exhausted state, Xiaobai couldn't stop the punch, and as a result, she was sent flying and crashed into a tree. Holy Throne Basie continued to tempt her. Look, I haven't even used my professional skills and you couldn't even withstand that. Don't you see the difference between us yet? Don't you realize the vast power of Feng Wuling? I'm a 3-star revolver. I bet you've never even encountered a 3-star revolver before, have you? You should understand the gap between the different stages of evolution. And in our Xiangling Guild, we have at least 10 people as strong as me. Our guild leader is so powerful, nothing compares to them. Xiaobai didn't hear a single word he said, only glaring at him in anger. Holy Throne Basie stepped closer and mockingly caressed her face. If not for the half of her face that had been ruined, she would certainly have been very beautiful. Since the apocalypse began, she must have endured a lot of suffering. He felt startled when she spoke. Xiaobai had grabbed his hand at some point with a fierce expression. I'll chop off your hand and roast it for Di Huang of our family. Her action infuriated him. Damn it, I didn't know this. The morning sunlight shone down on their hideout. The boss, the starving tiger knight, was furiously roaring and cursing. How could those damn, lawless monsters be so strong? They obviously don't have any innate abilities. And here I am, the starving tiger knight, suffering such heavy casualties. The two uncles gently caressed their pipes, gritting their teeth and letting out a groan. Suddenly, a person was violently thrown to the ground in front of them, causing them to jump and look over. Holy Throne Basie remained in the same position as he let himself fall. Under his feet lay Xiaobai, unconscious. The boss, the starving tiger knight, immediately demanded an explanation. If you're not going to help me, fine. But what's the meaning of bringing this half-dead girl here? The two uncles were calmer and asked Holy Throne Basie. What's going on? He furrowed his brow and began to explain. Earlier, while they were fighting, a group of people had used the sound of their gunfire to attract the zombies from Mingchun County, who then attacked that group. The others were stunned by the explanation, realizing that this girl was an important figure from that faction, and they were supposed to handle her. It's best if you find out which side she's on and let me know, said Holy Throne Basie. Xiaobai remained unconscious. Holy Throne Basie carefully reminded them. Is it true that she's a level 2 evolver? Finally, I solemnly said to everyone. He clenched his fist and raised it before him. From now on, it would be best to be a bit more polite with the Xiangling Guild, because not everyone in Xiangling Guild is as kind-hearted as I am. Holy Throne Basie swung his fist toward the nearby building. After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving the other three stunned and confused. A second later, a thunderous explosion echoed from the base of the building, and in an instant, the lower half of the building was shattered. While High Uncle and the boss of the starving Tiger Knights were still in shock from the overwhelming power, Lu Zhangxiao seized the opportunity to take Xiaobai away. I think young Master Yun and High Uncle won't take it to heart, right? He turned his head and said coldly, looking at them. A little later, at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, everyone was busy loading sacks onto carts. On the other side, a few men were hungrily eating at a long table, constantly clicking their tongues in satisfaction. In the conference room, MOE reported the heavy losses they had suffered. We lost 31 star evolved beings, and 2 were crippled. 45 regular soldiers died, 6 were severely injured, the supply convoy lost 21 men, and the ammunition is almost out. Though we were victorious, the base defense team has suffered greatly and needs reinforcement. By this point, she was sweating. Yi Zhongming Dan, with his hands resting on his chin, instructed, as for the disabled, once they're stable, assign them some lighter tasks. We'll have to take care of them from now on. Lu Uncle also agreed. Also, doing this will send a message to everyone that if they dedicate themselves to the base won't treat them unfairly. After that, he turned to MOE and gave orders regarding the supplementation for the evolutionary specialist. Upon hearing this, she immediately handed Yi Zhongming the replacement list she had prepared. Next came Tang Tian's report. The sunset cast a shadow over the entire manor. Sister Rome looked out the window and hesitantly inquired about news of Xia Bai. He covered his mouth thoughtfully before instructing Xia Lei to notify the hunting team about the mission to search for her. Following that, he ordered Uncle Lu to find Yuan Shang and announce a reward for information about Xia Bai. Xia Lei and Uncle Lu immediately accepted the command. Then, Yi Zhongming turned back to MOE. Based on this list, I will prepare 40 evolutionary specialist potions. Apart from the 35 people on this list, you can decide the remaining 5 based on the situation with training in hunting. Once he finished, she immediately responded. Understood. Suddenly, Uncle Lu pushed the door open and reported that he had informed Yuan Shang about the announcement. He then raised a stack of documents. Additionally, he provided us with some intelligence. A moment later, everyone in the room was reviewing the documents. Xia Lei spoke up first. This time, the Dongshanko village, the Lu family, and the Tiger Hunting Knights have all suffered significant losses. It seems this monster is truly formidable. Yi Zhongming stared at the paper, a slight smirk curling his lips. The intelligence Yuan Shan provided isn't entirely accurate, but it's still worth considering which forces might have a trump card. Uncle Lu seemed to have something urgent to attend to. Upon hearing him called, he immediately prepared to follow orders. Go to Dongshanko village and see if they can trade food for weapons. If they are willing to sell guns with modified shells, we can offer magic crystals as trade items. Yi Zhongming glanced at Lu Uncle's instructions, then he ordered MOE to carefully monitor Zhang Delong. Suddenly, Xia Lei raised his hand and asked. Yi Zhongming, should we investigate the Shanling Guild? He raised his finger and analyzed. The people of the Shanling Guild will do anything to evolve. Many of their methods are extremely cruel, it's almost inhuman. So, for now, they will be ahead of humans. During this phase, we should avoid them. On the evening of the second day, at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, everyone gathered around the large round table. Xia Lei reported the situation they received at 6-7 p.m. tonight. Yesterday, a heavily armed team of over 200 people from Anchang prison was heading towards Cloud Peak Mountain. The leader was the villain Panglin, also known as Tata, along with Hu Zhao, who came to the Songqian Mountain village last time. Xiao Hu immediately added. At 8:13 p.m. yesterday, a hunting team discovered a group of over 20,000 zombies appearing in the direction of Anchang, heading towards the route ahead. They will reach Cloud Peak Mountain in 7 days, and among them are many third-level zombies. Rong's sister also anxiously reported. At 12 p.m. today, Liang Yi sent news from Dongshanko village through the communication device, saying that they had no intention of agreeing to the proposal to exchange food for weapons. At 2 p.m. today, they officially refused and also detained Liang Yi and the 10-member team with him, demanding 10,000 kilograms of food for their release. Yi Zhongming asked in a cold tone. Is there anything else? Mo Yi hesitated and reported news from Yuan Shang. Boss Dai Kai of the scientific and technical team sent us a threatening letter, demanding that we exchange food for their lives. She furrowed her brows and reported that Xiaobai had fallen into the hands of the Lu family's people, and was now being taken to their central island base, severely injured and possibly dying at any moment. Xiaohu immediately grew agitated and swore, "They all want to trample over us." Liang Chuyin, standing beside him, was equally furious, her fists clenched. The villagers from Shankou not only refused to do business with us, but now they dare to take hostages and extort us. Seeing their reactions, Xia Lei immediately spoke up to calm them down. She furrowed her brows. What we need to do right now is figure out a way to resolve this. Tang Tian stepped forward and suggested to Yi Zhongming, "I think we can prioritize these threats and deal with them one by one." He looked down at the report, analyzing the situation. The first immediate threat seemed to be the people from Anchang prison tomorrow. If possible, it's best to use food supplies to temporarily trade for peace and drive them away. Liang Chuyin immediately slammed her fist onto the table, interrupting Tang Tian. They've made it clear that they want to steal all of our food. At her anger, he merely gave a slight smirk of agreement. It seemed everyone knew that a fight was inevitable. Next, after dealing with the Anchang prison threat, they would need to handle the two forces holding the hostages and rescuing our people. As for the threat from the scientific team, it could be put on hold for now to discuss later. Lastly, there was the issue of the zombies. If they didn't change their route, they would soon face a massive threat. If they arrived, it would be a life or death situation. Everyone fell silent, listening to Tang Tian's analysis. Once he finished speaking, Yi Zhongming immediately gave a thumbs up to praise him. Then, he turned to ask Xia Lei if she had any specific information about Pang Lin. She immediately reported, Pang Lin is one of the 5 top subordinates under Zhang Delong at the Anchang prison. His strength is ranked in the middle among the 5. As for the number of people coming to our place this time, there are more than 200, and he is a 2-star evolved being, though his specific abilities are unclear. He has more than 51-star evolved subordinates, over 10 firearms, and an unknown amount of ammunition. Xia Lei furrowed her brows as she read the paper in her hand. That Yuan Shang has recently acquired more than 10 vials of evolution serum from us. A person like him is close to becoming an evolved being himself. She looked up at Yi Zhongming. He was holding a string from which several evolution serum vials were hanging, then instructed Xiao Hu to inform the regular soldiers about the upcoming attack, clearly outlining the dangers. Those willing to volunteer should step forward, and evolution serums would be distributed. If there weren't enough, they should come to him. Remember, choose the people first, then hand out the supplies. He looked at the pile of evolution serums in front of him, and Xiao Hu eagerly accepted the order. Next, Yi Zhongming told Yushir, his assistant, as well as Tang Tian and Tanghua, to stay behind and watch over the base. The two of them looked at him with concern. Yi Zhongming frowned seriously, raised his index finger, and instructed, if anyone attacks the mountain villa and defense cannot be held, retreat immediately. Don't take unnecessary risks, understood? After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling the others to follow him. Our battle has begun. The dangers are inevitable, so we will eradicate them. The next moment, Yi Zhongming suddenly remembered and turned to ask Xia Lei, are Yuan Shang and the others still at the mountain villa? She immediately replied, haven't they left yet? He didn't respond but just smirked, his expression filled with unspoken meaning. A moment later, Xiao Hu, who was standing and directing people to move things, caught Yuan Shang's attention, and he asked Yi Zhongming, isn't this method a bit ineffective? In an instant, all the items packed at the bottom of the chest had been removed. He furrowed his brow and thought, while Yi Zhongming confidently smirked, don't worry, I've only moved a little of your ammunition and explosives, I won't touch anything else. Yuan Shang remained uneasy, wanting to say something, but Yi Zhongming interrupted him. Now, most of you and your subordinates are already 2-star evolvers. Your self-defense abilities should be sufficient. Also, once this is over, I'll give you the 2-star evolution medicine. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan was momentarily stunned. He wanted to say something more, but Yi Zhongming had already turned away and called for everyone to go. A while later, Yuan Shan stood silently, watching their vehicles leave. "Boss Yi and your mountain villa must hold on," he muttered with concern. That night, at a concentration area, a man who had just finished with 2 women pulled up his pants. He raised his hand to open the tent flap, and Pang Lin yawned loudly. He put his hands in his pockets, walked around the tent, and muttered, "A bunch of little punks. Sleep well, so I can have enough energy. When the time comes, I'll eliminate that nameless faction." Not to mention the useless Tian Fei, Cloud Peak Mountain Villa has a beautiful girl with a red hammock and a cute young woman. I hope that guy isn't lying to me, or else I'll find someone to deal with him. Pang Lin pulled down his pants and urinated recklessly on the grass. Suddenly, a voice asked if he was Pang Lin, causing him to startle. Pang Lin immediately turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" In front of him stood Yi Zhongming, wielding a knife at lightning speed. Suddenly, the ring on Pang Lin's finger lit up, and a shield appeared, protecting him from the oncoming knife. Yi Zhongming, noticing the energy shield, smirked with interest. Without warning, a burst of flame erupted, enveloping both him and the knife, piercing through the energy shield, leaving Pang Lin stunned with his mouth agape. The next moment, Yi Zhongming sprang into the air, slashing a fiery path towards him. However, Pang Lin quickly leaned back, dodging it. He slammed his hand onto the ground to gain momentum. In an instant, Pang Lin flipped several times in the air, landing solidly a short distance away. He glared at Yi Zhongming, cursing in frustration. Pang Lin gritted his teeth, "I will kill you." Then, he let out several loud roars. With each roar, his body grew larger and larger. By the time his body had become colossal, he bellowed, "You're dead, little brat." He guessed this was the bloodline of a lower-level giant. Pang Lin cursed again and slammed his fist down where Yi Zhongming had been standing. Yi Zhongming jumped high into the air, muttering, "The strength of a giant bloodline is its power, but too bad." Yi Zhongming glanced at him with disdain, then gritted his teeth, realizing something. Pang Lin looked down at his legs, which were firmly restrained by 2 strange beams of light, and kept screaming. At that moment, he was stunned to discover that Yi Zhongming had somehow moved behind him. Yi Zhongming leapt high again, his vigilance too low, his experience too poor. What a pity for that bloodline. Upon finishing his words, he swung a knife down onto Pang Lin's back, causing him to scream in excruciating pain. Pang Lin's spine had been severed, and he could only helplessly collapse to the ground. On the other side, a few subordinates in the tent were also awakened by Pang Lin's scream, rushing out in a panic. "Don't let that little brat escape." At that moment, near the reward wheel at the Dongshan village entrance, Xia Lei was deep in thought. It wasn't just Xia Lei, there were many people behind her offering support. The 2 uncles facing them, holding iron rods, cursed under their breath, "Damn it, the intel was wrong." Aside from the old man who hides his face, Cloud Peak Mountain Villa still has 3 2-star evolvers? And second-tier pets appearing in the intel too? Weren't there only a little over 10 1-star evolvers left at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa? There should be at least 50 people here, including the one I caught, and the ones at home. Their weapons are white and gray grade, and they've got so many extraordinary weapons? These people are too strong, not easy to deal with. The 2 uncles warned, "We, Dongshan, do not agree with your actions. If you don't leave, we will consider this an act of aggression. You'll bear the consequences yourself." Xia Lei then negotiated, "Our boss has said, release the person and compensate with 20 advanced guns, and we'll still be friends." He responded irritably, "2 guns is too much, we don't have that. 10 guns, we'll release the person, that's our limit. Whether you accept it or not, say it directly." Xia Lei didn't answer, her expression unreadable as she seemed lost in thought. Uncle Hai added that for the next 6 months, neither side would infringe upon the other,
but she still insisted on persuading him to maintain the friendly relations between the two parties. Xia Lei then presented an additional condition for change, which made Uncle Hai seem somewhat impatient. She looked at him nonchalantly. "Don't get too worked up, you might have a heart attack." "Boss, we've said it before, if you agree to release the people, not only will we not invade, but we'll become your best trading partners." "Of course, that depends on your choice." Uncle Hai raised his hand, signaling for her to continue, then ordered his subordinates to release the people and bring 10 more guns. Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy as soon as he saw them. "Uncle Lu, welcome back, you've worked hard." At that moment, Xia Lei was inspecting the guns, slightly surprised. They were not like Zhong Ming's improvements. This type of modified gun altered components based on the original, enhancing the materials as well. She looked at Uncle Hai with satisfaction. "Alright, let's call it a day for both sides. Uncle, please send my regards to Hai Dong for our boss. God has closed one door for him, but surely will open another." Normally Hai Dong looks foolish, but who would have thought that after becoming a craftsman, he would have such talent? Just looking at this gun, it's clear that his skills have been honed to perfection. "Congratulations." He listened to everything she said, his brow furrowed in anger, gritting his teeth and holding back his rage. One of his subordinates standing beside him questioned. "Uncle Hai, are we just going to let them go like this? Or should we take advantage of their return and eliminate them all?" He remained silent, not speaking, his heart restless and anxious, not understanding how she could still know about Hai Dong's matter. In another area on the central island, Xiao Wu raised his voice angrily. "This bitch isn't talking, huh? Even if you don't speak, we still know everything." He used a stick to lift Xiaobai's chin as a threat. "Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, huh? We had news the moment you left. Do you really think there's anything happening at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa that we don't know? Be sensible and tell me, how many evolved humans are there, how many guns, how many 2-star evolved humans? Are there any professions? Just tell me, and I'll let you go." Xiaobai looked at him with a disdainful gaze, calling him stupid. This only made him even more furious, cursing loudly. Xiao Wu, now crazed, kept hitting and cursing. "I'll beat you to death." He was confused and frustrated. He had been beating her for an entire day, she was nearly battered to a pulp, yet somehow, she hadn't even been hurt. "If I can't even get this done, how can I possibly get the evolution drugs next time? I'm not the only son." The more he thought about it, the more mad he got, and his actions became even more violent. "Will you talk or not?" Even with her body broken, Xiaobai's eyes remained resolute, showing no fear. In his fury, Xiao Wu threw the whip down onto the floor with a crash, roaring in rage. "Fine, you won't talk? Then I'll just kill you." At that moment, one of his subordinates hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. Xiao Wu barked, "Get out, don't disturb me." The person raised his voice to announce, "There's a big issue. Young Master Xiao Wu at the lake has someone saying they came to find this girl." He suddenly paused, as if unsure, and asked again. "Really?" The subordinate confirmed. "Definitely, there is one person." Xiao Wu gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates to go with him to check. At the central island, it was late at night, and a quiet atmosphere enveloped the place. In the large room, everyone was gathered around the table to address the matter. One person said, "We've investigated, there are no boats on the lake anymore, that person is definitely alone." Lu Zhangzhao's face grew serious. To dare swim across the large lake alone, apart from having guts, their luck isn't bad either. Another person added, "Indeed, the mutated aquatic monsters in the lake. Normally, encountering them would be quite troublesome." He seemed displeased. "It's a pity that idiot is doing this for a girl like this. Isn't it just asking for death?" He then turned to give instructions for his son and daughter to handle the situation. Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Wu with mockery. "Big brother, this task that Dad gave us, make sure it's done well. You can't be like you. You spent the whole day asking and still couldn't get anything out of them, so dumb."
He cursed under his breath. That bastard, if it weren't for Dad spoiling you, I would have killed you a long time ago. Xiao Ling stepped in to mediate. Both of you stop arguing. Where's that idiot? Bring him here to see. Xiao Wu had no choice but to swallow his anger and let Xiao Hai off the hook. Just then, someone pushed open the door and walked in. Yi Zhongming calmly stepped inside. I'm here to find someone. The eldest brother upstairs shouted angrily. Are you saying you can just find anyone? Damn it, who the hell are you? Wipe that calm, dog-like expression off your face. It's driving me crazy. Xiao Wu approached, pointing his finger at him, threatening. That girl is just like you. Today, I gave her over 500 lashes. If you keep showing off like she did, I'll definitely give you 500 lashes too. Got it, you street punk? He didn't care, only focusing on the main issue, saying. So that means she's here. He was really pissed off, yelling loudly. Damn it, didn't a single word get through to you? Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot cut him off. The people at the table were startled and jumped up. Yi Zhongming shot him right between the eyes, causing him to die instantly. The people from upstairs were equally terrified, but Yi Zhongming didn't hesitate, coldly firing again. Xiao Ling stared in shock as his older brother, standing next to him, was shot and unexpectedly fell. The group quickly drew their guns, ready to shoot. Damn it, kill this arrogant bastard. Suddenly, a blinding light emanated from Yi Zhongming, and the ring on his finger flashed with a mysterious glow, immediately summoning a protective shield around him. He raised his gun, firing rapidly, each shot hitting its target. Xiao Hai was shot soon after, slowly collapsing to the ground. Seeing his beloved son killed, Lu Zhangxiao went into a frenzy, shouting angrily. You bastard, if you kill Lu Zhangxiao's son, you're dead. From the crystal necklace around his neck, a wooden staff gradually materialized. Yi Zhongming used the staff, a natural magic wand, to summon the water goddess to protect him. The crowd around them couldn't help but be amazed. What kind of person is this from the Water Clan? The giant from the Water Clan clenched his fists tightly with immense power. Xiao Ling immediately drew her gun and rushed forward. She charged directly toward the Water Clan person. The sharp tip of Xiao Ling's sword pierced straight into the left side of the Water Clan person's chest. Lu Zhangxiao shouted loudly, Good, break its circle, let's go. But before he could finish his sentence, the muzzle of a gun was pressed to his head from behind. Yi Zhongming coldly demanded, Lu Zhangxiao, release them. He was startled and exclaimed, How did you get here? Release them? Don't even think about it. Xiao Ling gritted her teeth, Let my father go now, or you will definitely die here today. Yi Zhongming showed no sign of fear, I will not die here. But if you don't release them, you will all die today. Yi Zhongming's fingers lightly brushed the crystal on the staff. He suddenly realized that it was a natural magic staff. He growled, At least you know what's good for you. You understand, good, release them or die. Lu Zhangxiao looked at him and said calmly, I won't deny it, you're very strong, and the natural staff is very powerful, but if you really don't care about your life, we'll be nothing but fish stranded on land. You know I'm not lying, the Lu family has many people, and your trump card is probably already used up, right? If you kill me, the Lu family will still continue, but you will definitely die here. Everyone was surprised by Lu Zhangxiao's words. Yi Zhongming still appeared indifferent. He was right, but so what? He was angrily calculating in his mind. It was true, but he also didn't want to go together into the grave. In the end, should he let the person go or not? A close associate of hers reminded her. Xiao Ling, the patriarch is now caught between two sides. Your 3 older brothers are gone, and now only you can make the decision. She pondered for a moment, looking at the 3 men standing at attention in front of her, then snapped an order. Follow my orders, release him. While waiting, the group remained in a defensive posture. A young man carrying Xiaobai approached and said, Your sister has been brought. Xiao Ling ordered. Here she is. Let my father go, and you can leave.
Yi Zhongming made a prudent suggestion.
Don't have your people carry her and follow me.
Once I've made sure she and I are safe across the lake, I'll release him.
She angrily shouted. You shameless bastard. Didn't you say you would release my father once she's brought here? Let my father go now. He pressed the gun's barrel against his temple as a threat. How laughable.
If I release your father here, do you think I'll be able to leave safely?
I don't make promises, and I don't trust enemies. I'm in a hurry.
Either I kill your father, and you kill yourself, or you agree to my terms and make this easier. She had no choice but to order her subordinates to step back and follow his instructions. The person carrying Xiaobai then followed Yi Zhongming, leading the hostage out.
Xiao Ling seethed with hatred.
You bastard, I swear I'll kill you. The four of them had reached the lakeside. He held Xiaobai and turned to walk away, leaving him in stunned disbelief.
Aren't you going to kill me?
Yi Zhongming did not respond, merely turning back with a faint smile and a look of contempt, then continued walking.
The subordinate, confused, asked, What does he mean by that?
He didn't answer, but silently thought to himself, he doesn't understand, but I do.
That smile, I've given it to others before, it's the same. The expression of not even acknowledging the opponent.
Knowing full well that the opponent will definitely try to take revenge, yet not caring. Believing that even if he is played with in 100 different ways, it won't affect his expression.
That was me before, but now.
Lu Zhangxiao had no choice but to order his subordinate to return with him. In the quiet, peaceful night, Xiaobai still stood in the water for quite a while. This lake was no ordinary one, there was a lot of energy around it, and the more she looked, the more surprised she became. He quietly observed, using the blood on Xiaobai's body to lure the monsters in, possibly using it as fertile ground to replenish her. It had only been 2 hours, and she had already recovered more than half. Yi Zhongming looked at her in surprise and asked, Why are you here? You still need to recover more than half of your combat strength, at least another 3 hours. Xiaobai slowly sat down and replied, I know the master has something to do.
I'm fine now. He seemed satisfied, then instructed her to drive the car back to the base.
If they come to the armory to transfer equipment, even a small number is fine, but there must be no shortage of vehicles. Take these shoes, wear them, and when your wounds heal, I'll go. Xiaobai swiftly knelt in obedience, then quickly got into the car and started the engine.
Before leaving, she did not forget to say goodbye. Master, I am leaving now.
That person, Lord Basie, must be chopped up and fed to the dogs. He smirked, as the people from the Shangling Guild were nothing more than dog food for him. Watching her walk farther away, Yi Zhongming stood alone, lost in thought. Xiaobai had been saved, and as for the Dongshan village, it should be fine with Xiaolei handling it. Besides, he had already shared a secret about Dongshan village with Xiaolei, a secret that, at least for now, even Uncle Hai dared not speak of. The ring was left to that useless Pang Lin, too wastefully, which resulted in the deaths of Pang Lin and his group. The ambitions of the Yancheng family had been temporarily suppressed. Even if they wanted revenge, it wouldn't happen quickly. Now, the remaining issue was the group from the Yancheng prison outside the weapons depot. Yi Zhongming, hidden within the forest, silently observed the movements at the depot. He watched carefully while also mentally assessing the situation. Although the intelligence was flawed and not as substantial as expected, with the current strength of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, they absolutely couldn't hold it off. He took a small bite of the rations in his hand and continued. As the monsters and mutated Ding Mang poured out like a tidal wave, their level no longer mattered. In this situation, even if he was a 3-star or 4-star fire mage, he could only escape. But he would certainly not give up on the 7 stars of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. He immediately tossed the water bottle aside. Yi Zhongming stood up, walked forward, and began to take action. Outside, a monster was lying comfortably, sleeping. He approached it and softly called out, causing the creature to stir in confusion.
Without hesitation, he thrust his knife sharply into its head. Yi Zhongming watched the scene before him with great contemplation. Each strike into the monster's body met some resistance, though its defense was not particularly strong. Immediately, a sound from within triggered a horde of creatures to rush out, startling everyone. Yi Zhongming, full of confidence, seriously performed the seal of the wind beauty blade technique, enveloping his sword in flames. He swiftly slashed forward, the flames on the blade beginning to burn the creatures. Yi Zhongming's face was filled with worry as a door was suddenly blasted toward him by the monsters. He immediately leapt to the side to dodge it. Hundreds of vicious creatures charged out from within. Yi Zhongming looked at them, seemingly satisfied. High-level demons successfully lured the rest out. He turned and ran quickly, leading them toward the forest. Once he reached an appropriate location, he stopped abruptly. With a staff in hand and a slight smile on his face, Yi Zhongming used the blue blood lotus technique. He spun around quickly and pointed his staff at the creatures. Countless sharp iron spikes shot toward them. The attack caused a loud explosion deep within the forest. The play had shifted to the weapons vault. Yi Zhongming walked slowly inside, sighing, "If it weren't for the monsters threatening me, I wouldn't have had to rush to this cursed place. Not only did I waste the only mid-tier natural gem I had, but I couldn't even collect a single magic crystal after killing these damned monsters. That's a total loss." He slowly stepped inside, scanning the surroundings. Although the armory wasn't large, there were still quite a few weapons. There were over 1,000 rifles alone, and the ammunition was enough to last for quite a while. The pistols weren't many, only a little over 100, and all of them were new. The military gear was also fully stocked, with several hundred bulletproof vests among other items. Soon after, he noticed a door in the corner. Yi Zhongming immediately opened it, shining his flashlight inside. His eyes widened in shock. He shone the light on the people lying on the beds and couldn't help but feel disgusted. This was the breeding ground of those monsters. Yi Zhongming slowly moved closer, drawing his dagger. If this place wasn't cleared, it would cause a lot of trouble later. He gently closed his eyes and thrust the knife deep into the woman's abdomen. "I'm sorry, I can't save you." Suddenly, there was a noise from outside, startling him. He turned his head to look. A figure appeared from behind the door inside. "This is such a hassle." Lu Zhanghong, covered in dust, stood before him with a commanding expression. "Put down the gun. Pointing it at me makes me uncomfortable." Yi Zhongming, hearing this, remained silently cautious. It didn't matter, as long as he felt comfortable. The smell of the disheveled girl made him wonder, was she really a mutant? She snorted in response. "Well, if this place makes you feel safe." Lu Zhanghong then slowly took a step forward, prompting him to widen his eyes in vigilance. She moved closer to the corpse and began her examination. Normal body temperature, congested veins, rigor mortis setting in a little early, corneas starting to cloud over, basically consistent with signs of death. "Looks like there's nothing to learn from these zombies." Lu Zhanghong immediately glared at him and asked, "What were you doing before? Your method of killing is quick and clean. Even though the apocalypse has been going on for 2 months, it's absolutely impossible to cultivate someone with such an understanding of the human body." Yi Zhongming was somewhat angry, pointing his gun at her. "What's going on?" The woman's strength clearly posed no threat to him, but after being stared at by her, he felt a cold shiver. He immediately became alert and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? How do you know so much?" Lu Zhanghong, upon hearing his question, gave a faint smile. "That sharp sense of yours, I only glanced at you when you left here, and less than a second later, you had already noticed me." She glanced at him again and continued evaluating him. "You're so skillful, even killing has become second nature. You aren't a killer trained from a young age, or some kind of special forces operative, are you?" Yi Zhongming was enraged and shouted, "How can you read so many novels?" Immediately, she interrupted him, "Don't worry about it. I'm a professional in observing the sky, with a bit of special ability." That's why I can tell what happened in your fight just now.
He immediately clenched his teeth and muttered, collecting his thoughts.
Lu Zhenghong couldn't help but be surprised. How do you know the name of my profession skill?
Then, as if reaching a compromise, she made a proposal.
I know you have a lot of questions. How about this? I'll explain a little, and then you answer my questions?
Yi Zhongming, hearing this, cautiously agreed. Lu Zhenghong immediately fell into a deep thought as she recounted her past. I used to be a forensic scientist, a medical doctor, a doctor of anthropology, a genetic researcher, and an honorary lecturer at 2 top 10 universities in the world. Of course, I was also called a cold-blooded animal, the woman of the dead, the perverted old lady, the one from hell. She cast a slight glance at Yi Zhongming before continuing. Because everything I researched was related to the dead or issues concerning mutations, it was inevitable that some unethical, even cruel, and bloody acts were involved. I became a career evolutionist because of my abilities, combined with a bit of luck. However, my combat abilities aren't very strong, so surviving alone in the apocalypse is just manageable for me. Discovering those rogue monsters was a coincidence, because they had signs of radiation emissions. These monsters exploited human femininity and the zombies to reproduce the next terrifying generation. Yi Zhongming, who was listening quietly, couldn't help but sigh. She's too sharp, she recognized the characteristics of those monsters. Could they possibly be related to the Chu-Di triad of humanity? After a moment of silence, he sheathed his knife and asked a probing question, leaving Lu Zhenghong feeling helpless. What's your name? Does that really matter? She immediately seemed tired and resigned. Fine, if you insist on knowing, my name is Lu Zhenghong. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongming was taken aback. Could it be Lu Zhenghong of the Han family, the creator of the Red Monsters, the renowned figure in the scientific community? Lu Zhenghong observed his expression with a hint of suspicion. Earlier, you suddenly wanted to kill me. From your expression, it's clear you've heard my name before, but I don't remember ever meeting you. So, what's the reason? Yi Zhongming immediately fell silent, his worry evident. He began recalling everything he knew. In the apocalypse, a murderer in the eyes of survivors was undoubtedly an incarnation of evil. Not only did they forcefully merge humans with mutated creatures, creating terrifying monsters, but they were also ruthless towards humans, often spreading rumors of her killing people based on solid evidence. He immediately became alert and stared at her. The rumors about her were just street gossip. Although her reputation was poor among the well-known scientists in this world, she could even rank in the top 3. Lu Zhenghong quickly turned around and walked away, shrugging, "Can't figure it out? Well, it's up to you." She swiftly drew the knife from her hand and approached the person lying on the bed, sighing, "This woman is still alive." She immediately bent down, preparing to cut open the stomach of the person on the bed. Seeing this, Yi Zhongming quickly grabbed her hand. Are you crazy? Even if it's a newborn little monster, with the evolutionary level of a 1-star fighter, you probably wouldn't even be able to defeat it. She was restrained by his grip, glancing up at him with cold eyes. Either way, you're going to kill me. If I die first, how can I know what the next generation of unruly monsters, who are hostile to humans, will look like? Lu Zhenghong turned her head and glared. Let me make this clear before I die. Am I dealing with a new species or some kind of vengeful attack? Yi Zhongming quickly pushed her outwards. The girl on the sickbed struggled to open her eyes, coughing continuously. She immediately felt pain and weakly asked him to kill the monster inside her. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongming's expression darkened as he slowly pulled out a knife from his side. Without hesitation, he plunged it deeply into her abdomen, bringing her some relief. Lu Zhenghong, who was standing nearby, scolded him immediately. What you're doing is meaningless, you're just wasting my specimen and research subject. She looked at him warily, her gaze sharp. His method of killing was so clean and efficient. Why was he showing such mercy now? Yi Zhongming heard this and let out a helpless laugh while drawing his blade. You'll understand soon. In certain special situations, to prevent collective suffering and torment, making such a choice will become a shared understanding among all survivors. After finishing his words, he glanced at her briefly.
Is your only desire to carry out your research?
Lu Zhanghong, who was bent over in performing the autopsy on the woman, affirmed, I honestly can't think of anything in this world, besides research, that interests me. Hearing this, Yi Zhongming immediately began calculating.
She's too naive.
It would be such a waste to simply kill a scientist like her. I'll offer you the necessary conditions, and I'll handle the provision of the specimens you need. He then looked at her and made a proposal. I could even provide you with the drugs required for evolution.
How about you come to my base?
Lu Zhanghong found this quite interesting.
Take in a little brother? It's not impossible, but I really don't see anything about you that would make me want to follow you.
Hearing this, he immediately tossed her a vial of medicine with pride.
Hold on, take a look at this first.
She took the vial he had suddenly thrown to her. Then, she brought it to her nose and sniffed the medicine's herbal scent. Lu Zhanghong suddenly agreed without hesitation.
From now on, you will be my boss.
At the weapons depot, Lu Uncle and Xiaohu stepped out of the truck. Xiaohu immediately exclaimed, Boss, this is really powerful. This whole weapons depot, he managed to get the address all by himself.
Lu Uncle then expressed admiration for Boss Ye's depth and mystery.
Aside from the black-clad team having some initial benefits from this, I haven't heard anyone mention that they could bring weapons here. Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Lu Uncle, think about it. Recently, the three major forces joined together to attack this place, but in the end, they failed and had to retreat.
And what about our boss? He went solo.
Suddenly, Yi Zhongming and Lu Zhanghong walked out from inside, and everyone cheered with joy.
He smiled. Not bad, looks like everyone's safely back.
Lu Uncle ran over and shook Yi Zhongming's hand.
No need to say much. From now on, my life belongs to you. He replied.
Don't worry, at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, we never sacrifice any brothers for no reason. Yi Zhongming immediately introduced Lu Zhanghong to everyone. She is also a renowned expert in medicine and biology in the field. Later, she will join our base. She will conduct a treatment and carry out some other research. Everyone greeted her in unison, which surprised Lu Zhanghong a little.
She then spoke.
Are all of you just porters?
Who's coming with me for a trip? There is an important research specimen that needs to be collected.
Upon hearing this, he thought to himself, does this woman talk like that?
Low EQ, really?
Yi Zhongming coughed a few times.
Then assign the tasks.
Xia Lei and Xiaohu, along with the others, got on the vehicle, packed up the gear from the armory, and took it away. The others went to assist Dr. Lu. Her research is very important for everyone's future.
Everyone immediately followed orders.
On the morning of the third day, at the Shanding Villa, everyone was holding a meeting.
Uncle Lu announced.
Over the past 3 days, we have successfully moved from the foot of the mountain to the summit. We have set up 4 defensive positions in total. The main gate of the base, the 5th defensive line, is also the final line of defense. In addition, we have built 4 solid concrete firepower bunkers at the final defense line, right in front of the base camp.
Ideally, the final zombie tide will be wiped out here. It is a strict and sturdy area.
De Yuan's family then spoke up. Aside from the main gate, I have had people set up traps everywhere. These may not play a decisive role, but the cumulative damage could still be quite high. Xiaohu was worried, but there were too many zombie waves approaching the base.
We tried to distract them by ambushing, but it wasn't effective. Mo Yi encouraged firmly, however, at least we've had some success in training the soldiers.
The ordinary people who came along also have practical combat experience, and at the very least, they can hold their guns properly, aim, and follow orders. The stockpile of ammunition in the weapons warehouse, which was about to expire, has been fully used up. Liang Chuin then spoke up, Shang Yuan and I have also picked up a few survivors along the way as we approach the zombie tide. For now, we're organizing them into learning groups and combat teams. Yi Zhongming praised them. Good job, everyone, you've worked hard. He clenched his fists resolutely. We've gone through many challenges so far in Chang Prison, Dongshan Pass, and over time, we've solved every issue. We will definitely overcome this zombie tide as well. I have absolute faith in this. By midday, Yuan Shang anxiously asked, wasn't the evolution potion supposed to be delivered after the battle with the zombie tide? Boss Yi, didn't you say that before? Yi Zhongming replied calmly, we said we'd wait until after everything is finished. Of course, it will be delivered once the battle with the zombie tide is over. He then asked, so, will you give me some ammunition? Right now, I really don't have any reserves left on hand. Yuan Shang shook his head. Without bullets in the gun, I feel uneasy going outside. Yi Zhongming agreed and then asked, what do you have to trade with me? He immediately replied, you don't carry something like that, do you? You can consider me as an old friend who has always supported you guys. Yuan Shang then handed over a piece of paper and asked him, can I pay for this? Yi Zhongming picked up the paper and asked, what is this? It was an invitation for a meet and greet event. He stared at the invitation, and Yuan Shang continued, you must know Cloud Peak Mountain, a place with only a few forces. Going there and coming back won't bring any profit. If Lord Yi starts to intervene in the future, it's possible that these forces might no longer exist. I can't afford to starve. Yuan Shang went on, the Rin Xing team is famous in Chang, each member is an evolved person. I heard that the number of members has surpassed 200 now. They are the leaders of this trade fair, and the company of exquisite products, as well as the team's rules and regulations, are all organized by the major forces of the Oliver Kui assault team, which has never been done before. The people invited this time are individuals from some powerful corporations and companies. I've put a lot of effort into getting this invitation. Yi Zhongming thought to himself, this handcrafted product at least shows that the team making the cards can generate electricity on their own, meaning they have occupied and controlled a large-scale factory. The venue for the trade fair was in the center of Anchang. That meant the Rin Xing team had the power to participate in the school's test. After all, Anchang is the provincial capital, with a large population and a dense presence of zombies. It would be impossible to reach the city center without a solid foundation. Yi Zhongming, after careful consideration, immediately agreed, I will accept this invitation as an expense. Later, I will have Xiao Lei provide you with the details. Please take a seat and rest for a while. As he walked away, he thought to himself that those who could attend this trade fair would likely have something valuable in their possession. Only through communication could one quickly enhance their strength, and it was definitely worth checking out. Yi Zhongming then said, Xiao Lei, come with me. At that moment, Xiao Hu interrupted him. Boss, just as you predicted, there are a few people behind the zombie tide who are trying to take advantage of the situation. Yi Zhongming remained calm. This was a very normal occurrence in the apocalypse. Many forces would choose to follow the zombie tide, occasionally taking advantage of the situation when they encountered groups of survivors huddling together. His eyes were full of determination, and he would stand by, observing the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole behind, taking advantage of the mutual losses to profit during the war. Yi Zhongming placed his hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder. No matter the time, intelligent people are never lacking. He then ordered, go and drive those flies away. Our advantage is not something they can easily exploit. In the early morning, the zombies were gathering in one area of the city, and behind them, a group of people was gathering. The captain spoke, glancing at his watch. Did you also receive warnings from the nearby forces? He replied, yes, I received it. It's hard to deal with. He then turned to Dai Kai and asked, this is your territory, where did the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa originate from? Don't tell me they're threatening you as well. He immediately replied, this is not my territory. In this area, Zhang Delong is the boss of Anchang Prison. Dai Kai turned around and asked, what do you think? She found the discussion they were having incredibly boring.
Ding then said, "What does little sister Sasa mean by this?" "Tell big brother." She felt that these people were extremely troublesome but still responded, "After following the zombie tide for so long, you all should understand the pros and cons. If I told you to give up now, would you? Why pretend like this to come here for a meeting or whatever? If it's not boring, then what is it?" He responded, "Alright, I guess the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa is just a random shout. When they return tomorrow, we'll gather and scare them. Everyone will be on their own then. I don't believe they would dare to make a move." Kai asked, "I think Ding's idea isn't bad. What do you think, brother?" He rested his chin on his hand. "Forget it, it's not ideal." Kai grew angry. "Alright, this simple-minded guy doesn't get it. If the three of us agree, would Sasa dare to disagree? At that time, even we could unite to eliminate this weakling." She then stopped watching Sasa through the binoculars. Yi Zhongming was surprised to see her here. Memories from the past came flooding back. Both of them were 4-star evolvers. He had just become famous within the faction, while Sasa's forces were facing the risk of being swallowed up. The two of them met at a hidden bar, and under the influence of alcohol, they immediately felt attracted to each other. Yi Zhongming maintained a long-term relationship with her. During that time, he also advised Sasa to join Yi Zhongming's team. But every time he suggested it, she would refuse him. A year later, Sasa, with the help of the powerful boss she had relied on, killed her original enemy. After that, when she was about to kill the boss, she was discovered. Sasa resolutely charged into a deadly, extremely dangerous place and disappeared. Yi Zhongming could never see her again. That place had never allowed anyone to survive and make it out. This girl indeed had too many thoughts and habits from the Taiping era, which led to Sasa's tragic fate for the rest of her life. Now, we have become strangers, yet the most familiar ones to each other. Xiaohu eagerly asked, "Can I go up and fight?" He was immediately struck from behind by Xiaolei. She scolded, "What are you fighting for? I know you want to fight, but now with reduced numbers, how are we going to deal with the zombie tide?" Yi Zhongming agreed with Xiaohu's suggestion, and he was overjoyed. He pointed down, "But fighting must also be done with knowledge. Among the 4 people at the front, does anyone recognize the person wearing glasses?" Xiaohu replied, "Of course, didn't Yuan Shang send us the information already? That person is the boss of the tech team in Ding City." Yi Zhongming remained calm. "If we want to fight, we must target him. The cost will be high, and there are also people who resist lightning strikes. If we manage to defeat him, it will also serve as a warning to other forces. One action, and it will be beneficial." He turned to Xiaolei, and she immediately looked confused. Yi Zhongming had given her this task, and there would be a reward once it was completed. In the desolate night, a campfire dimly illuminated the surrounding huts in a forest. Meanwhile, Kai sat inside a tent with a bag in his hands. He stared at it intently, thinking to himself, the magical power is roughly equivalent to 2 1-star evolution potions. Following the zombie tide is truly beneficial. Kai felt pleased with himself. By noon tomorrow, the zombies would reach Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. The scouts reported that they would begin to block off the foot of the mountain. Those fools really didn't know their own strength, did they? Suddenly, loud screams came from outside. "Who are you?" a voice shouted. "Burn them all, kill them all." There was another voice coming from outside his tent. "Young Master Kai, we've been ambushed." Kai was stunned. He quickly ran out to see what was happening. Kai saw a group of people on western motorcycles, armed with guns, shooting at his men, yelling as they fired. "Kill them all." Kai was furious. He drew his spear, but before he could do anything, someone stopped him. It was Xiaolei, who rushed toward him. Kai panicked, unable to do anything. At that moment, Sasa, from a distance, had witnessed everything. She turned to Yi Zhongming and asked, "Is the scientific and technological team from the city really yours?" he confidently replied. Besides them, there are also the Yi Knights, and the bosses of young Master Yun and Ding are irreconcilable enemies. Yi Zhongming smiled faintly at Sasa, so now we can discuss the collaboration, right? Behind Yi Zhongming and Sasa, a group of people were observing them as they left. One of them spoke up, the shouting from the tech team has stopped. That guy seems to doubt that the tech team might be stronger than us. Is it over already after just that fight? A truck then drove up in front of him and her. Young Master Yin slowly stepped out, with Xiaobai and Xiaolei appearing behind him. Young Master Yin seemed a bit worried and greeted Yi Zhongming. He shook hands with him. Young Master Yun, you're being too formal. I just discussed a collaboration with Miss Sa. If you're interested, you can listen in. She then spoke, how do you want us to collaborate? What's in it for me? He replied, my goal is the zombies this time. If we collaborate, both of you will need to help us with defense. They fell silent. Yi Zhongming continued, actually, you don't need to worry too much, because Cloud Peak Mountain Villa belongs to me. If either of you feels the situation is too risky, you can withdraw, and of course, there's no need to feel burdened. Young Master Yun still felt that this approach was too dangerous, and was uneasy. He reassured him. Of course, there will definitely be some risks. Also, once my villa can't hold out anymore, you won't gain anything either. So, for the sake of our mutual benefit, we need to fight with all our might before the situation changes. Sa also felt that it wasn't trustworthy yet. Given the situation at that moment, it seemed we might have no way of leaving either. Yi Zhongming immediately responded, the world revolves around benefits. If you can ensure that no fewer than 30 evolved individuals participate in the battle, then when it's over, I will give each of you a vial of evolution potion. He was full of confidence. Based on this, adding 10 more evolved individuals would earn an additional vial of 1-star evolution potion. Adding 30 guns would earn another vial of 1-star evolution potion. Young Master Yin spoke up, Boss Yi, I can meet this condition, but I don't need that many evolution potions. 5 vials will be enough. Sa was puzzled upon hearing this. He felt tense, but after you all killed Dai Kai, if you manage to get the long spear on him, I want that right now. Yi Zhongming pulled out the spear in front of young Master Yun's stunned gaze and handed it over to him. Yun Tai responded, Boss Yi, don't worry, I will do my best for what you've entrusted to me. She crossed her arms, how confident are you in eliminating the wind group? As long as it's more than half, I'll go all in. Yi Zhongming was surprised by how low her request was. You stretch out your hand, then. Let's cooperate happily. As dawn gradually broke, everyone fell silent, paying attention to Yi Zhongming. Suddenly, Li Bruthern's voice was heard, after we deal with the zombies behind us, the 2 smaller forces want to take advantage of us. The evolution potions are to reward everyone's achievements. I hope that after today's battle, we will have more brave people, willing to risk everything to seize the opportunity for evolution, and become the strong pillars of the future stronghold. Below, Xiaowu held a box. Inside the box were the evolution pills. Soon, everyone gathered around him, each taking a vial. Those who got to drink exclaimed, this really is the evolution pill. Those who didn't also wanted to courageously fight the zombies, they too wanted to become evolved humans. Yi Zhongming said, today, when the time comes, we need a group to approach and eliminate the zombies. I promise these people will definitely have evolution pills. Now, are you all ready? Kill all those zombies. Everyone was determined to wipe out every single one of them. By the time the sun was high in the sky, everyone had finished preparing their firearms and organizing their formation. Through the scope, the zombies were madly rushing toward them. Mo Yi then exclaimed, they're coming. Everyone, follow my orders, prepare to attack. She gave the command to fire, and a series of bullets were continuously shot. The bullets aimed directly at their heads. Not a single zombie could escape the barrage. Mo Yi commanded, stay focused, those with non-evolved guns, aim for their necks, quickly snipe, don't shoot in succession. Up above, Yi Zhongming's people reported, it's estimated that over 1,000 zombies have been killed, and they are about 800 meters away. He immediately grew worried. That's too many. To increase our odds, Mo Yi has ordered that we shouldn't shoot until we are within 100 meters. Yi Zhongming continued to watch them, increasingly anxious. Xiaowu suddenly shouted, second-level mutated zombies are appearing. They were the evolved black demons, preparing to block their path. Behind the vanguard zombies, there was a group of zombies carrying shields. Just as he had said, behind the zombies rushing forward, there was a group holding a red shield. Their bodies were also very different from the ones in front. Mo Yi spoke up, can these monsters use shields? Their technique is impressive. Aim directly at their legs and shoot to break them. Suddenly, she was startled. Mo Yi looked up and noticed 3 stones suddenly appear above her head, falling down rapidly. She screamed, watch out! There are still long-range zombies ahead. Yi Zhongming drew out his gun, thinking to himself, first, their speed can disrupt our black ghost formation. Second, they can cover the zombies made of iron. Behind them, there are also ape-like zombies that can attack from a distance. Yi Zhongming aimed directly at them, puzzled, why are these zombies so skilled in coordinating the various types of mutations? He then fired, and the bullet immediately pierced through the head of one of them. Another zombie threw a spiked stone. Everyone above quickly dodged. They wondered, why are all these stones like this? It's so strange. Suddenly, the stone quickly rolled towards 2 people, leaving them no time to react, and they were hit. He looked over in shock. Yi Zhongming turned to look behind him at young Master Yun's people. Realizing the situation was not good, he requested a retreat. Others agreed immediately and quickly said, we've already used all our strength. He then advised young Master Yun, the zombie tide is only 50 meters away from us. If we want to retreat, we should take advantage of this moment. He immediately shouted, retreat my ass, all of you are just a bunch of cowards. I, young Master Yun, never go back on my word. If I said I'll risk my life, then I'll risk my life. He then pointed at them, anyone who says they want to leave, I'll kill them. Young Master Yun gritted his teeth and thought, not even a single person from Cloud Peak Mountain is leaving. If I run now, how will I show my face later? Mo Yi tried to encourage everyone, come on, stay calm. If you panic, we'll all die. The regular people retreated to the second defensive line according to the original plan. You, the evolved ones, stay behind to hold them off. Xiaowu went to Zhongming to confirm the timing for the retreat. In the end, his squad quickly left, while she continued to take down the zombies one by one. Xiaowu approached Yi Zhongming and asked, Boss, the zombie tide is 10 meters away from the barrier. Should we retreat? He replied, when the zombie tide reaches the last warning line, we'll fall back to the second defensive line. I'll stay behind to block the way. At that moment, the zombies were climbing up the cliffs in droves. A loud voice shouted, the zombie tide has crossed the barrier. Everyone retreated to the second defensive line, quickly climbing and running away. Yi Zhongming put away the gun in his hand. He looked at the zombies trying to chase them and then performed his wind seal skill, causing all of them to be engulfed in a sea of flames. A little later, at the second defensive line, during the defense battle of Cloud Peak Mountain, everyone was working together to carry crates. Xiaowu encouraged them, everyone, hurry up a bit. Once you're done, you can go have a meal. The food doesn't have enough meat. Yi Zhongming, standing not far away, quickly asked, have the results of the current battle been calculated? Mo replied, our casualties are still manageable, nothing too significant, but the scale of this zombie tide is 20,000. Even if we add another batch of entrenchments, we'll only be able to kill around 3,000 of them. She hesitated. On one hand, our people haven't been fully trained, their archery skills aren't great, and on the other hand, we lack weapons of mass destruction like bombs or grenades. He sighed, I understand. Everyone has worked hard. Yi Zhongming thought to himself, in his previous life,
after the first gunfire, it was all close combat.
Back then, half of the evolved people were professionals, and their evolution level was high.
With that, the zombie tide would have suffered a heavy blow, and they could have retreated in an orderly fashion, achieving a much more effective outcome.
Unfortunately, the evolved humans now didn't have such abilities.
Meanwhile, young Master Yun was resting silently. He watched in astonishment as many people carried crates back and forth.
Damn it, these people are so arrogant. So many ammunition supplies, are they paying in cash?
2 crates of ammo could exchange for a 1-star evolution potion. Besides, as long as they win this battle, they'll collect at least 20,000 first-tier magic crystals, a few hundred second-tier magic crystals, and some third-tier magic crystals. Yi Zhongming ordered, then follow the previous plan. Xiaohu, along with the others, and I will go to the guard post at the 3rd defensive line. Liang Chuyin and I have already led our people here to delay the time, trying to destroy all the traps set by Yushi, and then we will meet you at the 3rd defensive line.
Imo Yi, though somewhat hesitant, still obeyed.
In the valley between the Green Mountain ranges, the zombies were pushing forward in a dense crowd. Not far from them, hidden behind a bush, were the people observing them, including Sasa and Xiaobai. One of the people behind her whispered, "Boss, just now, the zombies that died at the first line could have at least 4,000 magic crystals, or maybe even more.
Those 30 bottles of evolution potions are there. Should we follow them and cut across?"
Stop thinking such bad ideas. Our boss has already made an agreement with them. If this gets out, it will damage the reputation of our Sasa team.
What if those from the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa end up winning?
They could train a large number of evolved people, and we would become irreconcilable enemies with them.
You're right, I didn't think it through.
Xiaobai leaned in closer and listened to their conversation from the beginning, and one of them nervously signaled for everyone to be quiet.
Sasa glanced at them. "You two, remember this for the future, keep your word. Stop thinking like that." Both of them obeyed.
She looked up and pointed at the leading dog. "Moreover, everyone take a look, the magic crystals on that large dog are already covered with small black dots. That's a battle pet about to evolve to level 3. How powerful do you think someone with that pet will be?"
Sasa, everyone felt a little uneasy.
She glanced at them, while the woman whose appearance had been ruined had already destroyed Dai Kai's camp.
Who among them could have done such a thing? Although this is the apocalypse, and everyone values strength over reputation, we still want the reputation, as it will bring unexpected benefits. Trust me on this.
Sasa silently gave a sidelong glance, noting that half of Xiaobai's face had been deformed.
At 1 o'clock, the 2nd defensive line of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa fell. At 2 o'clock, the 3rd defensive line of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa also fell. Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, the 4th defensive line, healing time.
Xiaohu raised his finger and spoke to the group, 20,000 zombies. That number is even greater than the population of Ao Kolan. Lu Zhanghong said, Ao Kolan can hold 10,000 people, so compared to this situation, it's somewhat more useful. His face turned pale, with only 1 or 2 people left.
Dr. Lu really didn't need to be so picky about it.
She continued, however, there are fewer people now, only about 10,000 left.
Good.
They were all greatly relieved to hear this.
Dr. Lu, is this true? Does that mean we've won for sure?
Zheng Hong hesitated slightly. The situation was like this, but I still need to review it a bit more. Xia Lei waved her hand and called out, Sister Lu, Zhongming is looking for you.
She immediately responded, got it, Moe is reporting over here.
The results of the 2nd defensive line are much better than the first one, and as for the 3rd line, the zombies are almost going crazy. The first line has over 300 2nd level zombies, and even 3 3rd level zombies. She clenched her fists. When the 3rd defense line was breached, the evolved humans had no choice but to stay behind to block the rear, resulting in 30 deaths. So far, we've lost 137 people. Yi Zhongming glanced over. This was the first time everyone faced the throne of death, and considering the losses, it was actually quite a good result. Xia Lei waved her hand. Zhong Ming, I've brought Sister Lu over.
He asked, if we go by the time you mentioned, it should be about the right moment now, am I right? Zheng Hong asked back, is it time now, should we begin?
She shut her eyes tightly. Lu Zhenghong started to cast her magic, her eyes floating in mid-air emitting a beam of light.
Zhong Ming introduced, she's the one who specializes in observing the sky.
This is one of her professional skills, which allows her to expand her field of vision without being hindered by any obstacles. He felt a bit regretful inside. Unfortunately, any skill of this profession requires a long wait before it can be used. Last time she observed the monster occupying the weapon depot, and it's only now that she can use it again.
She squinted one eye, the color white 367. Moe couldn't hide her tension. The color white represents second-level zombies, right? There were quite a few killed in the past, and now there are over 300 of them.
Zheng Hong continued speaking.
Black color 42.
Xia Lei was extremely startled. Black color represents third-level zombies, which were originally predicted to be around 20, but now there are 42 of them.
She smiled. Green color 1.
Yi Zhongming furrowed his brow.
There is even a green zombie.
Normally, it blends in with the other zombies. If it weren't for Lu Zhenghong's observation skills, this fourth-level dangerous zombie would only be discovered at the most critical moment in battle.
Zheng Hong raised her hand. I've gone through everyone's zombie list.
I'm very curious about how you all can distinguish so many types of zombies.
But that's a topic for another time.
What I want to tell everyone is this, according to your map, this fourth-level zombie is the awaiting one.
The awaiting one?
Its two tentacles are highly flexible and firm. When fighting, it spins constantly above its head.
When it finds an opportunity, it will immediately wrap around the enemy's neck.
The weak will lose their heads immediately.
The stronger ones will suffocate to death.
He broke into a cold sweat. The innate skill of this mutated monster is truly too powerful.
Its entire body turned yellow. The defensive power also increased significantly, vaguely reaching level 5. Where did the Deyuan family come from? I'm saying, how could the zombies travel straight from the English city here?
The leading ones are so strong, and there's even a fourth-level zombie.
He adjusted his glasses and said, finally, it's erupted. I've set many traps along the way to slow down their attack. They'll be here soon.
Zhong Ming drew his sword, with nothing more to say.
Let's fight.
I'll take care of the fourth-level zombie, and when the time comes, just follow my orders. He smiled. Let's go, prepare for battle.
The soldiers began attacking the zombies, bullets flying in all directions.
Moe raised his gun. Although at first we can suppress them with a barrage of bullets, if we keep fighting like this, the ammo will run out sooner or later.
Yi Zhongming furrowed his brows. Right now, we can't worry about that much. Sa shouted loudly, Boss Yi, we've met up with you. We're following the plan. My people are attacking from the side now. He replied, good, thank you for keeping your promise.
Xia Bai ran over holding a fox, and Zhong Ming was so shocked he dropped his gun.
What's wrong with Di Huang?
She slapped his shoulder.
Zhong Ming, look ahead. Moe pointed at the zombies.
Except for the dark sorcerer and the level 2 mutated dogs that appeared, the ghost dogs just barked a few times, and immediately the zombies started to react. Yi Zhongming's people were shooting at the zombies with all their might. The Furious Dog Force, a top-tier innate skill specialized in exterminating beasts, could increase the speed and strength of nearby members. They hadn't expected to encounter such high-level zombies in the field. It resembled an evolved zombie, one that needed harsh conditions to form. Once it was formed, it would become incredibly powerful. While thinking, he continued to shout for them to keep firing. He raised his hand to signal, and the bullets flew in succession, weaving through the air. After giving the signal and observing everything, he asked Xia Lei to take over command, then picked up the dog and left. He entered the building and instructed everyone to bring the animal to the back.
Tang Wei gently petted the dog while asking about its condition. He reassured them that it was doing better, and they carried the dog away. At this moment, Lu Zhenghong spoke up, "I am much stronger than an average person, I don't need to help with tending to the wounded anymore." The zombies kept growing in number, and Uncle Lu made every effort to mobilize the group. The zombies had already surrounded the defense line, and everyone gathered with Zold Lin. Zold Lin pushed the barricade forward. Meanwhile, the man with the shield also worked hard to block the zombies. "Don't move the stone," Xiang Tao's group shouted, using shields to fend off the zombies. Xia Lei, spotting an opening, commanded the soldiers to throw grenades. Immediately, a series of grenades, shaped like wine bottles, were launched, creating a blast that sent the zombies flying several meters. Suddenly, a rare mutated dog-like creature appeared. It leapt onto a larger beast. It communicated in sign language. Yi Zhongming, who was observing the situation, recognized it as the seal marquee imposter that had fled during the chaos. It had finally shown itself. The tide of the battle began. Zhongming called out a warning. Xia Lei also put in his full effort, ordering those who had evolved to step forward, while the others retreated into the main building. Those entering the building quickly found shooting positions, aiming their weapons at the group of zombies trailing behind. Everyone is attacking each other with all their might. At this moment, many of the creatures have begun to evolve. My target is the Beastmaster and the Seal Marquee Imposter. He started to use his skills and quickly launched straight ahead. Not far from there, a dog was in danger. A beam of light passed through it, and then he aimed directly at the exorcist in front of him. Yi Zhongming unleashed his skill, Tao. At this moment, a second-level mutated dog rushed out to block. This beast hunter was actually able to strike the Beastmaster, who had the ability to dodge the sword. However, there was no one to protect his head. This was the greatest weakness of the beast hunters. He changed his attack and aimed straight at the exorcist's head. Bye-bye. A flash of light hit their shadow. A bullet struck the exorcist, and he collapsed. Then, there were the larger mutated creatures. One was growling and threatening. He threatened, "Now it's your turn." Suddenly, the man punched the blonde girl. Liang Chuyin witnessed this and froze. She was enraged and determined to kill the bastard. Those on Liang Chuyin's side faced the six-armed demon. She and Moe fought fiercely, landing a slash on its arm, but it only caused some superficial damage. Seeing some progress, the two split up, one held it back, while the other drew the zombies in. They threw stones at one nearby, successfully attracting it. Soon, many others began to follow. On the other side, they were holding it off. She brushed past him and entrusted the task to Liang Chuyin. After everything went according to plan, she jumped high and then unleashed her skill, the profession skill Wind of the Moon, image of 4 directions, 5 mysteries. After launching their moves, both of them stood there observing the situation. While the zombies were sprawled out on the ground, the mutated one was still alive and kicking. Suddenly, the mutated zombie began to react strangely, which left Moe confused about what was happening. "It turns out someone is coming to rescue the two girls," Moe exclaimed. "Mac Dui, is everyone okay?" Moe continued, "Hurry over here, let's focus together. The more we kill, the better. Zhongming over there can't hold on much longer. If we finish off the zombies quickly, we can go help him." Xiao Hu hurried over. "Wow, the whip boss made for Chuyin is really powerful. And it even comes with the thug side skill. When will he upgrade my Wind of the Moon?" she said. "Let's talk about that after this battle is over," Moe replied. Zhongming is fighting a 4th-level mutated zombie that's in the transition stage. Its feet are emitting light right now. Yi Zhongming quickly attacked the mutated zombies, launching his skills with all his might, and one of them received the hit. Fortunately, he reacted in time, but Xia Lei was still worried about him. The image of the warriors appeared. At this point in the battle, there had originally been more than 20,000 zombies, but now fewer than 5,000 remained, and they had already suffered heavy losses. Right now, the key to the battle was the outcome of the fight between him and the 4th level zombie. Then the image of Yi Zhongming fighting appeared. Suddenly, the zombie's sharp spike grazed his body. He was caught off guard, unable to react in time, and another tentacle wrapped around his arm. The situation was now precarious, like a hair's breadth between life and death. He said nothing. Unexpectedly, he said something full of implication and laughed. Lucky, the plan worked. A mini robot appeared out of nowhere, assisting him. The machinery rumbled as the boundary activated its state, preparing the fortress cannon, and the end for the monstrous beast was inevitable. It was a cannon firing across to the other world. At that moment, the zombie reacted, but it was too late. Yi Zhongming, tense, stared with wide eyes as the immense energy rushed into the body of the Seal Marquis imposter. Everyone stood agape, watching. After a while, when the smoke cleared, it revealed a body covered in a golden glow. He couldn't believe it, gritting his teeth. It's truly level 4, and yet it has a C-level defense skill. It was metal wrapping around the body. Yi Zhongming's wrists and waist were still bound by the tentacles of the Seal Marquis imposter. His subordinates, frightened, turned their heads to advise young Master Yun to retreat. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, unwilling to give up. So many of my brothers have died, and we're just going to leave like this? With that, young Master Yun's red eyes burned with fury as he cursed, if I die here today, then damn it, I'll take these monsters down with me. On the other side, the man told Sa to leave quickly. She wiped the sweat off her chin. At this point, does anyone still think we need to fight over those evolution potions? This is now a battle between humans and zombies, simply a fight to protect our race. There will be more battles like this in the future. If I run away today, what happens tomorrow or the day after? If anyone wants to separate, I won't hold it against them. I'll stay, as my final effort for humanity. I want to see if I can kill all these filthy creatures. Returning to the battlefield on the other side, Yi Zhongming suddenly let out a loud laugh. So what if it's a 2-star evolution? What about a level 4 zombie? If the evolution level could determine everything, the apocalypse wouldn't be so complicated. He raised 2 fingers, and suddenly a card appeared between them. Yi Zhongming swung the card out, shouting, Liaofang Beast Cavalry, attack! Immediately, a horse-mounted zombie flew out, its blade making contact with the head of the Seal Marquis imposter. The Seal Marquis imposter immediately growled in anger, and then it let out a loud roar before counterattacking, stunning the Liaofang Beast Cavalry. The other zombies on that side immediately noticed the situation here, and without hesitation, they began running toward it. Seeing the zombies preparing to rush to Xiaolei's aid, Yi Zhongming immediately shouted out orders for everyone to stop them. Xiaohu quickly led his team to help. At this moment, Yi Zhongming's wrist had been squeezed so tightly that he could no longer hold the knife. If his right hand were severed, one of its tentacles would be freed. At that point, no matter how they attacked, it would wrap around his neck, and whether they eliminated the Liaofang Beast Cavalry or not, the situation would only worsen. The knife fell to the ground, sticking into the earth, and suddenly a hand appeared from somewhere to grasp the handle of the knife. Xiaobai stood in front of him, one hand pulling the knife up, the other grabbing the tentacle that was coiling around Yi Zhongming's wrist. The tentacle immediately released its grip. In that instant, she held the tentacle and leaped into the air. Xiaobai threw the knife down to him and shouted, "Let's control one tentacle together." Yi Zhongming was still stunned, but he quickly grabbed the handle of the knife and nodded in agreement. After speaking, he grabbed the tentacle wrapped around his waist and leaped up, still holding the blazing knife in his hand. Yi Zhongming raised the knife and shouted loudly, "Seal!" Then he shouted again, "Glamour Blade!" He swung his arm and struck a blow at the face of the Seal Marquis imposter. A fiery slash instantly split its body in two. The immense energy of the slash formed a trail of fire that exploded violently. Several zombies stood frozen, staring at the scene, and then immediately turned to flee. The group saw this and immediately cheered, chasing after the retreating zombies, shouting in victory. Yi Zhongming stepped on the corpse of the Seal Marquis imposter. He panted and stared at the corpse for a while, then raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, a smirk on his face. We've won this battle. The evening sun began to set on Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. Yi Zhongming and Lu Zhenghong walked through the courtyard, passing by several injured people resting. She glanced at him and instructed. Try to gather the specimens from the higher-level zombies. I need them for research, especially the 3rd and 4th level seal marquee imposters. No one can touch them until I'm finished with my research. Yi Zhongming crossed his arms in agreement, then asked about the casualty statistics. Lu Zhenghong turned around, waving her hand as she said, I'll give the data to Xiaolei. A little later, in the meeting room, Xiaolei was reporting the situation. This time, our losses are very severe. We've lost over a third of our forces. Currently, there are fewer than 2,000 regular members left in the villa. Only about 40 evolved individuals remain, and some are permanently disabled. Yi Zhongming interlocked his fingers and covered his mouth, remaining silent. Lu Uncle also looked at the report, which stated that many people had sacrificed their lives. He was serious and contemplative. They had won, but at a great cost. Tang Tian continued the harvest report. This time, we have gained 22,500 first-grade magic crystals along with a few second and third-grade crystals, but Xiaolei interrupted him. After Zhongming killed Seal Marquis, the high-level zombies fled. Except for the 2nd grade, most were left behind. Unfortunately, the 3rd grade zombies were too strong, and despite our best efforts to chase them, nearly a dozen of them managed to escape. Yi Zhongming expressed regret. Letting nearly 10 3rd grade zombies escape means we've lost the opportunity to trigger the 3rd grade reward wheel. As he was thinking, Moe raised another report. Currently, there are still 2 squads remaining in the mountain stronghold, and there have been further casualties. Upon hearing her report, young Master Yun has something to discuss with you. Yi Zhongming simply responded, I understand. The sky outside had darkened, and young Master Yun was sitting by the campfire when a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, accompanied by a voice, You called me for something? Yi Zhongming raised a hand teasingly, You're not afraid I'll back out on my debts, are you? Hearing this, young Master Yun immediately denied it. Yi Zhongming raised a finger, signaling his understanding. Although I'm not a good person, I'm still trustworthy. I suppose you want more money. Young Master Yun, upon hearing this, only lowered his head in silence. After a while, seemingly having made up his mind, he raised his head and suggested, Let me follow you. Yi Zhongming was immediately taken aback, confused. From young Master Yun's usual demeanor, it was clear he had been pampered and indulged since childhood. How could he lower himself to ask someone else for help, to bow his head and become someone else's subordinate? He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists in choking silence. In the past, relying on my family's status and power, I had done many trashy things. Since the apocalypse began, having witnessed even more inhumane acts, I still felt that what I did before was not wrong. I know you don't believe it, but if I had been beaten to death back then, I still wouldn't have listened to anyone else's orders. Today, I've seen things that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. For the first time, I fought recklessly. For the first time, I sacrificed myself for my brothers, and also for the first time, I saw someone die for me. But today, after fighting with the zombies, I suddenly thought back to everything that happened before and felt nothing but hatred, disgust, and despair. Today, I suddenly yearned for power, wanting to fight side by side with everyone. Even if I die on the battlefield later, I would rather die gloriously than live in the chaos, as a parasite like before. Now, I want to rely on myself. Yi brother, would you accept me? I'll do anything. After listening, Yi Zhongming rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then he reached out to young Master Yun. He placed his hand on his shoulder. Then cut your hair. I can't stand that messy, flamboyant color of yours. A moment later, he stood with his hands in his pockets in front of the basement door. Just now, when young Master Yun was celebrating with cheers, Yi Zhongming had mentioned that there was a very good place for him to develop. He looked at the illusory false demon tree in the basement and sneered, Sprouting already? You really never learn. Then, Yi Zhongming quickly moved forward and swung his hand to sever several of its branches. This is a lesson for your disobedience. Then, he ventured deeper to find the third-level reward wheel. Today, Yi Zhongming had obtained 33rd level crystal stones, so he wanted to give it a try. If luck was on his side, today might be the day he could obtain a 3-star evolution potion. Thinking this, he dropped a few crystal stones from his hand. The reward wheel immediately started spinning, and after a while, it stopped at something that wasn't an evolution potion. Yi Zhongming frowned in disappointment and decided to try again. A short time later, the reward wheel landed on a lucky card, better than before, but he was still unsatisfied. Yi Zhongming didn't lose heart and kept trying. He took out the crystal stones and kept testing over and over again. After a long while, Yi Zhongming was stunned, raising his head. Finally, the reward wheel landed on an evolution potion. He joyfully shouted out. It was a 3rd-level potion. Yi Zhongming clenched his fist in excitement. Lu Zhenghong was focused, preparing to stab the knife down. In front of her was the body of the seal marquee imposter. Just as the knife tip was about to touch its face, Yi Zhongming suddenly rushed over, loudly stopping her. Lu Zhenghong hesitated, turned her head, and scolded, "I told you to let me study it. Even if you're the boss, you can't just say one thing and do another." Sweating, he forced a smile and asked her whose knife she was borrowing. Lu Zhenghong replied, confused, "It's Xia Lei who lent it to me." Suddenly, she realized that Yi Zhongming had broken through to the 3rd level. He spread his arms in apology, saying, "Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, it's up to you. But this Level 4 one, I have a use for it, I need it." Hearing this, Lu Zhenghong regretfully asked, "Can it be exchanged?" Hearing Yi Zhongming insist that it was impossible, she had no choice but to accept it. "Then give me the method to brew the 2nd-level evolution potion." He picked up the corpse of the seal marquee imposter, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Zhenghong with a smirk. "I can give you the methods for brewing potions for all 3 stages of evolution, but what I want is not that simple. I want to independently create high-level evolution potions." She fell silent, gazing at Yi Zhongming. "I have faith in this, but what kind of person are you exactly?" "I have already researched the formula for changing a 1-star evolution. Due to limited conditions, there are many aspects I haven't been able to clarify, but I can confidently say that it's not something that can be researched in just 2 short months. Especially considering you also have the methods to brew 2-star and 3-star evolution potions. Have you ever thought that you could become the first creator of the apocalypse? I am helping you, not helping you exterminate humanity." Lu Zhenghong watched his back as he walked away. Yi Zhongming stopped, pondered for a moment, then turned around and gave her a cold stare. "If you know who created this apocalypse, you must tell me. If I don't tear that person's body apart, I won't carry the Yi surname." A while later, in another place, Yi Zhongming kneeled, studying the corpse of the seal marquee imposter on the ground. He extended 2 fingers, and a level 4 skill card, usable for zombies of level 4 or below, appeared between his fingers. Yi Zhongming smirked, raising the card he obtained through a lucky card. "Just give me some time, and I will gather enough level 4 spirit stones, then join the ranks of the 3-star evolvers. These lucky cards can be received, but not sought after. Although the card's function can only be used once, this marquee imposter seal not only has tentacles that suffocate opponents, but also has its entire body armored. This means there's a 50% chance of obtaining an armored body." He thought for a moment and activated the card on its corpse. Brilliant streams of light continuously radiated from the card. After a while, the card suddenly flashed brightly. Seeing the card had transformed, Yi Zhongming excitedly shouted, "It's a success!" He hesitated, unsure who should use it. This morning, he never expected to encounter such a mixture of both misery and happiness. Truly, it was unexpected. Although the armored body has strong defensive power, it will reduce speed and agility. Yi Zhongming, however, has blood stride and the wind of the moon, which give him high speed and sharpness, so this skill isn't suitable for him. The most muscular person in the platoon is probably the most suitable one, but his profession only allows him to use equipment to enhance defense. Does full body armor do him any good? Shang Yuan is not suitable due to his profession, so he cannot learn this type of skill. Mo Yi Xiaolei and Xiao Hu would not agree to learn a skill that can only defend and cannot save or attack others. Moreover, Lu Zhenghong and Xiao Deyuan were originally here to protect the target, and the others do not meet the requirements to use it, so it's better to hold off for now and consider later. The next morning, at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, Yi Zhongming stood on a raised platform, speaking clearly. On behalf of the people of Yunding, I express my gratitude to everyone and offer compensation for your sacrifices. Xiao Hu below cheered and praised him, while Mo Yi immediately teased him. Flattery won't get you anywhere. He and Xiao Lei brought 31-star evolution potions as compensation, along with 10 gleaming weapons. Everyone could go to the armory to collect them later. Sha was stunned as she took the box of evolution potions. Young Master Yin also smiled, took his share, and thanked Yi Zhongming. After handing out the items, he continued to praise the others. Although you're not yet evolved, each of you will still receive an evolution potion. To become an evolved being, each person would receive a wind of the moon. Those standing below immediately became excited and cheered, "Boss Yi, long live." At that moment, Liang Chuyin suddenly brought something over with a meaningful expression on her face. Yi Zhongming was stunned when he noticed it, and seeing the red cloth covering the box, he was helpless in the face of her mischievousness. For those who have been with me through thick and thin since the beginning, this is a reward for everyone, Yi Zhongming said as he pulled off the cloth, revealing the 2-star evolution pills inside. Xiao Hu immediately brightened up, exclaiming in admiration. Seeing this scene, the people standing below couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. To think they can take out 4 2-star evolution pills at once. Cloud Peak Mountain Villa will soon have 8 people evolving to level 2. Van Ding really treats his people well. 2 days later, in the morning, at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, Yi Zhongming smiled with satisfaction, changing into the team uniform with the unified logo to enhance the unity of everyone. Li Bruthern asked Rong's sister to help redesign the uniforms for everyone over the next 2 days. She smirked and said it was no problem. Suddenly, Xiao Hu excitedly ran out to show off his new outfit, asking Yi Zhongming, "Do I look handsome?" Yi Zhongming didn't respond, only reminding him to wear armor underneath. Yi Zhongming then looked over at the girls who had just finished dressing. Coincidentally, this villa was frequently rented by film crews for shoots, so there were many costumes and props, as well as a dedicated storage room for the items. A little later, he divided everyone into 5 teams, each led by Yi Xiaowu, Liang Chuyin, Lu Yi, and Rong's sister as team leaders. The remaining members became vice-captains, with Xiao Lei responsible for coordinating the situation and acting as the team leader. Upon hearing this, she immediately asked, "What will Yi Zhongming do?" He calmly replied, "I will lead everyone forward." After a while, the convoy was moving in a line on the road. Yuan Shang, who was driving, kept praising Zhongming's abilities. He had been listening to him for a while and was starting to feel annoyed. Yi Zhongming pulled out an evolution medicine bottle and interrupted Yuan Shang. "I assume you're here to ask for compensation, right? Taking me to Anshang will come with a different price." Without hesitation, Yuan Shang took it. "Boss Yi, are you planning to join the transaction alone?" He didn't deny it. "I've already made preparations." Yuan Shang tightly gripped the bottle in his hand, and judging by the situation, the transaction in Anshang was bound to be very interesting. A moment later, in the bustling center of Anshang, Yi Zhongming stood silently by the side of the road. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, making him turn around in surprise. What greeted his eyes was Xiao Yun, with a shiny bald head, enthusiastically waving his hand. "I've arranged everything for everyone, and the supervision issue has also been settled." He was slightly taken aback, not expecting Xiao Yun to have shaved his head after being told to change his hairstyle, and instructed the others not to make any moves that would attract attention. He immediately replied, "As I said, fire like a machine gun. The telescope you gave us will allow us to monitor from hundreds of meters away. As soon as the suspicious person you mentioned shows up, the watchers will immediately tail them and find their hideout." Yi Zhongming pondered deeply. All the signs pointed to the Lu family and the Spirit Weapon Society being closely connected.
Although he didn't want to get involved with the Spirit Weapon Society at the moment, their influence had already spread to the surrounding areas of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa.
Are you sure you're a native of Enchang? Were you formerly a court waters shaman?
Xiao Yun immediately became flustered, scratching his head to confirm, then asked in surprise.
How does Zhong Ming know?
He merely mentioned that he had accidentally seen him using his professional skill and then inquired where Xiao Yun's profession had come from.
He raised his index finger.
From the colorful reward wheel in the cement factory, some skill scrolls for Knight of the Hungry Lake were taken from there. All the crystals were gathered to spin the wheel, so we couldn't even get one person to evolve to level 2. After saying this, Xiao Yun turned around again and explained that he didn't know why the reward wheel had broken later on.
Yi Zhongming added.
Warning about the danger of the colorful reward wheel, the black-colored sections should not be touched. After a while, the sun gradually began to set. Seeing that they had only covered a quarter of the distance and that it was getting dark, Xiao Yun anxiously asked him.
Are we continuing on? It's getting dark.
Yi Zhongming looked at Xiao Yun seriously.
The city at night is the domain of those damn zombies.
We'll stay here for the night and head to the destination early tomorrow morning.
A foot kicked open the door, revealing many people inside. The two were taken aback.
The people inside were about to attack when the old man stopped them. He called out Xiao Yun's name, and Xiao Yun immediately recognized him, exclaiming,
"Little uncle."
The two immediately embraced each other. The old man was overjoyed, tears welling up.
Xiao Yun eagerly asked about his father. He patted his shoulder reassuringly. Brother-in-law, he's fine, he's currently in our camp. Suddenly, team leader Lam walked over and asked the old man, is this person a relative of yours?
The old man immediately confirmed. The next moment, he placed a crystal stone into his hand, hesitating and pleading. Team leader Lam took the crystal stone and agreed to let Xiao Yun and the others follow. However, he had to tell them the camp's rules. If anything happened, don't say he didn't warn them. The old man immediately bowed respectfully and said, he can rest assured. Then team leader Lam turned away but didn't forget to tell them to go get some food. The old man remained in a bowed position.
Yes, yes.
Xiao Yun looked at this scene and gritted his teeth in anger. Yi Zhongming Jing coldly reassured him, I still need to gather more information. The three of them went down to a basement, and the old man anxiously asked Xiao Yun how he had been living lately.
Look at you, you don't know anything.
Poor Luluo was out there all alone, and we even thought your father's hair had turned half gray by now. He quickly reassured his little uncle.
Uncle, don't you see that I am still as lively as a dragon and fierce as a tiger?
Suddenly, Yi Zhongming spoke up, telling them to stop. The old man asked in confusion, but Xiao Yun immediately told him to stay silent. Outside, a man was running desperately, chased by a group of zombies, their shrill screams echoing behind him.
Unfortunately, it wasn't long before he was caught.
The three of them stood and watched the gruesome scene through the window, and the old man fearfully exclaimed, that was an evolved human, and he was eliminated just like that.
How many zombies are out there in the end?
Yi Zhongming immediately suggested staying inside because it was too dangerous to go out.
He hesitated as if he wanted to say something but then held back.
A little while later, team leader Lam took the food bag, and the old man gave his satisfied praise. He tightened his fist at his waist, glanced at him, then turned around to distribute the food to the people on the other side, ignoring them. Both Xiao Yun and the old man were grinding their teeth in anger. Just as Xiao Yun was about to lose control and charge at them, Yi Zhongming immediately held his shoulder and told them to follow him. A while later, in a quieter place, he handed the food and told them to share it. He took his own share but still couldn't shake off his desire to deal with the others. Yi Zhongming slowly analyzed, we'll follow them to their territory to find your father, then I'll arrange for him to leave. Whether he stays at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa or with us at Night of the Hungry Lake doesn't matter for now.
We won't clash with them temporarily.
After hearing this, Xiao Yun suddenly realized that he was thinking of him, feeling both shocked and moved as he stammered his thanks to Zhongming.
He then turned to give the food to the old man and asked him about the current situation in Inchang. The old man raised 4 fingers, representing the 4 strongest factions: the Ren Xiong team, the Li Hong team, the Kinetic Sensation team, and the Mind Innovation Company. The strongest was the Ren Xiong team, all of whose members were evolved humans. Boss Bai Feng was not only a 3-star evolved human but also a profession master. The old man nodded in approval. Yi Zhongming took a bite, pondering. Just as Yuan Shang had said, it seemed that the invitation was quite reliable. He chewed and continued, although the other 3 forces aren't as strong as Ren Xiong, they are still quite powerful. Some even have 3-star evolved humans stationed. Xiao Yun was immediately stunned. Why 3 stars? The old man casually glanced at him. As for the 3-star evolutionary medicine, during those 2 weeks, the entire Enchang was drowned in a rain of blood. Anyone who could provide the location of a 3-star evolved creature would receive a level 1 crystal. Every evolved creature discovered would become the battleground for a fierce battle, taking the lives of many. He grimly remembered. Xiao Yun was stunned, unable to believe it. Isn't this just exchanging the lives of subordinates for a 3-star evolved being? The old man lowered his head. The reward wheel like this is truly hateful. If you want to continue evolving without exchanging lives, what else can you offer? Small forces that want to trade lives don't even have a chance. Speaking of small forces, Enchang even had someone set up a ranking list, with the top being the Ren Xiong team, second place was the Jingmei Company, and the Li Hong team ranked 3rd. He glanced at Yi Zhongming. Xiao Yun suddenly asked about Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. The old man seemed unclear about the place, only knowing that there was a pretty capable person ranked 41 saint. Xiao Yun recalled that in his past life, such ranking lists appeared in many fields, especially after the survivors had more connections with each other. Rankings like this became something everyone used for conversation. Thinking about this, Yi Zhongming told them to rest early so they could take Xiao Yun's father out the next day. The next morning, in Enchang, the 3 of them followed the group led by team leader Lin to the gate. A truck was parked in front of Nuhua Ran Xiao Zhandian. The old man walked while introducing, "Your father and uncle live in the garage in front. Although the conditions are not great, at least their lives are insured. Uncle will take you to meet him. Your father and uncle take turns going out to hunt. If lucky, they can hunt magical items to exchange for a few days' worth of food. In this world, it's not too bad." Suddenly, Xiao Yun noticed a crowd gathering ahead, and from within the crowd, there were loud, foul-mouthed curses. Damn it, do you still think you're some old man with money and power from before? Let me tell you, you're nothing. I told you to get water, and you even dared to spit in my face. Are you tired of living or what? Are you going to kneel down or not? On the other side, 2 men were aggressively forcing another man to kneel. Xiao Yun immediately rushed over. He swung his hand and landed a punch on one of the men, flipping his face. Let go of my father right now. Xiao Yun's father was immediately stunned and called out Xiao Yun's name. The old man also rushed over to ask what was going on, confused and constantly questioning. He reassured Xiao Yun's father, then hurriedly turned to ask Yi Zhongming for help. Xiao Yun only smirked and reassured him, "It's fine." If something as small as this needs Zhongming to step in, then Xiao Yun is no longer worth nurturing. On the other side, Xiao Yun was dark-faced, held tightly by 2 men. The 2 men were pinning Xiao Yun down, not giving him a chance to escape, and his handgun had fallen to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Wu rushed to pick up the gun and yelled out. Damn it, this kid even has a gun pointed at me now. Then, he laughed manically, seeing that he had the upper hand. Beat him to death for me. How dare he meddle in Dai Wu's business, he's definitely asking for death. Seeing this, Xiao Yun gritted his teeth in fury. He used all his strength to swing his arm, knocking away one of the men holding him down. Immediately, Xiao Yun used his fist to break free from the second man. His fist gently kissed the cheek of the man, distorting his face while also causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. Dai Wu became even more panicked and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you really dared to hit me, I'll kill you." No sooner had he said you than the punch landed directly in his chest. The subordinate screamed in horror, he's killed someone, this is a big mess. Xiao Yun's family anxiously rushed over. Xiao Yun, hurry, run, you've killed someone, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late. But Xiao Yun simply responded indifferently, it's fine, we'll go together. Uncle 3, you two use these 2 evolution potions first. At this moment, another group of people arrived, shouting for others to get out of the way. Get out of the way, hurry up. The leader walked up to Xiao Yun, stepped into their ranks, and ordered, kill those 3. The 3 members of Xiao Yun's family were stunned by these words. At this moment, Yi Zhongming, standing behind, pretended to ask, not understanding why they were demanding to kill someone as soon as they arrived. It was one thing to do that to an enemy, but doing this to their own people in the camp was a bit unreasonable. The leader sneered, showing contempt. And him, kill him too. Seeing the subordinate rush forward, Xiao Yun's father panicked and quickly spoke up, second young master, listen to my explanation. It was as though Yi Zhongming had grabbed the throat of the man charging at them. He moved like the wind and seized the man's neck. The man's face turned pale, looking as though it were as green as a banana leaf. Yi Zhongming glared, growling back, and what about me? The subordinate's fear intensified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as if he were facing death itself. At this moment, a hurried voice sounded. The young man was gentle, only seeing Ying Bao waving his hand while quickly running towards him. This young man is clueless and has offended you. I apologize on his behalf and am ready to compensate for his actions. After that, he cautiously asked Yi Zhongming, young master, shall we go to my room to discuss? A few days ago, I found a bottle of imported wine, we can drink and talk at the same time. Yi Zhongming released his grip from the man's neck and looked at Ying Bao, wondering if this person was a 2-star evolved being. The subordinate, who had been knocked down earlier, also took the opportunity to fall flat on the ground. Yi Zhongming agreed to Ying Bao's proposal. Once everything seemed settled, Ying Bao, furious, stepped forward and kicked the subordinate. You blind fool, get out of my way. Then, he turned to Yi Zhongming and gave an apologetic look. Brother, you are a 3-star evolved being, right? You could flatten this place if you wanted, and there's no need to keep wasting time with this brat who only knows how to fight for power. I apologize on his behalf. Fearing Yi Zhongming might decline, Ying Bao quickly pointed to Xiao Yun's group behind him. As for the evolution pills for these 2, consider it my compensation for the offense today. If you're not satisfied, we can discuss further. Xiao Yun's father and small uncle were so stunned they couldn't utter a complete sentence, while Xiao Yun beamed with pride. Uncle, this is my boss. A little later, they were sitting at the banquet table, filled with food. Yi Zhongming took a sip of his wine and asked, how did you get hurt? Ying Bao lowered his head. It was done by Wu Jie's team. He gripped the glass of wine tightly in his hand, fuming. Those lunatics. Those damn bastards actually got their hands on a 3-star evolution potion and now they think they have the right to join the trade association, wanting to steal our invitation to the trade. One of Yi Zhongming's subordinates, standing behind him, also expressed his dissatisfaction. If the boss were still alive, there's no way they'd be acting so arrogant. These bastards will eventually pay for this. Yi Zhongming also looked guilty. It's my fault, the boss's eldest son. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. It's not about being reckless. My son isn't some young master either, that's just something others have been calling him. A few days ago, the subordinates discovered a large building, where level 1 and level 2 monsters frequently entered and exited. They found that on the 5th floor corridor, there were many strange types of plants. Outside each tree, there was a gray sac that moved, resembling a beating heart. My subordinate bravely approached to observe and found that, after a certain period of time, a monster would form inside that sac and fly out. The trees described were all oddly shaped. The strangest and thickest tree had level 2 monsters flying out from it. One of the subordinates recounted this with a hint of sadness in his voice.
Those strange trees are all level 3, along with a few level 1 and 2 monsters.
I tried to get everyone to make money together.
My older brother was already a level 3 evolved, but I never expected this.
After hearing this, Yi Zhongming smiled. Ying Bao, I'm sorry. You don't need to use those evolution potions anymore.
Everyone was shocked upon hearing that, with some even expressing doubts out loud.
Yi Zhongming just smiled and continued, just let me borrow your team for a little while.
Xiao Yun and Ying Bao, hiding behind a large rock, were left stunned. Ying Bao shot a glare behind them, surprised that this Yi person could actually lead them all the way to this place.
Xiao Yun glanced up at the sky behind them, unable to help but sigh.
It wouldn't be long before the boss sent out the signal, and then suddenly, a burst of light shot into the sky, leaving him stunned.
Boss, we've sent the signal and are about to attack.
Upon hearing this, Ying Bao hurriedly ordered to light the fire, and the flames consumed the house, engulfing it in a sea of fire.
The monsters, surrounded by the flames, screamed in fury as they flew out.
He stood in front and shouted orders to everyone, run to the bank across the street, just hold the main door, and these monsters won't be able to get in. Yi Zhongming stood atop the building, observing the situation below and evaluating. Alright, the fire-raising team had lured them all away, and now it was his turn.
He glared intensely while quietly calculating.
The monsters that had consumed Ying Bao's eldest son were called abyssal ghost howls, a type of very peculiar plant.
They were once referred to by the ancients as the living plague.
Yi Zhongming began recalling the characteristics of these monsters. In places where the abyssal ghost howl appeared, the mother tree would typically emerge first. This mother tree emitted something that caused people to fall into hallucinations. Once a living creature enters the vicinity, it will immediately fall into an illusion that brings it closer to the mother tree, which will then treat it as a source of nourishment and consume it.
He continued to reminisce.
Then, the body of the abyssal ghost howl tree would begin to reproduce. It would use the biological nests on the tree to create life forms dependent on them, the blood swallow. The blood swallow is not large in size but flies quickly, with incredibly strong attacking power. It also has a natural sound-based attack skill that causes stunning and slowing effects.
At the same time, their defense is very weak.
Even 3 to 4 blood swallows could be wiped out with a single strike by a 2-star evolved human.
He gently touched the iron wall beside him.
The abyssal ghost howl, after producing enough blood to nourish the mother tree and the blood swallows hunting for prey, would begin to produce more offspring. These creatures, apart from their inability to reproduce, were no different from the mother tree. According to the results of the fire team, there were more than 20 abyssal ghost howl trees in this building.
After so many days, the number had likely increased.
As a 3-star evolved human, he could hold his breath for at least 5 minutes.
Within this 5 minutes, a quick battle was a must.
In front of him appeared an extremely large abyssal ghost howl tree lying within.
One by one, the monsters emerged, each giving off terrifying screams.
Immediately, the monsters broke free from their cocoons, charging quickly toward Yi Zhongming. The sword in Yi Zhongming's hand was surrounded by flames as he struck the monster fiercely. His face was incredibly cold as he stared ahead. Thanks to Ying Bao asking people to use fire to drive away so many blood swallows, he never expected there would still be so many left. Yi Zhongming continued to strike fiercely at the monster. Ying Bao's group, unfamiliar with abyssal ghost howl, had inhaled a large amount of the hallucinatory gas upon entering, so even someone with a 3-star evolution would die here.
He focused on the battle ahead, constantly taking down the monsters, but it wasn't over yet.
Suddenly, he saw Xia Lei appear suddenly and provocatively before him, causing him to be stunned.
Xia Lei, why are you here?
Immediately after, another person appeared beside him. Yi Zhongming was shocked.
Shuyin, why are you also here?
In front of him, another figure of Mo Yi appeared. His face wore a big grin. This sight made him sneer coldly, then he struck fiercely at the illusion created by the monster. Yi Zhongming pointed his sword at abyssal ghost howl angrily. This hallucinatory gas, even someone like me, a 3-star evolution, will be affected.
With such a high concentration, the main body must be very close. He quickly winked at it and then thrust his sword straight into the monster's skull. Yi Zhongming was cold and disdainful. "You're in such a hurry to create illusions to kill me, but unfortunately, Xia Lei and Liang Chuyin I could accept, but Mo Yi, that woman would never show such expressions and actions." Xiao Yun waved enthusiastically at him. "Boss, we won." Ying Bao, with eyes bloodshot from anger, struck the monster fiercely. "It's that thing, damn it." Yi Zhongming stood there, unable to hide his joy. Looking at the situation, it seemed the group hadn't suffered much loss, which was great. He clenched his teeth and glared at it. "That thing, it brought my son." Immediately afterward, Ying Bao instantly fumed, "Boss Yi, thank you for helping me, for helping us avenge this grudge. The spoils from this time are all yours, none of us will take a share." Hearing this, Yi Zhongming couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "No, everyone contributed. A portion of the magic stones belongs to you all." Ying Bao was stunned upon hearing this, and then he immediately turned to Ying Bao to make a suggestion. "Ying Bao, if you don't want to go, then let me take the invitation to the guild meeting." A group of people stood together, observing the situation below. Suddenly, one of them quietly spoke up, "Boss, someone's coming." A man flew towards them, greeting, "By boss, it's been a long time since we defeated that mutated cockroach together." Bai Feng looked at the newcomer and sighed lightly. "Looks like Dong Bao got some good stuff again." Bai Feng and Dong Bao stepped forward to shake hands, giving each other a careful appraisal. The boss of the New Year's mercenary team, Lei Dong Bao, had the vitality of a young man. Soon after, another group of people appeared in sequence. Li Boss laughed and greeted, "By boss, isn't this Xiao Dong Bao?" He and Dong Bao remained silent, staring at the man. The man immediately revved his engine and sped toward them. Bai Feng, seeing this, greeted him, but in his mind, he was evaluating. "Li Boss, you've come as well." The boss of the third-ranked Hing Zhn team, and Chang. He used to be a mechanic before the apocalypse, but when it came, he took up the profession of a craftsman. Shortly after, one of his subordinates quickly diverted attention away. "Boss, look over there, another group is appearing on his side." Dong Bao was observing the approaching team while secretly evaluating them. They were the 15th rank team, members of the Ying Bing squad. The two of them began analyzing the newcomers. "I heard most of them come from provincial-level teams that operate close to the city. It's ridiculous, the distance is at least 100 meters. How can they not be afraid that a miscalculation will cause them to fall? You'd think they'd need at least the strength of a 2-star revolver to make it across with precision, right?" Li Boss, hearing this, became quite excited. As expected, Bai Feng, the leader of the Ren Xiong team, was very skilled. Immediately, his eyes flickered toward the group behind him, silently assessing them. The meeting point was a shopping mall in the city. There were numerous zombies and mutated zones surrounding the area. The teams invited here demonstrated various abilities. Had they collected a lot, perhaps? Dong Bao noticed this and turned his head slightly. "Isn't that Sha Sha? Why is she here?" The teams invited this time were all in the top 20 or were trade-focused factions. She walked forward with a cold expression. Bai Feng and Dong Bao exchanged hushed whispers. Because after today's updated rankings, her team just happened to be in 21st place. Their rise was so fast, I remember they were ranked 30th just recently. Soon after, another team appeared, diverting everyone's attention. "Look, it's definitely someone from New Ho ran missing." Sha Sha, with a face full of surprise, looked ahead. "It's him, he's here, young Master Yun is here too." These two had clearly been part of a faction for a long time but had pushed themselves to the outside. However, this wasn't necessarily a good thing, yet they hadn't even informed her. Yi Zhongming walked with great confidence, when suddenly the sound of applause rang out, cutting through all the commotion. "If everyone has arrived, then let's go," Bai Feng said as he stepped forward. His words immediately caused a stir among the crowd. "What is this? Could it be a teleportation device?" Yi Zhongming was stunned as he saw the scene before him. It was actually a rainbow device.
Although it required mental power to use, its maximum teleportation range was only 2 kilometers, and the recovery time was very long. However, as an auxiliary device, if used correctly, its effects could be significant. Bai Feng stood in front of the gate and loudly explained, "This time, we will exchange what we have, trading things we don't use or need for things that are useful. This is a way to improve our strength. Increasing our evolution speed is a good thing. This benefits everyone. I will not take risks or scheme against anyone for the sake of a plan. You can all be assured of that." He then turned and stepped through the gate. "I'll go first. The members of our group will stay behind to the end." Is everyone reassured now? Seeing this, Yi Zhongming took the lead with utmost seriousness. "No problem, let's go." Bai Feng stood on the stage and began the auction. Today was the first public auction. Our Rin Xiong team started by offering some items for everyone to bid on. The higher the bid, the more you can get. Magic stones serve as the currency for this exchange. He sat quietly below, listening to Bai Feng's introduction. Bai Feng's voice continued to ring out steadily. According to the latest power rankings, today, everyone will bring the items they have for the auction. Set your own price, sell it yourself, and have the freedom to trade. After this phase, it's time for free trading, and anyone who has obtained an item can list it. Dong Bao sat silently, his face solemn. Li Boss, with a face full of confidence, announced, "If anyone can propose a trade offer, as long as we can negotiate, they can trade directly with each other." Of course, many people who are interested in the item can also set a price, we don't interfere. Bai Feng smiled smugly, "Then I'll be the first to try." He grabbed the piece of cloth and yanked it hard. "The first item I'm selling is this." As the cloth was pulled away, a deep red stone appeared. This was the stone that our Rin Xiong team obtained during an adventure. At the moment, we still don't know what it is, but we can sense it contains a massive amount of heat. It might be useful for a specific class. The starting price is 200 first-level magic stones or 2 evolution potions of 1 star grade. Sha Sha, sitting next to Yi Zhongming, cast a glance at him. His eyes had already lit up earlier, so he definitely knew what that stone was. He smiled faintly and called out to Ying Bao, who was sitting beside him. Immediately, he widened his eyes and stared intently at the stone, then commanded, "We must get that stone. Name your price." Upon hearing this, Ying Bao immediately raised his hand and made an offer, causing the crowd to stir. Ying Bao has made an offer, what about the others? Anyone else going to bid? The hall fell into complete silence, making Bai Feng's voice even clearer. It seems that, in this case, this stone, which contains strange heat, belongs to the Fire Rage team now. Yi Zhongming, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel delighted. This was natural fire attributed stone, and exchanging it for 2 1-star evolution potions was already too much of a bargain. I knew it, my knowledge surpasses that of everyone here. I can acquire things they have no idea about. Bai Feng continued to present the next item, pulling the cloth away forcefully, revealing a gleaming key underneath. As soon as Yi Zhongming saw it, he clenched his teeth. It was the secret key. He hadn't expected to find the second one so quickly. Bai Feng, standing in front, spoke up to explain, "This is the secret key. I apologize, although I know what it's used for, I cannot unlock the secret." Surely everyone has heard of the Lan Luan team. They were even ranked above our Rin Xiong team, but they suddenly disappeared. Some of their members were taken into my team, and this item belongs to them. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in chaos. It turned out to be an item from the Lan Luan team. The Lan Luan team had been the previous boss of Anchang, and it was said that they mysteriously disappeared overnight. Li Bruthern interrupted the crowd and continued to introduce, "To be honest, this might be the reason the Lan Luan team was wiped out. Perhaps they unlocked the secret, and those who survived and returned were fewer than 1% of those who entered." Below, the crowd began to shout loudly. "If Bai Boss says so, then that item is a dangerous one, and you're even selling it? Isn't that just a way to harm others?" In the face of the questioning,
Bai Feng remained calm. You can't say it like that. High risks come with high rewards. While this item is dangerous, I myself wouldn't dare to handle it. But what if one could overcome the danger? What could be gained from unlocking this secret? Is it a higher level evolution potion or a stronger career scroll, a stronger combat skill, who knows? Dong Bao and Li Boss listened very seriously, but the reward wheel was originally a gamble on luck. If evolution was something all living beings could go through, then why not gamble with it? After a while, Bai Feng spoke up, stating his intention. I don't just want to sell this beast, and the price is not cheap either. To be qualified to gamble, you must pay 2 level 2 evolution potions. The crowd below became restless upon hearing this. 2 level 2 evolution potions? My boss has lost it. If a team gets 2 level 2 evolution potions, they can immediately rank up. Don't even talk about using it to buy this bomb. Even if they do buy it, who could keep 2 level 2 evolution potions without using them? Bai Feng seemed a bit worried, noticing the large reaction, and acknowledged that the price did feel a bit forced. Yi Zhongming remained silent for a moment, then suddenly made a proposal that left everyone stunned. Can I replace it with 1-star potions? Bai Feng hesitated when he heard that and frankly said, what I need are level 2 evolution potions, but I understand the current situation. Fine, 1-star evolution potions must be at least 30 bottles. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongming let out a quiet sigh of relief and agreed with a smile. The crowd was shocked, and they turned to look at him. Who is this kid? How come he's able to negotiate with Ying Bao like this? He looks unfamiliar. Where did he come from? Isn't this price a huge mistake? Seeing that the transaction was going smoothly, Bai Feng continued. Alright, next is the third item, a white grade equipment. He sat among the group of people surrounding him, his face dimmed. It seemed that he had already acquired quite a few valuable items. At this stage, even if one brought good items, there weren't many to be had. Bai Feng smiled with his eyes squinted, standing in the middle of the stage. Alright, next is the free trading period. Everyone can sell as they wish. Immediately, the calls of various stalls rang out loudly. Selling 2-star evolution potions, let me know what you want in exchange. Does Zhao Xiaoha know? The famous actress who starred in the cosmic adventure films can trade for a 2-star potion, selling 15 spots with level 3 mutated creatures, 15 level 1 evolution potions, no returns. Yi Zhongming began walking around, observing. Suddenly, a voice called out from the side. You too selling occupation scrolls? He turned to look and saw an old man offering a profession scroll and a 2-star potion for sale. Ying Bao, standing there, couldn't help but remind him. Isn't that the elder from the peaceful former capital? The Empress Dowager dropped from the top 6 to the top 10 this time. Could it be because of the profession scroll? Everyone rushed over to take a look at the scroll, murmuring in awe. Elder, what about these items? 2-star potion? This doesn't seem reliable. They seemed upset and quickly pulled away. Old man selling valuable things, let's get out of here. Yi Zhongming approached the elder and quietly made an offer. Would 100 meters of 2nd-grade magic stones be acceptable? Upon hearing this, the elder paused in thought. It could work, but at least 100 meters of 2nd-grade magic stones. The next morning, on the rooftop of a tall building, 2 men stood. Your Holiness glanced ahead and asked, is it this way? He glared and turned his head to look behind. With so many good pigs, I've already seen hope for 4 or 5 years now. Tell me, Lord Basie, this is your business, not mine, he said. Your Holiness pointed forward, slightly intrigued. The reason why the Trading Guild is changing to region-based divisions, you should know, as the level of evolution increases, raising pigs is no longer as easy as before. Look at those people, their evolution progress is nearly 0, yet we can still kill them as easily as killing dogs. He pointed towards the center of the city. Your Holiness continued, analyzing, I know you're unhappy because Chang wasn't assigned to you, and even went ahead and became the president of the trade association.
Although Xiongzhou doesn't have a large city like in Chang, there are some clusters of cities that are connected, and they may even be better.
Why are you so concerned about this place?
The man, upon hearing this, smiled faintly. It's just that there are some people here who are very interested.
I'm leaving now, no more games.
The Knight of the Sacred Throne's expression immediately turned cold.
Who is it? I can go have some fun.
The man laughed with pleasure upon hearing this.
He quickly turned and left, not forgetting to remind, Imogen, don't die.
The Knight of the Sacred Throne seemed to scoff.
If you die here, you deserve it.
Inside the auction house, Yi Zhongming exchanged items with another person, both parties enjoying a pleasant collaboration. He carefully rolled up the scroll, slowly calculating that he had gained something decent. But since this was a free trade zone, and by chance, he had just obtained a skill card for a golden body, he wasn't sure who to give it to, or whether he could exchange it for something else. He immediately took out a card and announced loudly, selling a basic gilded body skill card. After use, it can turn the whole body into a golden hue, greatly enhancing defensive strength. The weapons and forces have also been increased, but this does not affect the use of other skills or equipment, only the flexibility is impacted to a certain extent. Yi Zhongming was still introducing the card without noticing that Sha Sha's face had turned completely red.
Moreover, this is a skill that can be upgraded.
With the abilities of the bosses, as long as they learn it, defeating a level 3 zombie alone would not be an issue. Upon hearing this, everyone continued to be in a state of confusion. The gilded body, upon hearing it, seemed like a good skill.
Increasing strength also enhances defense. If I'm not mistaken, there's some kind of zombie that also has a similar innate skill. He raised the card in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seems that someone has already encountered that kind of zombie.
This is quite similar to the innate skill of a poor zombie.
The skill of this zombie and that one's innate skill are one and the same.
Sha Sha was greatly shocked upon hearing this.
That's the monster known as the level 4 Ta, the awaiting one.
He can drain abilities from the corpses of zombies.
If that's the case, it's terrifying.
Bai Feng quickly moved forward and asked about the price of the scroll. Upon hearing this, he chuckled lightly. Everyone, name your price.
If I feel it's right, I'll sell.
Someone offered 2 evolution pills in exchange. Yi Zhongming, upon hearing this, frowned in slight anger.
Only when you reach level 3 should you consider trading for evolution pills. A man, leading the group, made a request that was too extravagant.
Even if this item is good, it's not good enough to be exchanged for level 3 evolution attributes.
Don't raise the price too high.
Immediately, a group from Meiluan Chang appeared with long knives in hand.
Little brother, can we use that?
Yi Zhongming immediately refused upon seeing this.
No, that's just a white-grade weapon. You can have as many as you want.
He glanced over at Bai Feng and silently made calculations. This person was offering too high a price.
Even Bai's resources probably weren't enough to gather the manpower to retrieve that item.
Bai Feng's previous profession had been a low-ranking authority figure. The skill of the official is to enhance defense and the power of the fist. If we allow him to achieve this skill, our Jingmeirin Xiongtin will never be able to hold their heads high in the future, right? Bai Feng approached him and made a request. I want to upgrade the sound change. When he heard the question about how many books would be used, Bai Feng became extremely angry. Yi Zhongming immediately clenched his teeth.
If there are not 2 books, then I will change the order.
Bai Feng gritted his teeth and continued to argue. There is only 1 book, and the price is already very reasonable. Yi Zhongming was very stubborn.
2 books, or no discussion.
Bai Feng, hearing this, gritted his teeth unwillingly. I will add 1 more professional skill book, but these 2 books are worth more than your card, you must take that.
To balance the value, seeing him remain silent, Bai Feng continuously offered a price. Then I will add 5 evolution decreasing potions. 10 potions, or it's my turn to talk. No further discussion. Yi Zhongming's face brightened. Did he sense something strange?
Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. The man who had been badly beaten was thrown inside the meeting hall.
Everyone was shocked to see this.
Bai Feng also gritted his teeth in anger.
Boss, what does this mean? Your death is my responsibility.
Your Holiness and the assassination team entered, seeing everyone.
I am really very happy.
He stared ahead and shouted loudly. When several people obtained an evolution potion, before using it, they felt excited and full of expectations.
Yes, right now I have that feeling. He provocatively shouted, full of excitement. Come here, you pigs, welcome everyone to contribute to the demonic gold sacred throne.
He drew the sharp iron sword from his hand and charged forward quickly. Yi Zhongming quickly moved forward, preparing to strike fiercely. Your Holiness, please don't release your memory beast to attack Yi Zhongming. Luan was really itching to bite someone, his strike had been blocked by the beast. The subordinates who wanted to please him immediately spoke up.
Your Holiness, just leave the disobedient ones to me. He happily accepted the suggestion.
Yi Zhongming looked at him, silently calculating. Lian Rong was indeed the demonic gold sacred throne, a once great figure, someone who had reached the 8-star evolutionary level in his past life, and was the ruler of the Yanchang area's underground.
He immediately turned around and instructed everyone. Those of you from Yanchang, stop watching and join me in the fight. A man from the crowd couldn't help but loudly question. Why did you ruin the peace between us with just that one strike?
Yi Zhongming couldn't help but sneer in response.
The peace you speak of is between us and the Spirit Weapon Society. Do you even know how they evolve? Let me explain that process for everyone here. They are breeding pigs. If we're caught today, we'll be the pigs.
They'll turn us into food for the zombies they control, using us as tools. Then, they'll detonate a tiny bomb in the brain of a 20-year-old zombie, kill the zombie, gather the magic stones, and spin the reward wheel to evolve.
Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with shock and fear.
Your Holiness, hearing this, was also stunned.
How does this kid know the secrets of our Spirit Weapon Society?
Yi Zhongming raised his blade and looked at him. I don't care how you choose to act today. He suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Yi Zhongming swiftly slashed his sword towards Meng Qingjiao, catching him off guard.
But if I can kill one more person, I'll kill one more.
Yi Zhongming recalled the past. Your Holiness sat in a position above 10,000 people, and he didn't even have the right to polish the shoes of that man. He was one of the 9 holy thrones of the Spirit Weapon Society, a representative of bloodshed, a symbol of the terror and power of the 9 great holy thrones. A series of names flashed through Yi Zhongming's mind: Emojin, Lord Beizi, Zhu Long, as well as Li Qing and Dak Shang. Though they had climbed to the peak by stepping over countless comrades' corpses, they were still the ones who stood at the pinnacle of humanity. However, Yi Zhongming firmly believed that the Spirit Weapon Society was strong, but it could not change the fact that these scum were utterly filthy. His gaze fixed firmly on the sword's hilt, with flames of passion and justice burning deep in his eyes. Yi Zhongming swore to never kneel before these scum again in this lifetime. He wanted to strike a blow to the fear inside himself. With that thought, he struck even more fiercely at his subordinate. The sword slashed down directly, forcing him to raise his staff to block. But Yi Zhongming's strike was so powerful that it split the staff of his subordinate in half.
Lian Rong continued boasting, praising Yi Zhongming's blade.
He placed his hand behind his back, where a pair of daggers were already hidden. Lian Rong intended to fight him seriously now. He immediately drew the daggers and shouted kill, charging towards Yi Zhongming. Yi Zhongming was not in the slightest bit flustered. Lian Rong, a professional weapon master, was the type of person who could bring out the highest combat power with any weapon he wielded. Yi Zhongming only felt that it was natural because he would be an 8-star powerhouse in the future, making him very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Your Holiness Emojin stepped in and said, I will show you pigs the true power of the Spirit Weapon Society. Your Holiness clapped his hands, and the ceiling collapsed slightly.
He laughed sinisterly, clapping his hands several times as a signal. The ceiling crumbled, and a group of evolved individuals swung down through the hole in the ceiling. The people around were panicking because there were so many evolved enemies. They shouted to each other, "Stop conserving strength, or we'll be treated like pigs." Immediately, the sound of battle cries echoed everywhere. Bai Feng clenched his fists in anger. He ran towards Your Holiness. He knew Your Holiness recognized his courage, but Your Holiness was certain that Bai Feng was no match for him and that the two didn't need to fight. With a provocative expression, Your Holiness wanted to propose an alliance with Bai Feng. "Since you are the strongest boss in Chang, if we cooperate, both sides will benefit. What they need is not corpses, but an organization to collaborate with." Hearing this, Bai Feng became even angrier. He rejected the offer because the Spirit Weapon Society had taken his kind and used them to feed zombies. Your Holiness merely pretended to sigh regretfully. Behind him, the souls of powerful wild beasts appeared. They charged forward simultaneously with Bai Feng. His fist struck the wolf's mouth. Bai Feng's hand was immediately corroded, causing him to be shocked and tense. Your Holiness was intrigued because Bai Feng had managed to break the wolf's soul with just his bare fists. He was now taking the situation seriously. His two hands rose, revealing sharp spikes. He thrust the steel spines toward Bai Feng, executing the white bone wrench technique. The speed was so fast that Bai Feng was caught off guard. Just as the sharp spike was about to pierce his shoulder, Bai Feng used the golden body technique and knocked Your Holiness away. Despite being thrown back, he regained his balance immediately. Your Holiness admired Bai Feng's unique defensive skill but believed that, for him, everything was futile. He intended to exert more force, pushing Bai Feng into even more tension. With a proud tone, Your Holiness said, "Apologies, I am a person with two professions." He leaped up and delivered a powerful strike. The lightning twin void bones technique made Bai Feng break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming was still engaged in battle with Lian Rong. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, neither yielding. Finally, Yi Zhongming used his professional technique, Master of the Glorious Blade Seal Technique Ascension. Yi Zhongming immediately leaped into the air, catching Lian Rong off guard. He unleashed the Seal Wind Mountain Blade with tremendous force. The move carried an intense determination to defeat the enemy. Lian Rong struggled to block it, continuously retreating. Yi Zhongming landed lightly, and in the same instant, he disappeared. As Your Holiness was sending Bai Feng flying, he saw Lian Rong being struck by Yi Zhongming's blow and was filled with fury. He was determined to kill Yi Zhongming at all costs. He raised his dagger forward, unfazed, and said, "No rush, it's your turn next." Your Holiness charged toward Yi Zhongming with high determination, intent on killing him. Yi Zhongming was not the least bit disturbed or fearful, he simply used his dagger to easily block the attack from Your Holiness. Seeing that the lightning twin void bones technique had no effect, Your Holiness stepped back, maintaining his distance from Yi Zhongming. He was somewhat surprised and worried that Yi Zhongming was able to block one of his strikes. Yi Zhongming arrogantly stepped on Lian Rong's head, his dagger pointing straight at his opponent. The demonic gold sacred throne is nothing more than this. Your Holiness, seeing him so arrogant, snorted coldly and ordered Wolf Soul to charge forward. Yi Zhongming didn't move an inch. He simply chanted an incantation to use the condensation glyph primary level skill, and immediately, a mud statue rose to block the Wolf Soul. 3 Wolf Souls charged, but none could budge the mud statue that Yi Zhongming had created. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zhongming used the Blood War Step technique and sprinted forward. In the blink of an eye, he covered several meters and closed the distance to Your Holiness, catching him off guard and making him panic. Yi Zhongming swung his dagger with tremendous force. Your Holiness struggled to block this powerful strike. He had to admit that Yi Zhongming was much stronger than he had expected. Your Holiness still refused to admit defeat, saying, "You are no match for me." And before dying, Yi Zhongming should be proud of having forced him to activate his most powerful state. No matter how much he spoke, Yi Zhongming continued to strike relentlessly. In the end,
Your Holiness had no choice but to enter his berserk state. His body swelled up like a monster. Seeing that huge and deformed shape, Yi Zhongming felt a sense of awe and fear. Your Holiness has transformed into a wolf, no longer rational, only able to repeat broken phrases. Do you want to become my food? Just as the tension was rising, the ground suddenly shook violently. The others who were fighting panicked, thinking it was an earthquake, and the place seemed to be collapsing. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes noticed and shouted for everyone to look at the strange golden light outside. A massive reward wheel appeared, and the earthquake was caused by it. Both sides quickly ceased their fighting in unison. Yi Zhongming gritted his teeth and thought, at this moment, the reward wheel exchange appears in Chang. Did something like this happen in my previous life? This reward wheel was very special, not only huge but also offering a wide range of rewards. Evolution potions from 1 star to 6 stars, combat pets from level 1 to level 5, and countless skills. While everyone was still stunned, Yi Zhongming reacted first. Without hesitation, he jumped from the high floor and shot toward the reward wheel. His enemies quickly followed suit, chasing him with weapons, calling him a thief and shouting to pursue him. Your Holiness, in his wolf form, looked down on Yi Zhongming as a coward, thinking that he had already fled so easily. He was sure to find and kill Yi Zhongming. Despite his incredible speed, Yi Zhongming still heard Your Holiness's threat. He scoffed inwardly, Emojin, you should thank this event for saving your life. Confident in his abilities, he thought to himself, if not for your subordinates being held back by the elite, I would fight you one-on-one. I'm 90% certain I could defeat you. After the reward wheel exchange was activated and started spinning randomly, what could be selected was not a fixed item but a specific list, such as a list of weapons or medicines. Once a certain type was determined, all items on the reward wheel could be exchanged freely, with the prices displayed above. To obtain an item, one only needed to select an item that could be exchanged. For example, the price for pharmaceutical agents ranged from 1 star to 9 stars, increasing progressively. However, after each spin, a red liquid would flow out from beneath the reward wheel. This liquid had a fatal attraction to mutated creatures. If a creature could consume it, it would gain immense power. At lower levels, it could even directly evolve. Seeing the group of people behind him closely following, Yi Zhongming realized that it was impossible to be stealthy with such a large reward wheel spinning. Every time it appeared, it would turn the area into a meat grinder. At present, he had no idea how many people, zombies, monsters, and mutated creatures would come to this location. Yi Zhongming knew that the best opportunity was the half-hour window after the reward wheel appeared, when no creatures had yet arrived within its radius. He needed to make the most of that precious half-hour. As he rushed forward, someone behind him, holding a knife, asked, "Do you know what that reward wheel is?" Yi Zhongming was not fooled, and without hesitation, he used a dagger to strike the person. He had no time to play around with these people. Reaching the massive reward wheel, he felt fortunate to be the first. Dropping the magic stone, Long Yi Zhongming couldn't help but feel moved, wanting to use a level 1 magic stone to activate the reward wheel. The gigantic reward wheel was activated, and the spinning table turned wildly. Those in the distance, seeing the reward wheel spin, became extremely envious and just wanted to rush over and stop Yi Zhongming, even kill him. His determination remained focused only on the items that satisfied him. He did not hesitate to choose the blueprint for the radiance of the Qilin armor. Holding the blueprint in his hand, Yi Zhongming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With a sound, a small mechanism under the reward wheel's wheel opened. Streams of red liquid flowed out from the small compartment. A strong wind blew, scattering Zhao Jingmei's hair. She paid no attention, her gaze fixed solely on the source of the light. The light was incredibly captivating, so much so that even the street thug below followed its direction. On the rooftop of a nearby building, a red-haired figure and a strange woman were also watching the revolving table. What was currently shining brightly was the object in question. How could Yi Zhongming miss such an opportunity? He calculated silently that, if he timed it right, he could likely spin the wheel 2 or 3 more times.
However, as he watched the needle on the revolving table spin aimlessly, Yi Zhongming felt a sense of unease, sensing that several very powerful forces were approaching, and at least 2 of them were level 5. With a serious expression, Yi Zhongming firmly concluded that the evolution speed of mutated creatures was far faster than that of humans. As he was lost in thought, the needle on the revolving table, after spinning for a while, finally came to a stop. Yi Zhongming was both surprised and worried, as the card's ability was invisible. But how could such a rare opportunity be passed up? He decided to keep watching for a moment. After some hesitation, Yi Zhongming decided to take action. The people around him saw this and rushed to stop him. Realizing it was the 3rd time he had spun the table, they charged at him with weapons, intent on killing Yi Zhongming. Of course, he noticed the murderous intent directed at him, but he merely glanced at it before executing a basic condensation move. The ground, according to Yi Zhongming, rose up to reveal a stone human figure, 2 meters tall. It used its massive body to block the ill-intentioned people, giving Yi Zhongming the time he needed to obtain the bloodline vessel item. Yi Zhongming held the test tube in his hand, thinking with satisfaction, with my speed, I can escape before the strong mutated creatures appear this time, that's enough. More and more people entered the murky waters, including many very powerful mutated creatures. After assessing the situation clearly, Yi Zhongming took advantage of the terrain and jumped onto the rooftop of a nearby building. He knew that the battle for the reward will had officially begun, so he needed to escape the encirclement as soon as possible. Elsewhere, Ying Bao was deep in thought. Right now, most of the survivors in Enchang, the Merchants Guild members, and the mutated monsters were all heading toward the reward wheel. How could his team safely escape from here? A subordinate reported that a team was approaching, pulling Ying Bao back to reality. He glanced through the hole in the wall and saw Sha Sha. She stopped when the distance between them was about 10 meters and politely asked, "Excuse me, I would like to wait here for someone." A moment later, Ying Bao sat down with her to discuss life. More specifically, he asked, "Sha Sha, did you know Yi Zhongming before?" Sha Sha didn't hesitate to speak plainly, "I know him, but we're not close." This made him curious about her purpose for being here. She replied as if it were obvious, because following Boss Yi means there's good food to eat, right Xiao Yun? Xiao Yun, of course, completely agreed. While they were chatting lively, they suddenly heard footsteps from behind. The person who arrived was Yi Zhongming, in an exceptionally good mood. He waved his hand and greeted them. Xiao Yun, full of joy and excitement, asked, "Are you about to do something big?" Yi Zhongming calmly replied, "You all rest first, then we'll think things over slowly." He looked towards Ying Bao, apologetically saying, "I'll have to borrow your place again." Ying Bao didn't mind, saying, "Yi Zhongming, you don't need to be so polite." Yi Zhongming looked up at the sky, mentally calculating. Of course, something big had to be done, but without the people from the team by his side and not yet trusting Sha Sha and Ying Bao, the only choice left was. Yi Zhongming looked at Xiao Yun, who seemed naive and easily fooled. He asked, "Next, I have a task that might cost my life. Do you want to join?" Xiao Yun, eager to please, immediately agreed in a very generous manner. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiao Yun's father suddenly intervened and questioned him. Although an old man beside him tried to stop him, it was of little use. Yi Zhongming didn't care about such a small scene. He took out 2 items from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Yun, leaving him both startled and confused. Holding the scroll and the evolution medicine, Xiao Yun couldn't help but fantasize in his mind about how kind Yi Zhongming was to him, how much he cared, and how moved he felt, his face flushing red, eyes glistening with tears. Seizing the moment, Yi Zhongming patted his shoulder and said, "Becoming stronger is the only way you can help me," filling Xiao Yun with a strong fighting spirit. After leaving Xiao Yun, Yi Zhongming found Sha Sha, who was leaning by the window. He got straight to the point and asked, "What is it that you want?" She tilted her head, showing a teasing expression, and demanded a level 3 evolution potion if she was to assist him. Yi Zhongming, of course, refused. Even if he had a level 3 medicine, he would prioritize his family. Sha Sha didn't back down and asked, "If I join your team, could you consider me first?"
Yi Zhongming wouldn't let her lead him by the nose.
Of course not. Considering the situation with your team's casualties, I'll compensate double.
Though hesitant, Sha ultimately agreed. The two of them shook hands, a gesture that seemed to bless this collaboration. Sha, being polite, hopes Yi Zhongming doesn't blame her for being practical. After all, since she's unattractive and doesn't garner people's affection, everything boils down to personal gain.
Yi Zhongming, slightly amused, asked in return, "And what's wrong with being unattractive?"
Sha touched the scar on her face. "It would be better if it were somewhere else on my body." Yi Zhongming, speaking without thinking, complimented, "You've got one below your navel, isn't it beautiful?"
Her strong, confident expression immediately transformed into one of fury, as she yelled, "Yi Zhongming, how did you know?"
Yi Zhongming's face turned purple, his expression frozen as he realized he had accidentally revealed something he had learned in his previous life.
She blushed fiercely, pointing at Yi Zhongming and cursing, "You pervert! You like to spy on people."
Members of Ing Bao's squad eagerly picked up the weapons Yi Zhongming had gifted them, showering him with admiration. Some even regretted that he wasn't their boss. In a closed room, Sha and Ing Bao placed 2 level 1 spirit stone bags on the table and said to Yi Zhongming, "This is the total amount we gathered today." Sha gave a quick glance at the person beside her, praising.
"The cooperation between the two of us has been very smooth."
Ing Bao, polite as ever, credited Yi Zhongming for upgrading their equipment. Yi Zhongming wanted to know about the situation surrounding the reward wheel. Ing Bao showed an expression of helplessness and said, "Right now, the corpses there are piled up like a mountain, blocking the view, so no one knows what's going on inside." Yi Zhongming stroked his chin thoughtfully, relying solely on Ing Bao and his men wouldn't be enough. It seemed that he would need to investigate in person. Outside, rows of towering buildings stood closely together. Mr. Li drove into the safe zone, where a group of people had already been waiting and rushed over to ask him about the situation outside. Mr. Li kicked the side of the car, recalling the scene he had witnessed, breaking into a cold sweat. These people had no idea what the area around the reward wheel was like. He took the bottle of mineral water handed to him and said, "The mutated beast monsters are as numerous as ants. We absolutely can't go near that reward wheel." The group of people who had just arrived, upon hearing Mr. Li's terrifying description, were somewhat frightened.
"Are those monsters killing each other?" one person from the group asked.
After finishing the bottle of mineral water, Mr. Li snapped back to his senses and explained, "They were initially slaughtering each other, but then they stopped fighting."
Dong Bao couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't he just finish his sentence all at once?
Mr. Li, knowing that he was curious, continued, "The reason is that some leader monsters appeared among them. I recalled the image I saw, and then 1911 described it again. To the east, a monster appeared that resembled a western dragon. Its wingspan must have been at least 20 meters. It was extremely aggressive. I often saw it biting other nearby monsters.
What's crucial is that the magic stone on that monster's head was green." Mr. Li remembered the moment he faced the monster, when he was so terrified that his legs trembled uncontrollably.
The group of people was no better. As soon as they heard this, they broke into a cold sweat and looked utterly incredulous. Mr. Li didn't care who believed or doubted. "Anyway, I didn't dare to approach. Apart from that dragon, there was also a group of mutated rats in the south." When the people around heard this, they doubted how strong they could be.
Mr. Li wasn't angry that they didn't believe him.
Those were 4th-level mutated rats. They were as big as a 7-month-old baby and looked very much like humans. They stood upright, sat on their bottoms, and had something like a general on their bellies.
Moreover, its subordinates included hundreds of 3rd-level rats, thousands of 2nd-level rats, and countless 1st-level ones.
The people who were skeptical earlier now looked pale with fear. He didn't stop just because they were scared. The black dragon could be level 5, and it had subordinates beneath it, but it didn't bother with the rat that caused trouble. Other mutated creatures had also been controlled by that rat. The middle-aged man standing nearby had lost his composure and asked Mr. Li, "Is there more?" Mr. Lee, who had remained calm all this time, finally showed a look of panic. The strangest thing was that to the west, aside from the reward wheel, the black dragon, and the mutated rats, there was also a group of people leading a horde of zombies. This information successfully caused everyone present to erupt in chaos. So, would these high-level mutants actually have the awareness to cooperate? Mr. Lee knew this was hard to believe but still assured them he wasn't lying. He even added that there were at least 4 level 4 zombies in the horde. Furthermore, what puzzled me even more was that at the head of the zombie group were 2 very beautiful women. He recounted seeing their figures on top of a building. Perhaps it was too shocking, or they couldn't accept this horrifying truth, but the group appeared to be in disbelief. Mr. Lee understood their mentality very well. He hadn't believed it either at first, but after taking the risk to get closer, he was certain that one of the 2 women, with long black hair, was definitely a zombie. She was also holding a black cat. He even said that he had never seen a zombie as beautiful as that. Although not as beautiful as Jing Mei's boss, she was still very pretty. He mentioned his enthusiasm was so high that he didn't notice Zhao Jingmei standing on a nearby building, quietly listening to the entire story. But at this moment, Mr. Lee became serious. The other person had red hair. I looked very carefully. There is no magic stone on her head. There really isn't. So she must be human. In his mind, he vividly pictured her, a woman with long red hair, a dreamy expression, and a strange outfit. She exuded an aura that was both enchanting and surreal. Suddenly, a bone flew toward the wall and struck it, leaving a dent. Wasting half a day could not make things clearer. The culprit was a bald man who angrily asked how to spin the reward wheel. The bald man, in a fit of rage, turned and pointed at Zhao Jingmei, standing in the distance, cursing her as a scoundrel, and ordering her to either come down to discuss a solution or leave. Zhao Jingmei immediately jumped off the building and landed lightly on the ground. Some mutated creatures were possibly fighting over something. Who are you? The bald man boldly declared his name as Zheng Delong. Zhao Jingmei's eyes glowed with killing intent, completely different from before. Once this is over, I will kill you. Zheng Delong didn't take her threat seriously, he sneered with disdain. Once this is over, I will sleep. On the reward wheel side, things were still heated. Several mutated creatures were watching it from a distance. Yi Zhongming easily sent a monster to its end, as if it were nothing more than picking vegetables. He took the magic stone embedded in its head with his dominant hand. Suddenly, a familiar aura swept down from the sky, causing Yi Zhongming to freeze in shock as he realized it was Yan Go's. He looked at the creature resembling a western dragon flying in the sky. The memory of it killing a famous level 9 powerhouse of humanity in his past life was still fresh. Its feats in the previous life could be described as varied and numerous. There was even a time when it broke into a terrifying, blood-soaked forbidden land, forcing the master there to bow and acknowledge it as their ruler. It even had a name of its own. For the first time since his rebirth, Yi Zhongming found himself facing a situation he could not handle. The Black Dragon was at level 5, a being powerful enough to crush almost all forms of life. If it didn't leave, he would have no way to counter it. Watching Yan Go soar freely around the reward wheel, Yi Zhongming couldn't help but feel frustrated, thinking, with this terrifying strength, none of my plans are usable. Yan Go's landed atop the reward wheel, its massive claws pressing down as though trying to crush it. Yi Zhongming instantly deduced that it was struggling to control the red evolution material. Unfortunately, the reward wheel was indestructible, and other than humans, no other species could use it. Watching the dragon try everything in its power to destroy the reward wheel, even breathing fire at it, Yi Zhongming couldn't help but feel regretful that he couldn't kill it. One had to understand that, aside from the magic stone, the entire body of this evil dragon was filled with rare and precious treasures, hard to come by. While he was lost in his own thoughts, a group of people appeared near the reward wheel. Armed with weapons, they rushed into the monster's encirclement, elite members from Enchang. Yi Zhongming was confused as to what their purpose was in appearing here. Seeing the lump below, they divided a portion of their forces to attack the zombies.
Yi Zhongming understood that the forces of Anchang had united. He decisively jumped off the building. Yi Zhongming continuously changed positions in an attempt to approach the reward wheel. According to his assumptions, Anchang's side couldn't access it at the moment because Yan Go's was guarding it. As he waited for their next move, an attack suddenly launched toward the Black Dragon. It was so huge that dodging became difficult. As a result, it took the full brunt of the strike. But Yan's thick skin and strong body were unharmed, not even a hair was touched. He merely roared angrily at the empty space. Seeing the dragon fly away, Yi Zhongming was certain this was Anchang's strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He quickly glanced below, and sure enough, he saw someone sneaking in through the sewer. The reward wheel shone brilliantly, its light sparking the greed and lust of humanity. They, too, became ignorant because of it. Yi Zhongming chuckled faintly and thought to himself, truly bold, the plan is decent, but the investment is too little. A group of people had reached the area beneath the reward wheel, they were mere moments away from success. The chaos was still not enough, with so few people, their attraction would be limited, and they would certainly fail. No sooner had he thought this, than the Anchang side began to suffer losses. The people beneath the reward wheel were impaled by green tentacles, dying horribly. Some were lucky enough to escape the clutches of the mutated rats, but they were soon surrounded by the zombie army and were eaten alive. Looking at the reward wheel, Yi Zhongming noticed it had indeed spun out a 3-star evolution potion, but all the people had died, unable to benefit from the reward. Yi Zhongming quietly assessed everything. The unexpected event was that as soon as he finished thinking, he saw a hand reach for the evolution potion. Seeing the girl standing beneath the reward wheel, Yi Zhongming couldn't believe his eyes. It was the red-haired girl, the one he had tried to save with both his soul and blood but failed, and now she was still alive. However, there was no trace of any mental connection between them. As he observed the red-haired girl, she too had noticed him. The moment their eyes met, a sudden pain hit both of them, causing their faces to contort in agony. Yi Zhongming clutched his forehead, feeling not only pain but also the strange sensation of the red-haired girl's memories flooding into his mind. The red-haired girl, on the other side, also covered her temple. A stranger woman was supporting her. The pain quickly subsided, and Yi Zhongming's perception of zombies was completely overturned. He quickly left the area, his thoughts racing. For those monsters that had evolved to the point of possessing intelligence, the efforts of the surviving humans had already failed. He also wanted to create another puppet to see what exactly had happened to the red-haired girl. Yi Zhongming silently formulated his plan. In another corner near the reward wheel area, a hand with the pale, greenish skin characteristic of the dead reached out. Soon, the entire figure of the person rose from the pool of fresh blood. This process was similar to when the red-haired girl was created. Yi Zhongming began to sense the connection between him and the puppet. Just as he was concentrating deeply, a voice suddenly startled him. The red-haired girl used her exceptional skill to approach him. She rushed toward him from a distance, smoothly brushing past Yi Zhongming, leaving him no time to react. By the time he regained his senses, she had already bitten into the neck of the newly formed puppet. The red-haired girl threw the puppet, now motionless, to the ground, wiped the bloodstains from the corner of her mouth, and said in a broken, unclear voice, "I don't like it, but this could strengthen me." She then took out the evolution potion she had obtained from the reward wheel. "Thank you for saving me. This is for you." Seeing the vial being presented to him, Yi Zhongming was so surprised that he froze. In his mind, he wondered how astonished people would be if they knew that a puppet had lost contact. It's neither a person nor a puppet, and now it's holding a 3-star evolution potion that could make people in Anchang fight each other to the death for. The red-haired girl asked, "You don't like it?" Then, she pointed at the zombie on the ground, "I like you. I don't like it, so this is for you, not for it." Hearing this, Yi Zhongming extended his hand to accept it while expressing his thanks, staring intently at the potion, puzzled. Did she remember the events before? At the same time, his mind was flooded with questions. What state is she in right now? Does she have the memories of the person she was before becoming a puppet or the memories after becoming a zombie?
Immediately, the red-haired girl answered in a broken voice, I want the red thing from the big, round table. Yi Zhongming understood then that the red substance that flowed from the reward wheel every time it moved also had an effect on the red-haired girl. Hearing Ying Bao, I think she and the evolved zombie are together, the one with the black hair. She hesitated before replying, she cooperated to get the red thing.
I hate her, just want to eat. Her, not you, because I like you.
Yi Zhongming silently commented to himself, it seems that the red-haired one and the evolved zombies see the red bloodline is effective for them, so they want to cooperate with me. Although the mutated creatures would allow humans to spin the reward wheel, after it was spun, they would kill everyone. Looking at her, he continued his thoughts, they aren't afraid of humans finding out their plot. The allure of the reward wheel is so great that they not only evolve by eating flesh, but also gain the blood of evolution. Then Yi Zhongming asked,
Can you sew a part of the zombie back together? The evolved zombie immediately denied. We can't. They listen to us.
Hearing this, he spoke to himself. It seems that even individuals with powerful mental abilities, like the red-haired one and the evolved zombie, cannot make the zombies obey when the king is around. Thinking of this, Yi Zhongming tightly gripped the vial in his hand.
If you were in command, could you, when necessary, influence those zombies to stop and create some chaos?
The red-haired one agreed. Then, Yi Zhongming extended his hand and announced,
Let's go and have a big fight.
In the center of Anchang, on the 5th day after the reward wheel appeared in the previous shop, the group was discussing among themselves.
Should our small team participate this time? I'm just here to watch, there's no loss in it.
This time, the new Waran team failed to make the top 20, while the Sha Sha team has just made it into the top 20.
Ah, they're facing us on the stage. Someone next to them replied. I'm not sure.
But that guy is on par with Ying Bao and Sha Sha.
Did you see him? Staring intently at Yi Zhongming, they continued discussing, who is this person? What is he? The boss of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa in Anchang, ranked in the top 40, his strength is at least stronger than ours?
Ying Bao declared clearly, I'm sure everyone is aware of the purpose of this gathering, and those who are here have agreed to participate in this operation.
But the difficulties of this operation are obvious to all.
The alliance formed by the 50 strongest individuals has still not succeeded, and our strength is weaker than theirs, so we need to come up with a solution. At the same time, I require everyone to follow the commander's orders. The crowd raised their hands and shouted loudly to show their agreement. Ying Bao continued, the order must be obeyed because it is being commanded by Yi El, the boss of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa.
This is the person who spun the reward wheel 3 times on the first day it appeared in the city. This left the crowd in awe. Ying Bao emphasized, it's him, Boss Yi.
Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongming spoke up, first, I declare that everyone participating in this operation can buy equipment from me at the best discount.
One 1-star evolution potion costs 70 level 1 magic stones. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, is that really true? This Boss Yi was indeed a person of mystery.
Then he announced the prices, gray level equipment only requires 1 level 2 magic stone, and a white blade combat sword costs 20 level 2 magic stones.
One person, unable to believe it, asked again, is what Boss Yi says really true? Can he sell so many items at such low prices?
She responded, he has even more secrets hidden than this. Then, Yi Zhongming said that due to the limited amount of medicine and equipment in my possession, the number of people allowed to purchase would be determined based on the number of participants.
The basic unit is 10 people. 4 will be added to make 5.
10 people can buy 1 level 1 evolution medicine, 1 immunity potion, and 1 gray level equipment.
20 people can buy 1 white saber.
The crowd shouted in unison, I want to buy.
Boss Yi is chivalrous.
Yi Zhongming quietly analyzed, first, it is possible to use benefits to bind them together, second, to make a little profit, and third, to quickly improve their strength in a short time. Then, he expressed that he could not guarantee that this operation would be successful.
How many people would survive and return? Aren't we always risking our lives?
But I can guarantee the lives of those who participate in today's action, those who have helped me. From now on, you are a friend of Yi Zhongming, a friend of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. In the future, medicine and equipment can all be bought at today's price. Even if something happens that cannot be resolved, just come to Cloud Peak Mountain Villa for help. As long as it doesn't harm my interests, Yi Zhongming will do his best to help. Upon hearing these words, the crowd seemed to have their own thoughts. Then, he gestured to the chest and said, "Bring the items up here, we can start the transaction."
Everyone lined up in 2 rows, waiting for their turn.
Sha, I think even if that sneaky guy didn't take the risk to spin the reward wheel, within a short time, he could completely become the leader. Yi Zhongming countered with a question, standing in the number 1 position in Chang, then turned his head to look at her and smiled slightly as he answered himself.
Then that's too low.
Looking at the map, Yi Zhongming thought to himself. These forces may not have any top-tier experts, but their ability to gather intelligence was indeed impressive.
Great leader Meng reported to him. The people over there have started to move more frequently, it seems like they are getting ready to take action. Should we wait for them to make their move first, and then profit from it? One person suggested.
If we can be the hidden force behind the top 50 strongest alliances in Chang, that would be something to be proud of. Yi Zhongming disagreed with this point of view and said firmly, "We strike first." The others were shocked. "Isn't it too risky for us to be the vanguard like that?"
"Boss Yi, what's your reasoning?"
Yi Zhongming then explained his reasoning.
"The monsters are the blood that flows out of the reward wheel every time we make a move.
Since they can't obtain it themselves, they need humans to help. I can assure you, the monsters won't let go of the ones moving the reward wheel, just as we know the risks but won't stop moving the reward wheel. But that doesn't mean they will stop the ones moving the reward wheel." After Yi Zhongming said this, Sha added,
"I understand now."
Her understanding showed her agreement, and she continued. The real danger isn't after the reward wheel moves, but when the blood from the evolution flows out.
More precisely, this is when we need to retreat. Ying Bao raised a concern. But how are we going to retreat when that happens? It seems like we can't fight against so many mutated creatures.
Sha also agreed. Don't just talk about us, even if we gathered all the surviving evolved humans in Chang, we still wouldn't be able to defeat them.
After hearing everyone's opinions, he replied, "Success depends on man."
I won't gamble with my life, but I must go spin the reward wheel.
Even though it's the most dangerous place, do I look like someone who's looking for death?
The people who trusted Yi Zhongming, the boss, agreed, "Whatever Boss Yi says, let's do it.
Let's go fight."
In another high-rise building, a group of people was also in a meeting.
Boss Li concluded, "Let's decide like this. Does anyone have any other opinions?"
At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh to himself.
After discussing for so long, the plan was no different from the original one.
Boss Li sighed again. If Bai Feng still had a team to back him up, maybe there would be someone powerful enough to balance the situation.
That would be much better than it is now.
Suddenly, a person rushed in, shouting, "Someone is spinning the reward wheel."
The group was stunned and shouted in unison, "What?"
On this side, the reward wheel was spinning, with thousands of zombies crowding towards it.
Through the binoculars, Dong Bao couldn't believe his eyes. Who are these people? Are they crazy?
Mr. Li, standing beside him, was worried.
These people will probably be eaten within the first second. A member of the Yin Bing team side, isn't this a good thing? For us, isn't this a golden opportunity?
He grinned slyly, and as he saw the reward wheel spinning right in front of them, the group was taken aback. We actually made it in.
What are the losses like?
Looking at the Rat King chewing on a large drop of blood, another person replied, "It's still okay, there have been a few battles outside. The red-haired monsters are standing there, continuing to speak, there isn't much loss." Yi Zhongming raised his hand to command, "Don't worry, just follow the plan."
The group began to form shields, and he stood in the middle, placing stones around. When Dragon Yango saw what they were doing, it let out a roar. The rat monster dropped a drop of blood from its hand and fell backward, crying out several times. Continuous sounds echoed. The reward wheel was still spinning, and Yi Zhongming was deep in thought, slowly raising the vial in his hand. Suddenly, a square opened from the table, and drops of blood began to fall. He caught them with his knife and declared, "The plan starts now." Yi Zhongming firmly gripped the sharp knife. The drops of blood from the reward wheel slowly dripped down. Yi Zhongming used his knife to catch them all. Then, he gave an order and flicked the blood off the knife, acting according to the plan. He caught the drop of blood on his knife and immediately threw it towards the rat monsters. The knife stuck straight into the ground before them. Seeing this, Dragon Yango's roared. Yi Zhongming laughed loudly, just as he had guessed, and analyzed in his mind. Before the alliances made their move, the beasts and mutated animals had already cooperated. They had cornered the zombies and made a deal to allow the Rat King to mutate and obtain the first evolutionary blood drop. Yen, confident in his evolution, only allowed the Rat King and level 4 mutated animals to obtain the first drop of evolutionary blood. However, it would not allow the second drop to fall into the hands of the mutated Rat King. Because if this second blood drop also went to the Rat King, even if he didn't use it, there would still be another high-level mutated rat in the rat swarm. By that time, Rat King and the zombies had formed an alliance. Surrounded by so many fourth-level mutations, Yen Goes, despite his confidence as an evolved monster, couldn't be certain of controlling the entire situation. With the arrogance of a fifth-level monster, he wouldn't allow that to happen. He glanced at the group of red-haired people and deduced the situation. Sure enough, a rat monster stepped forward and began gnawing at the blood drop on the knife, a surge of immense power attacking it. In response, another rat from the group let out a sharp squeal. In unison, the other rats charged forward to attack. Yi Zhongming thought to himself, Yen Goes and Rat King are fighting, this is great. In his mind, he reviewed the reward wheel spin. He had already obtained the bloodline crystal and the second evolution blood for today. However, time was running out, as both the dragons and Rat King continued their relentless assault on each other. Yi Zhongming carefully released the stones in his hand, making the most of his time. The first round began, and unexpectedly, Sha intervened. The zombies suddenly attacked in their direction. What should we do? You command, no need to panic, this is all part of the plan. Just follow my instructions. Yi Zhongming silently prayed to the reward wheel, this is the highest grade death weapon. Then, holding the weapon in his hand, he smiled happily, great, I got it. Yi Zhongming opened a section of his gear. Now, it's time to use the third evolution blood. A drop of blood fell onto his hand. Everyone was completely astonished. What's this, is it medicine? What level is it? Crystal bloodline? Can anyone identify the bloodline? I can see it clearly, it's purple. The crowd kept asking questions in a frenzy. Who is that? Why hasn't he run yet? He's actually taking the blood from those monsters fighting each other? The brother next to him added, the two sides are fighting relentlessly, yet he's going to take the blood spilling out. He's really asking for death. Li Boss shouted loudly, shut up, you fools. The Een Bing team's member said, you've only seen half of the battlefield, didn't you notice the zombie side over there? Elder assessed the situation, that team wasn't very strong. The highest evolution level was only level 3. Although they succeeded in getting the two sides to fight each other, they couldn't have foreseen the conflict. Zhao Jingmei continued, and on the zombie side, the leader is a level 4 king, followed by a swarm. They won't be able to stop them. At this point, she smiled, so the best choice now is to restore the balance between the three factions, and only then can we find a safe way out. Dong Bao seemed puzzled. Even if he were to revert to that situation, what would he rely on to get his team out? He had hit a dead end. Zhao Jingmei's eyes sparkled. So, what will he do next? How interesting. Yengo shouted loudly, spreading his wings to fly high. He charged toward the group of zombies, seizing the opportunity, and withdrew from the command. "They're here, hold your ground." Yi Zhongming lifted a rat monster and thanked her. "I threatened those mutated animals not to act recklessly, or else I take action. It would be a waste if this one gets eaten, so I'll keep it with me for now. I don't need it, so don't rush to steal it." Both the zombies and the rat monsters halted, listening to Yi Zhongming, and then he smiled greedily. "As for me, I still want to go again." The group continued to discuss, why did the monsters stop? Is he begging for mercy? Even if the monsters understand, they won't spare him. One person was startled and hesitated before speaking. "I can read lip movements, he wants to go again." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and one man laughed maniacally. "So arrogant? How interesting." The elder frowned. "Watch, it won't be long before he becomes a lump of charcoal." Standing beside him, Zhao Jingmei expressed her thoughts. "He won't die like that. His situation is perfect, he must have a backup plan." She predicted this, and the reward wheel spun again. Yi Zhongming, at this point, tightly held the treasure in his hand and smirked, having obtained the profession book already. And 3 drops of blood fell onto his hand. Yi Zhongming sighed and received another drop of evolved blood. Then, he turned to Yengo's and said, "You must be relying on your highest level of evolution to be able to command the weather here." Yengo's roared and flew towards him. Yi Zhongming stared directly into its face and said, "I admit your threat is great, but I'm not afraid of you. Every part of the evil dragon is extremely valuable, but I don't know if you'll be able to accept defeat at my hands." Standing behind and witnessing the scene, Ing Bao was worried. Why is Boss Yi provoking it like that? He continued to taunt. "Actually, except for the first drop of blood, I had no intention of giving you these 3 drops." Hearing this, Yengo's roared in fury. At this point, Yi Zhongming pointed towards the group of monsters. "There are still a few monsters lurking over there. If they gather, you won't be able to do anything." Scanning each monster, he asserted. "So, with resources this good here, they've only reached level 4. It's better if I take down a seal marquee imposter myself, at least it knows how to look for opportunities to level up." Then, he turned to the Rat King and continued to insult. "And you filthy old rat. No matter how hard you try to mimic human actions that you admire, you'll always be just a harmful creature living in the sewers." Hearing those words, the Rat King was extremely angry. Meanwhile, the Dragon Y also lost its temper and started casting spells, but Yi Zhongming kept mocking. Yengo's wasn't a true dragon, it was just a flying lizard. It should have gone back to the place it was born, or been skinned by the Eastern Divine Dragon and made smaller. Yi Zhongming let out a provocative laugh. "I'm not talking nonsense, take a look at my battle pet, today I'm going to take care of all of you." Immediately, a monster appeared from the reward wheel. Through the smoke, its sharp teeth were clearly visible. Its eyes were a yellowish hue, and it flew behind him. Yi Zhongming ordered it to block in front of him. A mixed dragon like Yengo's would never be worthy of calling himself a king. Looking at the 2-winged golden bronzewing king serpent, he sighed. Its name was 5th level Crystal Blue. He actually has a 5th level battle pet, how is this possible? The man was utterly shocked. Li Boss was stunned, repeating in disbelief. This was his trump card. Meanwhile, Dong Bao was genuinely confused. He already had a 5th level battle pet, but this guy still went to the trading guild pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He sighed, the 5th level combat power was enough to crush all of An Cheng's forces. Zhao Jingmei was equally surprised, so this was his hidden trump card, how exciting. But her intuition told her that something felt off, something hard to explain. At this moment, Yengo's was approaching, yet Yi Zhongming continued to taunt. "I told you, you're no match for me." His face grew terrifying, especially as his eyebrows bled out dragon flesh and crystals, and he thought, maybe I'll meet the best necromancer in the future to turn you into a corpse. The dragon's power might allow for reincarnation in another way. Hearing this, Yen Go's trembled slightly. Seeing it shyly sit down to cover its sensitive parts, Yi Zhongming once again affirmed. Trust me, I will definitely make it. Immediately upon hearing this, Yen Go's burst into tears and fled by flying away. Seeing this, he cursed inwardly. Such a coward, running away over something so trivial, useless trash. Yi Zhongming hadn't anticipated this, it was nothing like he had planned. He looked at the scene in front of him in confusion, as the monsters began retreating, seemingly afraid. This moment, and Yi Zhongming's stunned expression, meant that he could only try again. The reward wheel spun, and Yi Zhongming tugged at the magic stone, then ordered. Let's go. Sha Sha, puzzled, asked. This is a great opportunity to spin the reward wheel, why leave? Yi Zhongming didn't offer an opinion but gave a command. Stop talking so much, just go in right now. She followed the order. The group walked straight ahead, with monsters growling on both sides. After Yi Zhongming's clever plan, using the python to scare off all the mutated creatures, the human side had to fear this mysterious young man as well. Sha Sha was genuinely surprised and thought to herself. He actually succeeded. At the alliance base of the minor factions, Xiaoyun was carried by everyone and called the next boss, asking. So, did I not waste the evolution potion and the class book you gave me? Immediately, he received Yi Zhongming's reassuring response. Recalling that memory, Yingbao Xiaoyun said. Take these 2 items and use them, they are the books I bought at the trade fair when I investigated shapeshifting. You've got a firm grasp on it now, Yi Zhongming continued to explain. It can make the user transform exactly like the original, though without the corresponding strength. But he offered a solution, however, once it's found and killed, the blood is drained and the demon stone seized, the user will truly match the reality. Then Yi Zhongming thought of the red-haired person. The gap between transformation and the transformed species is at most 2 levels. Therefore, I gave him the red-haired evolution medicine to use. Thinking of this, he was also surprised himself, as it led to the creation of a level 5 evolved being. He just didn't expect Yen Ghost to be frightened away like that. Back to the present, Yi Zhongming declared, everyone has worked hard, go rest well and wait for the celebration. The whole group responded in unison. In his private room, he assessed the items before him. I've spun the reward wheel 8 times, and after less than half of the spins, the evolution blood stopped appearing. This means the reward wheel can be spun 20 times, with 12 chances remaining, Yi Zhongming remarked. His head filled with regret, if it weren't for using up all the reserve magic stones, I would have kept spinning. Holding the evolution medicine bottle in his hand, he was still satisfied with having gotten a 4-star evolution medicine. It represented that the evolved person had surpassed the primary stage, and advancing to the intermediate evolution stage would be a process, but once achieved, it would be like stepping into a new world. Thinking of this, Yi Zhongming drank the medicine straight away. The level 4 evolution was a success, and powerful energy swirled around him. Then, it gradually dispersed, and Yi Zhongming's eyes turned black. After the evolution medicine upgrade, his current strength was no different from that of a level 5 evolved being. Back to normal, he smiled, followed by these 2 bloodline crystals. The bloodline that, even 10 years after the apocalypse, would surely be a perfect specimen. The chance of obtaining it through a spin was very low. In his past life, when he became a level 6 evolved being, even the semi-bloodline product, he never managed to touch. Yi Zhongming slowly extended his hand, picking it up. What a pity, it's not suitable for men. Once you use this, you can't learn the other bloodline technique. Then Yi Zhongming held up the second one. So, only the primary Hell Messenger bloodline is left. Whether it suits me or not, I'll know once I learn it. After that, he crushed it. Immediately, Yi Zhongming's mental willpower fluctuated. These were the monsters breaking through the protective layer and charging toward him. Yi Zhongming shouted. Outside, the black gas surrounds him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and confirmed, so that's it, I understand the effect of this bloodline now. Focusing on his wrist, Yi Zhongming analyzed. This is the bloodline mark. Once activated, the bloodline will unlock the Hell Connection skill. It has dark power, links to Hell, and summons creatures from Hell for a short time to fight. He tightly clenched his hand, surrounded by monsters.
Yi Zhongming smiled happily. Once the bloodline reaches intermediate level, it will be able to shapeshift, enhancing personal strength.
I've hit the jackpot.
Next, he took the purple one, but when it came to the grand prize, he couldn't ignore this magic crystal gun. He raised it up and Yi Zhongming exclaimed, "A step above golden color." According to legend, even level 9 marksmen rushed to snatch it, as it was only one step away from the multicolored variety. He tried to pull the trigger and thought to himself, "This gun has no bullets," before bringing the muzzle to his face for a feel. This also meant that the energy source of this gun was magic stone, originating from crystal energy. Thinking of the roaring mechanical engines, the sacrificial gateways, evolution potions, and subordinates, Yi Zhongming realized that all of these required stone veins.
And now, there was this new addition. Tears streamed down his face. My God, where would I get so many magic stones?
Yi Zhongming raised the magic gun, his sharp eyes analyzing. If the magical crystal of the magic gun hints at magic stones, then the magic gun implies magical energy. The 5 elements wind, water, fire, earth, and metal, or perhaps these energy sources are light and dark energies.
Regardless of which type, there will definitely be one. The magic bullets have different energy types. He reflected and examined it. Then, after pulling the trigger, the magic bullet of this gun would absorb the user's energy, shooting out bullets with similar properties.
This meant that he needed to activate his bloodline to use the dark powers before he could wield this magic gun.
He sat down on the ground, gazing at the weapon. However, after activating his bloodline, all aspects of his body would be greatly enhanced, so in close combat, he could use his bloodline.
He took out the golden card, wanting to see what function this card had when used.
Light surrounded the card.
Yi Zhongming was delighted when the card revealed the primary lightning skill. Tightening his grip on the card in his hand, he had been uncertain earlier about how to get magical bullets. Now, he could possibly call for long-distance strikes, and even Lei Ning could create magical bullets.
Sitting on the bed, he laid out the items.
Yi Zhongming looked at the pile of things, then the career scroll he had exchanged from by phone. Yi Zhongming held the scroll in his hand, surprised that the primary career, the beginner mage artisan, was a career that required a prefix. Upon obtaining the primary career of mage artisan, he tried out the basic lightning in his hand. Yi Zhongming felt that his luck was quite good when he unlocked 2 skills. The passive skill was mastery of all firearms. From now on, no matter which gun he used, it would get corresponding improvements in speed and accuracy. Yi Zhongming's sharp eyes moved the gun in front of his face.
He wanted to test the remaining skill, the active skill.
It was just right for him to try it with this gun.
Early in the morning, the zombies were still wandering around the road into Chi.
Hiding behind the wall, Yi Zhongming sweated onto the 2 guns.
He thought, damn, does this gun consume magic stones?
He had tried 5 level 1 magic stones and 5 level 2 magic stones without any reaction.
Did it need a level 3 magic stone to use?
Yi Zhongming, hiding behind the wall, raised his gun, calculating. If 5 level 3 magic stones don't work, then I'll wait until I reach level 6 to try again. Activating the new gun, purple light spread around. The purple lightning gradually spread across the area, preventing the zombies from forming properly. The lightning spread throughout the vast area, attacking large groups of zombies. The zombies hit by the energy from the gun vanished. Yi Zhongming was surprised by the power of this new gun. The light continued to spread, and with one shot, it took down 100 zombies, with several of them seeming to be second tier as well. If the power of this weapon was as overwhelming as it seemed, even third-tier zombies would be completely wiped out. Yi Zhongming looked at the gun in his hand and smiled. The main damage dealt by the sharpshooter's active skill, which escaped from space, was even stronger than he had expected. Once the skill was used, the bullets didn't get stuck in the barrel but shot out from within the space itself. This was precisely the reason By Phone wanted to exchange it with him. First of all,
Bai Feng's position was that of a close combat fighter. Secondly, anyone wishing to use this class skill needed a pistol of level 3 or higher. For Bai Feng, no matter how good the class was, it was useless. Unfortunately, every time this gun was used, it required 5 level 3 magic stones, which made the cost and the benefit too high. When Yi Zhongming entered the hall, he saw a crowd gathered. He asked, "Why is everyone here gathered like this?" The people were sweating and pointing. One person spoke up. "Boss Yi, she said she wants to see you." The person who wanted to meet him was a red-haired woman, muscular and strong. The crowd parted into 2 rows. Yi Zhongming gestured for the red-haired woman to follow him somewhere. As they saw Yi Zhongming walk away, the crowd began whispering excitedly. "Isn't that the woman who was with the zombies the other day? Does she know Boss Yi?" Boss Yi really is a local legend, even acquainted with the leader of the zombies. Yi Zhongming's face darkened as he took out a serum. The red-haired woman, visibly uncomfortable, asked, "Why is there only 1 drop?" Yi Zhongming smiled and said, "How many drops do you think there should be?" There was an eavesdropper behind the wall who had been detected by him. He growled, "Come out, don't force me to take action." The evolved zombie jumped out and spoke haltingly, "We help you, you give us blood." Yi Zhongming sneered, "You helping me? Helping me with what? I can leave the reward wheel area. That's thanks to my level 5 combat favor, and I survived because of evolved beings, not you. The previous agreement was that you would help me escape, and I would give you evolved blood, but you haven't helped me at all, so why should I give you evolved blood? Giving you 1 drop is just trading it for an evolved medicine vial later. You need to understand that." The evolved zombie was stunned. "I helped you stop the attack from them." Yi Zhongming responded with a blood serum, "If you truly have intelligence, you should know that this doesn't impact the larger picture." The zombie girl, unsatisfied, pointed at him, "Your combat favor isn't fake, I can sense it." Yi Zhongming was surprised and broke into a sweat, thinking to himself that this evolved zombie had only reached level 3, yet she could sense this issue. Yi Zhongming assessed the evolved zombie. She had evolved her intellect to a very high level, but she only understood a little about humans. Some secrets, if spoken, would lead to certain death. The evolved zombie was shocked as the red-haired woman and Yi Zhongming explained things. She thought they couldn't do that, but Yi Zhongming cleverly convinced her with his words. "Actually, we could cooperate," he proposed an offer that would benefit both him and the evolved zombie. "Look, there are still many spins left on the reward wheel. Coincidentally, I don't have many magic stones." The scene of ruined and devastated houses was everywhere. The group collaborating with Yi Zhongming began to lose patience because they had been waiting here for over half an hour, yet not even a single strand of a zombie's hair had been seen. Some, lacking determination, began to blame Yi Zhongming. "Should we speak freely?" Someone spoke up. "I feel like Boss Yi is taking everything for granted." Xiang Tao immediately became angry and shouted at everyone. "Shut up! If it's something you shouldn't say, don't say it. If it's something you shouldn't think, don't think it. Just wait here." Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from above, causing everyone to immediately sharpen their focus. From a distance, the evolved zombie had led its army of zombies towards them. After leading them, she jumped high and far, then disappeared, leaving the zombies stunned by their own kind's betrayal. The group on Yi Zhongming's side, who had been waiting for a long time, charged forward in unison, as if the zombies were a delicious prey. The cries of battle and killing the zombies echoed, shaking the heavens and boosting morale. From the high observation floor, Sha reported to Yi Zhongming. "This is the 5th time today, each time with about 1,000 zombies." Xiao Yun was extremely pleased and praised Yi Zhongming, saying that he was truly worthy of being the boss, capable of cooperating with zombies, allowing that woman to lead her kind to us for slaughter. Sha, however, was not optimistic, as most of the zombies were first level, with only a few second-level zombies. Yi Zhongming surveyed the entire scene and made a decision. "We need to speed up. Our time is running out.
You know that if the evolved zombie can detect that the level 5 battle pet is fake, then Yengos will return sooner or later. We need to make the most of the time and spin the reward wheel a few more times. Yi Zhongming seriously thought to himself, it seemed he had to find some tough bones to crush. On the other side, Dong Bao slammed the table. What kind of ridiculous plan are you all executing? Everyone's dead. Li Boss, who was beside him, couldn't help but interrupt, stop yelling. Every other team has casualties, it's not just your people. The elder appeared calmer. He originally intended to follow the example of that young man, using blood to create chaos among them to fish in troubled waters. Unfortunately, the Rat King had gotten the first drop of blood. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed in to report some bad news. The subordinate, trembling with fear, reported, the people from Jingmei Company are leaving. Dong Bao angrily shouted, that damn bastard. Why are they leaving at a time like this? Dong slammed the table, saying firmly, I can handle it myself. These words made Li Boss and Dong Bao glance at each other, feeling an ominous premonition. Could it be that the alliance of major forces in Chang was going to collapse just like this? On a high floor, far away from the battle, a few figures were discussing matters. Bai Pao spoke first. I rushed back as soon as I heard the news, but I was still a step too late. Jin Quan mocked, you fool. When there was good news from the desolate land, you went there. Now, when there's good news in Chang, you rush back. Bai Pao explained, the battle in the desolate land was brutal, where one could lose their life at any moment. When we encountered the messenger, we couldn't believe how much hardship that person had endured. Jin Quan continued, uncovering the secrets of the apocalypse isn't something that can be done overnight. We just need to follow the clues of the reward wheels that have appeared all over the world. After speaking, he turned to ask Xiao Jiugu. The influence of Chang has always been under your control. Tell me, which side should we ally with this time? Xiao Jiugu didn't answer immediately, only responding with a brief sentence. Currently, the water in Chang is a bit deep. On Yi Zhongming's side, he asked everyone. Have you memorized the route? What about the hand signals? They all answered in unison that they had remembered. Everyone was eager and full of fighting spirit. Yi Zhongming gave careful instructions. When the battle begins, everyone must pay attention to the positions of the flags. When given an order, you must follow it. Everyone listened intently to him, remaining vigilant. If someone is bitten, leave them behind. Each person must focus on doing their own job. After the instructions, Yi Zhongming waved his hand and signaled. Let's move out. The group charged forward, slashing their way according to Yi Zhongming's command, their morale high. The monster was split in half with one strike, dying immediately. One person following behind instinctively crouched down and reached for the magic stone on the monster's forehead. But immediately, another person used a dagger to kill another monster. The hand reaching for the magic stone froze in surprise. The man who had killed the monster earlier shouted, "Don't stop, keep moving forward. You're not in charge of collecting magic stones." The person explained, "I was just getting used to collecting magic stones on the side." The man holding the daggers cursed angrily. "Have we ever wiped out zombies this smoothly before?" He looked at the weapons in his hands, satisfied. The grade longsword allowed him to gather hundreds of magic stones in a single morning. He had never even dreamed of this before. Suddenly, the person pointed to the roof and shouted two strange words that caught his attention. On the top floor of the tall building, there's someone holding a flag, giving orders from the left front. Since they had memorized it, they knew exactly where to go by looking at the flag signals. The older brother, holding a pair of swords, immediately told everyone to follow him and follow the instructions of the flag. The reward wheel still stands firm ahead, with a stone mound rising high, where a horde of mutated monsters is gathered, led by the Rat King. It stood at the highest point, looking out over the area, and suddenly noticed Yi Zhongming and his group, weapons drawn, advancing step by step towards it. He was calculating strategies in his mind,
knowing better than anyone that, no matter how skillful and brave a survivor might be, following the commands of strange words could bring out abilities beyond normal capacity, but their numbers were too few. Even so, Yi Zhongming did not hesitate to charge forward, rushing straight into the horde of mutated monsters. He only hoped to hold the Rat King and its mutated army long enough, so that the Stone Hunter team outside could achieve the greatest benefit. The Rat King, seeing him approach, immediately erupted in power, letting out several roars before becoming gigantic. In the blink of an eye, the monster had successfully mutated, its body swelling, even wielding a weapon and standing on two legs, surrounded by spiked armor. Ming still did not step back. He quickly unleashed the seal of the Wind Beauty Blade technique, his sword sparking as it sliced through the air. The Rat King was somewhat intelligent, twirling the spear in its hand to create a shield of defense. In the presence of the monster army, Yi Zhongming and the Rat King immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The clash of weapons created such strong shockwaves that rocks and debris exploded. As the smoke cleared, the monster showed no signs of injury, but when it looked around, it could no longer see Yi Zhongming. It took a while before it noticed that he had run far ahead, holding the head of one of its rat subordinates. The monster hissed in anger, but Yi Zhongming had already run far away and turned to taunt it. Thanks to your smoke, I conveniently eliminated a level 3 rat. I'm off now. The reward wheel had still not been activated, and the sunset had already fallen. Yi Zhongming hid behind a wall, feeling regretful that the Rat King was too cunning. No matter how disadvantaged he appeared, it refused to leave its position too far from its troops. He silently assessed in his mind that, if given a chance for a one-on-one fight, he was 70% confident he could defeat it. Oh well, at least the goal of stalling it had been accomplished. Now, he would just go back and check the loot. When he returned, his teammates were already waiting. Xiao Yun waved to welcome him back. Ying Bao proudly showed Yi Zhongming the results. Today's haul is not bad. We earned over 6,000 level 1 mana stones, 500 level 2 mana stones, and 3 level 3 mana stones. Shasha, standing beside her, added, actually, we killed even more than that, but in order to avoid being surrounded by those monsters, we couldn't collect many of the mana stones. We had to leave them behind. Right. Xiang Tao enthusiastically believed that only 60 people had been lost, which was a great victory. Normally, achieving such a result would require losing at least half of the team. Yi Zhongming praised them and also advised them to rest first, as tomorrow would be the important battle. He divided the spoils fairly among everyone, with the harvest for tomorrow being agreed upon to be split 20% evenly. For the forces that suffered losses, an additional 10% would be given as compensation, divided equally among the survivors. I'll take all the 3rd grade demon stones and my 1st grade demon stones. Everyone else can take the rest, consider it an exchange. Everyone was excited and thanked Yi Zhongming. He was also grateful for their hard work. He turned to prepare for the battle the next day. In Yi Zhongming's room, the red-haired woman and the evolved zombie were sitting on his bed facing each other. The evolved zombie took out a vial containing a red blood-like solution. Without hesitation, both women emptied the vial of the liquid. Yi Zhongming was curious about how the red-haired woman and the evolved zombie would change after using the blood for evolution. The hair of the evolved zombie gradually began to change, growing longer and then coiling around her body. Soon, the evolved zombie appeared to be completely engulfed by her hair. Next, tentacle-like spikes began to emerge from the red-haired woman's neck and collarbones. These tentacles crawled out more and more. Yi Zhongming realized that this was their evolution. The evolved zombie showed no significant change, but Yi Zhongming could sense the power in the red-haired woman. She had completed her evolution. Zhongming could feel the lost connection between the two being re-established. At this point, she was completely naked, and the tentacles sticking to her body had shattered. He could sense the joy from the depths of the red-haired woman's heart. This bond no longer felt like the previous master-servant relationship, but more equal. She pointed at the pile of hair on the chair beside her and asked softly. Yi Zhongming immediately replied, "It still has its use, so there's no need for it yet." The redhead pouted and muttered in a disjointed manner,
then you be my puppet to entertain me. Upon hearing this, he immediately felt a chill. If Zhong Ming wasn't mistaken, the redhead was actually acting coquettishly with him in their mental connection. At this moment, the evolution process of the evolved zombie was also complete. She immediately turned her head, furrowing her brow. Suddenly, the cat in her arms stared at the redhead with a hostile glare. A second later, it lunged towards her, causing the redhead to hastily retreat. Yi Zhongming, seeing this, became furious and growled. He took out the pendant, transforming it into a bow. Zhongming raised the bow, intending to shoot at the cat. At that moment, the evolved zombie suddenly pulled it back with her hair. She grabbed the cat's head, pulling it into her arms while warily glancing at him. Yi Zhongming's expression remained grim as he aimed the bow directly at them, warning, "Evolved zombie, take better care of your pet. I don't want this to happen again. You're not irreplaceable." Upon hearing this, she stiffened, stroking the cat's head. Yi Zhongming then lowered the bow, returning it to the pendant. "Tomorrow, I need both of you to cooperate with me." The next day, at the reward wheel, the redhead and the evolved zombie walked leisurely between the rows of zombies. The zombie king extended his hand, growling the two words, "Evolve," in a broken manner. The short redhead spat each word, "Master isn't interested, Zombie King, and neither are you." Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from afar, startling the Zombie King and the zombies, causing them to turn their heads. While the Zombie King and his two subordinates rushed towards them, the evolved zombie and the redhead also flew after. Over there, Yi Zhongming was frantically swinging his arms, hacking at several zombies. From a distance, the Zombie King and his subordinates could be seen running at full speed, howling. He raised his hand high and shouted the command to kill. As soon as he finished, the evolved zombie and the redhead had already restrained the two subordinates. The redhead used her spiny tendrils to wrap tightly around one of them, then pierced through the body of the one-eyed zombie. The evolved zombie also squeezed the other one tightly with his bizarre hair strands. Yi Zhongming observed the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction and activating his low-level Hell Emissary bloodline. As soon as he did, his eyes immediately changed color. He gathered his strength, raised his head, and roared as he performed a ceiling strike. From above, he swung his arm down towards the spot where the Zombie King was standing, shouting "Shandao." A slash immediately flew towards it. But the Zombie King was able to block that strike. It crossed its arms in front of its body, breathing a sigh of relief. Yi Zhongming raised an eyebrow in disdain, saying, "What are you so proud of? This time, you won't escape." Finishing his words, he immediately drew a gun, ready to pull the trigger. Zhongming smirked, aiming the gun at the Zombie King and mockingly saying, "Bye-bye twice." Suddenly, the Zombie King intertwined its hands, and a shield appeared around them, covering its body. Yi Zhongming didn't hesitate and fired the gun. A spatial rift appeared out of nowhere. A bolt of lightning shot down from above the Zombie King's head, piercing through its skull. He slowly explained, "The death-colored magic gun's weapon, the spatial rift seal has been closed. I can go in or out wherever I want." Zhongming looked on with satisfaction as its body collapsed. Upon seeing this, the surrounding zombies were immediately thrown into confusion. A zombie, one of the king zombie's limbs, immediately turned around and fled for its life. But it hadn't run far when the evolved zombie and the red-haired woman charged ahead to block its path. Caught off guard, the zombie didn't realize that Yi Zhongming was already behind it, swinging his blade straight for its head. The decisive strike instantly split the zombie's head from its body into two halves. After finishing it off, he suddenly spoke to the red-haired woman. "From now on, you will be the king of zombies in Inchang." The evolved zombie immediately froze in shock. When Yi Zhongming declared that the red-haired woman was the only king, she was instantly struck dumb, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. A moment later, Jin Ma wandered through Inchang. With Jin Mang's protection, no high-level zombies dared to interfere. Yi Zhongming's subordinates seized the opportunity to chase down and eliminate the zombies that were fleeing in all directions. He knelt on one knee on top of a building, deep in thought.
The 4 great zombies were all dead now. The zombie forces had descended into chaos.
The rats over there would reach level 5 sooner or later, but their courage was small. After sensing that the remaining zombies had all been killed, it led the mutated beasts and retreated 1 kilometer. Suddenly, Ing Bao rushed over, breathless, to report. There are many forces and celestial beings, not from our side, who are exploiting the chaos to loot.
Should we send people to deal with them?
Yi Zhongming glanced at him. No need, the zombies need quite a lot.
How many can we really kill?
After finishing his words, he looked off into the distance again.
Unfortunately, the red-haired girl was not a zombie. Although mental power could affect zombies, she didn't possess any spiritual essence and was not recognized as a zombie.
Otherwise, the red-haired girl could have become the zombie king, which would have been ideal. On the other side, the evolved zombie was spreading its arms, feeling the atmosphere. Yi Zhongming raised his hand to observe. Although activating his bloodline nearly gave him a 5th-level evolution drug, the skill to summon hellish life through the bloodline link could only summon life equivalent to his evolution level. This meant that the limit of hellish life Zhongming could summon was level 4. Thinking for a moment, he stood up and ordered Ing Bao to prepare for withdrawal. Although he regretted the loss of the spirit stones, he followed the order. Yi Zhongming also felt somewhat regretful, but young Master Yun and the mental power of the evolved zombie were reaching their limits. Without young Master Yun pretending to be a tiger and the influence of the evolved zombie's mental power, if they continued, they would lose both money and lives.
Suddenly, Ing Bao pointed down and shouted, "A team is approaching the reward wheel."
He looked down, his tension mounting as he assessed the team below. They were very strong, with uniforms from top to bottom and dark armor. Moreover, the number of level 1 evolved individuals reached 300, and there were even more than 200 second-level evolved individuals, along with 7 third-level evolved individuals. This was only 3 months into the start, and to amass such a large number of evolution drugs, they would need at least 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. Besides those freaks who raised humans as food, other forces were doing the same thing. Yi Zhongming gritted his teeth in anger. Below, Xiaojioge led the way, his hands clasped behind his back as he walked leisurely. The zombies nearby screamed, seemingly about to charge. He glanced at them, his eyes filled with killing intent, and in just a second, the group of zombies was slaughtered by Xiaojioge. Seeing this scene, he gritted his teeth in astonishment. That person is actually a level 4 evolver. How did he achieve that? Suddenly, young Master Yun was helped over, loudly asking Yi Zhongming, "Who are those people?" The young man clenched his fists in anger. What do those people mean? Are they trying to take advantage of the chaos we created today to fish in troubled waters? He was still immersed in chaotic analysis. Under normal circumstances, no one could obtain an evolution potion within just 3 months after the apocalypse. Up until now, these people must surely have a secret. Young Master Yun, still resentful, wanted to go intimidate those people. Yi Zhongming raised his hand, calming him. "Let's get in the car first, we'll talk later." He clenched his fists tightly, his face grim. These people had clearly been on the battlefield for a long time but had always hidden in the shadows, watching him summon powerful battle pets, watching him use his bloodline to destroy the zombie king, watching him create chaos to scare off the rat king, and watching his team, exhausted and forced to retreat from the battlefield. Thinking of this, Yi Zhongming couldn't hold back his anger and ground his teeth. They've gone too far. Jin Quan stepped forward, smirking with satisfaction. "Someone looks a bit grim, huh?" Xiaojioge turned around to remind him, "I'm paying attention to the enemy," but at that moment, a zombie charged at them from behind. Jin Quan sneered disdainfully, "Bai Pao will help you pay attention. He's here to refine the 4-star evolution medicine, he's definitely working hard." Behind him, someone rushed forward, raising their hand. Jin Quan seems to have eyes in the back of his head. "I'll ask you a few questions. How do you feel about the 4-star evolution medicine being taken from the reward wheel by someone?" Bai Pao thrust his weapon into the zombie's face and yelled for him to shut up. Jin Quan turned his head and smirked. All right, I'll keep quiet." It's just that his 4-star wife is still over there, but he brought her a level 5 opponent as a challenge.
When they return, she'll be kneeling to do laundry.
As he spoke, he swung his sword in a sweeping motion.
Bai Pao scoffed, scared. Are we?
Xiao Jiuge turned to look at him. Fortunately, someone noticed.
Otherwise, we really wouldn't dare make a move. If that were the case, Bai Pao's return would be meaningless.
I want to apologize to everyone for not paying attention to the rising force of Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, which caused the intelligence error. We almost ruined our plan. I'll go speak to the commander and clear this up. Bai Pao spoke to reassure him. Xiao Jiuge, you're being too polite. Even with a newly risen force and someone at level 4 evolution, it still wouldn't be a match for us.
Our main focus should be on the Spirit Weapon Society. That's what we need to be concerned about.
Jin Quan added, as long as we get a little closer, just hang on a bit longer, and we can take everything from that reward wheel. What's left of the reward wheel can only be taken by our Yaoshi army. On the other side, there was a group of people observing the reward wheel. One of them sighed. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the sparrow waits behind, but the strength of this sparrow is truly astonishing.
Li Lao immediately became agitated and shouted, are we supposed to be the cicadas? The old man raised an eyebrow and looked at him, aren't we?
Dong Bao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. If we're cicadas, then so be it. But I want to see if this newly arrived sparrow can actually peck the praying mantis. Over there, Yi Zhongming was hiding behind a wall, observing the group rushing towards the reward wheel.
Jin Quan's smug voice rang out, everyone, tell me, do you think I can get a 5-star evolution potion on my first spin?
Immediately, there was a chorus of agreement. Jin Quan stood with his hands on his hips in front of the reward wheel, listening to them discuss what they wanted. The reward wheel continued to spin amidst their lively chatter. Suddenly, Bai Pao signaled for everyone to look.
He pointed towards Yi Zhongming, not far away.
The level 4 evolver had left, but they hadn't gone.
What was this person planning?
He knelt on one knee on the pile of rocks, his head lowered in a brooding manner. Yi Zhongming observed them thoughtfully. Xiao Jiuge also glanced at him, a sneer curling on his lips. Looks like this person isn't willing to accept it, seems like we need to warn him a little. With that, Xiao Jiuge snapped his fingers, and a spatial rift appeared behind him. A second later, a massive small object emerged. The crowd immediately stirred. Pandora's destruction Bao Jiuge has appeared, who dares to compete? Jin Quan smirked. Jiuge is a tower master, a profession that allows the user to enter different situations with various choices. Both attack and defense are strong to the point of being abnormal. He spoke, saying that he is currently a mid-tier tower master, and this crossbow can shoot various white-colored arrows that are enough to pose a threat with a level 5 mutation. The arrows were aimed directly at Yi Zhongming. He coldly dodged backward, and the others immediately thought that Zhongming had been scared off by Jiuge. After a while, the reward will continue to spin endlessly. Bai Pao, seeing that it was the document area, became annoyed, criticizing Jin Quan for his clumsiness and demanding to take over his position. After he landed again in the document area, Jin Quan immediately laughed mockingly, causing Bai Pao to feel embarrassed and had to try again. Suddenly, he realized something and stopped the man who was about to insert the crystal into the reward wheel. Jin Quan clung to the reward wheel, looked far ahead, and immediately ground his teeth in shock as he saw the scene before him. Jin Quan loudly announced that the zombies had completely surrounded the reward wheel without anyone noticing. Above, the red-haired girl was darting through the air, constantly leaping forward. In her hand was an evolution potion.
Yi Zhongming looked up as she flew past, muttering, wanting to be a sparrow?
You'd better see if you have the strength for it first. He coldly raised his knife, while the red-haired girl, holding the evolution potion, observed the whole situation from above. Around the reward wheel, loud roars rang out as Xiao Jiuge's people struggled to lean against each other to fend off the vicious zombies. These monsters were somewhat different this time. They advanced in a very systematic manner and were far more cunning than before. Xiao Jiuge glanced at the red-haired woman atop the tall building, his gaze stopping at the vial of blood in her hand, speculating that she was using evolved blood to attract mutated creatures. Xiao Zhouge knew his side had fallen into a disadvantageous position, so he whispered sharply.
Jin Quan. Bai Pao. Retreat.
Bai Pao looked at the zombies swarming toward them and, feeling awkward, said,
We can't retreat.
Jin Quan, fully aware of the difficult situation on their side, suggested.
Xiao Zhouge used the Pandora crossbow to take out the red-haired woman.
He gritted his teeth in unwillingness, but activated the weapon since there was no other choice. The massive cannon slowly rose and locked onto the target. Xiao Zhouge calculated that killing the red-haired woman should cause the surrounding zombies to lose control and prevent them from consuming the evolved blood. Once the evolved blood disappeared, the zombies would lose their target, and they could retreat. As he adjusted the aim, he thought. At that moment, Xiao Zhouge decisively pressed the fire button. The arrow shot out swiftly from the weapon. The red-haired woman stared at the arrow without attempting to dodge. She unleashed the poisonous vine magic from within her body, which spread out rapidly. It grew at an astonishing pace, wrapping around her in layers, forming a thick defensive barrier before the arrow could reach her.
Unfortunately, the seemingly impenetrable defense was easily pierced through.
The arrow did not stop and struck the red-haired woman, causing her to bend in pain.
The onlookers below cheered in excitement.
However, at this moment, Jin Quan noticed something strange. Something was wrong.
She's not dead.
Indeed, the red-haired woman was far from dead. She remained calm and composed, casually removing the vial of blood. The vine class withdrew, revealing the image of the red-haired figure drinking all the blood, evolving in its hands. Yi Zhongming quickly jumped over each towering building. He seemed to have seen something that made him burst into laughter. He had found it. Turns out, it was here. With the help of his weapon, Yi Zhongming leapt down, holding the spiritual core in his hand. The mutated rats below were waiting for him to land. The leader, with a strange appearance, screeched in an attempt to intimidate him, but Yi Zhongming didn't land immediately, making it angry. The leader grabbed one of its kin with its tail and threw it towards Yi Zhongming. Still in mid-air, unable to dodge flexibly, Yi Zhongming had no choice but to shoot 2 arrows consecutively with his bow. At that moment, he landed on the ground as the leader rat stepped back. He aimed his gun at it and said, "Get away, or I'll kill you."
Perhaps startled by his intimidating presence, the rats didn't dare move.
Yi Zhongming warned the leader, "If you dare approach, this will be your grave." A blinding light accompanied by a burnt smell suddenly burst out.
The leader rat couldn't believe it. In just a second, the entire pack next to it was wiped out by the human before its eyes. Wild animals have a strong survival instinct, so at that moment, it realized Yi Zhongming was not an easy opponent. It turned and fled.
Yi Zhongming sighed in relief as he watched the Rat King run away. It was smart, much like a human, overthinking things and failing to realize that the bullets could only be fired twice, and it could have easily avoided them. Looking at the humble mouse with its tail curled up running away, even though it was on fire, Yi Zhongming couldn't help but marvel at how it knew its place. Moreover, even though he could kill it, having his subordinates lose their king and go mad would not be a good outcome. Yi Zhongming, while putting away his weapon, quietly considered the pros and cons of each situation. Someone was approaching from behind, and a somewhat hesitant voice spoke words of praise towards him. The person approaching is an evolved zombie. She is struggling to express that the group who stole your reward will can be dealt with by her. In exchange, Yi Zhongming must give her some blood. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongming slyly offered a price of a single drop. He looked at the evolved zombie with an unreadable expression, but inside, he couldn't help but think shamelessly, a creature like her is so easy to deceive. Though the evolved zombie wasn't particularly intelligent, she could tell that Yi Zhongming was offering a ridiculously low price. She raised 5 fingers to bargain. "The red-haired one is injured, so no one will help you. I only need 5 drops, not too much." Yi Zhongming, unwilling to easily compromise, countered with a maximum of 2 drops.
"You know I can elevate the red-haired one to level 5.
Finally, the evolved zombie could not outmatch Yi Zhongming's cunning and stepped back, asking for 3 drops and promising that they would become allies afterward. Yi Zhongming looked at the hand she extended with slight surprise, but after thinking for a moment, he agreed. The 2 words friends were worth 1 drop of evolved blood. They shook hands, signaling that from now on, they would be friends. Yi Zhongming looked towards the reward wheel, the worry resolved. He could finally relax a bit. Releasing the evolved zombie's hand, he eagerly ran forward, knowing that the moment of harvest had arrived. The situation with the red-haired woman. After absorbing the evolution blood vial, she decisively pulled the arrow out of her chest. The process wasn't too difficult, just a little blood spilled. Immediately afterward, the wound began to ooze with poisonous vines to hasten the healing process. During this time, she wasn't idle either, as she glared and growled with red eyes. The zombies within 1,000-meter radius, upon hearing the orders, immediately began to stir and rush in one direction. They were even more ferocious than before, attacking Xiao Jiuji's army. The soldiers, while resisting, were thrown into panic as they realized the zombies were not only increasing in number but also growing stronger. It was only then that Jin Quan was shocked to realize the red-haired woman was controlling the zombies. Bai Pao, standing next to him, looked far behind the group of zombies, speculating that there might be someone else giving orders. Seeing the endless wave of zombies relentlessly charging forward made the soldiers cry out in disbelief. Jin Quan sensed that something was wrong and told them to step aside so he could observe the situation. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his sight. Gradually, he focused more, and it was a young man strolling through the forest of zombies casually, causing Jin Quan to be completely taken aback. Yi Zhongming looked at him and sneered. There are many things in this world you don't know. With Yi Zhongming's approach, the Yaoshi army raised their weapons in caution. Xiao Jiugu, standing behind several layers of protection, questioned him, "Who are you? How do you know about them?" Inside, he was somewhat displeased because their main mission was to break through a deadly area, so allowing information to leak out was unacceptable. Yi Zhongming waved his hand. "Before you guys spin that reward wheel, you must already know who I am." He pointed towards the zombies surrounding the reward wheel. "They're all mine. If any of you want to survive and leave, then leave behind everything you've taken from the reward wheel." Yi Zhongming wasn't the least bit shy, now performing the lion's lay-down technique. Jin Quan gritted his teeth in frustration at Yi Zhongming's cheeky expression. He was a hot-headed person, so in this moment, he immediately drew his sword and charged forward, wanting to give him a good beating, but suddenly a hand stopped him. Xiao Jiugu calmly advised Jin Quan not to get emotional. While the Yaoshi army was discussing their strategy, Yi Zhongming's thoughts wandered. If it hadn't been for recognizing Xiao Jiugu, he wouldn't have known who they were. In his past life, the Yaoshi army had never conquered any cities, but their military force was exceptionally strong. His father was a power that could dominate anywhere, and the leader of their army was none other than Xiao Jiugu. At that time, Xiao Jiugu was only an 8-star evolver, but his strength could rival that of a 9-star expert. If he had been with the 7th Division, even a 9-star expert would have had to retreat. The people in front of him were very likely the prototypes of the 7th Division in the future. After all, they had issues with the Spirit Weapon Society, so adding one more enemy wasn't a concern. However, in his past life, the Yaoshi army had a decent reputation. As long as you were familiar with them, and since they were human too, there was no need to push things to a dead end. After a moment of thinking, Yi Zhongming made a decision. At this point, the Yaoshi army had finished their discussions. Xiao Jiugu stepped forward. "Today, I want to ask how you know about the Yaoshi army. I admit I underestimated Cloud Peak Mountain Villa and you, but I assure you that from now on, you and your team will become the main target of our Yaoshi army. If you know about the Yaoshi army, you must also know our strength. It's better to be friends than enemies. If you become our friends, you will benefit. But if you choose to be our enemy, you will know what it means to face a formidable adversary." Xiao Jiugu fluently demonstrated his verbal prowess. Yi Zhongming, with a neutral expression, looked at him and asked, "Are you done?" Xiao Jiugu replied, "Talking too much is not good, so let's focus on your choice." Yi Zhongming waited for him to finish, then pointed at Xiao Ji's nose and said, "You can leave, but all your items and equipment stay behind." Bai Pao and Jin Quan thought in surprise, Yi Zhongming really is stubborn.
Xiao Jiuge has spoken so much, yet he does not retreat, but advances.
Yi Zhongming, ignoring their displeased expressions, threatened, "If you keep talking, even the leader's weapons and items will be left behind."
This blunt threat made Xiao Jiuge and his group both angry and startled.
Xiao Jiuge directly lost his temper, gritting his teeth.
"Do you think you've won for sure?"
Yi Zhongming, with no humility, asked back, "If not, then what?"
Xiao Jiuge, enraged to the point of madness, opened his palm towards the sky.
"No one in this world can look down on the Yaoshi army, not even you." A beam of light shot from his palm, soaring directly into the sky before exploding.
A beautiful firework then appeared. Xiao Jiuge laughed maniacally. "Do you understand what this represents?"
"The assault team of Chang and many other squads, they will gather immediately and stand with us."
"Do you see that?
Right now, you're not only facing the Yaoshi army but the entire remaining force of Chang.
Yi Zhongming, are you ready?"
"If we can't leave, your family and friends at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa will all die." Xiao Jiuge also relied on the masters who had connections with the Yaoshi army to act arrogantly, but Yi Zhongming, until this point, remained calm and composed.
"Is that all you've got? I can do that too." He nonchalantly released information that left Xiao Jiuge stunned, his face frozen in shock. One of the members in the group received the news and immediately panicked.
He looked at Xiao Jiuge, the Jingmei Company, the Ren Xiong team, and the smaller factions of Chang had gathered, surrounding our alliance.
Xiao Jiuge furrowed his brow, his cold gaze sweeping over Yi Zhongming. He looked at him sharply, his voice serious as he let out a faint laugh. "Didn't you always guard against me?" Each of his words was emphasized, and after they charged in, would your plan even succeed? Xiao Jiuge frowned in discomfort, quickly searching through his belongings. "I didn't expect you could trap us like this." He took out a silver-colored cube.
Yi Zhongming immediately recognized the box. It was a level white steel energy glider.
He was taken aback, startled. The square box seemed to have magic as it began to break apart into several different pieces.
To those who survived from the previous life, it was nothing special, just a flying device. It transformed into a spaceship instantly, with its size and effectiveness varying according to the level. The speed wasn't fast, but it was useful in certain moments.
Bai Pao quickly spoke up.
"I'll stay behind to clear the way for everyone," causing the atmosphere to become eerily still, with eyes like flames, unwavering. "As long as Xiao Jiuge can get out, even if we die, we can still avenge us. Besides, we might not even die.
Yaoshi army is invincible."
Bai Pao's decisive words ignited like a blazing fire, spreading throughout the Yaoshi army. Yi Zhongming chuckled softly as he looked at him. "Pushing me into such a difficult position, you guys are not bad." His words caused everyone to fall silent.
Xiao Jiuge quietly speculated, could it be that he still has a trump card?
Yi Zhongming unexpectedly analyzed, "I didn't expect you to have this kind of aircraft. The white-colored one can operate with magic stones, has high defense and stability, and even though long-range weapons can pierce through it, it doesn't have a significant impact."
He calmly took a grenade from his space. "Pushing me like this makes me a little heartbroken."
His voice carried a trace of regret, mixed with teasing.
"Sorry, it might look a little ugly, but it's usable."
Yi Zhongming aimed directly at Bai Pao, the guy in the white clothes over there. He had reacted quite quickly just now, truly a smart subordinate. Yi Zhongming did not hesitate, moving like lightning, throwing the object in his hand straight towards Bai Pao, making him the guinea pig for his boss to watch. Bai Pao was stunned by the speed of the object, and before he could react, a bright red light flared up. A deafening explosion rang out, shaking the very space, with dust and debris filling the air, creating a chaotic scene.
Bai Pao was hit by the blast but still tried to hold on. He struggled to remain calm. Was that a bomb? He immediately searched for Xiao Jiuge and Jin Quan along with the Yaoshi army.
The two of them were looking at him with astonished expressions, but it seemed he still hadn't realized what had happened to the two of them. Both were simultaneously horrified, leaving Bai Pao in a state of confusion.
Could it be that our losses are this great?
Jin Quan then pointed in Bai Pao's direction, his voice trembling.
Bai Pao, your legs.
Bai Pao froze, looking down at his legs. His legs were gone. Bai Pao stood there stunned, his eyes gradually filling with terror. A sharp pain surged, and his face turned pale. Xiao Zhouge gritted his teeth in anger, continuously cursing Yi Zhongming. Yi Zhongming gently pulled out another grenade in front of him, flashing a smirk.
Still want to pick a fight with me? Xiao Zhouge, though injured, still managed to remain calm.
He issued a command to his troops.
Drop your equipment, carry Bai Pao, we're leaving. But the Yaoshi army's fighting spirit was still incredibly high, unwilling to let something like this slide.
Xiao Zhouge coldly shouted.
Silence, listen to me.
He quickly removed his own equipment.
Jin Quan also gave an order to his team.
Stop standing around, retreat quickly, drop all your equipment.
Everyone immediately complied, none daring to resist.
They tossed everything aside, and in the blink of an eye, a mountain of items piled up in front of them.
The Yaoshi army quickly withdrew.
Yi Zhongming smiled. Xiao Zhouge has a good sense of judgment, truly a genius. A type of magic stone weapon, an invention ahead of its time, a crude magic stone grenade with such power. Master Yu is indeed a remarkable figure worthy of being called the father of magical crystal weapons in the future. He was able to create two such products with just the simplest information in his mind. He quickly left, and we continued to spin the reward wheel. As a feat within his expectations, Yi Zhongming spoke softly, for the next spins, we will use the magic stones left by the Yaoshi army to complete them.
A giant wheel appeared before them, then gradually sank into the ground.
Yi Zhongming began to calculate in his head, a total of 5 spins. He quickly summed up the items he had received: 2 career scrolls, 2 materials, 1 recipe, and regular luck. Although not a lot, it was satisfactory enough. No one could be lucky forever. The zombies waiting around immediately went wild, but they quickly left following the order of the evolved zombie. From afar, a group of people rushed over, continuously throwing sharp glances that suddenly locked onto Yi Zhongming.
They didn't expect that he alone could acquire everything on that reward wheel.
One guy quickly realized, the reward wheel that brought this bloody storm has finally disappeared. Yi Zhongming calmly explained, in the end, one day it will appear again, continuing to spark a direct battle between us humans and the mutants.
Xiao Yun immediately noticed, what should we do with all this stuff piled on the ground?
As usual, sell it cheaply to everyone. Yi Zhongming just smiled, everyone will get some, one by one. The crowd kept cheering, and Xiao Yun quickly began selling the items. Yi Zhongming quietly commented, although this time the haul was significant, it also involved quite a few forces, especially the Xiangling Guild and the Yaoshi army. I don't really care much about the Xiangling Guild. It's only a matter of time before I clash with those beasts. As for the Yaoshi army, they are very skilled at pulling in other forces.
But right now, the forces in Chang, after acquiring these items, will they be easily able to cooperate with the Yaoshi army? What's more worrying is that I have a crafting profession. As long as I have surplus materials, I can craft a large number of Wind of the Moon and Armor of the Moonlight Leaf at the white grade level. These are gold grade equipment, used to enhance the strength of the people in Chang. After all, everyone is still fully focused on working together to fight against the mutants. Zhao Jingmei stepped forward, breaking the thoughts and attention of Yi Zhongming. Yi Zhongming smiled slightly, full of calculation. Next, we need to discuss in more detail how we should further cooperate, he said. The towering buildings stretched powerfully, covered in the early morning mist of the city.
The evolved zombie quickly arrived at the meeting point with her group of zombies.
Each of her steps was steady and decisive.
Her voice was cold, uncompromising.
Give me the blood.
Keep your word. Yi Zhongming coldly replied. Don't worry, I still value my word when it comes to my side. He handed over an item filled with the special blood the evolved zombie had requested.
The evolved zombie quickly took it. In an instant, she opened the lid and without hesitation drank it all. She saw Yi Zhongming also hand the same item to the red-haired woman. She quickly drank it all as well, and the bodies of both began to overflow with strength. The evolved zombie stared at Yi Zhongming and demanded, "I want all of that." "You can make any condition you want." Yi Zhongming was not hesitant. "Unless you can produce a large quantity of third-grade demon cores, otherwise, there will be no evolved blood." He gazed intently at the zombies following her. The ones behind her were third-grade zombies, but the evolved zombie had already interrupted his thoughts. "They belong to me," Yi Zhongming smiled cryptically. "Then there's no choice but to make the evolved zombie angry." She quickly left. Yi Zhongming watched her retreating figure inside. From today on, this entire city will welcome their king, a fifth-level monarch who was exceptionally intelligent. He also felt regretful because this monarch was destined to be unstable. The three of them sat beside the crackling fire, the fragrance of the roasting meat wafting through the air. Azure Blossom's sacred throne felt uncomfortable. "Did you call us here just to watch you roast meat?" Demonic Gold's sacred throne smiled. "Before working, we must fill our stomachs first." Sacred Throne of the Abyssal Mountain looked at him and couldn't help but wonder. "I have a general understanding of the situation. Are we here just to wait for him?" But he's still so calm and composed. Sacred Throne of the Abyssal Mountain had gained quite a bit this time, now a 4-star evolved being. He said seriously, "Although the three of us together are not afraid of him, it's better to be cautious. Our cities are busy with countless tasks, and we can't afford any mistakes." Then he laughed and joked, "The roasting is done, come try my cooking skills." Demonic Gold's sacred throne calmly watched the two people who were in a tense situation. "This time, I will also make him experience what it's like to be teamed up against by others." Yi Zhongming was standing and saying farewell to the two, but the clock couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you let us come with you?" Yi Zhongming patted his shoulder to reassure him, "You guys stay in Chang and finish the work first, come in half a month." He was worried about the clock and his wife. They were inexperienced, and with Changjiao handling things, they probably wouldn't face any big problems. The clock frowned, his eyes filled with concern. "The journey back probably won't be peaceful." Sha Sha also suggested it would be better if we sent some people to go back with you. Yi Zhongming politely declined. "Right now, I'm very poor, I don't have enough money to pay." She scolded him, "You're a fraud." Yi Zhongming helplessly responded, "Whoever spins the reward wheel becomes poor, right?" Sha Sha quickly moved closer to Yi Zhongming, certain that he already had a plan. "If not, why would you have sent young Master Yun ahead?" "I won't say any more useless words, just take care of yourself." Before he could respond, she suddenly grabbed his sleeve and pulled him closer. Before Yi Zhongming could react in surprise, Sha Sha quickly but boldly kissed his cheek. Yi Zhongming was stunned, unable to speak. Sha Sha slightly lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, but her tone remained calm. "Don't misunderstand, this is just a deposit. This time, if you get a design, I want to be the first to buy it." He quickly turned around and coldly bid farewell. Yi Zhongming smiled helplessly. This woman was exactly the same as in his past life, always demanding reciprocity in everything she did. In a vast square, the clamor and hustle and bustle echoed throughout the space. The demonic gold sacred throne's voice rang out, forcing everyone to pay attention. "Surely, the people of the sacred throne of the Abyssal Mountain and the Azure Blossom sacred throne have no idea what's going on, right? But it's fine, no one needs to know," he proclaimed challengingly. "All you need to know is that today we face an enemy who poses an immense danger to us. That person knows all of our secrets." He emphasized, "What we need to do is kill that person." The sacred throne of the Abyssal Mountain and the Azure Blossom sacred throne remained silent, fully focused. The demonic gold sacred throne declared grandly, "Hypocrites, who, aside from accelerating the extinction of humanity, are utterly useless. We must prove to the whole world, and even the entire universe, that only the Spirit Weapon Society is humanity's hope." Everyone quickly responded with fervor, continuously cheering. Then, he had someone bring a person up to a large mirror. His tone was extremely cold and full of implication. Before that, I'll let everyone watch a good show. A strange vortex appeared at the center, like water being stirred, spreading across the mirror's surface. Gradually, an image of Yi Zhongming appeared. He stood in the middle of a vast space, his gaze lifted high, his expression calm yet sharp. His appearance in this manner was truly exceptional. A massive airplane was flying overhead, carrying a large crate hanging from it. The airplane emitted a loud sound warning Yi Zhongming, Zhong. This is the gift I've prepared for you. The large crate was quickly dropped. A loud bang sounded, and dust flew in all directions. The metal crate gradually appeared before Yi Zhongming. Suddenly, a gigantic arm shot out from inside the crate, and a massive creature emerged, stepping out slowly. Yi Zhongming looked at the metal crate inside, admiring its ability to control an airplane. The person on that plane must be the Skywalker of the Void. The airplane continued to announce that its overall rating was 5.78, almost reaching level 6, extremely powerful, capable of controlling thunder. Not only could it enhance itself, but it also had super strong attack power, even stronger than level 6 creatures. Make sure you look good if you die later, this needs to be recorded for everyone to see. But that didn't faze Yi Zhongming, on the contrary, it made him even more excited. Seems like everything is being called out now. The Holy One, right? Some things, being overly confident isn't always a good thing. Yi Zhongming quickly signaled, and a growl sounded from afar. It swiftly jumped across buildings, heading towards Yi Zhongming. Proudly, he boasted. For me, a level 5 is not enough. The two magical beasts began their attack. Yi Zhongming observed the battle from a distance, knowing that young Master Yin had already brought back all of the remaining evolved blood. Though this foolish dog hadn't reached level 6 yet, it was almost there. He took out an item from the virtual space and assumed a shooting stance. With this distance, it would be a bit difficult to hit accurately, but it was enough to threaten. Yi Zhongming's target was the aircraft hovering in the sky. The massive mirror clearly displayed the battle between two powerful beasts. Azure Blossom's Sacred Throne calmly remarked, "A 4-star level? Both the master and the battle pet are indeed strong." The Sacred Throne of the Abyssal Mountain agreed with her. This anti-reversal shadow is really impressive. Holy Throne Basie certainly leaves behind valuable items. Last time, when that giant reward wheel appeared, they used it to directly obtain news. Demonic Gold Sacred Throne observed the situation and smirked. Two level 5 beings fighting each other will surely result in mutual destruction. We have 3 people in 600, so dealing with a 4-star evolved individual shouldn't be a problem. The other two also agreed with his thoughts. We can easily eliminate a 4-star evolved being without outside help. Demonic Gold Sacred Throne quickly gave the order, "It's our turn, prepare to take action." But a loud call shattered his excitement. The battle wasn't over yet. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the sky, where a figure was floating mid-air. Demonic Gold Sacred Throne's expression changed, unable to hide his surprise and anger upon realizing it was Bai Feng. Bai Feng smiled coldly, his voice echoing, "I must thank you for giving me a chance at rebirth, allowing me to break free from the chains of being the strongest in Enchang." The words were filled with determination and strength, growing even more powerful. The Azure Blossom Sacred Throne and the Sacred Throne of the Abyssal Mountain stepped forward resolutely, their eyes filled with murderous intent, as if they were about to crush everything before them. "You're just a 3-star evolved being, and yet you dare to act so arrogantly? You really underestimate the power of the Sacred Thrones. Anyone who fights without proper equipment is a fool." The air in the square seemed to freeze for a moment. "Fighting in a group is boring, let's fight one-on-one," Lu Riang smiled provocatively. Originally, this was a matter for Cloud Peak Mountain Villa, but it has now inconvenienced Boss Bai Feng. "Sorry for the trouble," Lu Riang laughed loudly. "Even someone as strong as Boss Bai Feng was made to suffer like this by a bunch of you." "I was scared when it happened," she squinted, full of provocation.
If there's an opportunity, I'd like to see what the sacred thrones of the Spirit Weapon Society are like.
Now that I've seen them, I'm a little disappointed.
Her gaze swept over the 3 sacred thrones standing before her, each with their own expression, their eyes locked tightly onto her.
Lu Riang shrugged and smirked.
You guys look much worse than us at Cloud Peak Mountain Villa.
The troops advanced, their momentum like a storm.
Xiaowu stepped forward, his cold eyes sweeping over the people in front of him. King against king, except for your president, none of you are qualified to bother our boss. The Azure Blossom Sacred Throne also curled his lips into a sneer, his voice ringing clearly.
I accept the challenge.
Let me see what qualifications you have to fight with our sacred thrones. At the end of the sentence, a powerful voice rang out from the other side.
Fighting kings against kings is not wrong, but you are a woman, so let's fight. Azure Blossom's sacred throne immediately recognized with a glance.
There was no need to guess, as the arrogant demeanor and familiar aura could only belong to Zhao Jingmei from the Jingmei Company. The bow she was carrying originally belonged to Yi Zhongming. Both sides were already in attacking positions, the air tense as a taut string, the killing intent enveloping the battlefield. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, looking panicked. We are surrounded by Rin Xing Team and Jingmei Company.
Demonic Gold Sacred Throne was furious.
These 2 forces actually joined forces with Yi Zhongming. My plan has been seen through by him from the very start.
How could this happen?
Sharp metallic shards slowly protruded from his skin, producing cold, sharp sounds like his voice.
If it's come to this, there's no point in talking, let's fight.
Bai Feng, facing him, kept looking at him.
Why not use the human spirit transformation?
The words were like fuel to the fire of demonic gold sacred throne's anger.
Are you relying on me?
He growled each word, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment.
You're not worthy. He immediately launched an attack on Bai Feng. Bai Feng only raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curling into a half-smile.
In another part of the battlefield, Xiao Lei was standing face to face with the sacred throne of the Abyssal Mountain. She immediately attacked him like a whirlwind. Cold-faced kid, we'll fight too, but the sacred throne of the Abyssal Mountain quickly dodged the surprise attack.
What?
How despicable. He did not give Xiao Lei the opportunity to directly use the Grand Earth Mother. From the ground, fiery black objects, like living lava, rose up and wrapped around his body. A sinister smile appeared on his lips.
Are you going to become the Earth's nourishment? Xiao Lei said, raising an eyebrow calmly. Is there any milk?
Zhao Jingmei skillfully drew her bow, a flash of calculation appearing in her eyes.
Phantom bow? This thing costs 3 bottles of 3-star evolution medicine from the company?
Each number etched into her mind like a sharp blade, a reminder of the enormous price she had paid to acquire it. Zhao Jingmei sneered lightly, her gaze sharp but justified. With this bow, coupled with her archer profession, those assets would quickly be recovered. Azure Blossom's sacred throne burst into laughter.
Interesting, it's been months since anyone wanted to kill me, and you're the first.
Her body started to fade, the green light almost engulfing her. In this profession, at least she had a chance to fight against other sacred throne guests, but against me, she was simply out of luck. Azure Blossom's sacred throne suddenly charged toward Zhao Jingmei, as fast as a shadow. Zhao Jingmei drew her bow and shot decisively. In Shang, a tall, muscular man stood. He slightly curled his lips, his face cold. It seemed that Mo Jin's entire plan this time had been predicted. His voice was deep, filled with confidence.
Do you think you can kill me with just yourself?
Seeing Xiaobai just land, Xiaobai was completely unperturbed and resolute. They might ambush her, but I refuse. She declared war decisively because she had once said, I will feed your hands to the dogs. The gang leader seemed to catch a whiff of a new profession, his eyes filled with contemplation. Your boss is quite something, working hard. You even used a 3-star evolution drug. He kept mocking her. With a face like yours, I doubt your boss could make it, huh? Xia Bai remained cold. You're scared. His words struck the gang leader like a blow to the chest, making him furious.
Xiaobai remained calm and composed.
Otherwise, why would you say such things to provoke me? Her gaze was firm, her face gradually changing color.
Let me correct myself, that's not my boss.
Your body has transformed into a new mutated form, and it is someone who wishes to protect with their life, someone who pulled me out of hell.
The gang leader was stunned and shocked.
Yi Zhongming had obtained 2 bloodline potions from that reward wheel, and he had given one of them to her.
He tried to show that he was noble.
I can give you another chance to be loyal to me, but Xiaobai didn't give him the time to continue his mockery. In an instant, she appeared beside the gang leader, without any warning. She unleashed a powerful punch. Every muscle in her body tensed, and the force of the punch seemed like it could tear the air apart. The boss reacted instantly, his eyes sharp as a blade. He quickly executed the warrior's rhythm, a powerful counterattack that pushed Xiaobai's punch back. The tremendous force from the block caused Xiaobai to stagger back several steps, her fingers nearly deformed from the opponent's strength. The boss sneered, his gaze filled with arrogance and self-satisfaction. Your bloodline may allow you to move in the darkness, but it's daytime now.
You won't be a match for me.
Xiaobai was not swayed by his words. On the contrary, she felt even more enraged. She gritted her teeth and hissed, "Shut up!" The light around them suddenly dimmed, and the space turned gloomy as if shrouded in a wave of darkness, a natural disaster of shadows, the profession of a soul thief. A brilliant thunderstorm orb appeared in Furnace Thunder Colossus's hand. The terrifying energy emanating from the orb made the air feel as if it were being torn apart.
Without hesitation, it was aimed at Di Huanghuan.
Suddenly, a sturdy, solid iron wall appeared behind Di Huanghuan. The wall spewed out thousands of fireballs like explosive bullets, streaking toward Furnace Thunder Colossus. The explosions rang out, and the heavens seemed to tremble before the might of their confrontation. Yi Zhongming stood at a distance, watching the battle unfold. He wondered who would emerge victorious in this clash. From within the smoke, the figure of Furnace Thunder Colossus gradually became clearer. It stood firm, but its body was riddled with wounds from the fireballs that had struck it. It fell to the ground in a mighty crash, its colossal form shaking the earth and sky. The plane in the sky observed without ceasing in astonishment.
How is this possible? The Furnace Thunder Colossus at level 5 has been killed? It's really unbelievable.
When I get back, I need to explain these materials clearly to the chief and the clients. Then, it quickly ran away, but not without leaving behind a challenge.
Next time, I will bring a level 6 battle beast. Wait for death. A flash of blue fire blazed brightly in the sky. Then, a tremendous explosion echoed.
Yi Zhongming stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror. He had calculated every possibility, but he never expected the result to come so unexpectedly. The monstrous beast with wings as large as the scales of a colossal dragon. Yi Zhongming's heart tightened as he saw that Di Huanhuan was no longer able to fight.
He quickly moved it away.
But just as he was preparing to leave the area, a sudden sound rang out, leaving him dazed.
"Where is your battle pet?"
He collapsed to the ground, his head spinning. Yi Zhongming couldn't resist this power. The sound from this type of demonic beast had a strong mental attack. Yi Zhongming could only hold on, silently calculating that he could no longer rely on his initial plan for Cloud Peak Mountain Villa. This was the Dragon Clan, completely different from other clans, and attempting to fight it alone seemed impossible. To have any chance to challenge a level 6 demon beast, only Di Huanghuan, the evolved zombie, the red-haired one, and himself joining forces might have a chance. But the dragon beast did not give him a chance to escape.
Its rumbling growl echoed. "Kneel, and I will grant you a glorious death."
The beast spirit attacked with a fierce flame. Yi Zhongming quickly cast the Crimson Blood War Chariot, and his speed instantly increased. He swiftly evaded the long-tried beast's attack. It seemed to become more excited and immediately unleashed a fireball.
"Then, let's see how you handle this move."
The fireball flew towards him with lightning speed. Without hesitation, Yi Zhongming threw Di Huanghuan away. A loud explosion rang out, sending rocks and earth scattering in all directions. Dust filled the air. Yi Zhongming staggered to his feet. The long-tribed beast roared in fury. "Kneel before me, and I shall grant you a glorious death." Yi Zhongming thought to himself, if it were someone with weaker mental power, this type of mental attack alone would have been nearly impossible to withstand. They would either go mad or become a fool. Clearly, they were washing their tricks clean, yet still spouted such grandiose words. Truly the epitome of hypocrisy. From afar, he sensed some unusual fluctuations. Yi Zhongming quickly realized that things were not going according to plan. Otherwise, his dealings with other forces in Anshang would have already borne fruit. Xia Lei and his teammates were also locked in fierce combat with formidable opponents. Facing the growling long-tribed beast, he knew that if he wanted to escape this situation, he only had one last card to play. "I still have one final way to deal with you," Yi Zhongming thought to himself, his eyes full of determination. Though it might be a mutual destruction method, at this moment, there was only a slim chance of survival. "As for you, evil dragon, whether you live or die depends on your luck." The evil dragon growled, "What else do you have?" In Yi Zhongming's hand appeared a shining golden key. "I've always been curious about where you and those monsters actually come from. Is the Forbidden Land a playground for beasts, or is it a space that we humans don't understand?" The evil dragon stared at the key in his hand, its expression clearly one of astonishment. "I didn't expect you to have this." Yi Zhongming said nothing more, swiftly unlocking the secret realm with the key in his hand. Immediately, the space around them began to tremble, everything being sucked into it, with no way to escape. Yi Zhongming smiled, a confident smile. "We are facing a very difficult obstacle. Everyone needs to overcome it together if we are to confront the future." His mind drifted through the memories of the comrades who had fought by his side. Yi Zhongming held up the mirror, his words ringing coldly, like a declaration. "We will meet in the Forbidden Land, and I will kill you."